Life is not worth delving into deeply. One should savor joy in a timely manner. Once a person attains wealth, every breath should be filled with grandeur. Perhaps some are born into privilege, yet no one is born with the knowledge of how to stand upon the clouds. Chapter 1. The first toxic plot of rebirth. Goodbye. I've given it some careful thought over the past few days. We should part ways. On the other end of the line was Jai Li, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Still dazed, Gubai touched his forehead, feeling a sense of familiarity with this unfolding narrative. Not hearing a response, Jai Li paused before continuing. The development path my company has arranged for me doesn't allow for a boyfriend, and this opportunity is incredibly important to me. I hope you can understand. Wait a moment. Gubai finally recalled this scenario. Wasn't this the very scene from 4 years ago when Jai Li broke up with him? Even the lines mirrored those from that time. What's going on? Are you participating in some variety show? Is this a ploy to capitalize on your ex-boyfriend? Jai Li was a classmate from the same year at the Shanghai Theater Academy, regarded as one of the goddesses of the acting department, while he had been the prodigy from the directing department, achieving a perfect score upon admission. Both of them had once been the talk of the academy. In their freshman year, they established their romantic relationship, which indeed caused quite a stir at the academy, forming what could be deemed a couple of talent and beauty in the eyes of many. However, in contemporary society, what does a couple of talent and beauty amount to? Prospects and interests reigned supreme. Before their sophomore year commenced, Jai Li signed with the most prestigious talent agency of the time, one of the stipulations being no romantic relationships during the contract period, leading her to break up with him as expected. Time proved Jai Li's choice to be correct. In the ensuing years, under the agency's guidance, Jai Li starred in several hit television dramas, successfully transforming into one of the hottest rising stars in the entertainment industry, often hailed by netizens as one of the 4 little flowers of the new generation. As for Gubai, over the years, he faded from the spotlight, drowning in the sea of anonymity. All right, I'll play along, let's break up. I consent. With that, Gubai hung up the phone, muttering about her insanity. Ever since Jai Li rose to fame, she has truly become increasingly shameless, even willing to exploit her ex-boyfriend from 4 years ago. Suddenly, Gubai froze, staring at his phone, which he was about to tuck into his pocket. Wasn't his phone an iPhone 12? How did it suddenly turn into an iPhone 7? Connecting this to Jai Li's call, an improbable thought sparked in his mind, and his foggy brain instantly cleared. He reopened his phone and glanced at the time displayed on the screen. August 10th, 2017. Gubai reopened his browser to check today's date, confirming it wasn't a prank, and leaned back onto his bed in disbelief. Am I truly reborn? He pinched his cheek. It hurt, indicating this was not a dream, had genuinely reincarnated from 2021 to 2017. Calculating the time, he realized he was currently in the summer break before his sophomore year. However, this rebirth comes merely 4 years back. Isn't that a bit short? What can be accomplished in just 4 years? Those major productions must have already been greenlit. Even if I know which dramas and movies will succeed, I wouldn't have the qualifications to get involved. And those chart-topping songs? They probably have already been composed. If I dared to copy them, I would likely face a lawsuit. So what is the significance of this rebirth? Regardless, the pre-rebirth Gubai could be considered part of the entertainment industry, and the field he understood best was indeed entertainment. Thus, upon rebirth, his immediate thoughts revolved around how to involve himself in those guaranteed successful projects. After pondering for a while, he realized that some projects either demanded excessive investment beyond his means or were simply beyond his current level of access, leaving him with no qualifications to even participate. Forget it, no need to overthink. The fact that I have been reborn is already a gift. With 4 years of future memories, my life surely won't be worse than it was before. However, being dumped in this rebirth does feel like a toxic beginning straight out of a kitsch urban fantasy novel. Suddenly, a peculiar electronic synthesized voice echoed in Gubai's mind. Congratulations, host, the dream realization system has been activated. Once dreams are realized, all the beauty of the world will be revealed to you. Current system level, level 1, with a maximum level of 4. Detected that the host's current confidence level is at 3. You will receive a one-time allocation of 30 million in dream funds. The system will cover the host's confidence for every 1 increase in confidence. The system will allocate 10 million in dream funds. When the system's confidence reaches 100, it will undergo an upgrade. A system? Rebirth plus a system? What a serendipitous turn of events. Your bank account 8529 received 30 million renminbi on August 10th, leaving a balance of RMB 30,030,000.00 construction bank. It was only when the bank card, which initially held merely 30,000 for tuition, suddenly reflected an influx of 30 million that Gubai comprehended the authenticity of this situation. In the brief span of minutes since his rebirth, Gubai had contemplated countless ways to alter his fate. Yet, he had never envisioned ascending to the pinnacle of life guided by a system. However, accepting the extraordinary was now a necessity, as the occurrence of rebirth itself was already remarkable. Adding a system was hardly surprising. But as a confidence level of merely 3 a bit low, Gubei's family background was relatively decent otherwise. He would not have been able to afford the exorbitant fees for the art examination. The former Gubai had been ambitious, yet after years of harsh realities, he recognized the truth. Still, this 3 confidence level felt somewhat degrading. The system's perception of confidence surpasses that of an average person. The specific calculation method is determined by the system itself. With that, a system panel was presented to Gubai before vanishing without a trace, no matter how much he called out. Host, Gubai. Appearance, 91. IQ, 135. Physique, 85. Confidence level, 3. System level 1. All attributes, except IQ, have a maximum value of 100. Staring at the system panel, Gubai gradually accepted the notion of a 3 confidence level. It is said that poverty diminishes ambition. Especially in a society that values wealth above all, the aspirations of ordinary individuals are as light as grass. Those born into privilege can have their families support 5 small goals upon starting a business, while those at the bottom struggle to even conceive of such numbers, which they can only dream of achieving in a lifetime. If he truly possessed an overflowing confidence, how could he not have fought to retain Jai Li when she dumped him 4 years ago? Not even uttering a phrase akin to "do not underestimate the youth in poverty"? Was it not because he understood he lacked the capability and means to win her back? If one were to ask if he felt content, the answer would undoubtedly be no. Who willingly accepts being discarded? Even 4 years later, he still harbored resentment. But what use was it? Given a few more choices, would he not still succumb to reality? Truth be told, Jai Li was not wrong in this era. Who does not aspire to climb higher? If the opportunity were placed in Gubei's hands, his choices would mirror Jai Li's. Yet, so many years have passed apart from occasionally seeing Jai Li on television and reflecting on the months he once had the goddess of many men. He had not entertained many other thoughts. Moreover, he had been reborn and now possessed a system. He was already a winner in life. Was there still a need to dwell on trivialities? As Gubai reveled in the balance of his bank account, a robust voice resonated from the hall. Gubai, dinner is ready. From the tone, it was unmistakably his mother, Su Hong. I'm coming. Casually responding, Gubai hastily climbed out of bed and dashed towards the living room. At the dining table, only Su Hong and Gubai were present. His father, Gu Jingwo, was likely out socializing and was not at home. Mom, I plan to return to Shanghai tomorrow. As he scooped rice from his bowl, Gubai mumbled towards Su Hong. Placing a piece of his favorite chicken wing into Gubei's bowl, Su Hong asked, somewhat puzzled, school doesn't start for over half a month. Why the rush? Why not stay a few more days? I don't want to stay. Being cooped up at home with nothing to do is driving me crazy. I might as well go back to Shanghai to clear my head. Upon hearing Gubei's words, Su Hong chose not to press further. Then go back to school. It's not appropriate for a young man like you to linger at home all day. Your father has already transferred your tuition to your account. Out of that, 10,000 is for your tuition and 20,000 is for your living expenses over the next 6 months. Spend wisely, but don't be too frugal, nor too extravagant. Got it? He responded with the customary impatience. Before his reincarnation, Gubai had also spent his days at home listening to his parents' incessant chatter. And even now, he felt no different from the typical reincarnators with their peculiar sentiments towards their parents. By the way, Su Hong suddenly recalled something. What about that girlfriend you mentioned before? Is she returning to school early too? Why not bring her home for your father and me to meet? Gubai paused in his eating, then attempted to sound casual as he replied, we broke up a couple of days ago. Already? After just a few days? Upon hearing her son had broken up, Su Hong promptly set down her bowl and began to inquire earnestly. She signed with the company, and the contract explicitly stated no dating, so we broke up. I couldn't possibly hinder her career development, could I? Gubai saw no reason to conceal the truth about Jai Li. From Su Hong, there was no need for secrecy. What kind of ridiculous company is that? Prohibiting relationships? Who knows? Nevertheless, with my son's good looks, it's her loss for breaking up. Next time, find someone even prettier. In the eyes of parents, their child is undoubtedly the finest. Su Hong, fearing that Gubai might be heartbroken, quickly began to console him. It's no big deal, it was just a few months. How much emotion could there be? If we broke up, then so be it. I'm full now, take your time eating. I'll head back to my room to pack. This nonchalance was not a facade for Gubai after all. It had been 4 years since the breakup. What was there to be sad about? In his room, standing before the mirror, Gubai acknowledged that Su Hong was indeed correct. His looks were undeniably top-notch, rivaling those of the most popular young men. In the expansive floor-to-ceiling mirror, standing at 1.82 meters tall, his chiseled features were strikingly handsome, with a ruggedly defined face. His hair, somewhat unkempt, added to his carefree demeanor, presenting the image of a rebellious youth. Not bad still at the peak of my looks, compared to the disheveled and despondent version of himself 4 years later. The current Gubai was undeniably in his prime. Chapter 2. Departure to Shanghai. Early the next morning, after bidding farewell to his parents amidst Su Hong's incessant reminders, Gubai wheeled his suitcase onto the high-speed train bound for Shanghai. The train station in August, while not exactly teeming with people, certainly had its fair share of travelers. Despite the air conditioning in the waiting area, waves of heat still swept through the densely packed crowd. After waiting for approximately half an hour, the announcement came over the loudspeaker, and Gubai dragged his luggage into the carriage. Glancing at his ticket, he noted that he was seated in the middle of row 14B in second class. In the past, Gubai would have instinctively chosen a window seat, as his preference in public spaces was to distance himself from crowds. To put it nicely, one could call it social anxiety. To be blunt, it reflected a lack of confidence, a behavior recognized in psychology. However, having lived a second life, Gubai's mindset had undergone a significant transformation, rendering him less concerned about such matters. As for why he, with a modest target of 0.3 in his bank account, had opted for a second-class ticket, it was not a deliberate attempt at modesty, but rather due to the tight timeline. First-class seats had already sold out. Settling into his designated seat, he noticed that the 2 seats next to him were unoccupied. He placed his luggage in the overhead compartment and donned his headphones to immerse himself in his phone. As a student in the directing department at the Shanghai Theater Academy, Gubai held a keen interest in films, often passing his leisure time watching them. Just as he was engrossed in the screen, a gentle voice broke through his headphones, reaching his ears. "Excuse me, could you let me pass?" Standing beside him was a rather attractive young woman with a chic short haircut, dressed in a manner that exuded allure, though her voice and appearance seemed somewhat mismatched. Realizing he was blocking her path, Gubai quickly removed his headphones and stood up. "I'm sorry, I was watching a movie and didn't pay attention." The young woman smiled sweetly. "It's quite all right." Noticing her 2 large suitcases, Gubai offered, "Would you like me to help you with that?" Although assisting her with her luggage was merely a small effort for a young man like him, it was only polite to ask. After all, she might not require his help. Overzealousness could sometimes be misconstrued as ulterior motives. "Thank you so much. I have too much luggage. I doubt I could manage it alone," she replied gratefully. Gubai smiled lightly, said nothing further, and directly placed her bags onto the rack. Once seated, the young woman retrieved 2 bottles of drinks from her bag, opened one for herself, and handed the other to Gubai. "Have some water? I just bought it at the station." Gubai was about to decline, but she took a sip from her bottle, leaving him no choice but to accept her offering. After finishing the water, the young woman turned to him with a smile. "Let us introduce ourselves, shall we? Yeme Liushi. What about you?" Though her voice remained soft, her actions were as open as her appearance suggested. "Gubai." After Li Yushi disclosed her name, Gubai was surprised to find that he could directly see her attribute panel. Name, Li Yushi. Appearance, 84 health, 82 affection, 50. All attributes are rated out of 100. Affection indicates the degree of fondness this person has for the host, while the other attributes are self-explanatory. Gubai mused that the appearance rating seemed superfluous. One could ascertain beauty or lack thereof at a glance. As for the health attribute, opinions would vary. The most practical aspect was the affection rating, which allowed one to discern whether someone was genuine or merely feigning interest. Seeing that Gubai had finished stating his name, Li Yushi inquired further, "So, Gubai, where are you headed?" Gubai turned to regard this newly acquainted stranger, feeling somewhat puzzled by her assertiveness. Were young women today so forward? However, out of politeness, he replied, "I'm going to Shanghai. What about you?" "Wow, I'm also heading to Shanghai. We must have quite the connection." Gubai scratched his head discreetly. Given that 90 of the passengers were likely traveling to Shanghai, it seemed a stretch to say he had a special connection with so many people. "What is your purpose for going to Shanghai?" Li Yushi pressed on, her demeanor inquisitive. Gubai felt a bit overwhelmed. He could sense that she might be interested in him, yet he harbored no such feelings. As a self-proclaimed connoisseur of beauty, Gubai not only boasted exceptional looks, but also upheld his own standards, which dictated that anyone below 90 points would be immediately dismissed. Clearly, Li Yushi did not meet his criteria. Just as Gubai contemplated how to deflect her attention, a male voice interjected beside them. "Excuse me, could you move a little so I can stow my luggage?" At last, Gubai had a legitimate reason to ignore Li Yushi, quickly rising to let the newcomer pass. "Go ahead." "Thank you." Once the luggage was settled, Gubai took a moment to assess the young man, who appeared to be in his early 20s. Roughly of similar height to Gubai, yet possessing a rather ordinary appearance, complete with black-rimmed glasses. The only commendable trait was a somewhat scholarly aura about him. After sitting down, the young man first glanced at Gubai before shifting his gaze to Li Yushi, cheerfully stating, "Are you two together?" Li Yushi cast him a brief glance, but remained silent, while Gubai replied, "No, we've just met." Gubai sensed that this young man harbored some interest in Li Yushi, evident from the way he had directed his question at both of them, but lingered on her figure. The inquiry seemed purposeful. Had he learned they were traveling together, he likely would not have continued probing. "Well, it's quite a coincidence that three of us, all of similar age, happened to meet on this train. I'm Ma Ming, the horse that goes leisurely, the moon that shines alone in the forest. What about you two?" Gubai found himself amused by Ma Ming's poetic introduction. It seemed rather pretentious for such commonplace characters. With a faint smile, he introduced himself again, bemused by how the concept of fate felt so trivial today. Li Yushi also offered a lackluster response to Ma Ming's inquiry. "So, Li Yushi and Gubai, what are your plans for Shanghai?" Before Gubai could respond, Li Yushi eagerly turned to him. "Gubai, you didn't answer me earlier. What is your purpose in Shanghai?" Noticing that Li Yushi had chosen to ignore Ma Ming, who seemed momentarily taken aback, Gubai scratched his nose. "I'm going to study." "What a coincidence. So am I. My home is too dull. It's not as fun as Shanghai, so I came early to avoid the crowded trains later. I'm attending Shanghai Normal University. What about you?" "Shanghai Theater Academy." Upon hearing Gubai's school, Li Yushi exclaimed, without reservation, "Wow, I should have guessed. With your looks, it would be a shame not to be a star." Gubai merely smiled at her compliment, choosing not to elaborate. Observing their exchange, and the newfound glimmer in Li Yushi's gaze towards Gubai, Ma Ming felt a surge of unusual emotions stirring within him. He interjected, "Both Shanghai Normal University and the Theater Academy are top-tier institutions in Shanghai. However, I believe young people should focus more on acquiring scientific knowledge, contributing to national construction and societal development. Nowadays, the youth are too restless, always seeking shortcuts to fame and fortune overnight." Certainly, my statement is not directed towards Gubai or your esteemed institution. It is merely a reflection prompted by the current societal circumstances. If you both have some free time, I cordially invite you to visit Jiandong University, where I would gladly serve as your guide. After listening to Ma Ming's words, Gubai furrowed his brow. To be honest, Gubai initially harbored no ill feelings towards him. He was merely a stranger, and if he chose to flaunt himself, that was his prerogative. Once the several-hour journey concluded, who would remember whom? Yet his remarks were indeed quite distasteful. If one wishes to showcase their superiority, that is their affair. Attempting to boast about one's institution before Li Yushi had nothing to do with Gubai. However, the condescending demeanor he displayed was thoroughly off-putting, especially when he insisted there was no intention to target Gubai, as if he were elevating himself by stepping on Gubai's head. Nevertheless, while distasteful, Gubai saw no merit in engaging in a debate with such a character. He merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, opting to remain silent. However, Gubai's indifference did not extend to Li Yushi, a young woman of normal intelligence who could discern the underlying implications of Ma Ming's words. "So, what contributions have you made to the development of our nation?" Li Yushi retorted sharply, causing Ma Ming to falter momentarily. Yet he maintained a facade of congeniality as he responded, "I am currently just an ordinary student at Jiandong, but I believe I will one day possess the ability to contribute to the nation's progress." "Oh, judging by your earlier haughty demeanor, I assumed you had made significant contributions. It seems it's merely hot air." Individuals with open personalities tend to exhibit such traits. They express their likes and dislikes candidly. Li Yushi had reached a peak of exasperation with Ma Ming, who had interrupted her conversation with Gubai multiple times. Though slightly embarrassed by Li Yushi's mockery, Ma Ming refrained from retaliating toward her, instead redirecting his focus onto Gubai. "It's not just empty boasting. I merely articulated my aspirations. If you ask Gubai, His ultimate ambition is undoubtedly to become a great star and accumulate wealth in the entertainment industry. Isn't that right, Gubai? Initially intending to don his headphones and resume watching a film, Gubai narrowed his eyes upon hearing Ma Ming's attempt to belittle him and raised his gaze towards him. Chapter 3. The wealthy begin as ordinary individuals upon meeting Gubai's gaze. Ma Ming felt an inexplicable tremor within himself. He quickly dismissed this strange notion. After all, they were peers, and who could intimidate whom? Gubai regarded him for a few seconds before slowly articulating, "I am a student in the directing department. I truly have no aspirations of becoming a star." Hearing this, Ma Ming adjusted his glasses with a slightly mocking smile that hardly differs. The entertainment industry is a circle, and in the end, it revolves around money. Wouldn't you agree? Gubai nodded. You make a valid point. Most are indeed motivated by financial gain. As Ma Ming prepared to elaborate further, Gubai interjected, "However, I find your words rather intriguing. Out of the 30,000 students at Jindong University, do you believe they all share your lofty aspirations? Or do you presume to represent Jindong? To entertain your argument for a moment, adding money to any equation does tend to render it rather base. If instead, a distinguished academic or a person who has genuinely contributed to our nation were seated before me, I would certainly regard their words as profound and would not dare to utter a sound. But who are you really? Have you ever paid taxes for this nation? Have you purchased a home in Shanghai? Well, you have time to show off. Why not take a moment to reflect on whether you possess the standing to make such statements?" Having already torn the facade, there was little left to discuss. With no desire to continue debating with this hot-headed individual, Gubai finally remarked, "I look forward to the day I see you in the news, proudly reporting the bricks you've laid for the nation's construction." He then donned his headphones, choosing to ignore any further provocation. Noticing Gubai's dismissal, even Li Yushi put on her headphones, while Ma Ming, though seething with suppressed anger, resorted to fiddling with his phone. After 4 or 5 hours of travel, which amounted to the viewing of 2 films, the high-speed train announced its arrival. Gubai stowed his phone, retrieved his luggage, and, incidentally, took Li Yushi's belongings as well. "Gubai, shall we exchange contact information? We could hang out together in the future," Li Yushi suggested with a smile and a flutter of her eyelashes. Gubai offered a faint smile in return. "Shanghai is not so vast. As you mentioned, our paths will surely cross again." With that, he dragged his luggage towards the exit. To be honest, he held a favorable impression of Li Yushi, the forthright girl, yet her interest in him was evident, and maintaining a friendship seemed plausible. As for anything beyond that, Gubai had no intention of cultivating any romantic prospects or keeping emotional backups. A direct refusal felt most appropriate. Observing Gubai's departure, Ma Ming seized what he perceived as an opportunity and quickly approached Li Yushi. "Shall we exchange contact information? You could visit us at Jindong sometime," he proposed. Li Yushi, engrossed in organizing her bag, was already vexed by Gubai's rejection. Ma Ming's approach felt like an unwelcome intrusion, and her eyes shot him a glance. Gubai was right. You really should reflect on yourself in the mirror. If you lack a mirror, surely you can find a restroom? With that, she dragged her luggage away, leaving Ma Ming standing there, his face alternating between shades of blue and red. Upon exiting the station, the scorching sun quickly drained the moisture from Gubai's body, prompting him to hail a taxi. "To Shanghai Theater Academy, please." The driver, without further ado, pressed the accelerator, and the car sped off. "Hey there, you must be a new student at the academy, arriving early to get a glimpse of the campus?" Most taxi drivers tend to be chatty, and it seemed this one was no exception. Gubai wiped his brow and replied with a smile, "I'm a second-year student, just a bit bored at home, so I decided to come back early." The driver turned his head, scrutinizing Gubai's face. "Young man, I must be honest. You have the face of a star. Unlike my own son, who has my round face and keeps yapping about wanting to take the art exam to become a celebrity. Having interests and hobbies is always commendable. But becoming a star is not solely contingent upon looks. There are those who are not conventionally attractive yet achieve great fame." While the logic held, Gubai supported his aspirations, yet the family's financial situation posed an obstacle. "I work tirelessly running this taxi. I barely earn enough to scrape by after paying rent and utilities." "Are you not a local?" Gubai inquired. The driver chuckled. "Do you think many locals drive taxis in Shanghai? For those who do, a single property could sustain their family for generations." Upon hearing the driver's self-deprecating humor, Gubai paused, choosing to remain silent. Despite having lived through 2 lifetimes, he still felt unqualified to critique the essence of life. The journey, though congested, soon brought them to the entrance of the academy. After settling the fare, Gubai quickly made his way towards the dormitory. The dorms in Shanghai remain open during the summer break, and though not many students stay behind, a few always do. At the entrance of the dormitory building, the dormitory supervisor was leisurely reclining in a chair. "Little Gu, why are you here so early?" Recognizing Gubai's distinctive face, the supervisor inquired. "I was just a bit bored at home, so I came back early. You young ones just can't sit still, can you? Did you bring your key? If not, I can get you a spare." "I have it," Gubai replied, offering his farewell to the supervisor as he headed towards his dorm. Upon opening the door, a musty odor, indicative of long unoccupied quarters, assaulted his nostrils. Gubai suppressed his discomfort, positioned his suitcase beside his desk, and opened the window to air out the room. Having arrived in Shanghai ahead of schedule, Gubai had already devised his plans. The first matter at hand pertains to the aspirations carried over from a previous life to this one, the desire to purchase a car, specifically of the supercar variety. The reason I refer to it as a dream is quite literal. It is something I can only envision in my slumber, as the moment I awaken. The courage to pursue such a notion dissipates. The second matter involves discovering methods to enhance one's self-confidence, for whether one wishes to amass greater wealth or upgrade their system. It all fundamentally begins with self-assurance. 30 million is certainly not meant to be idly observed in a bank account, is it? Money is intended for expenditure. Gubai candidly acknowledges his own mundane nature. When devoid of funds, the primary objective becomes the quest for financial gain, with the ultimate purpose of spending that wealth. Now that the system has conveniently bypassed the step of earning money, what use is there in hoarding it if not to indulge? This thought prompted Gubai to open WeChat and enter a group chat named Abnormal Human Research Center, where he promptly shared 2 photographs. This group serves as their dormitory chat. In this lifetime, they have been apart for merely over a month, but considering the previous life, Gubai's not seen them for over a year. In the tumultuous cauldron of society, the camaraderie formed in university dormitories can undoubtedly be regarded as one of the most enduring relationships. After all, a gathering of young individuals, devoid of significant conflicts of interest, is a serendipitous occurrence. When united by common interests, it becomes all the easier to bond. Before long, the previously silent group chat began to buzz with messages. "Luo Sun, dude by Z, why are you back at school so early? Dengbo, let me take a wild guess. Is it a rendezvous with Godashai?" Seizing the opportunity with fewer people around, under the moonlight and starry skies, perhaps you plan to applaud love behind the school? Such a move by Gu is impressive. Even Tony Damu would be envious. Once swimming, may I timidly inquire, who is Tony Damu? Dengbo, open the folder in your computer named Hua Ri Yohao Jiaoyo. The 6th file is a heartfelt performance by Tony Damu. Gubai observed the conversation, taking a sudden turn, and felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He typed in response, "Stop overthinking. I've amicably parted ways with Jai Li. I am the one who was rejected and have already reported back to the organization, applying to rejoin the ranks of the single elite." As he finished typing, his phone immediately buzzed with a call request. He glanced at the profile picture. It was Dengbo, the least reliable member of the group. Having a fair idea of what Dengbo was about to say, Gubai declined the call. Returning to the chat interface, he noticed missed calls from both Luo Sun and Wen Sunming as well. "No need to call me. There's nothing pressing. As the visual centerpiece of our 404 dormitory, do you really think I lack for admirers? Don't be naive. Focus on yourselves instead. Stop obsessing over those exemplary teachers from Japan and contemplate your own hands, stained with the blood of your descendants." Dengbo, did you think we were calling to comfort you? Come on, we just want Jai Goddess's contact information. After all, your breakup means we have a chance. Luo Sun, count me in. Wen Sunming, count me in 186 times. After exchanging some light-hearted banter, the group confirmed that Gubai was indeed fine. Dengbo then remarked, "By Z, if you had returned to school a couple of days earlier, I would still have been in Shanghai. I'm currently in Kyoto with my dad. I probably won't be back for a few more days." Gubai responded, "That's all right. I'm not a delicate little flower. We can reconnect when you all return to Shanghai." In this manner, Gubai concluded the first conversation of the Abnormal Human Research Center since his rebirth. After venting for about an hour, the stale atmosphere in the dormitory had dissipated. Gubai closed the doors and windows, turned on the air conditioning, and collapsed onto his bed. He was uncertain about the changes that awaited him upon his return to life, but he was resolute in his belief that his existence would only become more splendid and exciting. With his eyes closed, the thought of acquiring the treasure he could only dream of filled him with an extraordinary sense of exhilaration. Chapter 4. Purchasing a car early the next morning. Gubai made a modest effort to groom himself before hailing a cab to the Lamborghini Shanghai Center. Unlike traditional 4S dealerships, the Lamborghini Shanghai Center is characterized by an entire expanse of Western-style architecture, with rows of transparent glass creating the exterior walls, each adorned with the logo of a fierce bull atop the glass panels. August is not typically a peak season for car purchases, and top-tier brands like Lamborghini cannot be compared to ordinary vehicles, resulting in a sparsely populated showroom with only a handful of customers browsing. Good day, sir. Welcome to Lamborghini. May I inquire if you have an appointment? I do. May I ask your surname for the reservation records? Gu. Upon entering, a welcoming hostess approached Gubai. After checking the reservation records, she respectfully informed him, Mr. Gu, please have a seat. Your dedicated sales consultant will be with you shortly. Gubai nodded in acknowledgement. Setting aside the quality of the products offered by such a prestigious brand, the level of service alone was quite delightful, regardless of whether one intends to make a purchase. Upon entering, one is treated as a valued guest. After a short while, a young woman in her 20s, dressed in a tailored suit, approached. Noticing Gu by sipping water, she politely nodded and took a seat beside him in silence. Only when Gubai set his cup down did she rise and greet him. Hello, Mr. Gu. I am your sales consultant from yesterday's appointment. You can call me Xiao Zhang. Gubai nodded in response. Miss Zhang, do you have time to show me the cars now? Of course, Mr. Gu, please follow me. With a graceful gesture, she led the way, guiding Gubai while engaging him in conversation. Mr. Gu, have you previously explored our Lamborghini offerings? Gubai's gaze wandered across the dazzling array of models on display as he casually replied, I know most of what the average person knows, but I lack insight into the obscure details. I haven't delved deeply into it. At just over 20 years of age, Gubai, while not exactly destitute, could only be classified as an ordinary individual. His knowledge of top-tier luxury car brands like Lamborghini was gleaned from occasional online research, and this was his first time stepping confidently into such a physical showroom. Zhang Yuming smiled upon hearing his words. You speak quite casually, Mr. Gu. Gubai chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. He had pondered how he would present himself in such an establishment and whether he would feel particularly self-conscious. However, upon his arrival, he found that none of his previous apprehensions materialized. His mindset remained unchanged, akin to the casual demeanor one adopts when visiting a convenience store. Perhaps it aligns with the old adage, when one has enough provisions, there is no cause for alarm. After all, with sufficient funds in his account, there was no need for insecurity. Arriving at a cluster of display stands, Zhang Yuming smiled and inquired, I wonder which model you are interested in, Mr. Gu? Our Lamborghini Shanghai Center boasts the most comprehensive selection of models in the entire Shanghai area. Supercars, for now. We can discuss other models later. You've made a choice akin to most young people. Gubai remained non-committal, as after all, which young person does not harbor a dream of owning a supercar? Zhang Yuming led Gubai to one of the display stands and began her introduction. The model you see here is the Huracan, which succeeds the Gallardo. I trust you are familiar with the Gallardo, often referred to as the Little Bull. Gubai nodded, indicating for her to continue. As an upgraded version of the Gallardo, the Huracan undeniably surpasses its predecessor in performance by more than just a small margin. It is at least 10 times more intelligent. Firstly, in terms of appearance, the Huracan draws closer to the Aventador, maintaining Lamborghini's signature sharp-edge design, with its muscular curves visible from any angle. In terms of power, the Huracan is equipped with a 5.2-liter V10 engine, boasting a maximum output of 610 horsepower and a peak torque of 540 Nm. Performance-wise, it has completely surpassed the current Gallardo. Matched with a dual-clutch transmission, it can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.2 seconds. No amount of words can truly showcase the merits of this vehicle. Why not experience it for yourself? Gubai waved his hand dismissively, appearing rather disinterested. Is Mr. Gu dissatisfied with his car? Without concealing his thoughts, Gubai nodded and remarked, the exterior is indeed impressive, yet there is an overall sense that something is lacking. To put it succinctly, it feels somewhat confined. I desire something that exudes a greater sense of grandeur. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuming scrutinized Gubai closely. Typically, for young clients like Gubai, she would first introduce models such as the Gallardo and Huracan, as those priced a bit lower are more accessible. After all, at his age, Financial support usually comes from family, and prices in the millions are certainly not within reach for an average wealthy heir. Seemingly seeing through Zhang Yuming's thoughts, Gu Bai stated nonchalantly, "You need not concern yourself too much with cost-effectiveness. Simply present me with a model that satisfies my expectations." "Very well, please follow me." With that, she led Gu Bai to another display. If Mr. Gu's primary criterion is a sense of grandeur, this Aventador will undoubtedly meet your needs. It is also our best-selling model under the Lamborghini brand. This is a vibrant orange bull, its muscular lines accentuating its form, exuding a more audacious presence than the Huracan, instantly captivating Gu Bai. Noticing Gu Bai's apparent interest in the vehicle before him, Zhang Yuming eagerly began to elaborate on its features. For the next half hour, she extolled the virtues of this car to Gu Bai. Only when Zhang Yuming felt she could speak no more did she turn to inquire, "Is Mr. Gu satisfied with this vehicle?" Gu Bai first nodded, then slowly shook his head. Zhang Yuming looked somewhat perplexed and softly asked, "If there are any aspects that you find unsatisfactory, please feel free to express them." Gu Bai rubbed his nose. "It's not that I'm dissatisfied. I simply feel it isn't quite perfect." A look of confusion crossed Zhang Yuming's face as she gazed at Gu Bai. He glanced at the car and then locked eyes with her. "Let me put it this way. This will be my first car. I don't expect it to be a model that is completely unique in the market, but I also don't want it to be one that is ubiquitous." Zhang Yuming was momentarily taken aback, then brushed her hair aside and smiled. "If your concern is about the possibility of encountering a similar model on the road, I assure you there is no need for alarm. Lamborghini, as a premier automotive brand globally, undoubtedly ranks among the elite luxury brands domestically. Though the Aventador is our best-selling model in China, it remains relatively exclusive. After all, how many supercars do you typically see on the road?" Gu Bai chuckled and shook his head. "I believe you misunderstand my point. What I need is a vehicle that is unmistakably identifiable as mine at first glance. Based on Mr. Gu's criteria, the only vehicles that would meet such requirements would be limited edition supercars. However, these models are seldom sold openly. They are typically pre-ordered as soon as they leave the factory, and there is also the issue of timing. It may take years to acquire one." Gu Bai felt a twinge of disappointment, but chose not to elaborate further. "Then let us go with this one. Let us proceed to payment." Gu Bai acknowledged that his expectations were indeed quite high, but such is human nature. Desires are seldom fully satisfied. When financially constrained, one might dream of owning even the most ordinary sports car, but once wealth is attained, a multitude of unmet desires follows. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, Zhang Yuming's eyes lit up. "Are you considering purchasing this Aventador? Do I strike you as someone who is joking?" Gu Bai shot her a teasing glance. No. That was not my intention," Zhang Yuming quickly clarified. "I simply meant that I have not been working here long, and this is the first time I have encountered a client so decisive. You see, in our line of work where the minimum price is in the millions, clients often have numerous conditions before making a purchase. Generally, it is considered swift if a deal is finalized within a month or two. I have never met a client as magnanimous and casual as you. If one were to ponder the quickest way to make someone feel appreciated, the method of both praise and criticism is undoubtedly the most effective." Although Gu Bai found this behavior somewhat distasteful, he could forgive these details since the flattery was directed at him. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuming hesitantly said, "If it is not too much trouble for you, we do have another option available. While it may not fully satisfy your desires, it would certainly provide you with another excellent choice." Gu Bai looked at her quizzically. "You see, we currently have a custom model in our showroom. Although it is not limited edition, it is undoubtedly one of a kind. Would you be interested in taking a look? A custom model?" "Indeed. This car was commissioned by a client over a year ago, who paid a deposit of $6 million. However, the client has encountered some financial difficulties and is unable to settle the remaining balance, which is why the vehicle has remained with us. That client is now seeking a new owner to whom the deposit can be refunded." Upon hearing this, Gu Bai felt a surge of interest. "Where is the car? Please follow me. However, I must inform you that while this vehicle is indeed an Aventador, due to its custom nature, the price will be significantly higher than the standard models. Let me take a look first." Prior to arriving, Gu Bai had done his homework. A standard Aventador typically ranges from 7 to 10 million. As long as the price is not exorbitant, he believed he could manage. Yet, he was determined to ensure the vehicle met his standards. He had no interest in posturing. Chapter 5. Li Jun, the 4S dealership was quite expansive. Zhang Yuming guided Gu Bai left and right until they finally arrived at a rather inconspicuous display. With an apologetic smile, she addressed Gu Bai. "I apologize, Mr. Gu. But since this vehicle is technically already owned, we cannot display it publicly, hence its placement in a less prominent area." Gu Bai acknowledged her with understanding, signaling that it was no trouble. When Zhang Yumeng lifted the cover off the car, a striking black and red Aventador was revealed before him. Like a fighter jet poised for takeoff, every line of its design radiated audacity. Gu Bai could only think of 4 words to describe the car: unmistakably dominant. Observing Gu Bai's captivated gaze, Zhang Yumeng eagerly began her introduction. Although this vehicle is a custom model of the Aventador, the entire template is based on the Aventador itself. Yet significant modifications have been made to the exterior. It appears that the previous client had a preference for another limited model under Lamborghini, the Veneno, and this vehicle bears a remarkable resemblance to it. Moreover, the performance has been greatly enhanced, truly qualifying it as a genuine track supercar. May I inquire if Mr. Gu finds this vehicle satisfactory? Zhang Yumeng smiled as she asked. Gu Bai openly nodded and immediately inquired about the price. "How much does this car cost?" Since it is a custom version, all necessary documentation is in order, and the price for this vehicle is set at 15.8 million. "I'll take it." Without a hint of hesitation, Gu Bai made his decision. Despite being mentally prepared, Zhang Yumeng was still taken aback when Gu Bai casually declared, "I'll take it," without a moment's pause. "This is 15.8 million, not 1,580. Is it truly so effortless for the wealthy to spend their money?" However, as a sales representative for a top-tier brand, her professional demeanor is quite commendable. In the blink of an eye, she swiftly grasped the situation. "The matter is as follows. This vehicle at our 4S dealership can only be considered as a consignment. We lack the authority for transactions, as it is directly connected with our headquarters. Consequently, we are unable to provide you with financing options and can only facilitate a full payment purchase." From the outset, Gu Bai had no intention of opting for a loan installment, and thus Zhang Yumeng's words did not weigh heavily on his mind. "Full payment it is then?" Observing Gu Bai's demeanor, Zhang Yumeng had already discerned that he was not someone constrained by financial limitations. "Please hold on a moment. I will have my supervisor communicate with the client who originally ordered this vehicle, as the liaison for this car remains that same client," she stated, leading Gu Bai back to the reception area. As she ventured to find her supervisor, Zhang Yumeng felt a twinge of anxiety. Although she suspected Gu Bai possessed the means to procure the customized car, she had yet to witness any display of his financial prowess. If she had prematurely invited him to view the car, and he indeed decided to purchase it, her commission would surely be substantial. However, if he merely sought amusement at her expense, he could easily depart without consequence, leaving her to face the repercussions of her audacity. Salary deductions and performance penalties would be minor concerns. Her job security might be at stake. Yet at this juncture, it was too late for her to have second thoughts. Should she retract her invitation now, it would undoubtedly offend Gu Bai, leaving her to silently hope for a favorable outcome. Upon arriving at her supervisor's office, Zhang Yumeng succinctly recounted the situation. After several confirmations, they finally managed to contact the original client. With the response in hand, Zhang Yumeng returned to the reception area. "Mr. Gu, we have reached out to the previous client, and he happens to be available today. He will be arriving shortly." Gu Bai nodded slightly. After all, good things come to those who wait, and he genuinely admired that vehicle. Seeing Gu Bai's casual demeanor, Zhang Yumeng's apprehensive heart began to settle, and she took a seat beside him. "Mr. Gu, you appear to be quite young. Am I right?" The cool air from the air conditioning mingled with the fragrance of her perfume, wafting into Gu Bai's nostrils. He turned his head slightly to regard her. This was the first moment he had genuinely appraised Zhang Yumeng. Her shoulder-length black hair flowed freely, framing her delicate, slightly flushed face, which occasionally drew in a deep breath, likely from a recent dash. The fitted blazer accentuated her figure perfectly, while her black pencil skirt appeared exceptionally snug. Accessing the system panel, Zhang Yumeng's attributes materialized before Gu Bai. Name: Zhang Yumeng. Attractiveness: 91. Health: 90. Affection: 55. Gu Bai could easily perceive her attractiveness rating of 91 was commendable, but the unexpected health score of 90 took him by surprise. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Gu Bai's fixed gaze, Zhang Yumeng stammered, "Mr. Gu, is there something amiss with my attire?" Gu Bai chuckled lightly. "Not at all. You are quite beautiful." Hearing his compliment, Zhang Yumeng felt an unbidden surge of joy. Although she often received similar praises due to her looks, Gu Bai's acknowledgement elicited a distinct emotion. It was only natural. For instance, receiving compliments from subordinates might be expected and easily forgotten, while praise from peers would resonate deeper. Compliments from a superior, however, carried additional weight, laden with implications. Zhang Yuming had already concluded that Gu Bai was a quintessential wealthy heir. Receiving admiration from such an individual was certainly more gratifying than from a group of sycophants. "You haven't answered my earlier question," she observed, noting Gu Bai's amiable temperament, which encouraged a more relaxed exchange. "I'm exactly 20 this year." "Ah, so you are a year younger than me," Zhang Yuming exclaimed, feigning surprise as she covered her mouth. "You must still be in school, then?" "Indeed," Gu Bai replied nonchalantly, showing no inclination to elaborate. Zhang Yumeng, unfazed, continued, "Let me take a guess. You must be a sophomore, right?" Upon seeing Gu Bai nod, she inched closer, her smile radiating warmth. "That means I'm your senior. I'll be a junior when the semester begins." "You are still in school? Is that so surprising? I can only consider this a part-time job. It's only during summer break that I work full-time." "So, this is your way of earning while learning?" Upon hearing Gu Bai's inquiry, Zhang Yuming chuckled softly, candidly replying, "My family is relatively well off. I can manage my tuition. Working here part-time is merely a means to indulge my vanity. After all, a single lipstick can cost several hundred, and a handbag can run into the thousands. I can't rely on my family for that." "You are quite forthright," Gu Bai remarked. "Indeed, I earn my own money, and I spend it as I please. It's nothing to be ashamed of." Gu Bai offered a non-committal smile. "With your attributes, you could easily find a wealthy boyfriend. Everything you mentioned could be readily fulfilled." Zhang Yuming's expression momentarily flickered with discomfort at Gu Bai's words, but she quickly responded, "Most people likely share your perspective. However, don't think me disingenuous. I simply don't wish to, at least not at this moment." Gu Bai raised an eyebrow, a teasing glimmer in his gaze. "You need not find it amusing. This is my most genuine sentiment. I am indeed a rather vain woman, yet I believe most women are, at least to some degree. However, I maintain a line I 1T cross, though I cannot guarantee that my standards 1T wane in the future. Regardless of my vanity, I am still a woman. Women are inherently inclined to fantasize about the beautiful. I have considered what you propose. If a wealthy, youthful, and handsome gentleman were to present himself, I would certainly not decline. However, to surrender myself to a portly, middle-aged man or an elderly gentleman for financial gain is something I cannot fathom doing at this stage." Gu Bai chuckled at Zhang Yuming's earnestness, choosing not to comment further. With access to her attributes, he understood she was speaking the truth. "Sometimes I wish I had your circumstances, Mr. Gu. These dilemmas would be entirely irrelevant." Gu Bai awkwardly rubbed his nose. He had no such privileged background. Without the system, he doubted he would ever find himself sitting here, conversing with Zhang Yuming so freely. Nonetheless, he could not divulge to her that he came from an ordinary family, and that his situation was entirely due to the system. Some individuals are simply born into wealth. It's an unfortunate reality. However, should one desire a shortcut to success, I might resemble that very shortcut. There's a saying, when a man becomes wealthy, he turns corrupt. Gu Bai interpreted this as an indication that both genders possess inherently flawed natures, which are merely suppressed by financial constraints. Once wealth is attained, one's true nature is unleashed. Gu Bai found himself amidst this very revelation. "Pardon?" Zhang Yuming's heart raced at Gu Bai's statement. Being a perceptive woman, she understood the implications behind his words. Yet she feigned ignorance. "I'm afraid I don't quite grasp your meaning." Gu Bai had no desire to play along. "If you don't understand, then let it be. We can revisit this conversation when you do." With that, he lowered his gaze to his phone. Zhang Yuming felt as though she had missed something significant in her act of feigning ignorance. Yet her pride prevented her from pursuing the matter further. After waiting for over an hour, just as Gu Bai was on the verge of losing his patience, Zhang Yuming's superior entered the room, accompanied by a young man clad in casual attire. "Mr. Li, this is Mr. Gu, who intends to take over your vehicle." Li Juan briefly assessed Gu Bai before breaking into a hearty laugh. "Hello, I'm Li Juan." Gu Bai. Chapter 6. Depth of character after exchanging introductions. Li Juan boldly settled onto the sofa opposite Gu Bai. "So, my friend, are you interested in my night shadow?" "Night shadow?" Gu Bai responded, slightly perplexed. Zhang Yuming's superior, Kong Li Xiang, a rather rotund middle-aged man, quickly interjected to clarify. "As the owner of a custom vehicle, you have the privilege to name your model." which will be recorded at our headquarters and publicly displayed on Lamborghini's official website. Night Shadow is the name of the Aventador you previously inquired about. Gubai scoffed. That name is rather juvenile. Li Jun was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled heartily. If you don't like it, that's fine. Once the car is registered under your name, you can request a name change directly from Lamborghini's headquarters. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Jun cut to the chase. The 4S dealership should have informed you, right? You need to pay me the $6 million deposit before you can collect the car. Gubai nodded, indicating his understanding. It's not that complicated, really. This deposit essentially serves as an advance on the purchase price, so you won't be at a loss. Just ensure you cover the remaining balance later. However, I must express my gratitude to you. I've been searching for someone to take over this vehicle for some time. If no one steps up in a few months, Lamborghini's headquarters would reclaim it, and I would likely lose that $6 million. Gubai smiled and shook his head. Even if I don't buy it today, you would surely find someone else to take it. After all, anyone who truly appreciates supercars would find it hard to resist this masterpiece. Upon hearing this, Li Jun's eyes lit up, as if he had found a kindred spirit. You're absolutely right. Few can resist the allure of this Night Shadow. But you also understand that while the car is superb, its price is indeed exorbitant. For $8 million, one could legitimately purchase a Rev N. To the average person, it simply doesn't offer good value for money, which is why potential buyers have hesitated. If it continues to go unclaimed, it may very well end up being a burden on me. Then let us proceed with the paperwork, Li Jun noted, recognizing Gu Bai's lack of interest in idle chit-chat. He stood up. All right, let us finalize the paperwork, which will also alleviate one of my concerns. Seeing that the two were finally ready to attend to business, Kong Lixiang quickly added, we have prepared all the necessary documentation for Mr. Li. You only need to settle the remaining payment with us to officially complete the transfer. As for the $6 million deposit, that is a private transaction between you both. You just need to find a notary to witness the transfer. Upon hearing this, Gubai discreetly glanced at Li Jun. Name, Li Jun. Appearance, 79 physique, 75 affinity, 60. Gubai genuinely did not expect that the individual with the highest affinity towards him at that moment was a man. However, based on Li Jun's demeanor and the level of affinity he exhibited, it was evident that he was a rather open-minded and cheerful rich second generation. Since Gubai was too lazy to make things complicated, he directly said there is no need for all that hassle. Li Jun, just sign the authorization, and I'll transfer the money to you. This statement left not only Li Jun, but also Zhang Yuming and Kong Lixiang momentarily stunned. This was a sum of $6 million. A typical family might take 30 years to earn that much, and he was deciding so casually? Li Jun looked at Gubai with admiration, giving him a thumbs up. You're quite generous, my friend. Regardless, I shall consider you a friend. Gubai offered a faint smile. He was merely averse to complications, and due to the system panel, he had a rough understanding of what type of person Li Jun was. Had it not been for the system panel, he would have followed the conventional process, as even though his money came easily, it was still his, and he would not engage in such foolishness. As it turned out, Li Jun was indeed someone who did not sweat the small stuff. Before the money had even been transferred, he signed the authorization agreement handed over by Kong Lixiang. Gubai then dialed the bank for the transfer. $6 million was not a trivial amount, and it wasn't something one could just send without due diligence. Once the most troublesome part was concluded, the remaining procedures were straightforward. After paying the remaining balance of $8 million and signing a mountain of documents, the customized Night Shadow was officially transferred to Gubai's name. Congratulations, Mr. Gu, on your successful purchase of your dream car. We will upload your reserved information to our headquarters, and from now on, you are one of Lamborghini's most esteemed members. You will be among the first to receive notifications and invitations for any new car launches. Kong Lixiang and Zhang Yuming bowed deeply to Gubai, expressing their respect. Zhang Yuming, who had been anxious, finally felt a sense of relief, but her gaze towards Gubai was tinged with an unusual expression. As Gubai gazed at the striking black and red bull before him, he felt a surge of excitement, his heartbeat quickening, though he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. People tend to overthink, and seeing Gubai's composed expression, the others raised their opinion of him several notches. How many could remain unfazed in the face of over 10 million? Li Jun, on the other hand, could discern that Gubai was putting on a facade. With a smile, he leaned closer. I heard this is your first car? You must be thrilled. Stop pretending. I was even more pretentious when I picked up my first supercar. Gubai turned his head and shot him a glance. It must be said that Li Jun's carefree nature could be polarizing. Those who liked him would want to befriend him, while those who didn't would likely find him quite off-putting. Gu Bai belonged to the former category. He appreciated such individuals as they were easy to get along with. Li Juan's light-hearted teasing brought their rapport a step closer. As they approached the car, Li Juan gently caressed the hood, sighing, "Honestly, I truly love this car, but alas, my pockets aren't deep enough, so it's yours now, my friend. However, I assume you've never driven a supercar like this, right? Let me take you for a spin and show you how it's done." "Sure." That's the spirit. Without hesitation, he hopped into the driver's seat, almost as if afraid Gu Bai would change his mind. Gu Bai chuckled softly, shaking his head. Although he already possessed a driver's license, he had never experienced a supercar like this and appreciated the opportunity for guidance. With that thought, Gu Bai slid into the passenger seat. Zhang Yumeng, noticing that Gu Bai was leaving without even glancing her way, felt a pang of anxiety. Yet, her sense of propriety and pride prevented her from taking any action. As Gu Bai settled into the passenger seat, he caught Zhang Yumeng's gaze, which was fixed on him, and he merely smiled in response, offering no further acknowledgement. While Gu Bai did find Zhang Yumeng intriguing, he would never take the initiative. Women like her, who could hold their ground in the high-end sales industry at Lamborghini, were not fools. They were quintessential high-end players. If Gu Bai were to act impulsively now, the initiative would shift to Zhang Yumeng's hands. "Strap in," Li Juan called. Pressing the accelerator, the bull roared to life and sped away from the 4S dealership, leaving a wistful Zhang Yumeng watching the fading silhouette of the car. "Yumeng, you did exceptionally well this time, pleasing 2 high-profile clients at once. I will promptly apply for your commission and bonus." Kong Lixiang praised her with a satisfied expression. Although the commission and bonus were bound to be substantial, Zhang Yumeng felt as though she had missed something, her spirits dampening as she nodded listlessly. Li Jun, steering the Night Shadow, took Gu Bai for a spin and, with a playful smile, inquired, "Gu Bai, you must not be one of us locals from Shanghai, right? I've never heard of you before." Upon hearing this, Gu Bai retorted, "Are you implying that if I were indeed a local, you would surely recognize me?" Li Jun chuckled lightly, his tone casual, yet brimming with an air of arrogance. "If we are speaking of ordinary individuals, then I certainly wouldn't know them. However, given your financial prowess, you cannot possibly be an average person. If you had previously mingled within Shanghai's circles, it would be impossible for me not to have heard of you." Gu Bai responded, "That could very well be. Perhaps I am merely a nouveau riche." Li Jun turned to scrutinize Gu Bai closely. "Unlikely. In Shanghai, while there is no shortage of nouveau riches, a simple land redevelopment can create a surge of them. However, such individuals typically bear 2 contradictory labels. One is that they do not treat money as money. The second is that they regard money as life. You seem to fit the first label quite well, but I cannot discern any evidence of the second." At this, Gu Bai was momentarily taken aback. Although his net worth barely reached 30 million, and after purchasing the car, it dwindled to 14.2 million. The subtle influence of the system had indeed caused him to regard money differently. After all, the system functioned like his personal bank, with even a level 1 system capable of providing funds for 10 small goals, let alone the upgrades that lay ahead. If one were to be pedantic, labeling Gu Bai as nouveau riche would be entirely accurate. After all, in his 2 lifetimes combined, his disposable assets had never exceeded 6 figures. Suddenly becoming a millionaire was the very definition of nouveau riche. Yet, Gu Bai harbored no such self-perception. Ultimately, it boiled down to the concept of depth. Why do nouveau riches carry these 2 contradictory labels? It is simply due to a lack of depth. Having become wealthy overnight, with tens of millions or even billions at their disposal, most would opt for vindictive spending, hence not treating money as money. The second label arises from the awareness that their wealth is finite. Once spent, it is gone. When their interests are at stake, they treat money as if it were life itself. What constitutes depth? To illustrate, if you possess 100 units of currency and spend 1, the remaining 99 represent your depth. If you have 100 units and earn another 100 daily, that signifies profound depth. The system serves as Gu Bai's depth. As long as he possesses the system, he can amass wealth beyond what others can fathom. Even if Gu Bai were a nouveau riche, he would be classified as an elite nouveau riche. In fact, all self-made millionaires could be deemed elite nouveau riches. Chapter 7. A new circle. Just as Gu Bai reached this realization, the system, having been dormant for several days, re-emerged. Host confidence level has increased by 12. Current confidence level, 15. Dream fund of 120 million has been fully dispersed. With that, the system vanished once more. Gu Bai felt his phone vibrate in his pocket, indicating the arrival of the dream fund. Noticing Gu Bai's prolonged silence, Li Jun continued, "If you prefer not to share, that is perfectly fine. It won't hinder our budding friendship." Gu Bai smiled and replied, "I was merely lost in thought. I am from Anhui Province, currently studying at the Shanghai Theater Academy." "Still a student? What year are you in?" "Second year." "Goodness, I must say, judging by your demeanor, you seem to be merely in your early 20s. "Precisely 20. Li Jun raised a thumb in approval. "Impressive. I genuinely cannot find another word to describe it. Purchasing a supercar worth over 10 million in your second year? When I was in my second year, I was still driving a dilapidated Audi." He continued, "Either your family has spoiled you, or they have an inexhaustible wealth." As for whether Gu Bai earned the money himself, Li Jun did not even entertain the thought. A person of merely 20 years could hardly have acquired a supercar through personal endeavor. Such individuals have yet to be born. Gu Bai chuckled, offering no further explanation. "But Gu Bai, you truly know how to enjoy life. Others are competing in beauty pageants within the entertainment industry, while you are directly integrating into their stronghold. How is it? The Shanghai Theater Academy is rife with beauties, I presume? If you have the time, do pave a way for me. I would love to experience it myself." While Li Jun jested, his disdain for the entertainment industry was unmistakable. He genuinely believed Gu Bai was there to cultivate a harem. The disdain hierarchy is a timeless phenomenon. Ancient societies openly delineated classes, while modern society espouses equality among professions. Yet, the underlying disdain hierarchy can never be eradicated. After several laps, Li Jun had his fill of excitement, and noon approached. "Gu Bai, I have a gathering this afternoon. If you don't mind, why not join me? You'll be in Shanghai for a while, and I can introduce you to a few friends." More acquaintances mean more opportunities. Though it may sound kitsch, it holds truth. Initially intending to decline the invitation, Gu Bai reconsidered upon hearing the latter part of Li Jun's statement. No one can remain unscathed in the great dive vat of society. It is impossible to live in isolation. Thus, mingling is the only path forward. Besides, regardless of wealth, social interaction remains essential. Knowing more people could enhance one's network. Li Jun was aware that Gu Bai was somewhat averse to trouble, reassuring him, "It is merely a casual meal, a chance to make friends. If it works out, splendid. If not, we shall simply depart." The Peace Hotel, once the most luxurious hotel in Shanghai, its exterior exudes the grandeur of old Shanghai. And Gu Bai found himself at such a high-end venue for the first time, though it was a regular haunt for Li Jun. Li Jun led Gu Bai directly to the internal Chinese restaurant, known as the Dragon in Phoenix Hall. After navigating several turns, they arrived at a relatively secluded private room. Upon entering, they found 3 individuals already seated, all appearing to be of a similar age to Li Jun, likely in their late 20s. "I say, old Li, can you please rectify your chronic tardiness? We always end up waiting for you," remarked a young man wearing sunglasses, his hair slicked back. Gu Bai found it peculiar that he wore sunglasses indoors, a rather ostentatious quirk. Li Jun ignored him, pulling Gu Bai to a seat. "Is it all right if I bring a friend?" The 3 exchanged varying glances, some subtly raising their eyebrows. Gu Bai observed silently, maintaining an air of composure. After all, he was an uninvited guest at Li Jun's private gathering. Despite feeling slightly uncomfortable, no one directly challenged Li Jun. Instead, they all turned their attention to him. "Gu Bai, let me introduce you. The guy in sunglasses is Tian Shu. Don't bother with him for now. He'll come begging for your attention later. This is Zhu Jialin. Just call him old Zhu like me. The one who looks like he has overindulged is Zhao Weiwei. You two share a common hobby and could have an in-depth discussion. This chap owns a modeling agency and invests millions into it annually, treating it like a treasure." Upon hearing Li Jun's words, Zhao Weiwei shot back with a laugh. "Stop talking nonsense. If you have the guts, don't call me next time to send girls your way." Li Jun joined in the laughter and proceeded to introduce Gu Bai. "This is a buddy I just met today, Gu Bai. Definitely a son of wealth." Upon hearing this, the others perked up with interest. "You know my night shadow that's nearly falling apart? I've been quite troubled about it lately. If no one takes it off my hands, I'll be losing 6 million just like that. But finally, today someone is interested." The others, not foolish, quickly grasped Li Jun's implication. Tian Shu boldly exclaimed, "Could it be that he is buying it?" Li Jun nodded with a smile. "Impressive." Zhao Weiwei extended a cigarette to Gu Bai, inquiring, "Did you purchase it at the original price?" Gu Bai accepted the cigarette and nodded slightly. "Your honesty is commendable," he remarked. "Many people have expressed interest in that vehicle of his, yet the price is prohibitively high. However, this fellow refuses to concede, and soon enough, it will likely become a burden. When that time comes, the Lamborghini headquarters will undoubtedly put it up for auction, and he will have to part with it at a significant loss. After speaking, he turned to Li Juan and said, "You've taken advantage of Gubai. It's about time you return the 200 you owe me. I assent it. To hell with you. If it weren't for my financial constraints, I would never part with that car. Selling it at a low price is something I simply cannot accept," Li Juan retorted. "Didn't Uncle Li prepare a startup fund for you? Just take a little from there, and the car will be yours," Zhao Weiwei suggested. "Get lost. If my father discovers I'm using funds meant for legitimate endeavors for leisure, I would probably be eating dirt for years," Li Juan replied. "Is there truly anything you wouldn't dare to do?" The group shared laughter, quickly integrating Gubai into their circle. In truth, every second-generation heir is far from foolish. They have been privileged with the finest education and resources from a young age, making it improbable for them to emerge as simpletons. As for those online portrayals of arrogant, thoughtless second-generation rich kids, they certainly exist, but they are merely a minority. Every social circle values equitable friendships and giving Gubai's capital. It is only natural for him to be accepted. As everyone gathered, the dishes were served promptly. Li Juan raised his glass, toasting to Gubai. Though old Zhao's words may be harsh, they are indeed truthful. Had it not been for you, Gubai, my several million would have gone to waste. It seems I have benefited from you in this matter. Expressing gratitude excessively would be pointless, so let us toast to that. Gubai smiled brightly and lifted his glass. If you truly believe that, I shall accept your words. However, you cannot claim to have taken advantage of me, as I genuinely like that car. Spending a bit more money is inconsequential. After all, nothing is worth more than my happiness. Moreover, the chance to meet you all is certainly not a loss." Gubai's eloquent words brought comfort to his listeners. Tian Shu interjected, "You two needn't be so polite. This is a mutually enjoyable affair. However, Li Juan, you mentioned that I must seek Gubai's favor. Was that your intention?" Gubai cast a puzzled glance at the two. Li Juan chuckled heartily and explained, "When I first ordered this vehicle, this fellow was already begging me to let him register it with SSCC. Now that the car is yours, he is left with no choice but to plead with you." Gubai was well aware of what SSCC represented. It is the largest supercar club in Shanghai. However, he only had a vague understanding of it. Noticing Gubai's confusion, Tian Shu quickly elaborated, "I did not establish SSCC. The previous club president, a man named Huang, got into trouble and is now incarcerated. I currently serve as the president. Although the club boasts a variety of vehicles, from entry-level Porsche 911s to multi-million-dollar Bugatti Veyrons, only a select few are truly showcased. Not even the Bugatti Veyron?" Gubai inquired, bewildered. Tian Shu sighed. "It's not that it's not allowed. Rather, they simply refuse." Although Huang was far from a good person, he had his ways, and under his leadership, SSCC thrived. This group was willing to contribute. However, ever since his imprisonment, very few outside our Shanghai circle take the club seriously. He lamented, "Had I known, I would not have taken on this mess. Now I am overwhelmed by these trivial matters." Gubai nodded in understanding. "All right, contact me when you need the car and manage it as you see fit. It's straightforward. There is really nothing complicated about it. Just showcase your car during club events for a couple of days. If you have time, I can take you to register as a member." Gubai agreed without hesitation. "I suppose I ought to express my gratitude, right?" Li Juan teased from the side. "Get lost. What does that have to do with you?" Gubai retorted. All right, even if it doesn't concern you. I hope you haven't forgotten your promise to treat us," Li Juan countered. Upon hearing this, Zhao Weiwei and Zhu Jialin, who had been spectating, couldn't hold back. "Indeed, I've heard you've invested in TXX. Surely you ought to treat us to a night out." Tian Shu rolled his eyes beneath his sunglasses. "Is my 15 stake truly considered significant? Why not? As a business owner, it must be worth a few million. All right. Tonight it is, I'll cover the expenses." He then turned to Zhao Weiwei. "As for the ladies, I leave that to you." Zhao Weiwei, whose pallid face brightened with a smile, replied, "Understood, I'll handle everything." Gubai observed the jovial group, rubbing his forehead. The individuals in this new circle hardly appeared to be virtuous. Chapter 8. The Hierarchy Among Second-Generation Heirs at 9 p.m. A convoy of supercars made its way towards TXX, led by Li Juan's Ferrari 488, followed by Zhu Jialin's Porsche Carrera GT, and Zhao Weiwei's Ferrari 812. The most ostentatious of all was Tian Shu's McLaren P1. As a newcomer to the road, Gubai leisurely drove his Lamborghini, trailing behind them. Envious gazes followed them, with many pulling out their phones to capture the moment. It was no surprise. The total value of the 5 vehicles easily surpassed 40 million, edging close to half of a modest goal. Upon arriving at TXX, they were greeted at the entrance. "Good evening, boss." "Good evening, Li Xiao." "Good evening, Zhao Xiao." "Good evening, Zhu Xiao." A man in a business suit nodded in acknowledgement to the group. "This is Gubai, my friend. Familiarize yourself with him, and ensure he is well taken care of when he visits." As a shareholder of TXX, this was Tian Shu's domain. He stepped forward and instructed. Upon hearing this, the suited man respectfully greeted, "Good evening, Gu Xiao." Gubai felt a twinge of discomfort at the frequent use of Xiao. "All right, hand the car keys to Xiao Qiu and let him arrange for parking. We'll head inside, as everything is already set." Tian Shu turned to Gubai and the others. Li Juan seemed to notice Gubai's discomfort and draped his arm over Gubai's shoulders, saying, "It appears you are not accustomed to being addressed as Gu Xiao. Are you?" Gubai candidly nodded in agreement. "Your family must have strict rules. It seems you rarely attend gatherings like this." In truth, Gubai had frequented nightclubs a few times, but this was his first experience with such a grand affair. Don't take it to heart. Service staff typically address patrons this way. Older guests are referred to as Zong, while the younger ones are called Xiao. Just don't let it bother you. It's relatively mild here. If you venture to Kyoto, you might find yourself being called Guyi, which would be even more unbearable. With that, the group followed Tian Shu into the interior of TXX, with several security personnel trailing behind, as nightclubs often attract unwelcome attention. As they walked, a young man, seemingly familiar with Li Juan, approached and greeted him. "Juan Ge, out for a night of fun?" Li Juan glanced at him and responded with a slight nod, acknowledging him. "I just thought you looked familiar. I came over to say hello, and it turns out it really is you." Li Juan nodded again, but did not engage further. He turned back to Gubai, his demeanor towards him markedly warmer compared to his previous interaction with the young man. "Gubai, you haven't been in Shanghai for long, and I presume you don't have much of a social circle. From the bottom of my heart, I consider you a friend, and if you ever need anything, I will certainly do my utmost to recommend a few individuals with whom you can cultivate a deeper friendship. As for the one who just greeted me, he can barely be considered a fourth-rate character. Knowing him would serve little purpose, so I won't bother introducing you to him." Gubai glanced at Li Jun and replied with a smile. "So, what tier do you think I belong to?" Li Jun rolled his eyes. "You've just been released by your family, so you probably aren't very familiar with our second-generation circle, and you might not grasp some of the unspoken rules." Gubai looked at Li Jun in confusion. With his arm draped over Gubai's shoulder, Li Jun began to enlighten him about the so-called unspoken rules within the second-generation circle. Each locale has its own customs, yet they are generally similar. Let me tell you about our Shanghai circle. First and foremost, a circle is composed of people, and there are definitely hierarchies. The son of the richest man is also a second-generation heir, just as the son of a pig farm owner is. Which of them holds a higher status? It's essentially that simple, merely articulated in a clearer manner. Why do I label that lad as a fourth-rate character? I can only say I have a vague impression of him. I can't even recall his name. His family runs a small business in Shanghai, and he occasionally has some spare cash to indulge himself. Such individuals can only be categorized as fourth-rate within the circle. Moving up to the third tier, that would be those whose families can at least make their voices heard within this small patch of Shanghai. I won't pretend to be superior. People like me, Lao Zhu, Lao Zhao, and Tian Shu can somewhat rank as second tier in this area. Hearing such a crude introduction from Li Jun, Gubai rolled his eyes, but couldn't help but inquire. "And what about the first tier?" "The first tier? Have you heard of the so-called Shang Hai Huang Qinfen?" Gubai nodded. Indeed, the nickname Shang Hai Huang is a bit excessive, but it is true that he qualifies as a first-tier second-generation heir in Shanghai. If we were to compare our family backgrounds, while there is a difference at ISNT substantial, the crux is that he possesses his own enterprise. He no longer relies on his family and is already thriving alongside our parents. How can we possibly compare? Don't flatter yourself too much. You can deliver that remark directly to Qin Fun when he returns to Shanghai. And Gubai, don't listen to his nonsense. The principles he speaks of are indeed valid, but they aren't that finely categorized. You should assess for yourself whom to befriend and whom you can engage with. At this point, Zhu Jialin could no longer contain himself and interjected. Hearing this, Li Jun became displeased. Don't undermine my explanation. I am merely introducing Gubai to the customs of our Shanghai circle. If you continue, You might lead him astray, Zhu Jialin retorted. Upon hearing the new term from Li Jun, Gu Bai asked, Shanghai Circle? This time, Li Jun remained silent. While Zhu Jialin explained, the term Shanghai Circle is simply an external reference to our social group in Shanghai. The circle formed by Shanghai's merchants is called the Shanghai Circle, and the circle formed by the younger generation of our families can also be referred to as the Shanghai Circle. It's merely a designation. Beijing has its Jing Circle, and your province, Anhui, has its own circle. After all, humans are social creatures, and it's normal to have distinctions and closeness. Just like you, Gu Bai, since you get along well with us, outsiders will naturally label you as part of the Shanghai Circle. Yet that doesn't hinder your normal socializing, nor does anyone take it too seriously. All right, enough chatting. My guests have arrived. Let us go take our seats. Zhao Weiwei approached, interrupting the conversation. Under Tian Shu's lead, they made their way to a massive booth. The booth was exceptionally spacious, with rows of sofas tightly arranged, and 2 large transparent tables in the center. Although the annual dividends from this place are meager, the privileges of being a shareholder ensure an enjoyable experience. This booth is generally not open to the public. Even if business is booming, it remains unoccupied. Tian Shu invited everyone to sit down. After a while, a middle-aged man arrived, accompanied by a group of stunningly attractive women dressed provocatively, and approached Zhao Weiwei, saying, Zhao, I've brought everyone you requested. Zhao Weiwei, casually crossing his legs, waved his hand and addressed the young women. There is nothing much to discuss. Your supervisor has likely briefed you on why you're here. Those who wish to stay may do so, while those who prefer to leave may return to the company with your supervisor. The 6 or 7 models from Zhao Weiwei's company exchanged glances, and not one of them departed. Seeing this, Zhao Weiwei nodded and sat beside Gu Bai with a smile, saying, Tonight, both Lao Li and Lao Zhu are benefiting from your presence. Feel free to choose whoever you like. Gu Bai, not want to hold back, quickly surveyed the options and randomly picked one, noticing that Gu Bai had made his choice. Zhao Weiwei turned to the young woman and said with a gentle smile, Your name is Luo Yakian, right? The girl, named Luo Yakian, nodded eagerly. Although they had barely met, she recognized the young man as the head of their company. Tonight, you will have a good time with General Gu. I will have Director Su upgrade your contract shortly. Luo Yakian's eyes brightened, and she quickly replied, Thank you, Zhao. Zhao Weiwei patted Gu Bai on the shoulder with a cheeky smile, saying, Enjoy yourself. With that, he went off to pursue his own endeavors. Gu Bai glanced at the girl named Luo Yakian. Name, Luo Yakian. Appearance, 87. Health, 82. Affinity, 40. An appearance score of 87 is already quite respectable, considering how few women boast an appearance exceeding 90. It's merely for fun. Even if things become slightly more intimate, it's nothing more than a friendly match. So there is no need for excessively high standards. Luo Yakian, feeling quite familiar, nestled beside Gu Bai and linked her arm through his. Good evening, General Gu, she said in a soft, sweet voice, reminiscent of the gentle dialect of ancient Wu. Gu Bai smiled in return. Li Jun and the others also completed their selections, while the 2 who remained unchosen sat alone, seeking warmth. The atmosphere in TXX gradually reached a fever pitch. Suddenly, an electronic fireworks display lit up the venue as a multitude of waiters approached Gu Bai's booth, carrying trays of drinks. The DJ on stage, with a sultry voice, announced, Let us extend a warm welcome to the esteemed guests of Booth 000. Let us hear some cheers. As the cheers erupted, the large screen in the center of the stage began to display scenes from inside the booth. Li Jun, having stealthily moved next to Gu Bai, shouted in his ear, What do you think? Is it thrilling enough? Is the spectacle grand enough? We never used to indulge like this. If I didn't know you well, I might genuinely suspect you were a nouveau riche from a mining province. Ha! Just as they were reveling in the excitement, a short man, guided by a waiter, entered the booth. Isn't that Zheng Kai from the Running Man Group? I heard he is one of the owners of TXX, Luo Yakian whispered to Gu Bai, her arm still linked with his. Gu Bai was indeed familiar with Zheng Kai. He could even be considered a senior of sorts. Upon arrival, Zheng Kai immediately noted that Tian Shu was present and deemed it inappropriate not to raise a toast. With a smile, Zheng Kai addressed Tian Shu. I just came by to have a bit of fun with friends. All right, I won't intrude on your enjoyment. I'll raise a toast and then take my leave. With that, he filled an empty glass. Tian Shu intercepted Zheng Kai, saying, Tonight's main character is not us. It's him. You should toast him. He pointed to Gu Bai, seated nearby. For Tianshu and his friends, Gu Bai was a new acquaintance, and they felt the need to ensure he was well taken care of. Zheng Kai paused for a moment, then walked over to Gu Bai with a smile. What should I call you? Just call me Gu Bai. Then let me toast to General Gu. At that moment, Zheng Kai bore no semblance of an entertainment industry senior. He appeared more like a businessman. Gu Bai also lifted his wine glass, saying, just call me Gu Bai. After all, you are my senior. Is Mr. Gu also a graduate of the Shanghai Theater Academy? Still studying. One glass won't suffice. Since you are a junior, you must toast 3 glasses. As a seasoned veteran navigating the hierarchical complexities of the entertainment industry for many years, his ability to adapt and ingratiate was certainly noteworthy. He was aware of Tianshu and the others' identities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have approached them for a toast right upon arrival. Although Gu Bai seemed unfamiliar, the fact that he could mingle with these individuals and be treated as an equal indicated that his status was undoubtedly respectable. Connecting with this network could only bring him benefits, not drawbacks. After downing 3 glasses, Zheng Kai wiped his mouth and addressed Gu Bai and the others, saying, you all enjoy yourselves. I need to go prepare for my performance on stage. With that, he departed at the group's behest. Chapter 9. Fan economy at 11 o'clock in the evening. The atmosphere within TXX was electrifying, with flashing lights and a haze of alcohol, reaching the pinnacle of the nightlife ambience. However, Gu Bai and his companions had little interest in immersing themselves in it, and instead gathered together to chat. Zhao Weiwei's actions were entirely befitting of his indulgent demeanor, his hands roaming over a young lady named Xia Zhaoping, prompting her to emit soft moans. After seemingly satiating his desires, he lifted his filled wine glass and casually remarked to Li Juan, Old Li, your father's entrepreneurial fund has been with you for nearly a year, right? Haven't you figured out what to do yet? A hint of helplessness crossed Li Juan's face. While there were numerous lucrative business opportunities, he truly hadn't settled on any. Come on, I can see you're just afraid of losing money. You don't need to hide it when talking to us, Zhao Weiwei continued. Li Juan chuckled but offered no rebuttal. It wasn't so much the fear of losing. After all, his father had only given him a few million. How much could he really lose? However, this was the first time his family had supported his entrepreneurial efforts. Although they didn't expect him to earn much, he at least needed to get on the right track. Losing money was trivial, but if he were to truly fail, his father likely wouldn't trust him again, and he would have to return to the company, making the current freedom he enjoyed seem elusive. Upon hearing Li Juan's words, Zhao Weiwei chose not to elaborate further. This predicament was not unique to Li Juan. One could say it was fairly common among their small circle. In fact, Zhao Weiwei was arguably the worst off. His family had also provided him with substantial funds to start his own business, and for reasons unknown, he established the Xing9 modeling agency, investing tens of millions without seeing any returns and still having to inject hundreds of thousands every year. However, this was not the most critical issue. The most significant was that under such circumstances, he was still left with a reputation for being unproductive. Gu Bai, who had been sitting next to Luo Yaqian, rolling dice, paused upon overhearing their conversation and inquired of Li Juan, Brother Juan, have you considered which direction you want to develop in? Li Juan looked at Gu Bai with confusion. Today, Gu Bai had truly stepped into a new echelon. Once one reaches a certain level, the considerations inevitably multiply. He knew that compared to Li Juan and the others, his own wealth was even more substantial, but it was a fade that could not withstand scrutiny. With limited funds at hand, no one would pay him any mind. Once the system upgraded and his cash flow increased, how would he explain the source of these funds? Rely on the system? After all, the system was merely a lifeless tool. Perhaps it could help conceal the source of his funds, but how would he explain it to those around him? Would he tell them it was provided unconditionally by? Thus, a legitimate source of income was absolutely crucial, not only to mask his financial inflow, but also to elevate his social standing, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Gu Bai gently pushed away Luo Yaqian, who was leaning against him, and without addressing Li Juan's confusion, asked him bluntly, what do you think is the quickest way to make money these days? Despite his perplexity, Li Juan candidly shared his thoughts. It should be the internet. Li Juan's father, Li Nanshan, was the head of Nanshan Real Estate in Shanghai. The real estate industry, after years of development, had become a leading sector among physical enterprises, yet, paradoxically, even this notoriously lucrative field often paled in comparison to the profitability of internet businesses. Gu Bai nodded in acknowledgement of Li Juan's statement and continued, then, Brother Juan, what are your views on the internet industry? Li Juan's confusion deepened as he moved closer to Gu Bai, impatiently stating, all right, old Gu, Just say what you want to say. Stop keeping me in suspense. Gubai smiled lightly. As someone who had returned from 4 years in the future, he had gleaned some insights into the industries that would explode in popularity. What I mean is, if Brother Zhuin is considering starting a business, I have a suggestion. Begin with the internet, as it has low barriers to entry and requires minimal investment. Li Zhuin chuckled in resignation. Easier said than done. While it may seem that physical businesses are struggling, internet enterprises are not faring much better. The market has already been largely divided, with platforms like Douyin, Taobao, and Jingxi. Let alone the countless smaller platforms, the competition is fierce. As for gaming and social media, companies like Tencent have a firm grip on the market. It's exceedingly difficult to break in. And as for the shared economy, that's simply throwing money at financing in hopes of monetization, which is no longer viable. I've considered all these avenues, but after realizing the operational difficulties, I've set them aside. Gubai refrained from elaborating further and instead took out his phone, showing an app. Douyin, are you suggesting I create a short video platform? Gubai shifted to a more comfortable position, speaking mysteriously yes, but also not quite. Li Zhuin shook his head. I've thought about it, but right now, platforms like Kuaishou, Douyin, and Duanzi have already captured most of the user base. Kuaishou's current valuation has exceeded 10 billion USD. How can we compete with them? So when I say yes, but also not quite, Gubai continued. You don't need to keep guessing. Just say it outright. Gubai smiled, finally revealing his thoughts. To be honest, when it comes to business, each of you is more adept than I am, but precisely because you set your sights too high and your perspectives too broad, you overlook many essential aspects. In business, it ultimately boils down to 2 words, making money. Whether it's big money or small money, as long as it brings in profit, the business can be deemed successful. My point is, since we've missed the chance to compete head-to-head with those 3 companies for users, why not shift our approach to maximize profits under the current conditions? Listening to Gubai, Li Zhuin found some merit in his reasoning and gestured for him to continue. Although Douyin and Kuaishou have high valuations, neither of them has clarified their revenue streams. They primarily rely on advertising on their platforms, which is hardly sufficient to match their valuations. However, it cannot be denied that they possess vast user bases, which translates to substantial traffic. Moving forward, their profitability will hinge on traffic. It can only revolve around those 2 words. Gubai conveniently overlooked Duanzi, one of the 3 short video giants, knowing that barring unforeseen circumstances, the app would likely be permanently banned next April due to its inappropriate content and low quality. After a brief pause, Gubai continued, so, Brother Zhuin, how do you think these 2 companies generate their traffic? From those video creators? Exactly. Those video creators leverage the platform to gain followers and visibility, while the platform absorbs this traffic for its own gain. Li Zhuin seemed to grasp Gubai's point. Are you suggesting we target these video creators? Gubai nodded. In the past, when people thought of fans, they primarily thought of celebrities. But now, when fans are mentioned, what else comes to mind? Luo Yaqian, who had been listening intently, couldn't help but interject, internet celebrities? Gubai turned around and gently caressed her exquisite face. Indeed, she was an internet celebrity. Luo Yaqian's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she lightly rubbed against Gubai's hand. How do internet celebrities earn a living? While stars can secure advertising endorsements and participate in commercial performances, internet celebrities likely rely solely on live streaming and receiving tips. Gubai was not surprised by Li Zhuin's perspective. In 2017, the term fan economy had yet to gain genuine traction. However, after the following year, as Douyin surged in popularity, ushering in the era of ubiquitous internet celebrities, it would unmistakably illustrate the concept of traffic being king. The income of leading internet celebrities often rivals that of major stars. Brother June, have you heard of the term monetizing traffic? Once one amasses a substantial fan base, one can leverage this vast audience to generate revenue. You should be familiar with Papa Jiang on Weibo, right? Her company was valued at 120 million in 2015, and last year's variety show debut brought her a signing fee of 20 million. Do you still believe that internet celebrities cannot earn money? Society has evolved, and while I cannot foresee what lies ahead, I can confidently assert that in the coming years, internet celebrities will not only earn money, but will amass significant wealth. As a reborn individual, Gubai was completely aware of the impending first battle for monetizing fan economy, set for this November. By the time Double 11 arrives, internet celebrities will engage in live commerce, marking the moment when the true fan economy becomes widely recognized. Li Jun's family is involved in traditional industries. Thus, he possesses a deeper understanding and a greater inclination towards tangible sectors. This was the first time he had heard of such concepts, and he felt a surge of interest. Noticing his expression, Gu Bai sensed that Li Jun was intrigued, so he continued, "Brother Jun, if you have any thoughts, we could explore this venture together." "We?" Li Yun exclaimed. "Are you also considering entrepreneurship? Aren't you still in school? What does studying have to do with making money? Are they mutually exclusive?" Gu Bai replied. "Now, let me elaborate." He signaled to Luo Yaqian to refill his glass, and she promptly poured him a drink. Clearing his throat, Gu Bai continued, "Actually, according to my plan, I want to involve Zhao Gu as well." Zhao Weiwei, who had been quietly listening, suddenly looked puzzled when Gu Bai mentioned his name. "Me?" Gu Bai nodded. "I won't beat around the bush. If you still view your modeling agency as a mere pastime, then consider this conversation null. However, if you aspire to expand and genuinely profit, I suggest you heed my advice." Upon hearing this, Zhao Weiwei's gaze flickered with interest. Profitability was not his primary concern. He yearned to shed the label of being idle. "Please, share your thoughts," Zhao Weiwei urged impatiently. Gu Bai straightened his posture, raising his voice slightly. "I intend to establish an internet celebrity incubation base, utilizing an assembly line approach to create internet celebrities and subsequently monetize through these personalities. The methods of monetization are numerous: live streaming, securing advertisements, or promoting products. Each represents a viable future trend. An internet celebrity incubation base? Li Jun and Zhao Weiwei were hearing this term for the first time. Precisely, an internet celebrity incubation base. It is quite literally what it sounds like: signing individuals with potential to become internet celebrities, utilizing resources to cultivate them, and then leveraging their popularity to attract fans and generate revenue. As for whom to sign, we can target those with unique talents or simply individuals who are visually appealing, tailoring our choices to audience preferences. Whatever type of internet celebrity the audience favors, we shall create. Finishing his explanation, Gu Bai turned to Zhao Weiwei with a smile. "Now you understand why I wanted to involve you, right? Are you referring to my Xingnai modeling company?" Zhao Weiwei inquired. Gu Bai affirmed, indeed. Currently, the majority of short video audiences are young people, and attractive female and male internet celebrities are in high demand. As a modeling agency, I believe you possess ample resources of handsome men and beautiful women. Are you genuinely convinced that this internet celebrity incubation base has potential? Despite his confidence, Gu Bai refrained from guaranteeing success to Zhao Weiwei. After all, nothing comes with a 100 success rate, even for someone who has been reborn. He retorted, "How many more years can your modeling agency sustain its current model? Rather than waiting for a couple of years to treat it as a lost cause, why not pivot sooner?" Gu Bai's question struck a chord. Although he viewed a loss of a few million a year as manageable, he pondered what would happen when he could no longer inject funds into the company. Li Jun gradually regained his composure after hearing all this and directly asked Gu Bai, "Just tell us your thoughts. My proposal is for the three of us to form a partnership and run a company based on the direction I just outlined. If you are willing, I currently have over $1 billion in funds and can allocate $80 million for investment. The amount you wish to contribute is entirely up to you." Including the $120 million Dream Fund allocated by the system earlier that day, he had won $34 billion in his account. To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, he intended to retain $50 million for emergencies. As Gu Bai finished speaking, the previously lively atmosphere fell silent. After a few seconds, Tian Shu suddenly exclaimed, "You said you have over $1 billion on hand? Goodness, Gu Bai, do you come from a mining family?" While it may take only a second to verbalize the figure of over $1 billion, presenting it to someone in person produces a profoundly different impact. Moreover, this was not a gathering of individuals whose net worth averaged over $1 billion. Although each of Li Jun's companions hailed from families with assets exceeding hundreds of millions, the key term was families, not themselves. Their status as second-generation wealthy individuals had made them acutely aware of the significance of such a sum in cash. The reactions varied among the 10 or so individuals present. Several young women brought by Zhao Weiwei appeared eager to throw themselves into Gu Bai's arms, harboring no doubts about his credibility. What occasion was this? The collective wealth of these second-generation heirs could easily surpass $1 trillion. How could anyone possibly boast in this setting? The only individual maintaining a more composed demeanor was Li Jun, having witnessed Gu Bai's nonchalant attitude towards money earlier that day. "If you are not jesting, old Gu, we three can schedule a time to formally discuss this matter." Zhao Weiwei promptly agreed. Gu Bai nodded. He merely intended to outline his thoughts, understanding that a venture worth over $1 billion could not be casually decided in a nightclub setting. Tian Shu, smiling brightly, approached Gu Bai. "Old Gu, can you reveal what business your family is involved in?" To be honest, I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but I know it pertains to the energy sector. Upon hearing this, Tian Shu's expression shifted dramatically, and Gu Bai's standing among them elevated once more. The energy industry is undoubtedly a lucrative one. However, given the realities in the country, any company involved in energy is typically well-connected and influential. Gu Bai, observing their expressions, could surmise their thoughts. Nonetheless, he was not being dishonest. His father, Gu Zhengwo, indeed operated a small natural gas company. It was at most a mere embellishment of the truth. Tian Shu refrained from pressing further, and Gu Bai settled back into the sofa. Luo Yaqian leaned against him, tracing small circles on his chest with her finger, sweetly asking, "President Gu, if Zhao agrees to your proposal, will we be at risk of being dismissed?" Gu Bai grasped her hand firmly. "Such concerns are unwarranted. I'm only worried," she replied. "For individuals like us, aside from our physical advantages, we know little else. If we were to be dismissed, we might very well starve." Luo Yaqian, with an air of vulnerability, gently nuzzled against Gu Bai's chest. Gu Bai was well aware that she was merely jesting. Yet he couldn't help but wear a mischievous grin as he whispered in her ear, "You'll need to put in some effort. If you manage to charm me, not only will you avoid starvation, but you'll find yourself lavishly indulged." As she slowly ascended his chest, Luo Yaqian exhaled a warm breath against Gu Bai's ear. Suddenly, the music blared loudly, and Zheng Kai made his entrance at the center of the stage. Surrounding him, the enthusiastic cheers erupted in waves, while Zheng Kai sang with fervor. Gu Bai gazed at Zheng Kai on stage, yet his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Had he not possessed a system, he mused, his prospects might have paled in comparison to Zheng Kai's. But life offers no hypotheticals. Gu Bai was indeed a chosen one. Throughout the day, Gu Bai had truly grasped the essence of reality. Those young women who had previously shown no interest in him were now eagerly vying for his affection. And the illustrious celebrities before him treated him with utmost respect. Such was the allure of wealth. As he briefly contemplated these thoughts, Gu Bai returned to the present, realizing that life was not meant for deep scrutiny. Happiness should be savored in the moment. Since he had been granted a second chance at life, he would embrace the finest experiences this time around. At the entrance of TXX, a group of security personnel surrounded Gu Bai and his companions. Passers-by, young men and women alike, cast curious glances in their direction. Who were these individuals, commanding such an impressive spectacle? A couple preparing to leave witnessed the scene, and the man, with a tone of disdain, remarked, "What a show." The woman tugged at his arm, urging him to lower his voice. "Keep it down. They might hear you. Didn't you see the big screen? Those people are VIPs at booth 000. I saw Zheng Kai personally toasting them. They must be rich second-generation heirs. Pff, just a bunch of spoiled brats living off their family's fortunes," he scoffed. "Stop being jealous. If you had their background, you'd be even more arrogant." "What do you mean, jealous? Am I jealous of them? Fine, if you're not, then I will be." With that, the woman tossed her bag and turned to leave, while the man, feeling his pride wounded, chased after her, demanding, "Clarify what you meant. What exactly do you mean?" Of course, Gu Bai was oblivious to this scene, and even if he were aware, it wouldn't have affected him. When he was poor, his mindset had been no different from theirs. Zhao Weiwei, swaying slightly with Xia Zhaoping, approached Gu Bai, first instructing Luo Yaqian, "I'm giving you a few days off to spend quality time with Mr. Gu. As for your rewards, I'll ensure Director Su takes care of that." Then he turned to Gu Bai, "Old Gu, just enjoy yourself these days. If you need anything, let me know. I can't promise everything, but among the 100 or so people in my company, if there's anyone you fancy, just tell me. In a couple of days, the three of us should meet again to discuss how to develop your influencer incubator." Gu Bai recognized that Zhao Weiwei had had a bit too much to drink. Continuing down this path would lead to sensitive topics. He gestured an okay and took Luo Yaqian's hand, departing. After bidding farewell to Li Zhuan and the others, Gu Bai approached his Lamborghini and tossed the keys directly to Luo Yaqian. "You can drive, right? You Haven T had much to drink tonight, so you're fine to take the wheel." Without waiting for her response, he settled into the passenger seat. Luo Yaqian took her place in the driver's seat, fastening her seatbelt obediently as she cautiously started the powerful beast. Then, amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, the Lamborghini roared to life and sped away. Sitting in the passenger seat, the wind from the open window began to heighten the effects of the alcohol. "Do you know where we're heading?" Gu Bai asked. "Huh?" Luo Yaqian, focused on driving, was startled by his question. "Let us go to Shangri-La." He said this without waiting for her reaction, closing his eyes. As for what might transpire at Shangri-La, Luo Yaqian was well aware. She had mentally prepared herself the moment she set foot in TXX. Not to mention that after tonight, her contract level would elevate, and the company would grant her substantial rewards. Furthermore, the man beside her, in terms of looks, rivaled any young idol. In terms of wealth and status, those idols couldn't even compare. Luo Yaqian felt not only no resistance, but also a faint sense of anticipation. The Shangri-La Hotel was not far. They arrived in just over 10 minutes. The hotel security spotted the Lamborghini from afar and had already come to greet them. After dozing for a short while, Gubai felt considerably more alert. At the front desk of Shangri-La, he requested, "A presidential suite, please." "Good day, sir. The cost for a presidential suite is 60,000 per day. How many days would you like to book?" Gubai pondered for a moment and decided on a week. After all, his dorm was unoccupied and uncleaned, so staying at the hotel was preferable. The decision to book the presidential suite wasn't for show. It was purely for the experience, having never had the chance to enjoy such luxury in his past life. Certainly, with the discount, the total comes to 380,000. He swiped his card. Luo Yaqian's heart raced as she watched Gubai spend 380,000 as if it were merely 38. While she had heard of extravagant spending in hotels, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Although modeling is a high-income profession, it seldom reaches such heights. For someone in her position, earning 200,000 to 300,000 a year was already remarkable. In mere seconds, Gubai had spent more than her entire yearly salary. Gubai had no time to ponder her thoughts as he wrapped an arm around her and walked into the exclusive elevator for the presidential suite. Under the respectful gaze of the staff, inside the presidential suite, unusual sounds echoed through the opulent space. Chapter 11. You are confident enough. The next day, Gubai awoke from his slumber, sunlight streaming through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows onto the grand bed. Rubbing his somewhat sore back, he sat up against the headboard, reflecting on last night's wild escapade. After years of pent-up frustration, he had finally unleashed it all. Beside him, Luo Yaqian lay peacefully, having been thoroughly exhausted by Gubai's fervor throughout the night. Upon detecting the host's advancement to a new milestone, the system chimed in with a notification. Confidence level increased by 5. Current total confidence level at 20. 50 million dream fund has been disbursed. The sudden notification caught Gubai off guard. Was it truly that simple to boost his confidence? He mused internally. After all, it had only been a few days since he acquired the system. He had progressed from an initial 3 to a current 20, accumulating 2 complete dream funds in the process. Now his account boasted over 180 million, placing his assets above 99 of the population. System, how exactly is this confidence level calculated? I need some direction. This random increment is baffling. Gubai grumbled to himself. Without any expectation of a response, Gubai was surprisingly met with a reply from the system. The confidence level refers to a superior sense of self-assurance that transcends that of ordinary individuals, manifesting in various facets of the host's life. Achievements in certain events enhance the host's confidence, such as the recent experience of engaging with a high-value female. So, if I engage in more such activities, my confidence will increase? However, the system vanished again, leaving him without further clarity. With that thought, Gubai glanced at the sleeping Luo Yaqian beside him and playfully smacked her on the dairy. Luo Yaqian jolted awake, her large eyes blinking in confusion as she looked at Gubai, her tone a blend of innocence and vulnerability. What's wrong, Mr. Gu? Clearing his throat, Gubai glanced at his hand awkwardly before adopting a serious demeanor. Still sleeping? Don't you see what time it is? Huh? Luo Yaqian was even more bewildered. Gubai leaned closer, the faint scent of her body wafting into his nostrils. Stop sleeping. Come help me boost my confidence. Feeling Gubai's hand, Luo Yaqian finally comprehended his intentions. No, Mr. Gu, you're already confident enough. Your opinion on my confidence doesn't count. 3 minutes later, the birds of summer began to chirp once more. An hour later, Gubai sat on the sofa in the suite's living room, smoking a cigarette, while Luo Yaqian had finished her grooming but still could not conceal her flushed face. It seemed that only the first encounter could boost one's confidence, though it remained uncertain whether it was a single woman who gained that confidence or if it was merely a one-time increase, necessitating further experimentation. The notion of old rules? Non-existent. Everything was for the system to expedite its upgrade. Are you planning to return to the company? or will you accompany me? Luo Yaqian was no fool. She could not naively believe that 2 passionate encounters with Gu Bai would capture his heart. She quickly replied, Zhao Zong has granted me leave. I won't need to return to the company for the next few days. If she were to truly latch onto Gu Bai's influence, why would she return to the company? Luo Yaqian understood this better than anyone else. Gu Bai, with an expression of indifference, nodded slightly. Today he intended to procure a new outfit, and having someone accompany him was certainly preferable to being alone. Very well. After we finish our meal, let's go shopping. No sooner had he spoken than a knock resonated at the door. Upon opening it, a middle-aged man in his 30s, dressed as a butler, led a group of attendants standing at the entrance. Mr. Gu, I am your room steward, Dylan. We have brought the meals as per your instructions. Gu Bai, who had remained seated on the sofa, nodded slightly. Dylan, while directing the waitstaff to arrange the food, respectfully introduced. These dishes have been personally prepared by our Shangri-La chef for you and your companion. We hope Mr. Gu and your guests find them to your satisfaction. Thank you. Gu Bai replied. Mr. Gu is our most esteemed guest at Shangri-La. Your satisfaction is our utmost priority. With that, he respectfully presented a lavishly packaged card to Gu Bai. This is our Shangri-La membership card. Your membership level will be upgraded based on your spending, and this is currently a platinum card, allowing you to enjoy various privileged services at any Shangri-La hotel worldwide. Though Gu Bai had never experienced such luxury firsthand, he was aware of the membership system and accepted the card, glancing at it momentarily before setting it aside. After a while, the waitstaff had completed the arrangement of the food. Noticing Luo Yaqian still standing there in a daze, Gu Bai frowned. Why are you still standing there? It's time to eat. Hearing Gu Bai's call, Luo Yaqian's face flushed crimson as she walked toward the dining table, casting an awkward glance at Dylan, who maintained a perfectly polite smile, showing no signs of change. Luo Yaqian had visited the Shangri-La several times, but this was her first experience with such service, leaving her momentarily at a loss. In fact, it was Gu Bai's first time as well. However, unlike Luo Yaqian, he felt a sense of confidence. No matter how he carried himself, it would be seen as entirely justified. Although he had only acquired the system a few days prior, this was the shift in mindset that wealth had bestowed upon him. As the saying goes, if one perceives someone as wealthy, even their picking their nose is seen as noble etiquette. Conversely, if one views someone as poor, even their elegant golf swing appears as if they are shoveling dung. Then I shall not disturb Mr. Gu's meal any further, Dylan said respectfully before signaling the waitstaff to depart. Gu Zong, this is my first time enjoying such a high-end lunch in a presidential suite, Luo Yaqian remarked cheerfully as she ate. Gu Bai brought the exquisite wine, valued at 40,000, to his lips and smiled slightly. It is my first time as well. However, Luo Yaqian did not believe his words. Now I understand why so many women in the company vie to climb into the beds of wealthy men. Because if we relied solely on ourselves, we might never indulge in such a meal. And what about you? What do you think? Gu Bai placed the wine glass back on the table. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Yaqian slowly replied, if this were a few years ago, I would have scoffed at such a notion. Back then, I believed in the principle that hard work pays off. I believed in love and that those who care for each other can survive on love alone, always thinking that I could achieve what I desired through my own efforts. And now? Gu Bai inquired, knowing the answer. Surely you understand, Gu Zong? If I were still the person I once was, I wouldn't have found myself in that situation last night. Gu Bai chose not to press further. In truth, before his rebirth, he held a certain disdain for such women. Yet now, perhaps due to the system granting him a new perspective, he had come to a different conclusion. The world of adults is never black and white. Everyone has their own choices. Right or wrong is insignificant. What matters is what benefits oneself, as long as it does not harm others' interests. Who has the right to impose their moral standards on others? However, Gu Bai's life was a tale of indulgence, not a philosophical discourse. Such matters were better left for those who study philosophy to discuss. Since its grand opening on July 14, 2001, Hong Kong's Hang Lung Plaza has become the foremost fashion destination in the city and even in the world, attracting numerous top global brands who take pride in opening exclusive stores here. Some have even chosen this location for their first flagship store in mainland China, underscoring Hang Lung Plaza's unassailable status among the world's luxury brands. At this moment, outside Hang Lung Plaza, the roar of Gu Bai's Lamborghini ceased as it gracefully approached a parking space. As a department store housing elite fashion brands from around the globe, The foot traffic was naturally immense. Passers-by, captivated by the striking black and red bull, could not help but steal glances, with some young car enthusiasts pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Let us get out. The scissor doors lifted, and both Gu Bai and Luo Yaqian stepped out of the vehicle. A multitude of envious gazes fell upon them, but Gu Bai paid them no mind, striding directly toward the plaza's interior. Luo Yaqian closely followed him, relishing the envious looks from her peers. Clad in ordinary casual attire amounting to no more than 300 yuan, Gu Bai's striking appearance, rated at 91 points, combined with the imposing presence of the Lamborghini, elevated his status considerably. "Where are we headed, Gu Zong?" Luo Yaqian asked naturally as she linked her arm with his. "Let us go inside and take a look." It was only after Gu Bai and Luo Yaqian departed that the crowd began to murmur. A group of women resembling Shanghai's socialites huddled together in discussion. "Which second-generation heir is this? There is no information about him in our group." One fashionable young woman, her looks around 80 points, quickly inquired of her companions. "Right? Driving a Lamborghini and looking that handsome. How could we have no intel on him in our socialite group?" All right. There are so many wealthy and handsome men in Shanghai. It's impossible for us to have information on all of them. If you really want to pursue him, go ahead. Weren't you all just flaunting in the group? Enough. Can't you see he already has a companion beside him? Who among you thinks you can compete? Don't waste your thoughts. This level is beyond our reach. Though Luo Yaqian might not meet Gu Bai's aesthetic standards, she was undeniably regarded as a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people, and these faux socialites seemed to possess a modicum of self-awareness. "I've already reserved a table at Maria's Western Restaurant, with an average cost of 2,600 per person. With 7 of us, it'll be about 1,000 each. We can snap some photos for our social media, and then enjoy a meal together. All right, count me in. If only that handsome guy had an eye for me. I wouldn't need to split the bill for photos." Well, ISNT the aim of showcasing a high-quality life on social media just to attract a wealthy man and enter the upper echelons? Unbeknownst to Gu Bai, he had already caught the attention of these pseudo-socialites as he led Luo Yaqian into Shanghai's largest LV boutique. Chapter 12. Entangled Fate. We truly are entangled. The LV store at Hang Lung Plaza features a total of 4 floors, with a massive LV suitcase prominently displayed in the lobby. The interior of the store is adorned with the masterpieces of world-renowned oil painters. Truly, this is the largest LV flagship store in the country. One need not say more, as the prestige here is palpable. Gu Bai surveyed his surroundings and, with a smile, jested. Luo Yaqian, hearing Gu Bai's words, quickly nodded in agreement. This was not her first visit, yet her eyes brimmed with admiration. Given her salary level, an occasional indulgence was permissible, but anything beyond that was merely a distant dream. This place can undoubtedly be deemed a paradise for women in the entire Shanghai. A paradise for women? More accurately, a haven for luxury goods. After all, which woman does not harbor dreams of luxury? As the two engaged in casual conversation, a sales associate clad in an LV uniform promptly approached them. "Welcome to the Louis Vuitton flagship store. I am your sales associate, Zhuan. How may I assist you today?" As a representative of such a prestigious luxury brand, Zhuan's demeanor was exceptionally warm. Though not conventionally attractive, her ability to work here certainly suggested she possessed some charm, as her face radiated enthusiasm from the moment she began speaking. "Please show me your men's collection," Gu Bai remarked nonchalantly. Undeterred despite it being his first visit to the LV flagship store. Having already purchased a Lamborghini worth over 15 million, he had no reason to feel intimidated here. "Certainly, right this way," Zhuan replied, her smile growing ever more enthusiastic. Generally speaking, when a group of women visits LV, the conversion rate tends to be quite low, making this demographic one that most sales associates are reluctant to engage with, as they often come merely for sightseeing. However, a male-female duo like Gu Bai and Luo Yaqian is precisely the clientele that sales associates most prefer to accommodate, as such combinations rarely consist of mere window shoppers. Thus, Zhuan enthusiastically began to present various men's apparel to Gu Bai. After more than half an hour, Luo Yaqian observed several sales associates trailing behind, each carrying items Gu Bai had selected, her expression somewhat dazed. In just 30 minutes, Gu Bai had purchased over 10 pieces of men's clothing, from top to bottom, including undergarments and socks. Were this not LV, she might have suspected she had accompanied Gu Bai to a wholesale market. Noticing Luo Yaqian's expression, Gu Bai understood her thoughts, but felt no inclination to explain. As a straightforward man, he seldom purchased clothing. When he decided to buy, he naturally opted for a substantial quantity. Is there anything you desire? Gu Bai inquired of Luo Yaqian. Me? Luo Yaqian replied, a hint of confusion in her voice as she pointed to herself. She had never anticipated that Gu Bai would buy anything for her, fully aware of her position. She was merely a pawn sent by Zhao Weiwei to attend to Gu Bai. Why don't you select a few items you fancy? Consider it a reward to boost my confidence. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, Luo Yaqian's face flushed. She understood perfectly what he meant by boosting confidence. With a smile, she went off to choose her preferred garments. After all, she was here for precisely that, with no need for hesitance. After a lengthy selection process, Luo Yaqian chose a black twist handbag and 2 pieces of the latest summer apparel, totaling just over 60,000. Gu Bai sat nearby, sipping the tea served by a staff member, while Zhu Wan stood to the side, calculating the total. Hello, Mr. Gu. Your total expenditure at LV amounts to 683,000. How would you like to proceed with payment? By card, he replied. After completing the transaction, Gu Bai turned to Zhu Wan and asked, could you arrange for the items to be delivered? Of course. As long as you provide an address, we can deliver to your door free of charge, Zhu Wan replied. Gu Bai nodded and promptly provided his room number at the Shangri-La. Just as he was about to leave with Luo Yaqian, Zhu Wan hurriedly called out to him. Mr. Gu, please hold on. Since your first purchase at LV exceeds 500,000, you qualify for our VIP status. Our store manager will be here shortly. No sooner had she spoken than a middle-aged woman rushed in, breathless. Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Gui Danhong, the manager of the Louis Vuitton Hang Lung store. Extending her hand towards Gu Bai, she introduced herself. To be honest, Gu Bai felt indifferent about the VIP status, yet he politely shook her hand. Those who rise to managerial positions are invariably astute. Sensing Gu Bai's slight impatience, Gui Danhong quickly continued, Mr. Gu. Our associates were previously unable to inform you about the privileges associated with our VIP status due to their limited authority. May I take a few minutes of your time to elaborate? Certainly, Gu Bai replied, and Gui Danhong felt a wave of relief wash over her. Losing a valuable customer like Gu Bai, who could spend 680,000 in one visit, would be a regret she could not afford. Should you wish, we can immediately register you as an LV member. As a member, you will enjoy discounts on purchases across all our LV stores and our official website. Additionally, our 4th floor features a private custom tailoring area. As a member, you will have the opportunity to craft garments that reflect your unique taste. Custom tailoring? Gu Bai asked, intrigued. Indeed, we can provide seasonal custom clothing tailored to your needs, with each piece meticulously designed by our LV designers and crafted by our tailors. Hearing this piqued Gu Bai's interest further. Noticing his enthusiasm, Gui Danhong seized the moment. If you have time, I could take you to the 4th floor, where 2 of our top designers are currently available. All right, Gu Bai replied, and Gui Danhong immediately led the way. As Gu Bai observed the opulent DCOR, he mused that LV truly exemplified luxury, with even the staircases gilded. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Gui Danhong seated Gu Bai and promptly sought out the designer she had mentioned. Shortly thereafter, a flamboyantly dressed Caucasian designer accompanied her back to Gu Bai. Mr. Gu, this is Johnny Mello, a designer transferred from our headquarters. He has received numerous international design awards for his work. After the introduction, Johnny immediately flashed a polite smile at Gu Bai. Gu Bai, taken aback by Johnny's flamboyant demeanor, felt a twinge of discomfort. He could not fathom why many in the realms of art and design often presented themselves in such eccentric ways. Nevertheless, Gu Bai refrained from showing any sign of his discomfort and returned the smile. After a thorough examination, Johnny excitedly approached Gu Bai, exclaiming in broken Chinese, "You are the most perfect man I have ever seen in China. You embody all the ideal qualities of an Eastern gentleman. If you permit me, I will design the most suitable garments for you. I am tired of designing for portly men." Johnny's words were not exaggerated. Although Gu Bai's features did not exude overt masculinity, they conformed perfectly to the aesthetic standards of Eastern beauty. Standing at 182 centimeters, he was of a commendable height, and at just 20 years old, he was in the prime of his youth. While he appeared somewhat slender, he undeniably possessed a physique that was slim yet toned. Compliments are universally welcomed, and Gu Bai was no exception. Manager Gu, may I inquire if I am now eligible to have garments tailored at LV? Absolutely. Our custom tailoring service is designed for esteemed customers like yourself, she affirmed. Following this, Johnny eagerly began to take Gu Bai's measurements, meticulously attending to every detail, which left Gu Bai slightly apprehensive about Johnny's intentions. After approximately 20 minutes, Johnny departed with the measurements in hand. Guidanhong offered Gu Bai an apologetic smile. "Mr. Gu, please forgive us. Johnny is a true artist, and I am confident he will create a design that will satisfy you." At the entrance of the LV store, Guidanhong personally escorted Gu Bai outside. "Once Johnny has finalized the design, we will promptly present it to you. Should you find it satisfactory, we shall then commence the customization process on your behalf." With that, I took my leave under the respectful gaze of Guidanhong. "Gu, I am increasingly enamored with your lifestyle," Luo Yaqian remarked softly, trailing alongside Gu Bai. Gu Bai responded, contemplating her words. "Some experiences cannot be imagined unless witnessed firsthand. In the past, I considered myself part of the high-income demographic, occasionally visiting luxury stores like LV. Yet today, I have come to realize that these seemingly unattainable luxury boutiques possess a different aspect when viewed from your level." Gu Bai smiled, offering no reply. He certainly could not admit that this was his first experience. Moreover, given Gu Bai's current mindset, Guidanhong's attitude towards him felt entirely justified. After all, he was a man who had once spent 680,000 at LV in a single visit. As Gu Bai pondered his next destination, a melodious voice reached his ears. "Mr. Gu?" Turning to look, he caught sight of a soft green hue. "Zhang Yumeng? I am pleasantly surprised you remember me," she said, approaching Gu Bai with a charming smile. "After seeing you just yesterday, would you think I might forget? With your looks, even if I had amnesia, I doubt I could forget you." The speaker was none other than Zhang Yumeng, the sales associate from the Lamborghini dealership. Today, she had shed her professional attire, donning a light green pleated skirt paired with a slightly snug t-shirt, perfectly accentuating her youthful figure. "This is?" Zhang Yumeng inquired, glancing at Luo Yaqian. Gu Bai briefly regarded Luo Yaqian before turning back to Zhang Yumeng with a smile. "A friend, accompanying me to shop for clothes." Upon hearing this, Luo Yaqian's expression dimmed, and she forced a smile, greeting Zhang Yumeng. "What brings you here?" Gu Bai, uninterested in deciphering Luo Yaqian's inner thoughts, focused entirely on Zhang Yumeng. "Thanks to you, my commission from yesterday's car sale has come through. Several 100,000. So today, I intend to treat myself and indulge in a shopping spree." As she spoke, Zhang Yumeng playfully clenched her small fist in excitement. "Compared to yesterday, you seem like a completely different person today. What's the matter? Yesterday, you exuded an air of sophistication, while today, you radiate youthful charm." Zhang Yumeng blushed slightly at Gu Bai's candid compliment. "You left rather abruptly yesterday, without even sharing your contact information. I thought I might never see you again." Gu Bai chuckled, suddenly reminded of a phrase spoken by a prominent second-generation wealthy man before his rebirth. "Destined connection. We truly share a remarkable one." Chapter 13. You can take a cab back yourself. Zhang Yumeng felt a thrill at encountering Gu Bai once more. His sudden departure with Li Juan had led her to believe she lacked appeal, and she felt she had missed out on something substantial. However, from their brief interaction, it appeared that Gu Bai held genuine interest in her. To claim that Gu Bai was indifferent would be a grave misjudgment, for Zhang Yumeng's beauty scored a remarkable 91, surpassing that of most women. Any man with normal faculties would find it difficult to disregard her allure. As for her seemingly aloof demeanor yesterday, it stemmed from the exhilaration of her recent car purchase and a desire to avoid appearing overly eager, thus retaining some control over the situation. She knew his workplace and felt that a brief period of waiting would restore her leverage, making today's chance encounter entirely fortuitous. "Mr. Gu, if you ever find yourself short on time for vehicle maintenance, our 4S store staff can come to you for servicing," Zhang Yumeng managed to say after a moment of hesitation, struggling to find conversation beyond work. "Just call me Gu Bai." Mr. Gu feels rather formal. Zhang Yumeng feigned shyness, lowering her gaze. "Indeed, we are not yet well acquainted." Gu Bai had not anticipated Zhang Yumeng's traditional demeanor, casting another glance at her. "But we are familiar now, are we not?" Luo Yaqian, listening intently, felt increasingly uneasy. She had always addressed Gu Bai as President Gu, and he had accepted it without question. Now, this striking young woman, who appeared far more attractive than herself, was calling him by his first name, which unmistakably indicated Gu Bai's stance. Unaware of Luo Yaqian's thoughts, Gu Bai remained indifferent. Why should he concern himself with her opinions? Their relationship was purely transactional, devoid of any emotional entanglement. At that moment, Gu Bai's phone rang. "Is this Gu Bai, Mr. Gu?" A pleasant female voice inquired from the other end. Gu Bai felt a twinge of confusion. He had little social circle, and only a handful knew his number, so he wondered why a stranger was calling. Nonetheless, he replied, "This is he. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tian Miaohua, a senior account manager at the Shanghai branch of the construction bank. We have detected significant inflows and outflows in your account recently, and I would like to confirm whether these transactions were initiated by you." Upon hearing this, Gu Bai understood the purpose of the call. "Yes, those transactions were conducted by me," he responded with complete assurance. "The funds originated from legitimate sources, leaving nothing to conceal. If the bank had detected any irregularities, they would have sent law enforcement to apprehend him rather than making polite inquiries. That is reassuring. I would also like to know when you might be available. Given the substantial amount in your savings, you qualify as one of our premium clients. We have tailored a bespoke wealth management service for you. If you have time, I would be happy to arrange for a staff member to visit you and provide a detailed presentation of our services." Gu Bai was not surprised by Tian Miaohua's approach. Although he had never deposited a sum exceeding 100 million in a bank, he had come across a post online discussing the privileges afforded to those who did so. The post detailed the exceptional services one could expect, and he had merely perused it without giving it much thought. However, after these past few days, Gu Bai found the information quite insightful. After all, spending hundreds of thousands at high-end stores like LV had already elevated him to VIP status. Hence, with nearly 200 million in his bank account, the expectations were certainly higher. Do not underestimate the difference between spending and saving. For banks, depositing money is akin to making a purchase. Their main profit derives from loans, and the interest margin between savings and loans constitutes their earnings. Each branch has a mandate to attract deposits, and someone like Gu Bai, with over 100 million in savings, would undoubtedly be considered a top-tier client. While many boast about their wealth online, few are willing to disclose their substantial deposits. Cash flow and net worth are entirely different concepts. Reflecting on his future expenditures, which would likely not be insignificant, often amounting to several million, Gu Bai realized that constantly confirming transactions with the bank would be quite cumbersome. This was a perfect opportunity to address the matter at hand. "There's no need for such formality. I have some time now. I'll come directly to your branch." Tian Miaohua was taken aback by Gu Bai's straightforward agreement, as she had encountered many wealthy clients, each more difficult than the last. This was her first time meeting someone so accommodating. "I will await your arrival, Mr. Gu," she replied before Gu Bai hung up the phone. "Are you busy?" Zhang Yuming queried with a bright tone as she noticed Gu Bai stowing his phone away. He nodded affirmatively. "There are some matters at the bank that require my attention." Zhang Yuming twitched her nose slightly. "Then you should attend to your business. Let us reconnect another time." "Surely. You thought to share your contact information with me this time?" Gu Bai cast a teasing glance her way, pondering that this Zhang Yuming must have taken to heart the words she uttered yesterday, as her demeanor today was a stark contrast to that of the previous day. "There's no need for such formality. If you have time, why not accompany me?" "Me? What, do you not have time?" Zhang Yuming gestured with her handbag. "Not at all. I'll finish my errands. However, since you have a companion, it seems inappropriate for me to tag along." Was this woman truly put off by the presence of someone beside her during her performance of tea artistry? Yet for Gu Bai, who was driven more by superficial allure than principles, such matters were inconsequential. "Yuming and I have some business to attend to. You can take a taxi back on your own." Upon hearing this, Luo Yaqian's expression shifted, and she cast a somewhat pitiful glance at Gu Bai. He remained expressionless, pointedly ignoring her gaze. Observing Gu Bai's increasingly impatient demeanor, Luo Yaqian chose not to press the issue further, but retained a flicker of hope in her heart, considering she had played a role in boosting Gu Bai's confidence. In a weak tone, she inquired, "So where should I return to?" "You may go back from whence you came." Gu Bai understood Luo Yaqian's implications, but, as a figure embodying cold detachment, he unceremoniously dashed her hopes. Noting Gu Bai's growing annoyance, Luo Yaqian forced a smile, bid farewell, and turned to leave. In truth, she felt somewhat satisfied. After all, she had engaged in 2 rounds of intimate encounters, netting herself luxury goods valued at over 60,000. Not to mention the rewards awaiting her back at the office with Zhao Weiwei. Ultimately, it boiled down to a sense of resentment. With such a vast fortune at her disposal, she could only scrape together a few golden grains. "Is it suitable now?" Gu Bai jestingly inquired. Observing the somewhat despondent figure of Luo Yaqian, Zhang Yuming hesitated, but could not suppress her curiosity any longer. "That woman must share a deeper connection with you. Does she not? Upon hearing this, Gu Bai's brows furrowed in irritation. Was this woman becoming overly sentimental again? Realizing Gu Bai had misunderstood her, Zhang Yumeng quickly waved her hands in denial. It's not what you think. I was merely curious and wished to ask. Sensing Zhang Yumeng's growing anxiety, Gu Bai comprehended that she was gradually aligning with his rhythm. Then what do you think my intentions might be? I don't know. Gu Bai lost interest in further teasing her. It is precisely the kind of relationship you are imagining. Adapting his demeanor to suit different women was the hallmark of a true Casanova. With someone like Zhang Yumeng, whose romantic inclinations had begun to gravitate towards material wealth, Gu Bai felt no obligation to feign innocence. He merely needed to convey the extent of his financial prosperity. Zhang Yumeng, displaying her intelligence, refrained from probing further. Beside the Lamborghini, Gu Bai pressed the car key, causing the stunning scissor doors to rise. Get in. Although Zhang Yumeng worked at a Lamborghini dealership, she could not help but blink in awe at the magnificent automobile. A supercar is indeed impressive, yet when merely parked, it remains an inanimate object. In the hands of the right individual, it becomes a tool for ostentation. Not far away, a group of socialites from earlier were still present. Isn't that the handsome, wealthy man we saw before? One socialite glanced at Gu Bai, pursing her lips as she continued to apply her makeup, retorting, "What's the matter? Are you intrigued? I refuse to believe I am the only one harboring thoughts. Surely everyone here has their own notions." However, it seemed that his previous companion was not the current one, and the former was less striking than the latter. One could not deny that this socialite had a good memory. And so what? These affluent men change women more frequently than they change clothes. What is so surprising about that? The girl who responded appeared to be a seasoned socialite. Ladies, let me tell you, those online trolls labeling us as high class are hardly worth our concern. Though they may hurl insults, they are the most contemptible. If we were to spread our legs, they would be clamoring to leap at the opportunity. However, as women with principles, we cannot allow ourselves to be treated as mere garments to be donned and discarded by those trolls. That would be degrading. A chorus of agreement echoed among the socialites, all nodding in fervent understanding. When might a man like that, driving a Lamborghini, turn around to notice me? The socialites began sharing stories of their pursuits of affluent men while simultaneously disparaging a few trolls. Chapter 14. Privilege. The black and red bull sped down the road. It was no wonder Li Jun had named it Night Shadow. Though somewhat juvenile, the name was quite fitting. It was daytime, and the sleek black body melded with the deep crimson, resembling a shadow darting forth. Were it nighttime, one might indeed mistake it for merging with the darkness. Gu Bai, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had to let that young lady leave just now. You should explain things to her later. A waft of green tea fragrance permeated the car interior. Gu Bai shot her a glance. Was this woman still fixated on tea? All right, enough of the pretense. Should it prove necessary, I can call her back. Zhang Yumeng promptly fell silent, perhaps sensing the length of their journey ahead. She could no longer restrain herself and spoke again. You know, this is my first time sitting in the passenger seat of a supercar. With so many supercars at your dealership, have you never had the chance to try one? Zhang Yumeng tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. Just because I work at a high-end Lamborghini dealership doesn't mean I'm treated any differently from the ordinary salespeople, especially as a newcomer like myself, who is even less regarded. A month of work yields little in terms of sales, and with dozens of salespeople vying for attention, it's hardly my turn. The car I sold to you yesterday was my very first sale. Moreover, with only a handful of supercars on display, each treated like a precious treasure, there is no way we would be allowed to touch them. Even if we were permitted, we wouldn't dare. After all, they cost millions, and damaging one would leave us unable to pay for the loss. Gu Bai chose not to engage with her grievances, instead opting for a teasing tone. I believe you are mistaken. Selling yourself would still yield a profit. If you truly cannot find a buyer, you may sell yourself to me. All right? How much do you intend to offer? That depends on how much you believe you are worth. Before Zhang Yumeng could respond, Gu Bai had already parked the car at the side of the road. We've arrived. Step out. As the largest branch of the construction bank in East China, the Shanghai branch exuded a sense of grandeur. The foot traffic was quite significant as Gu Bai parked in the open-air lot, drawing a flurry of envious or jealous glances. However, after a couple of days, he had grown accustomed to it. Accompanied by Zhang Yumeng, he strode through the bank's entrance and approached the duty manager at the lobby. Could you please assist me in contacting Manager Tian Miaohua of your bank? Just inform her that Gu Bai has arrived. The lobby manager, Well aware of Tian Miaohua's reputation as a senior client manager who typically dealt with VIPs, promptly dialed her office number. After hanging up, the lobby manager quickly informed Gu Bai. "Mr. Gu, please wait a moment. Manager Tian will be here shortly." Gu Bai offered a polite smile and a slight nod. In just over a minute, a woman in black stockings, a fitted skirt, and a tailored jacket, appearing to be in her 30s, approached, accompanied by two men dressed as business associates. "Manager Tian, this is Mr. Gu," the lobby manager introduced. Tian Miaohua bypassed the lobby manager entirely and stepped directly to Gu Bai. "Why didn't you notify me in advance of your arrival? I could have come down to greet you. We cannot waste your time waiting for me." Gu Bai waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern. "Mr. Gu, please follow me. The lobby is too crowded. Let us retreat to the reception room for a more leisurely conversation. Many eyes have already been drawn to us in the lobby." Although Gu Bai enjoys putting on airs, he despises being the center of attention like a spectacle, so he promptly follows Tian Miaohua to the reception room. As soon as Gu Bai departs, an intern quietly approaches the lobby manager and whispers, "Li Gu, who is that? Why did Manager Tian come personally to greet him?" The lobby manager glances at him. "What else could it be? Where do you work?" "This is a bank. The only individuals who can command such respect from Tian Miaohua are the wealthy. And he certainly does not appear to be an ordinary affluent person." "Really? He looks younger than I am. Does a young man's wealth necessarily have to be self-earned? Could it not come from family? Just look at the girl beside him. A lady of her caliber would hardly be interested in an average man." "Enough of your idle speculation. Get back to work." The intern gazes enviously at Gu Bai's retreating figure, departing in discontent. Within the reception room, Tian Miaohua personally pours tea for Gu Bai and Zhang Yumeng. Before she can speak, Gu Bai straightforwardly states, "Manager Tian, I have but one request during this visit. I hope that in the future, should I have substantial transfers, they can be processed promptly." Tian Miaohua takes her seat and quickly responds, "Rest assured, Mr. Gu, we have established a dedicated service team for you. They will be available 24/7. Transfers under 10 million do not require declaration and can be executed immediately, while those exceeding 10 million will also be handled as swiftly as possible." Gu Bai nods in satisfaction. Seeing his approval, Tian Miaohua smiles. "Might I inquire if you have any investment needs? Our bank boasts a professional wealth management team that can provide you with maximum returns on your investments." Gu Bai shakes his head. "I currently possess approximately 180 million in savings." "Indeed, that is correct." Zhang Yumeng, who had been quietly engaged with her phone, turns to Gu Bai with an expression of disbelief. 180 million? That figure is something I would never have dared to imagine in my 20-plus years of life. And yet it flowed so effortlessly from Gu Bai's lips. Gu Bai, of course, notices Zhang Yumeng's reaction, but chooses not to acknowledge it. "I will likely withdraw around 100 million for investment, so my fixed deposits will only be about 100 million in the near term, and this sum must remain as a demand deposit, as I may need access to it at any time. Previously, I had reserved 80 million for starting a company with Zhao Weiwei and Li Zhuin. Now that I find myself somewhat more affluent, I can afford to raise that amount a little. As for the remainder, there are plenty of expenses to consider." In essence, Gu Bai holds a disdain for the meager returns on wealth management. As a man with a system, he has 8 smaller goals awaiting fulfillment. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, Tian Miaohua is momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Gu, are you implying a preference for short-term deposits?" "That would be a fair interpretation." Tian Miaohua's expression dims. Yet as a seasoned professional, she conceals her disappointment. "If that is the case, Mr. Gu, you may miss out on our bank's privileged services. Should you choose to make fixed deposits, we would provide you with an exclusive wealth management client manager, services for overseas medical treatment, personal physician access, golf club memberships, yacht club privileges, and access to our bank's high-end private lounge, among other benefits. Do you really believe I require such services?" Gu Bai lights a cigarette, casting a playful glance at Tian Miaohua. She falls silent. In her view, a young man like Gu Bai, possessing over 100 million in savings, must hail from a wealthy family that inherently possesses social resources. Thus, the perks that might entice an average individual hold no allure for Gu Bai. That is indeed quite unfortunate. Despite her reluctance to see such a substantial deposit slip away, Tian Miaohua recognizes her limitations. The conditions she can offer are clearly beneath his consideration. As for any attempts at seduction, please, she is over 30, and the girl accompanying Gu Bai is clearly of a higher caliber. In the forthcoming period, my account will gradually receive approximately 800 million renminbi. Naturally, this too must be kept as a demand deposit, Should your bank be unwilling to accept these funds, I may consider alternative banking options. Tian Miaohua is initially stunned, but quickly regains her composure. Mr. Gu, are you jesting? Which bank would refuse a deposit of such magnitude? She does not doubt Gu Bai's claims. For her own savings approach 200 million, rendering any need for fabrication unnecessary. Yet, she is not easily swayed by grand promises and continues if convenient. Could you disclose the expected timeline for this influx of funds? Gu Bai shakes his head. How could he possibly know when the money would arrive? His confidence is not infallible. I can only say it will be soon, but the precise timing eludes me, and this sum will not arrive all at once. It should come in installments. Tian Miaohua does not press further. Even if Mr. Gu does not require these services, we will do our utmost to provide them. I assure you that once your deposits reach our privileged threshold, we will wholeheartedly serve you. Though her words are courteous, the underlying message is clear. Only while your funds remain with our bank will you be considered a valued client. Without money, one is nothing. Gu Bai understands this reality. They are in the business of making profits, not engaging in charity. How could he expect them to serve him if he cannot generate benefits for them? In the subsequent moments, Tian Miaohua elaborates on the various privileges and advantages that the bank can offer Gu Bai. He remains calm, despite this being his first encounter, bolstered by his own confidence, listening quietly to her presentation. In contrast, Zhang Yumeng, who accompanied Gu Bai, remains in a state of shock. As a university student still in her studies, she possesses a slightly deeper understanding of the world than most, yet it is still limited. She has always believed that wealth equates to a superior lifestyle, but today's revelations have opened her eyes to the unimaginable joys of the affluent. Chapter 15. The House of Time. Mr. Gu, I have reported the promised privileges to the bank president, but my authority is limited. Our president will now personally introduce himself to you. After making the call, Tian Miaohua respectfully explains to Gu Bai. Moments later, a man in a sharply tailored suit, approximately in his 50s, enters the room. Though his demeanor is approachable, one can easily discern his long-standing position of authority. As it is working hours, the middle-aged man has a name tag indicating his role as the president of the Shanghai branch, Gu Aimin, a name that carries a sense of history. You must be Mr. Gu Bai. Gu Aimin greets with a broad smile, extending his hands toward Gu Bai. Gu Bai stands politely to shake his hand. After their handshake, Gu Aimin gestures for Gu Bai to take a seat and naturally occupies the main chair in the reception room, while Tian Miaohua stands attentively behind him. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to you, Mr. Gu, for placing such trust in our bank by entrusting us with your substantial funds. Gu Aimin's eyes sparkle with enthusiasm, his face adorned with a welcoming smile. To be frank, Gu Aimin is the highest-ranking individual Gu Bai has ever encountered in his life. Though he feels a slight apprehension in conversing with such a figure, he does not falter. Rather, he appears remarkably composed. This apprehension stems from having lived as an ordinary person in his previous life, where such individuals were known only through news articles. His calmness, however, is easily explained. Since the moment of his rebirth and the arrival of the system, Gu Bai has transcended the realm of an ordinary individual. He now wields immense financial resources to the extent that it is the construction bank that seeks his patronage, rather than the other way around. In other words, Gu Bai and Gu Aimin stand on equal footing, with Gu Bai even assuming a slightly superior stance. Gu, the bank president, was overly courteous. Gu Bai refrained from elaborating, recognizing the exchange as mere politeness, deeming it unnecessary to delve deeper into the subject. Observing this, Gu Aimin continued with a smile. I believe Manager Tian has provided you with a comprehensive overview of the privileges you may enjoy as a client of our construction bank. Allow me to briefly supplement with 2 points. Gu Bai nodded, encouraging Gu Aimin to proceed. Firstly, we intend to invite you to become a client of our private banking services. This exclusive high-end service is reserved for clients who meet certain criteria, and upon joining, you will have access to bespoke wealth management and a professional team. Among other benefits, an unmistakable symbol of your esteemed status. Secondly, from my earlier conversation with Manager Tian, I understand that your daily expenditure may be considerable. To ensure your savings are not adversely affected, we can facilitate the issuance of a construction bank black gold card with a limit in the tens of millions. As for the privileges associated with this card, I shall refrain from detailing them all. As a top-tier VIP of our bank, your basic information will be retained by any enterprise collaborating with us, allowing you to enjoy the most elite services at any time. Zhang Yuming had become utterly numb to the proceedings, while Gu Bai narrowed his eyes. Given Gu Aimin's meticulous consideration, to decline would seem rather ungrateful. Of course, he assured that regarding any financial matters in the future, he would prioritize collaboration with their bank. Upon hearing this, Gu Aimin's smile grew even more pronounced. Having promised so many benefits, Gu Aimin was clearly motivated by Gu Bai's affirmation. With such a satisfactory response, what more could he desire? For Gu Bai, it was of little consequence. Where one stores their money is inconsequential. Since they were extending such courtesy, why not reciprocate? With the agreement established, Gu Aimin promptly instructed Tian Miaohua to manage these arrangements while he remained seated, conversing with Gu Bai. Mr. Gu, I presume you are still a student? Gu Bai cast a puzzled glance in his direction. Gu Aimin chuckled, providing clarification. Please do not misunderstand, Mr. Gu. I happened to review your profile at our bank and was astounded to discover that you have amassed such considerable wealth at such a young age. It truly exemplifies the adage that heroes emerge in youth. He was indeed a seasoned veteran, possessing a commendable eloquence. Though he understood that such significant funds were likely bestowed by Gu Bai's family, he refrained from mentioning his family background, instead flattering Gu Bai. Gu Bai nearly rolled his eyes, questioning the appropriateness of the phrase heroes emerge in youth. Fortunately, Gu Aimin shifted the topic without further flattery. In a couple of days, we will be hosting a golf event. I wonder if you would be interested in attending? I anticipate that many local luminaries will be present. Gu Bai felt a flicker of interest, but politely declined. The allure lay in the experience of mingling within such elevated gatherings, potentially bolstering his confidence. Yet, he contemplated the futility of attending. What could he contribute to conversations about monthly earnings or company IPOs? Should he disclose that his wealth stemmed from a system that granted him a dream fund worth billions? His fortune, though surpassing that of most in the country, lacked a solid foundation. It was undeniable that true magnates possessed not only wealth, but also social standing commensurate with their fortunes. This was precisely what Gu Bai was striving to enhance. By the time Tian Miaohua had finalized all arrangements, the clock had struck past 5 in the afternoon. Gu Aimin glanced at the time, rose from his seat, and cheerfully invited, "Time has flown by, and it is now mealtime. I wonder if Mr. Gu would care to join me for a casual dinner?" Although he was likely older than Gu Bai's father, he still regarded Gu Bai as an equal, which was not merely a formality, but a means of fostering goodwill towards the bank, an essential aspect of his role. Gu Bai smiled and shook his head. "You are too courteous, President Gu. I have prior engagements this evening. I shall extend a personal invitation for us to meet another time." It was not that Gu Bai was deliberately seeking an excuse to refuse. He genuinely had plans, as Li Jun had already sent multiple WeChat messages throughout the afternoon. "I shall await your good news." Gu Aimin did not press further, maintaining his smile as he walked alongside Gu Bai to the bank's exit. Once outside, he paused, stating, "Since Mr. Gu is unavailable, I shall not insist. Should any issues arise in the future, please do not hesitate to contact us. We will resolve them at the swiftest pace possible." "Certainly, certainly." Once back in the car, Zhang Yuming finally spoke up. "I visited this place previously for some banking matters, and it took several days to resolve." Her tone was tinged with melancholy. Gu Bai chuckled. "That was likely because the amount you deposited was insufficient. If you were to deposit a more substantial sum, you too could enjoy the same level of service, complete with a personal escort from the president. Then I suppose it's best to forego that idea. I doubt I'll ever have the opportunity." In truth, Gu Bai had already anticipated what would transpire during this visit after receiving Tian Miaohua's call. He had brought Zhang Yuming along to showcase his status before her. There was little use in playing the romantic card with someone like Zhang Yuming, who had already begun to establish her own values. He was well aware of her perspective, love versus material security. Zhang Yuming would undoubtedly choose the latter. Thus, he needed to tailor his approach accordingly. From the looks of it, it was proving effective, and he surmised that a few more sweet promises could win her over. Not rushing to start the car, Gu Bai sat in the driver's seat and called Li Jun. "What's up?" The other end was quite noisy, but after a while, it quieted down, suggesting Li Jun had found a more secluded spot. "Where are you now?" "Just left the construction bank. Do you need something? Remember you asked me to inquire about limited edition watches? Today, I received an invitation to a small auction organized by a private venue called Time House in our city. I wanted to see if you're interested." "Time House?" Gu Bai inquired, puzzled. "It's a private gallery run by a watch collector. They typically don't exhibit to the public, but occasionally hold auction events. I can't explain everything over the phone, but if you have time, just come over." All right, send me the address, and I'll head over now. Before long, Gubai received Li Jun's shared location. He tucked his phone away and smiled at Zhang Yaman. Are you hungry? Not particularly. Feeling somewhat flustered under Gubai's gaze, Zhang Yaman shyly replied. Since you're not hungry, why not accompany me for a little errand? I'll treat you to a sumptuous meal afterward. He initially intended to take her out for a lavish dinner, as despite Zhang Yaman's somewhat plain demeanor, her attributes suggested she was still virtuous, warranting his efforts. In contrast, with someone like Luo Yaqian, Gubai would only be inclined to physical pursuits without investing any emotional energy. I'm not sure it's appropriate for you to take me to various occasions when we barely know each other. Zhang Yaman began fidgeting with her basic tea set. Gubai, following her lead, teased, would you be willing to have a bit more of a relationship with me? Zhang Yaman immediately displayed a bashful expression, deliberately creating some distance from him. We've only known each other for 2 days. Isn't that a bit too fast? Did I ever say I wanted you to be my girlfriend? Isn't friendship still a kind of relationship? Huh? Gubai laughed heartily as he started the supercar. Upon noticing that Gubai had ceased to engage with her, Zhang Yaman, feeling somewhat despondent, settled back into her seat, her mind wandering into introspection. Had she perhaps overstepped her bounds? Throughout the afternoon, her admiration for Gubai had surged dramatically. Rather than claiming that she had developed feelings for Gubai himself, it would be more accurate to say she was enamored by the lifestyle he embodied. Just as she had remarked to him in the 4S dealership, if she were given the opportunity to choose a wealthy, youthful, and handsome young man, she certainly would not decline. Was Gubai not precisely that kind of man? Chapter 16. The Supercar Maiden and the Watch Jinling Road. Long celebrated as the foremost commercial street in Huagua, is often referred to as the 10-mile Jinling Road. This pedestrian thoroughfare is lined with various time-honored establishments and shopping malls from Shanghai, bustling with throngs of people during holidays, creating an atmosphere of vibrant prosperity. Even though today was not a holiday, the flow of pedestrians remained substantial. Gubai navigated his vehicle slowly through the crowds on either side. Following the address provided by Li Jun, Gubai arrived beside a peculiar building. A charming villa with a rustic flair was nestled amidst the dazzling lights, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding bustling environment. It was indeed remarkable to find such a serene abode amidst the urban chaos. It felt as though one had stepped away from the clamor of city life, enveloped in tranquility. Gubai meticulously confirmed that he had the right address before pulling over to park. Numerous luxury cars flanked the villa, affirming that he was indeed in the correct location. As he escorted Zhang Yaman to the villa's entrance, they were promptly intercepted by 2 security guards stationed at the door. I apologize, but this is a private venue. Entry is not permitted without an invitation. The guards, dressed impeccably in suits, resembled characters from a film, yet their demeanor was not as austere as one might expect. Instead, they appeared somewhat respectful. They had observed Gubai parking moments earlier, and, while they suspected he might be of notable status, professional duty compelled them to stop him. Taken aback, Gubai smiled politely and pulled out his phone to call Li Jun. Jun, I'm at the address you provided, but I've been stopped at the entrance due to a lack of invitation. Could you please come and escort me in? After receiving Li Jun's response, Gubai stowed his phone away. The guard, appearing contrite, remarked, Sir, my apologies. It's merely my duty. I hope you don't take offense. Gubai waved it off with a smile, understanding that the guards were merely fulfilling their responsibilities. Within a mere 2 minutes, Li Jun emerged from the villa, dressed as casually as before. You really took your sweet time. The auction is about to commence, Li Jun exclaimed as he approached, throwing an arm around Gubai's shoulder. Gubai shrugged helplessly. I wanted to hurry, but the evening rush hour in Shanghai is no joke. Now I truly understand the meaning of the saying, on Shanghai roads, all cars are equal. Unless one is flying, even the most expensive cars are stuck in traffic. Li Jun chuckled heartily. Mr. Li, good to see you. Zhang Yaman timidly greeted Li Jun. Isn't this the person from yesterday's 4S store? Li Jun looked at Gubai quizzically. Zhang Yaman, Gubai prompted, recalling her name. Yes, indeed, Miss Zhang. We just happened to meet. She accompanied me to the bank this afternoon, and I promised to treat her to dinner. Hence her presence. Li Jun flashed an understanding grin. All right, let us not linger. We should head inside. I'll introduce you to some people. He linked his arm with Gubai's and led him into the villa, while the guards stood by, seemingly oblivious as they entered. The interior of the villa was expansive, revealing a lavish hall adorned with intricate lighting that cast a stark brilliance. The towering walls loomed over the soft carpet, creating a somber shadow. The floors, laid with black marble, gleamed like mirrors, while opulent crystal chandeliers hung above. The table, crafted from pure black fragrant wood, sparkled under the light, complemented by imported designer chairs and exquisite carvings that exuded an air of unparalleled elegance. Zhang Yumeng accompanied Gu Bai, feeling somewhat out of place, akin to Lu Laolao entering a grand garden. Although Gu Bai shared a similar sentiment, he maintained an air of nonchalance. On the opposite side of the hall, a group of around a dozen individuals had gathered, comprising both men and women. Some were engaged in lively discussions while others reclined on sofas, taking brief moments to rest. Yet, a common thread among them was their youth. It was rare to find anyone over the age of 40. "Let us go over," Li Zhuan suggested, guiding Gu Bai toward the cluster of people. Upon reaching one particularly animated group, he halted. Gu Bai recognized one of the men in the center, who was evidently the focal point of the conversation. Qin Fun, a well-known figure among the younger crowd. "Qin, this is the younger brother I mentioned," Gu Bai, Li Zhuan introduced. Qin Fun, who had been laughing and chatting, paused to glance at Gu Bai, then rose to extend his hand with a smile. "Hello, I'm Qin Fun." Gu Bai reciprocated the handshake, smiling in return. "No need for formal introductions. The reputation of Shanghai's royalty precedes you." "Huh. It seems I've truly made a name for myself," Qin Fun responded jovially. Li Zhuan seized the moment to interject. "Old Gu, do you know why everyone else uses names while we call him Qin Gu? It's because he is the one and only Qin in all of Shanghai." Displaying a good-natured sense of humor, Qin Fun quickly retorted, "All right, I suspect you're implying something about me." Gu Bai seized the opportunity to joke. "You do come across as a bit of a sycophant." Laughter erupted among the group, and Li Zhuan took the chance to introduce Gu Bai to the others nearby. Zhang Yumeng stood quietly beside Gu Bai, akin to a transparent figure. Although some occasionally glanced her way, no one approached her. Gu Bai did not introduce her either. In his mind, even if Zhang Yumeng had some connection to him, it was merely as a decorative presence. He held his own standards for a girlfriend. Zhang Yumeng accepted the lack of attention as a matter of course. Qin Fun shifted the conversation, smiling. "Gu Bai, I heard that Li Zhuan's night shadow has been taken over by you?" Gu Bai nodded with a smile. "To be honest, it's not worth it. This guy approached me before, but I ignored him. He tried to replicate the poison model, but it turned out rather lackluster, and he priced it exorbitantly. With that amount of money, one could easily acquire a genuine limited edition supercar. Now that you mention it, I'm starting to suspect Zhuan really did pull a fast one on me," Gu Bai teased, casting a playful glance at Li Zhuan. Li Zhuan immediately protested. "Don't start. If my family didn't know I spent over 10 million just to buy a car, they would cut off my funds. I couldn't bear to let it go." Gu Bai understood Li Zhuan's personality well enough to know he was joking, yet still remarked, "Ultimately, it's not about worth. As long as it brings joy, that's what matters. If we're talking value, supercars hold little worth. Any car serves its purpose, doesn't it? Besides, it's not like one uses a car for a lifetime. If an opportunity arises to acquire something better, one can always purchase again." Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, Qin Fun's eyes lit up with interest. "It seems you share a passion for cars, Gu Bai." The circle was well aware of Qin Fun's enthusiasm for supercars, and rumors circulated that he owned an impressive collection, including 6 luxury vehicles worth millions, such as the Ferrari LaFerrari, Porsche 918, and McLaren P1, each a limited edition marvel. Discovering a kindred spirit in Gu Bai piqued his interest. Gu Bai smiled in response. "If Qin Gu were to claim that I am an automobile enthusiast, he would not be mistaken. I am indeed a quintessential commoner, a man defined by 3 pleasures: supercars, beautiful women, and exquisite timepieces. My affection for each of these is profound." "You are quite forthright." Gu Bai did not pursue his line of inquiry, but instead shifted to another topic. "It is said that Qin Gu possesses countless luxury cars. Would you be interested in parting with one? Among the 3 divine cars, let us exclude the McLaren P1, as that vehicle is still available on the market. But what about the Porsche 918 and the LaFerrari? Could you bear to let one go?" Before Gu Bai could finish his sentence, Qin Fun promptly sat up straight. "Stop right there. That is out of the question. You can take me, but my car is non-negotiable." Observing the animated Qin Fun, Gu Bai was taken aback. It seemed the rumors of Qin Fun being a quintessential car slave were indeed well-founded. Li Zhuan casually draped an arm around Gu Bai's shoulders. "Do not overthink it. Even if you were to get him intoxicated tonight, he likely wouldn't hold it against you. But if you were to set your sights on his cars, then you would be in serious trouble." Gu Bai could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. Qin Fun produced a cigarette, tossing one to each person present. Then turned to Gubai. Gubai, if you are genuinely interested in these matters, I can assist you in acquiring a few vehicles. I have some connections in that realm. It is not that Qin Fun is exceptionally genial, but he senses that Gubai, like himself, is a true car aficionado. Gubai's eyes sparkled. Are you not jesting with me? Why would I jest? In truth, limited edition supercars like the LaFerrari typically circulate among a fixed group of individuals. I know a few, both domestic and international, who are contemplating selling. As for the pricing, I assume you have done some research. I will merely facilitate the introduction, and you can negotiate directly. The price is of little consequence, as long as a discussion can be had. Gubai's tone suggested he regarded money with indifference. Li Juan rolled his eyes. I told you, you do not value money at all. Gubai exhaled a smoke ring. Should I say that wealth breeds caprice? As the group laughed and chatted, a man dressed in casual attire, likely in his 60s, approached the opposite end of the sofa. The younger generation greeted him with smiles. Uncle Chu, if you do not hurry, we will have to come in and find you. This man is the owner of the House of Time, Chu Zhilai. In earlier years in Shanghai, he was quite a well-known tycoon. However, he later distanced himself from the business circle and quietly became a collector. The occasional auctions he holds are less about selling his own collection and more akin to exhibitions. Chapter 17. The Blue Plate Watch King. Even when faced with a group of young people teasing him, Chu Zhilai maintained a down-to-earth demeanor, chuckling heartily. You are all just eager for my treasures. Qin Fun and he were presumably acquainted, engaging in playful banter. If we were not interested in your treasures, would we have come to entertain this old coot? All present were young individuals from the Shanghai circle. Even if they were not closely connected, they could at least recognize one another, and they chuckled in agreement. Not at all perturbed by Qin Fun's cheeky remarks, Chu Zhilai smiled gently. Enough with the banter. When you return, be sure to send my regards to your father. Uncle Chu, are you sending me away just as I arrive? Besides, do not pretend to be polite. You drink and chat with my old man often enough. Do you really need me to pass along your regards? Chu Zhilai, with a resigned expression, pointed a finger at Qin Fun, eschewing further small talk and delving directly into the matter at hand. As you are all eager for my collection, I shall not waste your time. I assume you do not wish to engage in lengthy discourse with this old fellow. I will outline the situation for tonight. I plan to present 2 collectible watches, adhering to the usual protocol. You will bid among yourselves, with the starting price set at market value. All right. We are all aware of your rules. Let us see the watches to whet our appetites. The crowd erupted in enthusiasm. Chu Zhilai whispered something to a servant beside him, and shortly after, the servant returned with 2 exquisite watch boxes. Allow me to introduce the 2 timepieces I intend to part with. With that, he opened one of the boxes. This is the Blancpain Grande Complication, 1735. I presume you are aware of its reputation. I shall provide a brief overview. This watch was introduced in 1991, with only 30 pieces manufactured. The last one was sold domestically in 2010 for a staggering 7.9 million yuan. The previous owner of this piece was a close business associate of mine. Though I shall refrain from disclosing his identity, I acquired this watch for 8.5 million, which shall be the starting price for tonight. As soon as Chu Zhilai finished his statement, someone promptly made a bid. 9 million. I knew there would be treasures here tonight. The speaker was a young man in his 30s, and Gubai felt a sense of familiarity with him. Li Juan discreetly leaned in to inform him. His name is AI Jianlong. He is not part of our circle, having built his fortune from scratch in finance, and now possesses assets worth several billion. He frequently graces financial magazines and news outlets, projecting an air of superiority. Li Juan's tone dripped with disdain. Gubai smiled calmly. He understood Li Juan's character well, blunt, with the typical flaws of a second-generation rich kid, and it was not surprising that he looked down on AI Jianlong's several billion. However, Gubai sensed there was some underlying tension between the two, as this was the first time he had witnessed Li Juan exhibit animosity towards someone. Gubai remained silent, opting instead to pull out his phone to research the Blancpain 1735. He was an ordinary man who loved supercars for their flamboyance, admired beautiful women for their allure, and appreciated watches for their ability to impress. He had never actively sought to understand such items. Thus, he decided to quickly gather information rather than feign expertise. As Gubai searched for information, the bidding had already escalated to 12 million. At this point, no one else seemed inclined to raise their bid. To put 12 million into perspective, in 2017, the average housing price in Shanghai was approximately 50,000 per square meter. A watch fetching such a price was akin to wearing a 200 square meter luxury apartment on one's wrist. Gu Bai remained composed, while Zhang Yumeng, clutching his arm, began to tremble. Why are you shaking? Gu Bai naturally wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Zhang Yumeng, oblivious to Gu Bai's subtle encouragement, tilted her head and whispered in his ear, 12 million. I have never seen so much money in my life. This is what luxury truly means. Forget LV and Hermes. They seem utterly pedestrian in comparison. How can they be compared? A single LV bag can fetch countless sales, while only 30 of these watches exist worldwide. Regardless, I find it utterly astonishing. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Juan, standing beside Gu Bai, inquired, What is up, old Gu? Not planning to bid? Gu Bai shook his head. The watch is impressive, but it does not captivate me. His voice was deliberately unsoftened, ensuring that those around could hear. The crowd turned to scrutinize this unfamiliar figure. Qinfen chuckled. This is a collectible-grade timepiece, ranking among the finest. You are not tempted by it? The design is too understated for my taste. I prefer something more ostentatious. In essence, Gu Bai found the watch too subdued. Perhaps it would appeal greatly to discerning, successful individuals, but it simply did not suit him. Even if he lived 2 lifetimes, Gu Bai would still be a young man, let alone in his current state as a newly wealthy individual. Perhaps in time, as he grew accustomed to this lifestyle, he might adopt a more understated demeanor. However, at present, Gu Bai spent his money for the sheer pleasure of it. The bidding had reached its peak at 12 million, and AI Jianlong secured the watch without further contest. Chu Zhilai smiled at AI Jianlong and said, You are well aware of the rules here. The minimum payment is half, and the remaining balance must be settled within a year. If it is not cleared within that time, I shall reclaim the watch, and the prior payment will not be refunded. Of course, AI Jianlong replied. Then let us sit for a while. After the auction concludes, we shall sign the contract. As Chu Zhilai picked up another watch box, he remarked, Just a moment ago, I heard a young boy say that the Blancpain 1735 is too understated. This piece, however, epitomizes ostentatious luxury. He cast a knowing glance at Gu Bai before slowly opening the box. Inside lay the Patek Philippe 6002G, a successor to the 5002, which evidently redefined the concept of super complications, featuring 2 dials that display 13 intricate functions. Only the most exquisite craftsmanship can create such a luxurious timepiece, which we may refer to as a masterpiece of horological art. The Patek Philippe 6002G possesses a lively spirit, and its exquisite decorations elevate this ultra-complicated watch into an artistic marvel. One might even deem it a sculptural work. Specifically, this watch showcases the exceptional skills of 2 artisans, the engraver and the enameler. Hasn't Patek Philippe always claimed that no one can truly own a Patek Philippe, but merely safeguard it for the next generation? This model has been a custom piece since its release, with only a handful in existence. The most recent domestic valuation was 17.5 million. Should anyone be interested, bidding can commence from that figure. After stating this, Chu Zhilai gently placed the watch back into its box, handling it with utmost care. Gu Bai gazed at the 6002G, the blue starry dial exemplifying what it means to be flamboyant. 18 million. After a long pause with no one daring to bid, Gu Bai scanned the room and boldly declared the amount. Upon hearing his bid, all eyes turned toward him once more. Despite the presence of numerous wealthy individuals and heirs, very few could afford to produce tens of millions in one go. Initially, Gu Bai's previous disdain for the 1753's understated nature was dismissed as mere excuse. But with this 18 million bid, no one would dare consider his prior statement a jest. Chu Zhilai observed the crowd, noting that the market price for this watch exceeds 20 million. Bidding a few hundred thousand higher would not be unreasonable. Although aware that Chu Zhilai would not engage in deceit, no one stepped forward to raise their bid. 18 million had already surpassed their mental expectations. Chu Zhilai shook his head. Since no one wishes to increase their offer, this Patek Philippe 6002G with the blue dial shall be acquired by this young gentleman. Truthfully, my expectation for this watch's price was 22 million. I did not foresee it being sold for 18 million. However, the rules were set by me, and thus I must bear the consequences, Chu Zhilai remarked, a pained expression crossing his face. Qinfen sighed, Uncle Chu, I've visited you several times already. When will your Karis tie be available for sale? Chu Zhilai shot him a stern glance. If no one is willing to bid on this 6002G, how can you expect me to part with the Karis tie? If you are prepared to offer a 10 premium for the Karas tie, I might consider it. The Karas tie was valued at $5 million back in 1987. I cannot fathom its worth today. I purchased this watch for over 60 million renminbi in 2005. And if I were to part with it now, I estimate it would fetch over 100 million. However, even at that price, I would hesitate, as I lack financial constraints and it remains one of my most cherished pieces. Its value cannot merely be measured in currency. You need not keep coming to me. If I truly wish to sell, I would contact you directly. Disappointment evident. Qin Fin could only shake his head. Chu Zhilai addressed the attendees once more. As per our usual custom, those of you who wish to remain may join me in viewing my collection. Aside from certain pieces of significant value, you are welcome to make offers. Finally, I've been waiting for that. Someone chimed in, eager to follow the servant to the collection room. The only individuals remaining were Qin Fin, AI Jinlong, and a few others. How do you intend to make the payment? Chu Zhilai inquired, handing the watch box, invoice, and original certification to AI Jinlong. I understand your rules. I will pay 6 million first. With the remaining half settled within 6 months, AI Jinlong replied. Chu Zhilai nodded, producing a prepared contract that he had already signed. AI Jinlong took the contract and began to scrutinize it. Really? You need to make installment payments for a watch? Li Juan mocked from the side. AI Jinlong raised his head from the contract and glanced at Li Juan without responding, leaving Li Juan to stew in his own sarcasm. This young man seems unfamiliar. Chu Zhilai kindly remarked to Gu Bai. Li Juan quickly threw an arm around Gu Bai's shoulder. Uncle Chu, Gu Bai is my guest tonight. Without him, I doubt this watch would sell. I would be delighted if it went unsold. That would save me millions. Chu Zhilai Ziplit, how do you plan to pay? Gu Bai smiled nonchalantly. I do not have a habit of installments. I prefer to pay in full. Upon hearing this, the remaining individuals, except for Li Juan, exchanged incredulous glances. Chapter 18. Today I love you. Tomorrow perhaps not being able to afford 18 million and having the liquidity to produce that amount at any moment are two entirely different concepts. Take Li Juan, for instance. Could he muster 18 million? Absolutely not. In the eyes of most, 18 million is an astronomical figure. Yet among these heirs, it is not considered excessive. However, demanding that Li Juan produce that amount on the spot is utterly impossible. Are you certain? The Time House has likely sold dozens of watches by now, ranging from 1 or 2 million to tens of millions, yet it remains rare for anyone to pay in full. After all, who would refuse the opportunity to delay payment for a year without interest? But Gu Bai is an anomaly. His wealth seems to flow effortlessly. Of course, Mr. Chu. Please provide me with your account number. After receiving Chu Zhilai's account details, Gu Bai promptly called Manager Tian Miaohua. Manager Tian, please assist me in transferring 18 million to this account. Before long, Chu Zhilai received a notification of the transaction. Given his status, he is undoubtedly a top-tier VIP at various banks and is accustomed to such operations. Once Gu Bai finished signing the contract, Chu Zhilai handed him the certification and invoice. After concluding the transaction, Chu Zhilai found little more to discuss with the young crowd, exchanging a few polite words before dismissing most of them. Unable to resist, Li Juan picked up the watch and examined it briefly before passing it to Gu Bai. An 18 million watch. To be honest, even my father has never worn one. The watch I have is only worth a little over 1 million. If you're interested, you can borrow it for a few days. Gu Bai smiled as he replied. I genuinely appreciate the offer, but I am not quite the watch enthusiast you are. Ultimately, I see such items merely as status symbols, not something I hold dear. Li Juan stared intently into Gu Bai's eyes for a moment before lightly punching his shoulder. Come on, if you break it, I can't afford to replace it. Gu Bai chuckled and shook his head. Once this opportunity passes, it will be gone. All right, enough boasting. He opened the watch box and effortlessly donned the exquisite piece. The 6002 G's silver relief structure is predominantly set within a blue enamel background, with Roman numeral time markers adorned in gold. The markings on the digital and retrograde calendar scale are strikingly clear, featuring the inscriptions of Patek, Philippe, Geneve, and Tourbillon, with the movement number and exquisite stars rendered in a luminous gray, showcasing an ostentation that is both bold and refined. Even Qin Fin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I must say, Gu Bai's temperament truly complements this watch. Your innate handsomeness is already remarkable, adorning it with a low-key, understated timepiece would only seem incongruous. Gu Bai smiled in silence, acknowledging Qin Fin's praise. Indeed, he was thoroughly satisfied with the Patek Philippe 6002G. Zhang Yuming stood closely beside Gu Bai, her arm tightly wrapped around his, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The ancient adage that people are judged by their attire and horses by their saddles holds some truth. Upon donning this watch, Gu Bai felt a profound enhancement in his demeanor, as if he had transcended to a higher level of sophistication. The system detected the host stepping into a new milestone, gaining newfound confidence, raising his confidence level by 10, bringing the total to 30. A dream fund of 100 million had been dispensed. The system's rewards arrived as expected. After several boosts in confidence, Gu Bai had nearly unraveled the system's patterns. Every time he experienced something extraordinary, his confidence increased, and this boost was not without merit, as he genuinely felt the transformation within himself. Following the acquisition of the watch, his savings had not dwindled, but rather swelled. He wondered how the system would manifest after its upgrade. Internally, Gu Bai mused. Currently, the system had assigned him 3 small objectives, spending 8 million on a car, 18 million on a watch, and roughly 1 million on miscellaneous expenses, meaning he still possessed a staggering 265 million at his disposal. Qinfen rose to bid farewell to Gu Bai and Li Juan. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. We shall gather again when time permits. His purpose for being there was to procure the one-of-a-kind Vacheron Constantine Karastat from Chu Ji, and since Chu Ji was unwilling to sell, there was no reason for him to linger. After Qinfen departed, a mischievous grin spread across Li Juan's face. I have little interest in watches. My presence here was merely to facilitate your endeavors. I have a drinking engagement shortly, so I shall take my leave, wishing you and Miss Zhang a delightful evening. Despite his earnest demeanor, his teasing tone elicited an eye roll from Gu Bai. All right, if you have matters to attend to, be off with you. No need for thanks. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Thanks for what? You merely guided me. If you truly had heart, you would have fulfilled your promise from yesterday and helped me earn a profit. Gu Bai gestured with an okay sign. With Li Juan and Qinfen gone, Gu Bai saw no reason to remain and departed alongside Zhang Yuming. At number 18 Bund, a premier complex housing flagship stores of global fashion brands, renowned restaurants, bars, and art galleries, Gu Bai parked his car and led Zhang Yuming to the 6th floor where the restaurant Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate is located. Translated directly into Mandarin, ultraviolet signifies ultraviolet light, and it is touted as the world's first sensory dining experience. This restaurant accommodates only 10 guests per day, with a predetermined menu, meaning diners must consume whatever is served, requiring reservations made 3 months in advance, even earlier if the slots are full, such as the prestige of this Michelin 3-star establishment. However, as a super VIP client of the construction bank, Gu Bai was exempt from such lengthy reservations. A single phone call to Tian Miaohua sufficed to secure his immediate access. Upon arrival at the designated location, a Caucasian gentleman awaited Gu Bai's arrival. With fluent Mandarin, he respectfully greeted Gu Bai. Welcome, Mr. Gu, to our UV restaurant. Our service team has been eagerly anticipating your visit. Gu Bai nodded slightly, and the gentleman continued. Our dedicated transportation is ready. Please follow me. Gu Bai and Zhang Yuming followed closely behind the gentleman. Prior to this outing, Gu Bai had conducted some background research to avoid embarrassment. The internet describes UV as a mysterious restaurant, with its precise location unknown to most, operating solely in the evenings and offering only 2 set menus. Diners are required to gather at a specified time and place, then collectively travel to the restaurant in a business vehicle. However, as the 11th guest, Gu Bai enjoyed exclusive treatment. Once seated in UV's designated vehicle, it was not long before they arrived at a creatively repurposed old factory. The gentleman, wearing a respectful smile, gestured for Gu Bai and Zhang Yuming to follow. Crossing through a dilapidated gate felt like entering another world. After leading them to the main dining area, the gentleman introduced, Our UV restaurant aims to create an ambience of sci-fi romance. We hope you both enjoy it. Gu Bai took a moment to survey the restaurant's decor, reminiscent of a sci-fi laboratory from The Matrix, with the entire space crafted in pure white, featuring high walls and even lacking windows. At the center of this lofty white space sat a large white conference table and 2 white chairs, with 7 projectors and a series of magnesium lights overhead. While the air was imbued with the scent of some unknown spices, creating an atmosphere akin to that of a film set for a futuristic movie. Please take a seat. Your meal will be served shortly, the gentleman said, elegantly pulling out the chairs for Gu Bai and Zhang Yuming. Thus, they sat across from each other as the lights dimmed, and the large screens around them illuminated with a soft pink haze enveloping the space. Moments latte. The restaurant's chef entered. Esteemed guests, I am Paul Pirate, the head chef at UV Restaurant, and I shall personally prepare your dinner this evening. This is the first course of your 12-course meal, and it features one of France's most renowned delicacies, foie gras, which is made from freshly air-freighted goose liver. Please enjoy. Two servers gracefully presented the dishes before them. Before tasting, Gubai addressed Chef Paul. I understand the dining duration here extends up to 4 hours, but I hope we can conclude this meal within 1 hour, if possible. Chef Paul paused momentarily, then his smile returned. Were this request made by another, I would undoubtedly refuse, as it would seem a disregard for our UV dining etiquette. However, as it originates from you, Mr. Gu, I find it wholly understandable. After all, the time of the affluent is always precious, and we are more than willing to ensure you feel our respect. Thank you, Gubai replied, acknowledging the recognition of the value of time. Zhang Yumeng, seated opposite him, gently scooped a piece of foie gras with her spoon and placed it in her mouth. The delicate, velvety sensation flooded her palate, evoking an inexplicable urge to weep. What is wrong? Gubai noticed her emotional shift. Shaking her head slowly, Zhang Yumeng explained, today, I observed your life from a bystander's perspective and suddenly realized that my persistence over the years seems rather futile. I feel that even if I devoted my entire life to effort, I could never experience even a fraction of your life. Do you enjoy this lifestyle? Gubai inquired. Surely no one would dislike it. As he savored the exquisite flavors dancing on his palate, he replied thoughtfully, as I mentioned at the dealership, some are simply born in Rome, and that's beyond one's control. However, if you desire, there are shortcuts to reach Rome as well. Zhang Yuming's once steadfast world is gradually crumbling, her gaze becoming increasingly distant. Do you love me? She inquires. What is your definition of love? I yearn for your lifestyle, and fortuitously, you can provide it for me. I believe that is love. Hence I can candidly declare my affection for you. Gubai swirls the red wine in his glass, fixating on Zhang Yuming's eyes that shimmer with an unusual light. Name, Zhang Yuming attractiveness. 91 health. 90 affection. 85 in the span of a single day. Zhang Yuming's affection for herself has soared from 55 to 85, marking the highest self-regard she has achieved since acquiring the system. Raising the glass of wine to his lips, Gubai chuckles softly. If this is to be considered love, then I must confess that my affection lies solely for your physique. I can assure you, I love you today, but tomorrow, that may not hold true. Zhang Yuming takes a deep breath, her tone resolute. Today is sufficient. Then I wish you eternal beauty. May you always be affluent. The clinking of their goblets produces a melodious sound as the second course finally arrives. Chapter 19. Puchishing September heralds the annual back-to-school season. Unbeknownst to him, Gubai has been in Shanghai for almost half a month now, indulging in a plethora of high-end experiences that he had never encountered in his previous life. His confidence level has risen to 45, nearing the halfway mark for system upgrade. At the entrance of Shanghai Financial University, Gubai leans against the door of his night shadow car, valued at over 10 million, engrossed in his phone, seemingly awaiting someone. Over the past fortnight, Gubai's overall appearance has undergone a remarkable transformation. To begin with, the once mundane attire has been entirely discarded, replaced by a complete ensemble from LV's limited edition for the year, complemented by a Patek Philippe 6000 and 2G worth 18 million on his left wrist. Even those unfamiliar with luxury brands could easily discern his exceptional style. Should a street fashion program approach him for an interview about his outfit's value, Gubai could solemnly declare it to be worth 30 million. Moreover, his aura has also evolved. Throughout these past weeks, regardless of the venues he frequented, he has been treated as a VIP. As the old saying goes, it is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance. Being exalted for such an extended period has cultivated a distinctly noble demeanor within him. The system's attribute panel has thoughtfully introduced a new attribute. Host, Gubai attractiveness, 92 intelligence, 135 physique, 81 confidence level, 45 level 1 system, godly wealth aura, 1 level 2 system. Currently unavailable, system level. Level 1 his attractiveness has slightly improved, rising from 91 to 92. What perplexes Gubai the most is that this newly unveiled attribute is merely 1. Could his godly aura truly be so scant? After a while, feeling bored, Gubai stows away his phone. Short videos from 2017 are indeed uninspiring, utterly monotonous, lacking the vibrancy that will emerge in 2 years' time. Hey, are you waiting for someone? A girl dressed in a breezy, pink-blue dress approaches him, her sun-kissed skin radiating health, her lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders, her figure strikingly alluring. Gu Bai's gaze shifts from her figure to her face, and he is instantly disheartened. Even when accessing her system panel, Gu Bai can assess that her attractiveness barely reaches 70. Indeed, the divine is fair. While she has been gifted with a perfect physique, the door to beauty has been firmly shut in her face. Upon witnessing such a sight, Gu Bai's previously warm expression cools, returning to a state of indifference. Yes, he replies tersely, his words measured. The girl appears oblivious to Gu Bai's change in demeanor, rolling her suitcase closer to him. I'm a freshman at the Finance University, here to register today. Are you also a student here? I'm not from the Finance University, Gu Bai replies, his brows furrowing with impatience. As a connoisseur of beauty, he finds it difficult to muster any enthusiasm for her. Even if the girl is somewhat oblivious to his disinterest, it does not deter her from pursuing the conversation. Upon seeing Gu Bai for the first time, she is completely captivated by his impressive 92-point attractiveness. Never expecting to encounter such a handsome gentleman on her first day at school. Song Shuling. Let's get to know each other? Though just 18, Song Zuling was the center of attention in her previous high school. While her beauty may seem ordinary to Gu Bai, it would likely be regarded as exceptional by most others. Moreover, it must be acknowledged that her makeup and styling skills are undoubtedly top tier. In high school, where students often don baggy uniforms and bare faces, a classmate as alluring as her would undoubtedly be viewed as a goddess by many boys. However, this strategy only works on the naive. With Gu Bai, she doesn't even stand a chance of being noticed. Losing interest in furthering the conversation with Song Zuling, Gu Bai coolly states, I'm waiting for my girlfriend. Would you like to join us? His words effectively silence all that Song Zuling had intended to convey. Once revered as a goddess, she initially contemplated leaving, but upon gazing at Gu Bai's face, she cannot help but continue. Having a girlfriend doesn't preclude us from being friends. Don't overthink it. I'm just new to Shanghai, and felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing you. Gu Bai wears a perplexed expression. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhang Yuming arrives with a few other girls right beside him. Gu Bai. Today, Zhang Yuming, with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, embodies a pure and innocent style in soft pastel attire, making her appear considerably younger in comparison to Song Zuling. Name, Zhang Yuming. Attractiveness, 91 health, 86 affection, 89 over the past half-month. At the cost of several hundred thousand, Gu Bai has successfully won her over. Gazing at Zhang Yuming's system panel, he cannot help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Before they celebrated their love, her health attribute was at 90. Now, after their romantic encounter, it has inexplicably dropped to 86, a decline of 4 points. Could it be that his charm has a detrimental effect on health? Zhang Yuming skips over to Gu Bai's side, seamlessly linking her arm with his. These are my roommates. Upon hearing Zhang Yuming's introduction, Gu Bai turns his attention to the group of girls. Wow, Yuming, is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome, even more so than my idol, exclaims one petite girl excitedly. Her name is Shi Jingjing, a devoted fan who often behaves this way. Gu Bai is advised not to mind her. After Zhang Yuming introduces Shi Jingjing, the remaining girls introduce themselves eagerly. Hey there, handsome. Ron Yunlan. Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Yao Pei. Just call me Pei Pei. Gu Bai politely smiles and nods in greeting. Checking the attributes of the girls through the system reveals that none exceed 90. Most hover around the 70s. With only Yao Pei reaching 85, barely qualifying as a beauty. Initially, Gu Bai had no intention of attending the Finance University. After all, until his primary girlfriend was confirmed, he did not wish for any outsiders to know of his close relationships with female friends. Such circumstances could easily paint him as a playboy. Although he has already engaged in intimate encounters with 2 girls since his rebirth a mere half-month ago, Gu Bai does not consider himself a playboy. True playboys are those who date multiple girls simultaneously. He is different. He merely seeks to spread love in this world. However, Zhang Yuming's earnest pleas proved irresistible. After all, she was a girl who reveled in vanity, and now that she had a boyfriend whom she deemed exceptionally outstanding, how could she resist the temptation to show him off? Ultimately, after much coaxing from Zhang Yuming, who had spent the previous evening at the Shangri-La practicing the waves of the sea with Gu Bai, he relented. Song Zuling observed a group of girls approaching, the most beautiful among them appearing quite intimate with Gu Bai. This, she surmised, must be the girlfriend he had mentioned. leaving her momentarily frozen in place, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. "Gubai, who is this?" Zhang Yuming inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Oh, this is your junior, who has come to report today," Gubai replied. Clever as she was, Zhang Yuming quickly grasped the situation and flashed a bright smile at Song Zuling. "So you're a junior. I'm your senior in the 3rd year. Do you need any assistance? Feel free to ask." As she spoke, she tightened her grip on Gubai's arm. Song Zuling gazed at Zhang Yuming, who wore a sweet smile, and cast a sidelong glance at Gubai. Noticing he didn't even spare her a glance, her cheeks flushed, and she felt as though she could burrow a hole in the ground with her toes. Hastily muttering that she had no business there and fleeing with her suitcase. To put it plainly, it was her confidence from 3 years of high school that allowed her to shamelessly linger and strike up a conversation. Had she known Gubai's girlfriend was this stunning, she would have never dared to remain and subject herself to humiliation. "This junior is quite peculiar," Zhang Yuming remarked, feigning innocence. Gubai shot her a knowing glance. Aware that her playful nature was resurfacing, upon meeting his gaze, Zhang Yuming reined in her antics. "Enough of her. She is just an ordinary, confident girl. Hand me your things. I'll help you carry them to the dorm and show you the way." "All right," Zhang Yuming replied with a sweet smile. "By the way, can you drive into your dorm area? I see you have quite a bit of luggage. It must be cumbersome to carry." "Yes, we can," she affirmed. With that, Zhang Yuming took hold of her roommate's belongings. Gubai opened the front trunk of the Night Shadow. Many would mistakenly believe that such supercars lack storage space. Yet not only was there room, but it was quite ample. After a flurry of activity, they managed to fit several pieces of luggage into the front trunk. Although the space was decent, it paled in comparison to a typical family car, accommodating only a few essential items. "Wow! Ming Ming, is this car Gubai's?" Shi Jingjing exclaimed, her voice rising in excitement. Hearing Shi Jingjing's enthusiastic exclamation, Zhang Yuming could hardly contain her delight as she declared, "Indeed, this car was purchased through me, costing 15.8 million. Zhang Yuming wore an expression of pride. Although the car was not hers, it belonged to her boyfriend, which felt like an extension of herself. After her introduction, the gazes of the other girls shifted towards Gubai, their expressions transformed. Now that they were in their 3rd year, they were no longer naive girls like Song Zuling, who only valued appearances. They understood the significance of 15.8 million. Despite being longtime friends, an emotion called jealousy began to fester among them. They had already accepted that Zhang Yuming was more attractive than them, as there seemed little disparity in their daily interactions. If anything, her charm with the opposite sex outshone theirs. However, now that she had found a boyfriend whose looks rivaled those of a male god and possessed such wealth, their sense of equilibrium was immediately disrupted. Zhang Yuming was acutely aware of her friend's sentiments, yet she relished in the envy. "All right, let us chat in the dorm later. It's too hot," Gubai called to Zhang Yuming, ushering her to the car. "See you later," Zhang Yuming called out as Gubai pressed the accelerator, swiftly departing towards the female dormitory of the university. Chapter 20. The Ordinary Yet Trustworthy 2.0. Although today marked the first day of school, the female dormitory was already bustling with activity. Aside from the seniors preparing for postgraduate studies or internships, most 2nd and 3rd year students had returned. Additionally, there were numerous newcomers, with parents accompanying them to their dorms. Gubai's Night Shadow slowly arrived at the foot of the female dormitory building. The influx of vehicles on registration day was overwhelming. After a prolonged search, Gubai finally spotted a vacant space. A Volkswagen that initially intended to park beside him hesitated upon seeing the Night Shadow and gradually withdrew. The owner displayed a commendable sense of self-awareness. Finding a parking spot might take some time, but the prospect of scratching Gubai's car would likely leave them in tears. As the scissor doors lifted, passers-by, both young women and their parents, could not help but pause and gawk. After disembarking, Gubai retrieved the luggage of Yao Pei and the others, standing beside Zhang Yuming as they waited. Whispers erupted around them. "That guy is so handsome, and he drives a supercar. Is he from our university?" A girl, presumably registering alone, gazed at Gubai with stars in her eyes as she inquired of the senior accompanying her. Every senior assisting new students had ulterior motives, and this one was no exception. Witnessing the enchanting junior nearly swoon at Gubai's presence, the senior internally cursed Gubai while adjusting his glasses, reluctantly responding, "Our university does have boys who drive sports cars. After all, we are in Shanghai, where the affluent abound. However, I can confidently say that no one here owns a Lamborghini. So, This guy is either an outsider or a newcomer. Oh, how I wish he were a freshman here. The girl's inner demon urged her to approach Gu Bai and ask for his contact information. But upon touching her own face and glancing at Zhang Yumeng beside him, she ultimately dismissed the thought. Meanwhile, Gu Bai, oblivious to the murmurs surrounding him, had grown accustomed to such attention over the years, nearly immune to it. Zhang Yumeng, on the other hand, relished the attention. No matter how many times she experienced it, she still savored the feeling, her alabaster neck held high like a proud swan. A few minutes later, Yao Pei and the others finally arrived. Ming Ming, you're living the dream. Having such a wonderful boyfriend to drive you around in a supercar while we're practically melting, Shi Jingjing complained, wiping her sweat with a tissue. The other girls echoed similar sentiments. Zhang Yumeng grinned as she linked arms with Shi Jingjing. Next time, I'll have Gu Bai take you for a ride, so you can experience it too. Absolutely. Shi Jingjing cheered enthusiastically. It was evident that Shi Jingjing shared the closest bond with Zhang Yumeng among the girls, as the playful girl adored having a companion who could play along with her antics. However, Gu Bai was not inclined to indulge Zhang Yumeng. He lifted their luggage, stating, "All right, let us head to your dorm first. I have plans with my brother and need to attend to something." "Oh, okay." In the face of serious matters, Zhang Yumeng was quite clear-headed, which was one of the qualities Gu Bai appreciated most about her. Though she was playful, she was also obedient. Zhang Yumeng's dorm was on the 3rd floor, and given the typical lack of elevators in university dorms, Gu Bai made several trips to carry their luggage up, showcasing his gentlemanly demeanor. At the dormitory entrance, Shi Jingjing thoughtfully offered Gu Bai a bottle of water. Gu Bai smiled at her, thanking her for the gesture. After moving the luggage around and breaking a sweat, he felt no need for formality. Observing Shi Jingjing's kindness, Zhang Yumeng narrowed her eyes but chose not to comment. Gu Bai, ever observant, noted Zhang Yumeng's expression but dismissed it. To him, their relationship was characterized by mutual attraction to each other's qualities. She coveted his wealth, while he was drawn to her physical allure. He could meet her material desires, but when it came to the obligations of a boyfriend, such as avoiding flirtation, that was out of the question. Even a legitimate girlfriend could not deter Gu Bai from charming other girls. Taking advantage of the moment, Gu Bai surveyed Zhang Yumeng's dorm, as this was his first visit to a female dormitory in his life. In truth, it appeared rather ordinary, hardly differing from the boys' dormitory. After quenching his thirst and allowing the heat of summer to dissipate somewhat, Gu Bai intended to bid farewell to Zhang Yumeng when he noticed a girl rushing energetically into Zhang Yumeng's dormitory. "Yuan Yuan, why are you in such a hurry?" Zhang Yumeng was the first to step out and inquire. "Yumeng, come downstairs with me quickly. He Pengfei is waiting right below our dormitory." "He Pengfei?" Zhang Yumeng's expression shifted, cautiously glancing at Gu Bai before asking again, "What is he here for?" The girl named Yuan Yuan smirked teasingly. "What else could it be? He brought a huge bouquet of roses and is waiting downstairs for you." "I came up to fetch you." Shi Jingjing interjected directly, that He Pengfei surely has not given up. He is here to profess his feelings for you again. However, Zhang Yumeng ignored them, moving closer to Gu Bai with a hint of anxiety in her voice. "He Pengfei is our senior, a year above me. He has confessed to me several times, but I never accepted. I didn't expect him to come again right after the semester began." Gu Bai swallowed the water in his mouth and nodded nonchalantly. "It's fine. You don't need to explain. Go handle it. Aren't you coming down with me? You go ahead. I'll be there shortly." "All right." With that, Zhang Yumeng hurriedly descended the stairs with a few roommates and the girl named Yuan Yuan, while Gu Bai strolled leisurely behind them. By the time he reached downstairs, a considerable crowd had gathered, as it is in the nature of people from Hua country to enjoy a spectacle. As Gu Bai stepped out of the corridor, he spotted a boy holding a large bouquet of roses standing before Zhang Yumeng, flanked by several boys who were likely his roommates, cheering him on. Gu Bai took a moment to assess He Pengfei. He appeared earnest and composed, impeccably dressed with not a wrinkle in sight. Although he was not particularly handsome, he had a comforting presence, making him quite appealing. The crowd continued to swell, and Zhang Yumeng was scanning for Gu Bai amidst the commotion. He Pengfei, unable to contain himself any longer, stepped forward a few paces, roses in hand, standing directly in front of Zhang Yumeng. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before slowly extending the bouquet. "Yumeng, this is my 5th confession to you. Although I know I may be rejected once again, I still came. After this semester, I will be a senior, preparing for internships and stepping into society. I fear that if I don't express these feelings now, I may never have the chance again. I don't want to leave any regrets in my 4 years of university. Zhang Yumeng, anxiously awaiting Gu Bai, occasionally glanced back. He Pengfei assumed Zhang Yumeng was merely shy about being confessed to in front of so many people. Noticing she still hadn't accepted the flowers, he raised the bouquet once more. Yumeng, today marks the 3rd anniversary of our acquaintance. I truly hope for many more years like this in the future. I've actually started working already, and I heard you're still working part-time. I wish you wouldn't have to struggle so much. He Pengfei, have the ability and confidence to provide you with the life you desire. With that, he held the roses in one hand and retrieved a beautifully crafted jewelry box from his pocket. Inside lay a Cartier Love Series necklace, modestly priced at just over 10,000 yuan. Although I don't have much money right now, this necklace represents the beginning of my promise to you. In the future, everything will come to fruition. I am still young. I have time to become the person I aspire to be. Yumeng, please promise me be my girlfriend. Ignoring the onlookers, He Pengfei called out directly. Gu Bai, standing not far away, leaned against his car door, quietly lighting a cigarette, murmuring to himself, quite ambitious, a confident young man. As he lit the cigarette, he softly repeated, agree to him. Agree to him. He Pengfei's roommate seized the moment and began to cheer. The onlookers chimed in, girl, it's clear this boy likes you a lot, and there aren't many ambitious young men like him. Agree to him. If you miss this chance, you'll only regret it later. An aunt who had come to drop off her child advised Zhang Yumeng from her own experiences. Observing Zhang Yumeng appearing as though she were being grilled over an open flame, Gu Bai deemed it time to intervene. However, before he could rise, Zhang Yumeng's cold voice cut through. Is this amusing to you, He Pengfei? Huh? He Pengfei felt a twinge of unease at Zhang Yumeng's tone. I've told you many times, I do not like you, and I want tea in the future. Since you enjoy confessing, I will be direct today. I already have a boyfriend. From this day forth, let us not even remain friends. He Pengfei was left dumbfounded. He had anticipated the possibility of rejection, but never imagined Zhang Yumeng would react so vehemently. In his eyes, she had always been a gentle and demure girl. Zhang Yumeng had no desire to engage further, but Shi Jingjing stepped forward to deliver a final blow. Mingming already has a boyfriend, and he is right over there. She pointed towards Gu Bai, who was still leaning against the car, smoking. The crowd's attention shifted entirely to Gu Bai. Extinguishing his cigarette and tossing the butt into a nearby trash can, Gu Bai strolled over to Zhang Yumeng's side, not sparing a glance at He Pengfei. All right, let us head back to the dorm. It's quite hot outside. Seeing that Gu Bai seemed unfazed, Zhang Yumeng felt a wave of relief wash over her. But it was quickly overshadowed by an inexplicable emotion. He truly seems not to care about me at all, she thought silently, though she responded softly. Then I'll take my leave first. I'll come by to pick you up when I can. All right. Upon hearing Gu Bai's promise, the flicker of sadness within her vanished, and she nodded obediently. It was the first time He Pengfei saw Zhang Yumeng exhibit such a gentle demeanor, but alas, it was directed towards another man, causing his inner balance to tilt dramatically. Chapter 21. Business negotiations. As Gu Bai observed Zhang Yumeng and Shi Jingjing preparing to ascend the stairs, he too turned to leave. From beginning to end, he had not once cast a glance at He Pengfei. The crowd of onlookers, witnessing the conclusion of the confession, began to disperse, returning to their own affairs. Realizing that it had merely been a comical blunder of professing affection to another's girlfriend. Just as everyone thought the farce had come to an end, He Pengfei suddenly shouted, Zhang Yumeng, tell me this isn't true. Not only Zhang Yumeng and Gu Bai, but even the previously departing onlookers turned in astonishment to gaze at the boy who had just moments ago exuded confidence. Gu Bai waved his hand in Zhang Yumeng's direction, signaling her to proceed upstairs, then turned to He Pengfei with a wry smile. Buddy, that's enough. She is not the one for you. With that, Gu Bai approached his car, the scissor doors of his night shadow model rising. He Pengfei, who had begun to regain his composure, felt the fire of jealousy rekindle upon seeing Gu Bai's vehicle. What had once been a flame of love now transformed into a blaze of envy. I always thought you were different from other girls. I was mistaken. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Although He Pengfei's words were vague, most understood the implication given the context. Zhang Yumeng, still within earshot, turned back, her chest heaving with anger. Though He Pengfei spoke the truth, she found it hard to accept his bluntness. Gu Bai, who was about to get into his car, chuckled softly at He Pengfei's words, turning to him with a teasing tone. What kind of person do you mean? A gold digger. Gu Bai's gaze gradually turned icy. While he held no particular feelings for Zhang Yumeng, she was, after all, his girlfriend. At this moment, Failing to step up would render him no different from an idle bystander. My friend, are you in your senior year? Yet you still display such immaturity? I suggest you return to elementary school to re-examine your values and ethics. Is choosing a well-off boyfriend indicative of being a gold digger? Must every woman in the world choose to struggle alongside someone as impoverished and unambitious as you? In your eyes, is it only such girls who are deemed virtuous? Everyone possesses their own choices. If you can choose Zhang Yumeng, must Zhang Yumeng be unable to choose me? Do you consider yourself the protagonist of a novel? A fated prince? Moreover, do you believe that by clutching a bouquet of cheap roses, uttering a few cliché romantic phrases, and showcasing your grand ambitions, all the girls in the world should orbit around you? If that is indeed your belief, then I must commend your confidence. Gu Bai's words swiftly rendered him speechless. The aunt who had just advised Zhang Yumeng to accept also spoke up. Young man, we live in an age of free love. Since she already has a boyfriend, it's best to refrain from lingering, lest you lose face. Indeed, He Pengfei's comment about gold diggers has incited widespread outrage, with voices of condemnation rising around him. His face flushed crimson, a mixture of anger and embarrassment. He stammered after a long pause. What? Just because he has a bit of money? What makes him better than me? I've liked you for 2 whole years. Upon hearing this, Gu Bai smirked with derision. You see, confidence has returned, hasn't it? Remember to maintain this confidence. You will undoubtedly need it to weather the trials of society. However, since you wish to compare our worth, allow me to enlighten you on where you fall short. I possess not merely a few paltry coins. I have an abundance of wealth. If you truly seek clarity, I shall inform you. I was destined to reach the end of your journey from the moment of my birth. Everything I desire is within my grasp. This world exists to serve me. Is that sufficient? If you still cannot discern where you lag behind, I suggest you take a moment to reflect. His words struck a nerve, causing He Pengfei to lose composure entirely. He shouted, seemingly to bolster his courage, and charged directly at Gu Bai, only to be restrained by his roommate. Do you wish to strike me? Come, let him go and allow him to approach. I shall remain right here. If you believe you can bear the consequences, then by all means, advance. I won't even raise a hand in defense. He Pengfei, who had initially appeared aggressive, now stood frozen in place. As adults, let us conduct ourselves with maturity. Before resorting to violence, understand this. My life is undoubtedly more precious than yours. If you could exchange your life for mine, you would undoubtedly profit immensely. However, if your intent is merely to strike me, it would be prudent to reconsider, given how arduous it has been for our parents to raise us. With that, Gu Bai lost all interest in further contention. He took his place in the driver's seat of the Night Shadow and, with a rev of the engine, departed from the female dormitory of Kai University, the roar of the vehicle echoing as it sped towards the Peace Hotel. After Gu Bai's departure, the crowd continued to buzz with discussion. How handsome! He resembles a domineering CEO emerged from an idol drama. Indeed, in comparison to that mediocre man who resorts to slander after a failed confession, he is in an entirely different league. He Pengfei, absorbing the comments around him, walked away in a daze, discarding the roses to the ground, where they were trampled underfoot. At the Peace Hotel, a frequent meeting spot for Gu Bai and his companions, he had already visited numerous times over the past half-month. Mr. Gu, Mr. Li, and the others are waiting for you in the private room. The lobby manager, spotting Gu Bai from a distance, hurried over to greet him. Gu Bai offered a faint smile and proceeded to the designated private room. Upon entering, he found only Zhao Weiwei and Li Juan engaged in conversation, while Tian Shu and Zhu Jialin were absent. Where are old Zhu and old Tian? Gu Bai tossed his phone onto the table, settling into a comfortable position as he casually inquired. Tian Shu is busy with the SSCC matters, while Jialin has gone abroad and won't return for a while. Zhao Weiwei replied. Gu Bai nodded in understanding. Why are you so late today? Don't even mention it. I encountered someone who thought he had the aura of a protagonist while escorting Zhang Yumeng to school. Zhao Weiwei teased with a hint of sarcasm. You wouldn't have found true love, would you? After all, you openly took her to school. He had never concealed from Zhao Weiwei and the others that he only intended to have fun, which prompted Zhao Weiwei's inquiry. Gu Bai, however, was disinterested in dwelling on that subject and poured himself a glass of water. How are things with the company? Seeing Gu Bai shift to serious matters, Zhao Weiwei adopted a more earnest demeanor. The reorganization at my company is nearly complete. Those who wish to stay have done so, and those who do not have mostly been let go. Li Juan interjected. The new company's location has also been finalized. The preliminary work is nearly done. Now, we only need to discuss the investment arrangements between the three of us. Gu Bai fixed his gaze on Li Jun. Although their relationship was amicable, business required clarity in dealings. What are your thoughts, Brother Jun? The entrepreneurial direction you proposed. Old Gu, I had assessed through an evaluation company. The project received an A rating, indicating substantial potential. Moreover, there are already several similar self-media companies emerging in recent years. Our timing is neither too early nor too late. Since we have decided to proceed, I intend to go all in. I currently have 60 million at my disposal, and I plan to invest it all. Gu Bai smiled. Li Jun's actions were entirely within his expectations. He understood that Li Jun was an ambitious individual. What about you, Brother Zhao? Zhao Weiwei shrugged with a smile. I may not have as much capital as Li Jun. In recent days, I have also conducted a financial audit of my company, compiling a document. After deducting liabilities and profits, the net worth of the company is approximately 25 million. I can personally add 15 million to round it up with Li Jun. As he spoke, he produced two documents from the side, handing one to Li Jun and the other to Gu Bai. Gu Bai accepted the document, but did not open it, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the surface. This information is unnecessary for us. It's akin to slapping both me and Brother Jun in the face. Li Jun remained silent, yet the look in his eyes conveyed agreement with Gu Bai. Zhao Weiwei chuckled nonchalantly. Since we've decided to embark on this venture, it's best to be formal. We shouldn't allow trivial matters to affect our friendships. Gu Bai did not pursue the topic further, his fingertips continuing their rhythmic dance on the table. Since you both have made your decisions, allow me to share my thoughts. Since we have resolved to act, petty squabbles are meaningless. If we are to do this, let us strive for excellence. As Brother Jun mentioned, the self-media industry has burgeoned alongside the internet in recent years, yet most operate like small workshops. Rarely do we see substantial investments like ours exceeding 100 million. In comparison, we possess a distinct advantage. We have ample resources for large-scale influencer cultivation, and creating top-tier IPs akin to Papa Sauce is certainly within our capabilities. Gu Bai's assertions were far from mere bravado. As someone reborn with foresight and backed by a powerful system, achieving success was well within reach. As for the equity distribution in our company, it will be based on actual investments. With your combined investment totaling 100 million, I shall contribute another 100 million, bringing our total to 200 million. I believe that should sufficiently lay a solid foundation for the company in its early stages. Gu Bai's opening gambit of 100 million indeed astonished both Li Jun and Zhao Weiwei. Gu Bai was aware of what the two intended to say and interjected directly. I will invest 100 million, securing a 50 stake. You two will hold 20 and 30 based on your respective contributions. Furthermore, my stipulation is that regardless of how the company evolves in the future, the shareholders shall remain unchanged. Internal transfers are permissible, but we will not accept external financing, nor do we intend to go public. Our sole aim is to generate profit. What do you think? This can certainly be enshrined in the contract. In truth, Gu Bai understood well that self-media companies inherently rely on major platforms, and while there may be some potential for growth, it is far from substantial. His initial motivation for establishing this company was merely to provide a legitimate explanation for his otherwise anonymous funds. I have no objections. Neither do I. For them, this was merely a tentative venture. Even if it were to fail, the repercussions would be negligible, considering the vast inheritance awaiting them. Chapter 22. Renting an office, the Shanghai Center Tower stands as a colossal landmark skyscraper, surpassing the nearby Shanghai World Financial Center in height. Officially completed in 2016. Like most modern super-tall buildings, the Shanghai Center is not merely an office structure. Each of its 9 zones boasts its own sky lobby and atrium, nestled between internal and external glass walls. Zone 1 will serve as the retail area, while zones 2 to 6 will be designated for office spaces, with hotels and observation decks occupying zones 7 to 9. Each floor of the sky lobby will feature its own retail shops and restaurants, creating a vertical commercial hub. Gu Bai, Li Jun, and Zhao Weiwei alighted from their respective supercars, prompting nearby pedestrians to engage in their habitual photography. At the entrance of the tower, the leasing manager, Hu Kai, appeared to be waiting for someone. The sweltering heat caused the few staff members accompanying him to perspire profusely, as such formal attire was ill-suited for the season. Upon spotting 3 luxury vehicles come to a halt, a gleam of excitement flashed in Hu Kai's eyes, and he quickly beckoned his subordinates. Hurry, let us go greet them. He then jogged towards Gu Bai and the others. Jun, is this the office space you selected for the company? stepping out of the air-conditioned vehicle. The stark temperature difference made Gu Bai begin to sweat. How's it? Not bad, right? The center tower just commenced trial operations last year, and currently, only well-known companies are accepted. I had to recruit several talents to secure this, he said. Let us head up and take a look. If it doesn't meet our expectations, we can always find another. Let us hurry, it's sweltering. Zhao Weiwei, already frail, could hardly endure the oppressive heat. As the trio prepared to enter the tower, Hu Kai approached with several subordinates. Good afternoon, Mr. Li. As the leasing manager, Hu Kai understood his role well, exuding a demeanor of utmost respect and humility. His subordinates could hardly believe their usually temperamental manager could act so deferentially. However, given their superior stature, they too were compelled to show proper respect and promptly greeted him. Li Jun cast a sideways glance at Hu Kai, furrowing his brow in puzzlement. I am Hu Kai, the leasing manager for the tower. The director informed me you would be returning this afternoon to inspect the premises, so I came early to wait and guide you. Very well, lead the way, Li Jun instructed. Upon entering the tower, the cool air from the air conditioning provided a much-needed relief. Hu Kai turned around, maintaining his respectful posture, and inquired, Mr. Li, do you wish to inspect the building first, or would you prefer to sit in the meeting room for a while? Li Jun disregarded him and instead asked Gu Bai, what do you plan to do? What is there to sit for? Let us finalize everything and register the company. It's best to resolve these matters in the next few days, as I'll be starting school soon. Li Jun's expression darkened. I almost forgot. You're still a student. You don't intend to be a hands-off manager, do you? Gu Bai chuckled awkwardly, secretly harboring such intentions. Not at all. I'll oversee the broad direction, while you two handle the details. I trust you both. Zhao Weiwei interjected. All right, he's the boss, so it's his call. After all, if there is a loss, he bears the brunt. But Gu Bai, you have quite the audacity, thinking you can abandon a 200 million project while planning to return to school? You wouldn't understand. My goal is to serve my country. Thank you, that was amusing. Hu Kai and his team stood by, chuckling nervously, not daring to interrupt. After the trio finished their banter, Li Jun turned serious, adopting a commanding tone. Let us proceed to view the premises. Hu Kai, however, dared not show any signs of dissatisfaction and continued to smile. The floor we are viewing is the 30th. With Hu Kai's directions in mind, the three headed towards the elevator. As they distanced themselves, a slightly bolder male subordinate whispered to Hu Kai, manager. Who exactly are these individuals? Talking about 200 million, as if it were 200. Hu Kai quickly turned back, glaring at him. Keep your voice down. If this gets out, you might as well pack your things and leave. Let me remind you, these individuals are of utmost importance as per the director's repeated instructions. I may not know the other two, but Mr. Li is the heir of Nanshan Real Estate, a company valued at over 100 billion. The others likely aren't any less significant, so watch your words. Having said that, Hu Kai hurriedly jogged to catch up with the others. On the 30th floor of the center tower, Hu Kai walked ahead, introducing the basic details to Li Jun and the others. Gu Bai casually occupied himself with his phone. Selecting an office space wasn't a matter of great importance to him. It was merely a question of prestige, something Li Jun could manage. Li Yun, recognizing Gu Bai's firm resolve to be a hands-off manager, could only roll his eyes in resignation. Mr. Li, our center tower is situated in the Lujiazui Financial Center, adjacent to the Shanghai World Financial Center to the east and the Jinmao Tower to the north, truly a prime business district. Our tower is a landmark super-tall building in Shanghai, standing at a total height of 632 meters. Designed by the American firm Gensler, its exterior spirals upwards, symbolizing the traditional dragon of Huagua. The building comprises 121 floors, vertically divided into 9 zones, including a commercial center on the ground level, office floors in the midsection, and hotels, cultural facilities, and observation decks at the top. The observation deck on the 118th floor offers an unparalleled view, surrounded by expansive glass curtain walls. Here, one can admire the Oriental Pearl Tower, Jinmao Tower, and the World Financial Center from below, while gazing out towards the Bund, Expo Park, and the 80,000-seat stadium. With the Suzhou Creek and Huangpu River winding into the East China Sea, a truly exceptional choice for high-end office spaces. The 783rd floor is available for external leasing, and the 30th floor we are currently viewing is centrally located within the tower. Li Jun gazed out at the urban landscape of Shanghai from the window, nodding in satisfaction. Observing Li Jun's approval, Hu Kai felt reassured and continued to smile as he elaborated. This floor has a usable area of 215 square meters. absolutely suitable for standard office requirements. What is the price? Li Yun inquired. Hu Kai promptly retrieved the document in his hand. The rental price for our office space is 323 yuan per square meter per day. This particular floor, being in a prime location, was originally quoted at 17 yuan per square meter per day. However, the director specifically instructed me to offer Mr. Li the most favorable rate. So we have set the price at 15 yuan per square meter per day. Calculated based on the actual area, this amounts to 1.44 million per month. Moreover, if a 3-year lease agreement is signed, we will provide 1 year of complimentary property management services. Li Jun's family has been engaged in the real estate industry. Although he has yet to involve himself in the family business, he possesses a certain understanding of these matters. He is aware that the price quoted by Hu Kai is indeed quite favorable. After receiving Hu Kai's offer, Li Jun turned to Gu Bai and inquired, "Old Gu, what are your thoughts?" Gu Bai, engrossed in his phone, did not even lift his head. "I think it's rather good. You can make your own decision." A monthly expenditure of over 1 million, in Gu Bai's eyes, was hardly a figure of concern. At 1.44 million per month, that amounts to over 17 million a year, it hardly warrants much attention. Niyun, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and then sought Zhao Weiwei's opinion. There's no way to communicate with someone who treats 100 million so lightly. "Old Zhao, what do you think?" Zhao Weiwei appeared considerably more serious. "This is about right. Choosing a location for the company is merely a matter of face. Placing the company here adds a certain prestige. Eventually, a significant amount will be spent anyway. This little bit hardly matters." Li Jun reflected on this and promptly made his decision. "So, manager, who is it?" Hu Kai quickly interjected. "Please call me Xiao Hu." His demeanor hardly reflected that he was several years older than Li Jun. Li Jun paid no heed to his attitude. He was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect by many, and Hu Kai was not one to stand out. "As you suggested, let's fill in a 3-year lease intention and pay the first year's rent up front." "Certainly, Li Jun. I will arrange this for you immediately." Hu Kai felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This was undoubtedly a significant deal, and he stood to gain a considerable commission. Most importantly, securing such a major client under his purview was a monumental accomplishment, and a promotion with a salary increase was no longer just a dream. "Li Jun, why don't you all go to the reception room and rest for a bit?" "All right." With that, Hu Kai hurried off to prepare for the signing arrangements, not forgetting to instruct several subordinates to attend to Li Jun and his companions well. It was hard to imagine how this middle-aged man had just displayed such deference to Li Jun. In the reception room, Li Jun, as the legal representative decided by the trio, inscribed his name on the contract. The company was set to be established within the next few days. As for the office rent, it would be paid under the company's name. This contract could be seen as a letter of intent. Hu Kai nodded vigorously, holding the contract. "Since everything is settled, we will come for the handover in a few days. Astashult, Li Yun, we will ensure that your office space is ready as quickly as possible." Hu Kai, beaming with delight, escorted Gu Bai and the others down to the building's entrance, exhaling a sigh of relief only after watching them depart in their luxury sports car. After all, conducting business with a wealthy second-generation heir, over 10 million had been resolved in just 2 hours. One of Hu Kai's subordinates remarked with a hint of envy, "It's hard to imagine." Hu Kai, shedding his earlier humble demeanor, glanced at the subordinate. "Stop being envious. Compared to them, your entire life seems dull. As long as you're willing to work hard, you will at least fare better than most." Having long surpassed the age of youthful ambitions, Hu Kai now simply hoped that his current income would sustain his family's lifestyle. Chapter 23. Xingnai Media, September 10th, 2017. Today marks exactly 1 month since Gu Bai's rebirth. In this month, Gu Bai has completely bid farewell to the mediocrity of his past life. He is now not only a billionaire with over 300 million in his bank account, but also a major shareholder in a media company valued at 200 million. It has been a week since the last company location decision was made. As the saying goes, money makes things happen. The office has been renovated in just 7 days, and the employees have moved into the central building. The company was registered 2 days ago, and all 3 of them, who prefer to avoid complications, directly replicated the original model of Zhao Weiwei's Xingnai Model Agency, naming it Xingnai Media Company. Limited. Li Jun serves as the legal representative, while Gu Bai and Zhao Weiwei are the shareholders. At this moment, in the conference room on the 30th floor of the central building, apart from Gu Bai, Li Jun, and Zhao Weiwei, there were a dozen formally dressed men and women, most of whom were former employees of the model agency, along with a few professionals recently recruited through headhunting firms. These individuals comprise the initial middle and upper management of the newly established company. Li Jun holds the position of general manager. Zhao Weiwei serves as the deputy general, while Gu Bai merely holds the title of chief planning director. A decision made after much discussion among the three, as Gu Bai's focus was not heavily invested in the company. At the conference table, the new chief financial officer, Shun Shengwen, was reporting on the company's financial status while holding a document. Shun Shengwen, the most accomplished candidate recommended by the headhunting firm, received the highest salary. As it is a joint venture and the trio preferred not to directly interfere with financial matters. Thus, hiring a professional was the most suitable option. The company's current expenditures include office lease costs of 17.2 million, renovation costs of 1.8 million, and office equipment totaling 6 million, bringing total expenses to 25 million. The company account still holds 150 million, providing ample funds to initiate any projects at will. Although it was Li Jun's first foray into entrepreneurship, he was the scion of one of the largest real estate companies in the country. Even if he had not experienced it firsthand, he had certainly seen enough. Sitting at the head of the table, he spoke. Let's discuss the actual issues facing each department. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Song Renwei, the former personnel manager now serving as the human resources director, stood up. The company's most pressing issue is staffing. Given the current structure of our 7 major departments, we simply do not have enough personnel to maintain normal operations. Aside from the HR, finance, and operations support departments, the public relations, legal, planning, and technical departments are entirely idle. I suggest we expedite the recruitment of additional employees. The problem raised by Song Renwei was understood by Li Jun, Gu Bai, and Zhao Weiwei alike, but it was also one of the easiest to resolve. After all, in the vast expanse of China, there was no shortage of people. Coupled with Gu Bai's suggestion, Xingnai Media's advertised salary conditions were superior to the market, so it was believed that they would soon fill the vacancies. The discussion then shifted to various details, which took nearly half an hour. Li Jun rubbed his forehead, noticing Gu Bai, sitting nearby, engrossed in his phone with an air of indifference. Frustrated, he remarked, "We can address specific details later. Now, I invite Director Gu to speak." With that, he cast a teasing glance at Gu Bai, anticipating that Li Jun would not allow him too much leisure. Gu Bai put away his phone and offered a gentle smile to the executives present. Being high-ranking officials, they were well aware of the equity distribution within the company and recognized that the strikingly handsome young man before them was the genuine owner of the company. Promptly returning smiles in kind. Clearing his throat, Gu Bai adjusted his posture slightly to appear more formal. The purpose of establishing this company is clear to all. Our goal is to create the largest influencer IP incubation base in the country, so the subsequent strategic direction will revolve around this. First, since we aim to cultivate influencers, we must identify those individuals who are easily marketable and readily accepted by the online community. Currently, those who already possess a certain level of recognition among netizens should be prioritized for contracts. There is no need to worry about costs. I would like Director Yin to provide me with a detailed plan as soon as possible. Upon hearing Gu Bai's directive, Yin Xiaobo, the deputy director of the planning department, promptly stood up in agreement. Second, with sufficient funds currently available, passive development is not feasible, so I have decided to initiate some small projects for trial purposes. I will address this within the next few days. The third point, and indeed the most crucial one, is that the public relations department and the operations support department must swiftly establish collaborations with social media platforms such as Douyin, Kuaishou, Tingxuan, and Weibo. The essence of self-media lies in its affiliation with these colossal social platforms, making this endeavor of utmost urgency. The directors of both departments rose in succession to address the matter. After they had nearly finished their remarks, Gu Bai nodded towards them, shifting his gaze to Zhao Weiwei. "Lao Zhao, how many models are still left under your modeling agency?" Zhao Weiwei cast a puzzled glance at him and replied candidly, "There are only a dozen left. Those who possess considerable potential have been retained, while the majority have been dismissed." His implication was clear. Those who were aesthetically pleasing were kept, while the average-looking ones had already been sent away. Being well acquainted with his meaning, Gu Bai smiled subtly. "Are they currently in the company?" This time, it was not Zhao Weiwei who spoke, but Song Renwei, who quickly interjected, "Yes, there are a total of 17 individuals, all of whom are present in the company. Let us go see how things are." Although Li Jun remained uncertain about Gu Bai's intentions, he appropriately suggested, "Then let us adjourn the meeting." The executives promptly rose to bid farewell and exited the conference room in an orderly fashion. Lao Gu, what are you planning to do? With the outsiders gone, Li Jun spoke more informally. In 3 days, I will return to school, and I want to have as much time to engage in company operations. I intend to create a template first, and then we shall develop according to this model in the early stages. How do you plan to proceed? Let us go and select from the models that Lao Zhao has retained. Zhao Weiwei. In the company's lounge, a group of slender and curvaceous girls sat together, whispering among themselves. Deqian, I heard that the company will no longer engage in modeling business and will shift towards self-media to cultivate internet celebrities. I wonder if that is reliable. Although salaries have increased, we have lost our income from runway shows. Contemplating resignen. Ding Yun, once one of the most renowned models under Xing Nai Modeling Agency, complained to Luo Yiqian, her face etched with concern. The company is undergoing a reorganization, and Luo Yiqian was among the informed. Having been present during Gu Bai's discussions, don't think too much about it. Didn't Director Song mention that the company is now a major enterprise with an investment of 200 million? Since we've been retained, it surely indicates our value to the company. Let us observe for now. Have you seen how many sisters wanted to stay, but couldn't? They are now frantically searching for new companies, and I've heard that several have returned to their former professions. The emphasis on returning to previous professions is noteworthy. We should take note. Listening to the murmurs of the girls, Song Runway cleared his throat and said, I understand that you are feeling quite lost, given the company's substantial changes and shifts in business focus. However, I can assure you that your future compensation will be significantly higher than when you were models, so there is no need for excessive worry. At that moment, the lounge door swung open, and Gu Bai, accompanied by 2 others, entered with an air of joviality. Hello, Mr. Li. Hello, Ms. Gu. Hello, Mr. Zhao, Song Runway greeted, surrounded by a flurry of eager voices. Li Jun and Zhao Weiwei remained silent, as they were merely accompanying Gu Bai. Gu Bai waved his hand dismissively, signaling for them to take a seat, and settled into a chair, scrutinizing them with an inquisitive gaze. To his surprise, he spotted Luo Yiqian among the girls. Luo Yiqian, unashamed, locked her gaze on Gu Bai with a flirtatious smile. Gu Bai appraised the group of girls and glanced at the information in his hands, beginning to call out names. Shi Shuyi, Ding Yun, Yu Sure, step forward. The 3 girls exchanged bewildered glances and stood up in unison. Gu Bai pondered for a moment before adding, and Luo Yiqian. For girls, each with distinct appearances, stood before Gu Bai. After reviewing their attributes, which averaged above 85, he deemed them satisfactory. You 4 will accompany me to understand the company's current business direction. The 4 of you I've selected are the first batch the company intends to promote as internet celebrities. Moving forward, the company will implement a comprehensive evaluation system. Only upon successfully passing the assessment will the company consider allocating resources to you. Now follow me. With that, Gu Bai exited the lounge. Song Runway promptly escorted Gu Bai and his companions out, while the chosen 4 followed closely behind. As they departed, the discussions in the lounge began to swell. Wow, is this one of our new bosses? So handsome. At first, I thought a celebrity had entered. Handsome is secondary. I've heard that this Mr. Gu is the company's largest investor, contributing a staggering 100 million. 100 million? I've never seen that much money in my life. Does anyone know the background of Mr. Gu? Does he have any inappropriate tendencies to exploit his power over female subordinates? No offense. Just curious to experience that feeling of being oppressed. Gu Bai was oblivious to the chatter in the lounge. He was preparing to embark on the first step of his plan to cultivate internet celebrities with Luo Yiqian and the others. Chapter 24. Bringing Little Sweetheart to early stardom. Jinling East Road Pedestrian Street. With the opening of Jinling East Road Pedestrian Street and the influx of international merchants, this commercial avenue has truly become the foremost street in Huagua. The street is adorned with colorful bricks, with gold accents symbolizing prosperity. In the center, there are jingling carts for tourists to enjoy. Just 2 years prior, bustling commercial streets resembling Rongqing Taigu Li had become the top choice for street photography self-media. Currently, the crowds are comprised of honest tourists. Lao Gu, why have you brought everyone here? Li Jun queried, parking his car and approaching Gu Bai with a look of confusion. To shoot a video. Just watch and see. As someone who has been reborn, Gu Bai is aware of the pathways to success for future top internet celebrities, which primarily lie in various fundamental domains: singing, dancing, looks, and corporate branding. After 2018, various modes of short videos proliferated, with street photography emerging as a captivating genre for the youth. At around this time next year, a certain young lady known as Rongqing Little Sweetheart will skyrocket to fame. The rise of Rongqing Little Sweetheart can be attributed to a spontaneous street interview where a reporter sought beautiful women for questions, and the charming girl fortuitously entered the frame. During the interview, she expressed that she did not require her boyfriend to be wealthy, only that he could take her out to eat. Her candid response resonated with the audience, leading to her becoming a dream figure for countless internet users, with many traveling to Rongqing just to catch a glimpse of her. The reasons behind Little Sweetheart's popularity can be seen as a combination of self-media's deliberate promotion and a reflection of societal trends. After all, when one opens their phone these days, topics about dowries, cars, and houses dominate the conversations. Suddenly presenting a pure-looking, non-materialistic girl is bound to capture the hearts of numerous netizens. Whether it was staged or not is irrelevant. Gu by now intends to fully replicate Little Sweetheart's trajectory to stardom, preparing to create a new version of Little Sweetheart in Shanghai. All the employees from the photography department, originally tasked with capturing the moment, arrived with an array of equipment, drawing curious glances from surrounding tourists. Under Gu Bai's prior direction, Luo Yiqian donned a fresh, innocent outfit, applying a light, natural makeup that indeed bore a striking resemblance to the authentic Little Sweetheart. In Gu Bai's mind, he believed that once the video from this shoot was uploaded, even if it did not achieve the explosive success of the previous life, it would undoubtedly fare well. Extending this opportunity to Luo Yiqian, a girl with whom he had once shared an intimate exchange, was already a demonstration of his benevolence. Gu Zong. Luo Yiqian stood beside Gu Bai, greeting him in a sweet, delicate manner. Gu Bai disregarded her gaze entirely, handing her a pre-prepared script. Memorize the lines on this script. We will perform according to it shortly. Okay. Recognizing that Gu Bai seemed disinterested in her, Luo Yiqian wisely chose to remain silent. She was a perceptive individual, aware that there were many girls in the company who were more attractive than herself. The fact that Gu Bai had given her this opportunity was already a stroke of fortune. Gu Bai paid no heed to Luo Yiqian's thoughts and called for the filming crew, who promptly began preparing the equipment. He stood in the shade with Li Juan, observing them as they worked up a sweat. Director Yin, please ensure that several Douyin accounts are registered. Remember, each account must be under the company's name. Then, get in touch with the marketing team at Douyin. Once the video is produced, it should be published directly on the Douyin platform, followed by a paid promotion across all platforms to guarantee visibility for every Douyin user. Gu Zong, isn't that expenditure a bit excessive? The cost for full platform promotion on Douyin has already reached 3 million. We could initially try a smaller scale promotion to test the waters. Gu Bai shook his head. That's unnecessary. This is our company's first video. We must ensure it creates a significant impact. Yin Xiaobo, upon hearing this, refrained from further persuasion and nodded in agreement. Li Juan, overhearing Gu Bai's plan, chimed in. Are we only promoting on Douyin? What about Weibo? Gu Bai, his gaze fixed on the bustling crew, explained slowly, the nature of this video is currently only suitable for promotion on Douyin. As for Weibo, if it gains traction on Douyin, we can then fan the flames there. What about Kuaishou and Duanzi? Those two platforms do not align with our company's positioning. Our initial direction is youthful and trendy. If Duanzi does not rectify its course, it is likely to be shut down soon. As for Kuaishou, well, it's a complicated situation. Kuaishou initially aimed for relatability, but it has sunk too low, to the point of being almost unrecognizable. Consider the major influencers on Douyin, like the Modern Brothers, Mgu and Dai Gula K, who embody a clear trendy style, in contrast to Kuaishou's Xiao H. Xiao, Louis Shou, and Air Lu. One group inspires aspiration, while the other resembles a mere circus act. The thought of the bizarre personas on Kuaishou made Gu Bai hastily dismiss those images from his mind. Zhu and Gu, when you have a moment, take a look at Kuaishou, and you will understand why I am reluctant to post our video there. Li Zong, Gu Zong, we are ready. The leader of the production team, wiping his brow, approached Gu Bai and Li Juan. Thank you for your hard work, Gu Bai said politely, continuing, prepare the actors. We will begin filming immediately. Fussing Luoyakian. Gu Bai, with an impassive expression, stated, how you choose to perform is your own affair. I have only one request. Rein in your flamboyance. Portray your character as pure as you understand it. If you achieve fame, purity will become your persona from then on. Do you understand? Understood. Luoyakian di Blaid weekly. Go ahead. Gu Bai waved her off. After half an hour and several takes, they finally completed the filming. Yin Xiaobo handed the finished video to Gu Bai for review. Alright, this will do. A little post-production, and we will upload it to Douyin. Additionally, register a Douyin account for Luo Yiqian, naming it Hushang Xiao Tian Tian, and the video account will be Xing Nai Jiepai. Leave everything to the company's operations. Understood. Li Cun Lindin. Is that it? Just like this? Gu Bai rolled his eyes. What do you expect? Do you think we're making a movie? This is how we create an influencer? Then that influencer would be worth very little. It may seem straightforward because we have money, resources, and people. Everything is in place. For an ordinary person, without special circumstances, where lies the chance for fame? Li Juan shook his head. I still think it's a bit unreliable. Gu Bai offered Li Juan a reassuring smile, placing a hand on his shoulder. Relax, this is merely a trial. There will be plenty of follow-up actions. Just don't confuse influencers with idols. An idol is an idol, and an influencer is an influencer. Even when creating a small idol star, the approach is always high-end, distinctly separating them from the ordinary. An influencer, in essence, is grassroots, two entirely different concepts. It's not as simple as one video creating fame. Continuous exposure is essential to retain that traffic. Gu Bai's words rang true. For instance, in his previous life, the popularity of Chengdu Xiao Tian Tian soared. Yet it faltered due to a lack of follow-up exposure. Although she later attempted a comeback, it was largely unsuccessful. This is where the role of an agency becomes crucial. Gu Bai aimed to retain the traffic and subsequently monetize it. On the 30th floor of the central tower, Guzong, everything is prepared. The Douyin marketing department has been contacted, and we have negotiated the promotion cost down to 2.6 million for full platform promotion, ensuring it reaches every Douyin user's phone. Yin Xiaobo reported, standing beside Gu Bai and Li Juan. Currently, Douyin has approximately over 100 million active users, nearing 200 million. The price of 2.6 million is indeed reasonable, especially compared to Weibo's cost of several thousand for a trending hour. Gu Bai nodded, then instructed, inform the public relations department that I want a budget of 400,000. If the results are favorable, we can increase it further. Arrange for a group of online commenters to push this video to the top. Ideally, I want Hushang Xiao Tian Tian to dominate tomorrow's Douyin trends. Understood. Take a look at this list first. After this event concludes, ensure that all these individuals are signed under the company. I don't care what methods you employ. If they're already under contract elsewhere, entice them with lucrative offers. I want all of them to become influencers under Xing Nai Media within a month. Yin Xiaobo glanced at the list, which featured influencers who had already gained some recognition on Douyin. Modern Brothers, Gu, Dai Gula K, and others, totaling around a dozen. As for others on the list, Gu Bai recalled them as being riddled with controversies. He thought it unwise to risk not profiting from them while also inviting trouble. Understood. All right, you may go now. Li Juan handed Gu Bai a cigarette. Chuckling, I say, Lao Gu, why don't you just quit studying? You seem to manage these company matters with such ease. The creative ideas also come from you. Why not take the role of general manager? Gu Bai lit the cigarette and rolled his eyes at him. Am I a successor of socialism, abandoning studies to chase profits? That would be madness. My funds are ample enough to last me a lifetime. You need not worry. Once the company is on the right track, just sit back and enjoy the returns. Influencer monetization is the trend of the future. It won't lead to losses. At that moment, Luo Yiqian knocked and entered. Li Zong, Gu Zong, if there's nothing else, I'll be off for the day. Under Gu Bai's guidance, Luo Yiqian had consciously concealed her flamboyance, opting for a pure persona instead. Upon witnessing Luo Yiqian's attire, Gu Bai felt a stir of restlessness within. Let us leave work together, he suggested. Rising from his seat, he bid farewell to Li Jun, stating, I shall take my leave now and check the video situation tomorrow. Li Jun responded with an approving hand gesture. Exercise some restraint. At such a young age. Don't emulate Lao Zhao, treating kidney tonics as a meal. Luo Yiqian obediently followed Gu Bai's side. In their previous life, the masses had flocked to Rongqing in vain for authentic sweetie. So in this life, the counterfeit sweetie must surely accomplish something, right? Chapter 25. Sweetie captivates the nation, September 12th. Only one day remained until the commencement of the school year. Inside Xingnai Media Company, Li Zong remarked, Gu Zong, our 2 Douyin accounts we are promoting have already gone viral. Xingnai Street Photography has surpassed 2 million followers, while Shanghai Sweetie has exceeded 5 million and continues to rise. The delight on Yin Xiaobo's face was palpable. This was the company's inaugural project, commencing with such a fervent start, a most auspicious sign. Gu Bai, however, remained remarkably composed. Sweetie's explosive popularity was entirely anticipated. In his previous life, Sweetie had been a phenomenon, and with his own efforts behind the scenes, having invested several million. It would be strange if it did not succeed. Zhao Weiwei, seated beside Gu Bai, inquired with a puzzled expression, "Lao Gu, you seem remarkably unexcited. This project is entirely your brainchild." Gu Bai straightened, extinguishing his cigarette. "Is this minor achievement truly worthy of excitement? With our combined investment of 200 million in the company, if we were to rejoice over such a trivial milestone, we would surely be driven to madness in the future." "Well, this charade can only be maintained by you," Zhao Weiwei remarked. "But it seems you anticipated Sweetie's success. Share your thoughts with us." Li Jun interjected at the opportune moment. "You two live in a bubble, oblivious to the current mindset of ordinary youth. Allow me to explain. If you open Weibo or Douyin and glance at the comment sections, you will find many engaged in arguments or complaints. The grievances boil down to the materialism of today's girls, the challenges posed by demanding mothers-in-law, soaring housing prices, and the difficulty of making money. These issues have become societal norms. Now, with the introduction of a pure, non-materialistic persona like Sweetie, we strike a chord with contemporary youth. Thus, in my view, Sweetie's success is inevitable. While Li Jun and Zhao Weiwei might not fret over the concerns of modern youth, it did not mean they were oblivious to the prevailing societal landscape, both wearing expressions of understanding. What should the company do next? Li Jun continued to inquire. I have contemplated this over the past few days. Our company has two potential paths. The first path involves continuously creating various viral internet celebrities and monetizing them, akin to casting a wide net. If we have enough influencers under our banner, when the time comes to monetize traffic, the company will begin to realize genuine profits. The second path is simpler. Entirely forsake the small influencer route and focus all resources on cultivating top-tier influencer IPs. This approach has its merits and drawbacks. The downside being a longer development cycle, as substantial resources and time are required to elevate an influencer to the top tier. The upside is that once the timing is right, the monetization efficiency of a top-tier influencer can equate to that of hundreds or thousands of smaller influencers. Essentially, we are deciding between a high-end or low-end approach. I have presented the options. The final decision rests with both of you. Regardless of the path chosen, profitability is assured. Upon hearing this, Zhao Weiwei quickly asserted, "We must pursue the high-end route. My previous modeling agency followed a low-end approach, nurturing a host of small models. Yet we barely turned a profit, pouring in millions annually." In contrast to Zhao Weiwei's haste, Li Jun pondered for a moment. "The route we take is not paramount. As long as our funding is sufficient, we could even develop both paths simultaneously. My concern is that our initial investment of 200 million may not suffice for the company to allocate ample resources towards promoting a top-tier influencer IP, especially considering we have already invested nearly 5 million into the initial Sweetie project, and we are merely at the starting line." Gu Bai smiled, assuring Li Jun not to worry. "You can rest easy. The development cycle will not extend to such extremes. Take Luo Yaqian as an example. I plan to elevate her to a level of 10 million, or even tens of millions of followers within 2 months. By the time 11 arrives, it will mark our first step towards monetizing traffic. You all should remember my mention of influencer marketing, right? I will have the planning department draft a comprehensive strategy, striving to partner with Alibaba before 11 to launch our first batch of influencers on Taobao for marketing. An influencer with 10 million followers, even if just 1% of our audience makes a purchase, would yield an enormous sum. If we successfully initiate this venture, the company can become self-sufficient, using profits for further development. Do you note it? Since you have a clear strategy, let us proceed as you envision." Gu Bai smiled, indicating for Li Jun to be at ease. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Yin Xiaobo, who was still standing nearby, and asked Director Yin, "Have you been in contact with the list of influencers for signing?" Upon hearing Gu Bai's inquiry, Yin Xiaobo promptly replied, "In the past few days, I have arranged for our team to reach out to them. Most individuals on the list you provided have already secured contracts with other companies. Only 2 remain unsigned, Dai Gulake and Modern Brothers. I have instructed our team to contact them, and specific progress should emerge in the coming days." Securing these influencers was the company's most pressing task. Ensure none slip through the cracks and meet all reasonable demands. Furthermore, for those already contracted, we must lure them away, and the company will cover any breach fees. Gu Bai understood the immense potential these individuals held. If influencers were likened to the entertainment industry, These individuals were akin to top-tier celebrities. We have yet to reach the influencer explosion period of 2018, and they are merely at the cusp of influence, making this moment the perfect opportunity to secure their contracts. Once they achieve true fame, attempting to sign them will demand a cost exponentially greater than now. I have observed these individuals over the past few days, and I fail to see what makes them so special. Lao Gu, why do you regard them with such significance? Liyun quit? Perplexed. Gu Bai found it challenging to explain. After all, he could not reveal that he had returned from the future, able to foresee their potential. I believe they possess the potential to rise to fame. Very well, if you assert it, so be it. As long as it leads to profit for us, we can work as laborers, Li Jun conceded. Gu Bai chuckled, not engaging further on that note, instead continuing with Yin Xiaobo. In the coming days, draft our future contracts in 5 tiers. You have the discretion to determine the specific terms, and simply present them to Li Zong for review later. Classify the contracts into B, A, S, and S. The S tier should align with Luo Yaqian's contract. The S tier signifies a phenomenon-level influencer contract. Should anyone seek to negotiate this contract, inform either me, Li Zong, or Zhao Zong immediately. For contracts below a tier, you may decide autonomously. Understood. I shall attend to this promptly. No rush. Prioritize this task, Gu Bai instructed. Gu Bai pulled out his phone, opened Douyin, accessed the Xingnai street photography account, and perused the comments below. This video had been uploaded just 2 days prior, and within less than 48 hours, it had already garnered over 8 million likes, rapidly approaching the milestone of 10 million. It was anticipated that with a few more days of fermentation, it would become the first Douyin video to surpass 10 million likes. The most popular comment beneath the video has already garnered over 1 million likes. Douyin is filled with good girls, yet in reality, I can hardly encounter even one. Young lady, due to your remark, for the rest of your life, you will have banquets every day, including breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late-night snacks. Is there a group heading to Shanghai in search of a little sweetheart? Sign up here. Gu Bai pointed to the comment and instructed Yin Xiaobo. Did you see this comment? Go to finance and withdraw 1 million. Find a batch of accounts with a certain number of followers and have them follow the trend to post videos. The content of the video should be about coming to Shanghai to meet the little sweetheart. I need you to set this rhythm in motion, and then arrange for Luo Yaqian to meet with some popular video creators. Once this wave of heat passes, I estimate that Luo Yaqian's Douyin account will naturally soar past 10 million followers. Yin Xiaobo's eyes lit up. President Gu, you truly are a marketing genius. If we rely solely on this one trend, our account's follower count could reach 6 or 7 million at most. But with your operation, it's akin to launching a new trend while continuing the previous one. We could even create a few internet celebrities through this buzz. Just handle it as you see fit. Gu Bai paid no heed to Yin Xiaobo's flattery. He was no marketing genius. He merely expedited situations that would have emerged in the past and turned them into his own resources. Well then, I shall take my leave to arrange things. Go ahead. Gu Bai waved his hand. After Yin Xiaobo departed, Gu Bai stood up as well. Zhao Gu, Jun Gu, I'm leaving the company in your hands for the time being. I've already outlined the specifics. You two just handle it. If any particularly difficult issues arise, just contact me. Li Jun chuckled and shook his head. You've made up your mind to be a hands-off boss, haven't you? Gu Bai smiled faintly. In fact, both of you are more capable than I am in terms of company operations. I'm merely providing a general direction. Even without my involvement, you two could steer the company onto the right path. My role is just to accelerate the process. Gu Bai was speaking from the heart. Both Li Jun and Zhao Weiwei were graduates from prestigious universities, and after being influenced by their families for so long, they could effortlessly manage a company of this scale. All right, no need to flatter us. I see you're not taking this company seriously, are you? Li Jun immediately sensed Gu Bai's underlying thoughts. Unfazed by Li Jun's insight, Gu Bai smiled nonchalantly. I genuinely intend to delve into the legitimate entertainment industry. Xingnai Media is merely a trial run. That is fine then. Just don't forget about us when you have good projects in the future. Gu Bai lightly tapped his chest. Rest assured, you will experience what it means for one person to ascend, elevating all around them. Get lost. You're the one who is a dog. Li Jun laughed and scolded. Chapter 26. The most arrogant drama student. Old Gu. Have you reached the school yet? Hurry up. Today is the new student registration day, and the entrance is bustling with activity. Gu Bai was driving while listening to Deng Bo's urgings on his phone. Over a year since he last saw his roommates before his rebirth, coupled with more than a month since his return, Gu Bai's foot pressed the accelerator a little harder. The night shadow speeding along the roads of Shanghai. All right, stop rushing me. Can't you think of something healthy? Like the core socialist values? Stop fixating on girls all day. You may see 100 beauties, but they aren't yours. However, read 100 books, and the knowledge is yours. Our goal is to serve the motherland. Speak plainly. Is there a girl worth abandoning my duty to serve the country? Currently, no. At the entrance of the Shanghai Theater Academy, luxury cars were abundant. Even Mercedes, BMWs, and Audis ranked only in the mid-tier. It was only Maseratis and Porsches that could be deemed luxury cars in this context. As Gu Bai drove the night shadow from a distance, all eyes turned towards him. After all, even if one disregarded the prestige of the Lamborghini brand, the striking appearance of his night shadow was enough to incite a stir. Not far away, a journalist, clad in reporter attire, hurriedly instructed his colleague, "Quickly jot this down. On the first day of school at the Theater Academy, a supercar worth millions makes an appearance." He intended to move closer for a better photo of the owner. As an art school on par with the Central Academy of Drama and Beijing Film Academy, the Theater Academy's opening day was sure to attract considerable media attention. On the phone, Gu Bai inquired, "Where are you?" "Right at the school entrance at the main gate." Then Bo replied. Peering through the car window, Gu Bai finally caught sight of Deng Bo's greasy face. The night shadow maneuvered through the crowd and slowly approached Deng Bo, stopping only when it was beside him. As a student in the Theater Academy's performance department, Deng Bo's looks were certainly above average. While he couldn't match Gu Bai's striking appearance, he was still handsome enough. At this moment, he stood by the roadside at the school entrance, gazing at something, his short hair plastered with a generous amount of hair gel, styled into an extremely flamboyant shape, and his attire was equally ostentatious, exuding an overall impression of one word, greasy. Gu Bai scanned his attributes through the car window. Name, Deng Bo. Appearance, 84 physique, 82 affection, 85 an affection level of 85 didn't surprise Gu Bai, as Deng Bo had been the closest friend he had in the dormitory during his previous life. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing Gu Bai's godlike face. Waiting for someone? Initially, Deng Bo was pondering which pretentious individual parked at the school entrance, but upon seeing Gu Bai's face through the window, his mouth gaped open, and it took him a moment to exclaim, "What the hell? Is this car yours?" Gu Bai did not respond to his question. "I'll find a place to park first. I'll explain later. Open the door and let me in first." Observing Deng Bo's gleaming eyes, Gu Bai helplessly lifted the door of the passenger seat. The cool scissored door slowly rose, drawing envious glances from the crowd. Once Deng Bo was inside, Gu Bai gently drove through the school gates. "Wow, Bai Z, what is the situation? In just over 2 months, you've transformed into a rich second generation? This car must be quite expensive, right?" As soon as he got in, Deng Bo began to shout in excitement. Gu Bai was experiencing the thrill of showing off in front of friends for the first time, and it felt quite good. A smile crept onto Gu Bai's lips as he spoke with a hint of pride. "Just over 10 million, that's all." "What the hell? What is going on?" Deng Bo pressed for details. "Nothing much. I just turned 20 this year, and my family bought me a car. What else could there be? A car costing over 10 million, just like that? Has the world changed?" Deng Bo, being a local from Shanghai, whose family ran a small company, was already in the category of having a car and a house. Yet the sudden revelation of Gu Bai as a super-rich second generation with a $1 million luxury car left him momentarily stunned. Noticing Gu Bai's smirk, Deng Bo accepted the reality. "I bet you're like those characters in web novels, reborn and winning the lottery. When your uncle and aunt brought you to school, they didn't look like big shots at all." The camaraderie between the two allowed Deng Bo to speak candidly, unconcerned about offending Gu Bai. Little did he know, Deng Bo had unwittingly stumbled upon the truth. Gu Bai, not wanting to pursue that topic further, retorted, "What about Wen Sunming and Lu Sun? I had previously called them, and I'm already en route, so I estimate I will arrive shortly." "Very well, I'll find a place to park first." The school is bustling with too many people. It took Gu Bai quite a while to locate a parking space. As soon as he stepped out of the car, a journalist, accompanied by a photographer and a recording assistant, rushed over, panting. This was the very reporter who intended to sneak a photo of Gu Bai at the school gate. However, after a moment's thought, he realized that an impromptu interview would be more fruitful than a covert capture, so he followed Gu Bai's luxury sports car. Grateful that the traffic was heavy today, for otherwise, Gu Bai would have been unable to drive at great speed. If not for this, with the reporter's zeal in pursuing the car, he might soon find himself among the ranks of the country's top journalists. The reporter took a moment to catch his breath and approached Gu Bai directly. "Hello, student. I'm a reporter from Pear Video. May I take a few minutes of your time for an interview?" Gu Bai glanced at him, ready to decline, when Deng Bo, who had just exited the other side of the car, interjected eagerly. Of course. Of course." Gu Bai rolled his eyes in exasperation towards Deng Bo's direction, then turned back to the reporter with a nonchalant expression, saying, "Just don't take too long." It wasn't that Gu Bai was putting on airs. He had no issue with a formal interview, but given that the reporter claimed to represent Pear Video, who knew what kind of sensationalist content they might produce? After all, once the interview was over, who could predict how the footage would be edited or what identity he might be assigned? Upon hearing Gu Bai's consent, the reporter's face lit up with excitement. Journalists from smaller media outlets had come to the Shanghai Theater Academy today to capitalize on the buzz surrounding the new semester. And securing an interview with a student driving a top-tier sports car was certainly a more enticing prospect than speaking with ordinary students. The camera rolled, and the reporter raised his microphone, asking Gu Bai, "May I ask your name, fellow student?" Gu Bai. The reporter waited for Gu Bai to elaborate, but upon hearing only his name, he abruptly halted, realizing Gu Bai had no intention of saying more, leading to an awkward chuckle. "I suppose you are quite the reserved individual." Gu Bai offered a non-committal smile. "Are you a new student at the Shanghai Theater Academy today?" Before Gu Bai could respond, Deng Bo rushed in. No. We are both second-year students. I'm Deng Bo, a member of the 2016 cohort of the acting department." With that, he struck a flamboyant pose in front of the camera. The reporter could only muster a resigned smile. It seems Deng is quite the lively character. As for this young man beside me, I believe he is someone well-known, our academy's sole student to achieve a perfect score in the entrance exam. Now gracing the directing department, the reporter's eyes brightened. "So it appears Gu Bai is quite a celebrity at the academy." "Absolutely." Deng Bo took it upon himself to extol Gu Bai's virtues. "I noticed you arrived in a sports car. You must come from a well-off family. Is there a particular reason you chose to apply to our academy?" He continued, "You are quite handsome. I suspect few would expect such a striking young man to be in the directing department." Gu Bai shrugged, as if to answer the previous question. "Why did I apply to the Shanghai Theater Academy? Obviously, to study. What else would one come to school for?" The reporter sensed that Gu Bai's responses were becoming increasingly terse and quickly pivoted to another topic. "Most people apply to the academy because of a particular idol. Do you have an idol or someone you look up to?" "An idol? No. If I had to name one, I rather admire Hu Ge. After all, he stands as a representative of the entertainment industry with more male fans than female. And in terms of both acting and character, he is truly exemplary, far superior to the majority of those expressionless actors." As soon as Gu Bai finished speaking, the reporter seized upon the opportunity. This student could be described in one word: audacious. Unlike the freshmen he had previously interviewed, who were often cautious and fearful of offending someone in the industry, Gu Bai seemed entirely unperturbed. Not only did he speak boldly, but he also used the term admiration for one of the industry's top actors, even going so far as to disparage the majority as lacking in talent. Upon noticing the reporter's barely concealed excitement, Gu Bai could surmise what was on his mind. However, he remained unfazed, treating the situation as inconsequential. In his previous life, such remarks would have jeopardized his career in the entertainment industry, as publicly criticizing peers would undoubtedly offend many. Yet in this life, should Gu Bai enter the realm of entertainment, it would be as a capital mogul. In the entertainment world, what is capital? It is father. Who has ever seen a father speaking to his children with undue politeness? Deng Bo, sensing the shift in atmosphere, quickly pulled Gu Bai away, interrupting the interview. Though he wished to elicit a few more sensational comments from Gu Bai, it seemed that opportunity had vanished. Nevertheless, it was no great loss. The reporter turned to the cameraman and said, "Make sure to keep the entire segment of this interview intact. Don't cut a single frame. When we return, we'll edit it into a video for Weibo titled The Most Audacious Student at the Shanghai Theater Academy." He had a premonition that this video was bound to go viral. In today's society, the most outrageous individuals are often those fervent fans. As for the expressionless actors, most are well known. How could those fans remain composed after Gu Bai's open critique of their beloved entertainers? Now, he was simply awaiting the fallout from the video's release. Chapter 27. The White-Haired. Twin-tailed lowly Gu Bai, you truly dare to say anything. Are you not aware of the nature of those sensationalist media outlets? Once they air this interview, You will be besieged by a horde of fanatical girls, and that is not even the worst of it. Your words have effectively offended a multitude of individuals. While I agree with your sentiments, it's best for those of us aspiring to enter the entertainment industry to keep such thoughts to ourselves. At the school gate, Deng Bo stood beside Gu Bai, his tone tinged with reproach but laced with concern. Gu Bai wore an expression of indifference. I know my limits. I said what I said. Do you think I care about the entertainment industry's perception of me? Deng Bo hesitated, wanting to say more, but suddenly recalled that the current Gu Bai was no longer the Gu Bai of old. The motivation for entering the entertainment industry was merely to earn money. And given that Gu Bai was already driving a sports car worth millions, why would he concern himself with the pittance earned in that realm? All right, enough about that. But what happened to you over the summer? Do tell. Gu Bai stood at the school gate, spinning a few mundane tales to deflect the inquiry, knowing full well that the truth was far too complex to share. I can hardly believe it. Indeed, novels do not deceive. A true expert was right beside me all along, and from now on, our dormitory 404 shall rely on your guidance. Gu Shao. Get lost. Gu Bai replied with a chuckle. Just as the two were enjoying their conversation about the summer break, two similarly built young men approached with luggage in tow. Brother Bai, it's been a summer, and you're still as striking as ever. Striking is one thing, but overwhelming is another. Upon hearing their voices, Gu Bai instantly recognized them. Aside from Wen Sunming and Lu Sun, no one else could be. From this moment on, all four heads of the 404 Abnormal Human Research Center have gathered together. Lu Sun is the one among them whose looks are most akin to Gu Bai, boasting an impressive score of 89 points. Just a hair's breadth away from reaching the pinnacle of male attractiveness. His physique is slender, and his voice is soft and gentle, exuding the aura of a popular idol from the entertainment industry. Indeed, in the 2 months preceding Gu Bai's rebirth, Lu Sun successfully debuted as a group member on a certain talent show, though what the future holds for him remains beyond Gu Bai's foresight. Wen Sunming, with a name reminiscent of a standard romantic novel protagonist, possesses a character that starkly contrasts with his name. He appears to be a bright and handsome young man, whose greatest pastime is watching Japanese adult films. Were it not for his striking looks overshadowing his somewhat lascivious demeanor, the title of loser would seem fitting for him. Upon seeing Deng Bo, Wen Sunming couldn't help but tease him about his hairstyle. I say, Deng Bo, did you pour an entire bottle of hair gel on your head? It's a pity the new version of Liang Jian didn't cast you as the lead. The other three in the dormitory routinely mock his hairstyle, and Deng Bo has grown accustomed to it, rolling his eyes in response. I think we can discuss my hairstyle later. Right now, you should turn around and look at the new female students behind you. I believe they deserve more attention than my hair. As they spoke, all four turned to gaze at the new students arriving for registration. True to the reputation of the Drama Academy, the newcomers, both male and female, are all exceptionally attractive, resembling an assembly of male and female deities, surrounded by numerous media personnel capturing the moment. Another year of the new semester, Deng Bo remarked, so many vibrant and youthful female students. I wonder if any of them could be mine. One is not enough. Only a child would make such a choice. Despite not having seen each other for over 2 months, their bond remains intact. Throughout their 4 years in the dormitory, they initially experienced disagreements and discord. But gradually they learned to harmonize, fostering a remarkably amicable relationship. At that moment, a girl dragging a suitcase approached the four of them. Excuse me, are you seniors from the Shanghai Theater Academy? Her voice was soft and melodious, reminiscent of an anime character's voiceover. When Gu Bai and the others turned their attention to the owner of the voice, they were momentarily stunned. The newcomer was a slender girl with long hair dyed as white as snow, styled into twin ponytails draping over her shoulders. Her large, sparkling eyes radiated youthfulness, and her face was brimming with collagen, giving her a dewy appearance, resembling a grown-up version of Kanna from the Japanese anime Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. At that moment, she was gazing at Gu Bai with an expression of pure innocence and delight. After a while, they regained their composure, and Deng Bo immediately displayed his straightforward nature. Little sister, this is the Shanghai Theater Academy. The affiliated middle school is not here. If you wish to go there, you can take a taxi. It's not far. He finished with what he believed to be a gentle smile. To his surprise, the girl with twin ponytails displayed a look of disdain. Senior, hasn't anyone told you that you are truly greasy? She retorted, taking a step back in distaste. Seeing her bluntness made Gu Bai and the others burst into laughter. Deng Bo, feeling indignant, argued, You're still young. If you don't know, don't make wild statements. This isn't greasy. It's called maturity. Are the people around you telling you this? Of course. Then they're quite kind. Deng Bo's face flushed a deep shade of purple. The girl with twin ponytails, amidst the envious gazes of Wen Sunming and Lu Sun, walked up to Gu Bai, smiling sweetly. This Oni Ai-chan clearly surpasses that greasy guy by a long shot. Deng Bo nearly choked on his own indignation. Before Gu Bai could respond, the girl turned to him with a bright smile and introduced herself. Senior, my name is Yi, a freshman in the directing department of the Shanghai Theater Academy. May I ask what your name is? Yi, the character E from the phrase the one across the water. You are also in the directing department? Gu Bai asked, not out of disbelief, but because, given Yi's appearance, one would hardly expect her to be a freshman in directing. She seemed more like an underage cosplayer. Hearing Gu Bai's question, Yi's eyes sparkled. You too are in the directing department? Gu Bai nodded. That's wonderful. You haven't told me your name yet. Her tone remained soft and sweet, with a hint of playfulness. Gu Bai, he replied, simultaneously scanning her with the system. Name, attractiveness. 94 health. 95 favorability. 70 to put it frankly. Was the highest-rated girl the system had encountered thus far, with an attractiveness score of 94 points. Moreover, her initial favorability towards him was already at 70 points, suggesting a potential for infatuation at first sight. With a little more effort, perhaps they could reach greater intimacy. However, as a product of a privileged upbringing, he felt hesitant to entertain any thoughts regarding someone underage, considering his life resembled a light-hearted narrative where any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Noticing Gu Bai's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Yi fell into a spiral of self-doubt. Did her looks fail to impress? Or was it that this Oni Ai-chan did not appreciate her innocent and straightforward charm? After all, with her natural lowly physique and stunning beauty, she was the center of attention wherever she went, and she was accustomed to being approached by many. Yet, her bold attempt to engage with this Oni Ai-chan seemed to be met with disinterest. Aside from Deng Bo, who was crushed by Yi's bluntness, Wen Sunming and Lu Sun couldn't help but admire Gu Bai's composure in the presence of such a charming lowly beauty, silently giving him thumbs up. A paragon of virtue. However, although Yi appeared youthful, it didn't imply she was naive. She quickly adopted a sorrowful expression. It seems that Oni Ai-chan doesn't like me. Gu Bai scrutinized her, his penetrating gaze causing her cheeks to flush slightly, before he slowly replied, I prefer adults. Yi's large eyes widened in surprise. From her small bag, she produced her identification. Born on August 25, 1998, I'm already 19 years old. Illegal lowly, Oni Ai-chan. The way she elongated the term Oni Ai-chan sent shivers down Gu Bai's spine, rendering him utterly incapable of holding a normal conversation with this two-dimensional being. All right, speak up. What do you need? Seeing Gu Bai's awkwardness, Yi chuckled mischievously. I came to school alone and am unsure of the registration process. I could tell you were seniors, so I wanted to ask you to guide me to the registration area. There are staff members over there to help you, he suggested. No, they aren't good-looking. Yi firmly rejected his suggestion. Gu Bai felt a vain throb on his forehead. He was a person who valued appearances, but only in the context of romantic interests. He never imagined encountering a lowly who was even more extreme in her standards, dismissing others based solely on looks. Initially, Gu Bai intended to flatly refuse, as Yi's beauty didn't warrant him indulging her whims. However, upon catching sight of a graceful figure not far away, he took Yi's suitcase and began walking toward the school. But just as Gu Bai was able to spot her, that figure had also noticed him. A chilling voice pierced through the air, addressing the group. Are you just going to walk away without saying hello? The newcomer wore a light white short cape, accentuating her exquisite figure, paired with a beige knee-length skirt. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her expression was devoid of emotion, radiating an air of coldness. It was none other than, indeed, she is Gu Bai's ex-girlfriend, Zhai Li. Deng Bo and the others were aware that Gu Bai had parted ways with Zhai Li, yet upon witnessing the menacing atmosphere before them, they all silently retreated a few steps. Only Yi stood beside Gu Bai, looking utterly bewildered, resembling a clumsy fool. In Chapter 28, to both stand and fall is unadvisable. Zhai Li strode directly towards Gu Bai, tilting her head slightly upwards as she fixed her gaze intently upon his eyes. Two girls carrying bags trailed behind her, presumably assigned to her as personal assistants by the company. Observing Jai Li's fierce demeanor, Gu Bai offered a faint smile, unwavering as he met her bright, piercing gaze without a hint of evasion. Although his initial instinct upon seeing Jai Li had been to shy away, he quickly regretted that decision. Was it truly necessary for him to avoid her? After all, it was Jai Li who had initiated their breakup, and Gu Bai had acquiesced to her wishes. In his heart, he believed that their relationship had concluded for years prior. What reason did he have to continue evading her? Had Gu Bai remained as mediocre as in his previous life, he might have deemed it reasonable to steer clear of Jai Li, considering the stark divide that now separated their worlds. On one side was Gu Bai, destined to gaze up at her. But what of the present? Armed with a system, his current position had far surpassed the results of Jai Li's 4 years of hard work. As the saying goes, only those plagued by insecurity would resort to avoidance. The two engaged in a silent standoff for nearly a minute, undisturbed by anyone else, until Jai Li ultimately admitted defeat. She scrutinized Gu Bai before casting a sidelong glance at Yi, her voice laced with her characteristic chilliness as she remarked, "I never expected that after 2 months of summer vacation, your taste would have become so peculiar." Yi was taken aback. This was akin to the saying, "Trouble strikes when one is at home." Gu Bai shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "One must try something different from time to time." And I want to back down easily. Feigned a delicate demeanor and stepped closer to Gu Bai, gently tugging at his sleeve as she asked, "Senior, does this lady have some issue with me?" Gu Bai managed to suppress a chuckle, while Deng Bo and the others burst into laughter. Jai Li exuded the aura of a goddess, possessing an elegance that belied her age, and though she and Gu Bai were peers, her style had always shown a hint of maturity. She was certainly not at the level Yi described as Annie. It seemed that this white-haired girl bore a rather vengeful spirit. Gu Bai accessed Jai Li's attribute panel. Name, Jai Li appearance, 94 health, 96 affection. 82 Jai Li's beauty was undoubtedly exceptional. Otherwise, she would not have been signed by the top-tier Huai media and subsequently promoted vigorously, catapulting her to the status of one of the new generation's 4 floral goddesses. Her health was also commendable. Gu Bai was aware that Jai Li maintained an exceptionally disciplined personal life with few male acquaintances. However, he found it perplexing that her affection for him was so high. Jai Li's expression darkened at Yi's jibe, yet her well-cultivated poise prevented her from reacting as other girls might. Ignoring Yi, she directed her attention to Gu Bai, stating, "You've changed." "In what way?" Gu Bai inquired, intrigued. Jai Li tucked a stray hair behind her ear. "You are not the same as before. You used to overlook shallow girls like her." She was not mistaken. In the early years of university, Gu Bai had considered himself exceptional, pursuing interests that he deemed profound, convinced of his superiority over the ordinary. However, as the glow of his brilliance faded and a year of harsh realities in society humbled him, he found himself once more among the common folk. For years could easily transform a person. Gu Bai shrugged, responding indifferently, "People change, it's natural. As long as one finds joy in living, that is what matters. Moreover, you are no different. If you claim you've always been this way, it simply indicates that my perception was rather flawed." Jai Li, confronted by Gu Bai's indifferent demeanor, felt an ache in her heart, and her tone shifted. "I thought you would understand." Gu Bai exhaled softly, a faint scoff escaping his lips. "Understand? I do understand. Else I wouldn't have so readily accepted the fact that you ended things. However, you can't expect me to graciously accept your departure as if it were of no consequence. Pursuing your dreams is your prerogative, but don't presume that the world revolves around you. I am a person too. Just because I choose not to mention certain matters does not mean they don't affect me. So, please do not feel guilty, nor expect my forgiveness. Focus on your own endeavors. Some things lose their meaning if spoken of too often. There's a saying, to both stand and fall is unwise, and it would be best if you avoided becoming such a person." Gu Bai understood Jai Li's sentiments well. She likely felt remorse for having left him behind in pursuit of her future and sought his forgiveness. But that was unnecessary. He had long since relinquished any lingering attachment to her, with a life of indulgence awaiting him ahead. Jai Li was merely a fleeting presence. Suddenly, Jai Li realized that the handsome young man before her now felt somewhat alien, causing her to daze momentarily, her gaze lingering on his features. An inexplicable emotion surged within her, and she lowered her head, staring blankly at the pebbles at her feet. "I came to school today just to see you one last time and to say I'm sorry. In the near future, the company has arranged several projects for me, and I likely won't have much time to return to school. Well, I wish you great success, Gubai replied curtly, dragging Yi's suitcase and walking away without a backward glance, while Yi bounced along behind him like an eager follower. Watching Gubai's figure gradually fade into the distance, Zhai clenched her fists, her breath growing heavy, as if her heart had been pierced. As Gubai's silhouette vanished around the corner, tears streamed down her cheeks unbidden, as if she were the one abandoned. If only Gubai had displayed even the slightest hint of reluctance, her fragile pride might have found solace, convincing her that she was blameless. Yet, the more nonchalant Gubai appeared, the more her pride crumbled. As for Deng Bo and the others, upon witnessing Zhai Li's tears, they exchanged glances but made no move to approach her. Though they considered her a friend, it was only in the context of Gubai. Without him, Zhai Li would hardly occupy their thoughts. They merely cast her a fleeting glance before hastening after Gubai. Zhai Li stood there, lost in tears and contemplation. Her two assistants lingered behind, hesitant to offer comfort. A middle-aged woman dressed in casual black approached Zhai Li. "How are you holding up? Have you given up?" This woman was not someone the average person might recognize, but she was a prominent figure in the entertainment industry. Mo Yonghua, known as Sister Hua, a leading agent at Hawaii, with a wealth of top-tier resources and a track record of nurturing several A-list stars. Her identity extended beyond that of an agent. She was also a shareholder in Hawaii. Upon seeing Sister Hua beside her, Zhai Li glanced at her, but remained silent. "Xiao Li, I can truly empathize with your feelings. However, you must understand the nature of pursuit. It is akin to catching fireflies. They will not wait for you. You can only seize the opportunity when they glow. The chance is before you now. You must grasp it. Some things are best left behind and not mourned. You are the most promising talent I have encountered in years, gifted and resilient. I assure you, I will cultivate you into a true A-list star within a few years. Sister Hua, I understand everything you've said. I do not regret my choices. I simply feel as though I have missed something." Zhai Li wiped her tears and regained her earlier aloof demeanor. Hua Jie, with her round face and squinty eyes, inquired, "Are you referring to that boy from earlier? If it is indeed him, a person like him possesses nothing beyond his appearance. Having entirely forsaken his inherent advantages to pursue the lofty aspiration of enrolling in a film directing program. Does he truly believe that he has a chance to infiltrate the director's circle in our country? Trust me, in due time, he will find himself gazing up at you from the sidelines, just like countless ordinary individuals." Zhai Li nodded, as if seeking a way to justify her pride. If Gubai were to overhear their conversation, he would undoubtedly scoff and dismiss it as nonsense. It must be acknowledged that, should events unfold as per the usual narrative, Gubai would indeed find the chasm between himself and Zhai Li widening infinitely. Yet everything has changed. Gubai's life has taken a turn for the extraordinary, defying conventional expectations. Perhaps the gap between Gubai and Zhai Li will continue to grow, but only Gubai will ascend to greater heights. In fact, it was during Gubai's dialogue with Zhai Li that Mo Yonghua's distance was too great. Had she been any closer, she would not have dared to speak so boldly, especially upon witnessing Gubai's attire, clad in a custom-made LV ensemble. Although the logo is not overtly displayed and might escape the notice of an ordinary person, someone like Mo Yonghua, who mingles with the upper echelons of the entertainment industry, would certainly recognize it at a glance. However, none of that is of consequence. What truly matters is that had she seen the Patek Philippe 6000 and 2G adorning Gubai's wrist, she would surely have swallowed her words. Yet, all of this has become irrelevant to Gubai, who now possesses an exceptionally discerning eye and an immense sense of pride and confidence. After all, over the past month in Shanghai, he is no longer the ordinary version of himself from a past life. He can now effortlessly engage in or relinquish romantic entanglements. Let the infatuated souls pursue that role. At this moment, he has arrived at the registration desk accompanied by Yi, the white-haired, dual-ponytail girl. Baizi, you have no idea how Zhai Li wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom after you left. I believe she still harbors feelings for you. As a few individuals caught up from behind, Deng Bo patted his shoulder and spoke with the tone of someone who has been through it all. Do you think she cried because of our breakup? Gubai retorted. Isn't that the case? Yi suddenly chimed in from the side. Of course not. She weeps because she feels overlooked by Oni Ai-chan. Women are like that. The more timid you appear, the more assertive they become. Conversely, the more dominant you are, the more fragile they seem. Although I am unaware of her relationship with Oni Ai-chan, as a woman, I possess a keen understanding of women's nature. Gu Bai shifted his gaze toward Dengbo. A little girl grasps this truth, yet you remain oblivious. It's no wonder you're single. After saying this, Gu Bai shot another glare at Yi. What do you know about being a woman? I know. I'm an adult now. I'm afraid my criteria for assessing womanhood extend beyond mere adulthood. Wah! Chapter 29. Chi-Man with a stunning 97 points in looks inside dormitory 404. A cacophony of shouts erupted. The entire floor echoed with Wen Sunming's furious tirade. Dengbo, can you not aim more accurately? It's been 20 minutes. Aside from snagging 3 minions, what else have you managed to hook? Didn't I tell you to undergo eye surgery during the summer break? Lu Sun stopped smiling. Playing as a blind jungler for 20 minutes and still 0 kills. Why don't you just stay in the fountain? And goodbye. I beg you, please don't play Yasuo when we team up. 20 minutes and you've died 21 times. How on earth did you achieve that staggering death count? Enlighten me. Wen Sunming screamed, clutching his head in a fit of despair. Although Gu Bai felt a deep sense of shame within, he maintained a facade of calm. Don't panic. Once I get my Infinity Edge, we still have a chance to turn this around. He finished off another wave of minions in a second, but the opposing Zed seized the moment, executing a Shadow Strike followed by a Noxian Diplomacy, plunging Gu Bai's screen back into monochrome. As Wen Sunming skillfully executed a 1v3 with his Vayne, claiming a triple kill, Dengbo's robot garnered not a single assist. Upon seeing the notification that Gu Bai had been slain once more, despair washed over him. I think we can end this match now. Gu Bai. One opponent said. 2. Lu Sun. I haven't played all summer. I've lost my touch. Shut up. Before Dengbo could interject, Wen Sunming's roar drowned him out, prompting him to withdraw his head sheepishly. Observing the seething anger of Wen Sunming, who felt betrayed by the trio, Dengbo swiftly shifted the topic, asking Gu Bai, what was up with that girl from earlier? Gu Bai discreetly gave Dengbo a thumbs up. Nothing much. We just added each other on WeChat. A freshman added you on WeChat on the very first day. It seems your looks have granted you preferential treatment in college. Don't envy me. It's useless. It's all innate. As the two chatted animatedly, Lu Sun, who was shouldering the brunt of Wen Sunming's wrath, suggested, how about we go out for a meal? I second that. Let us eat in a cafeteria. This is a season teeming with long legs. The act of dining is secondary. I simply wish to see if the upperclassmen have gained weight this summer. Wen Sunming glanced at the 2045 stats on his screen, feeling disinclined to continue playing. He had already rejected the option to surrender, and now had to wait 3 minutes for the option to become available again. So he simply exited the game. Wen Sunming, Night Hunter, has left the game. Lu Sun, Steam Robot, has left the game. Gu Bai, Windsword Master, has left the game. My Feet Don't Stink, Blind Monk, has left the game. Nox's Hand? The 4 of them switched off their computers and headed straight for the cafeteria. The cafeteria at the Shanghai Theater Academy is not only renowned for its delectable offerings, but also boasts an exquisite decor that sets it apart from other universities. At this moment, the cafeteria was bustling with people, predominantly female, as most who harbor dreams of stardom are young women, resulting in a demographic skewed in favor of females at the academy. The sight of long, slender legs moving about the cafeteria sparked excitement in Zhuqiu Kuan and Lu Sun, while Gu Bai remained notably composed, having encountered many flirty encounters. He had developed a higher immunity to such distractions. The group ordered 3 servings of meat sauce pasta and 1 of twice-cooked pork rice. They had already discussed their meal options on the way there, and unlike the others, Gu Bai had a preference for Chinese cuisine. The dishes arrived promptly, and the 4 of them settled into a vacant spot. Since the semester has just begun, do you have any plans for the upcoming Golden Week? Lu Sun inquired as they took their seats. Forget about traveling. The tourist spots are overcrowded. I plan to stay home and watch the S7 finals. Then Bull, a native of Shanghai whose home is not far from the school, had visited Gu Bai's house several times, each time to a different residence, typical of a Shanghai household facing relocation. In truth, those who gain admission to the Shanghai Theater Academy rarely come from financially disadvantaged backgrounds. After all, those without ample means would generally opt for the regular college entrance examination, as one cannot pursue dreams of stardom without the necessary resources. Lu Sun then turned to Gu Bai, chewing joyfully on a mouthful of rice. Gu Bai mumbled, I'm not sure yet. I'll decide closer to the time. After a moment of hesitation, Wen Sunming finally spoke up. A company reached out to me, proposing a contract, and I'm deliberating whether to sign it. Just sign. You're only in your second year. A 3-year contract is comfortable. If it suits you, stay on after graduation. If not, just leave. You want to lose out. Gubai glanced at him nonchalantly. You wish. In this country, agents typically start at 8-year contracts. This company is quite large and has a good reputation in the industry. But the contract they offered me isn't very favorable, so I'm planning to discuss it with my parents during the Golden Week. When Suming himself remained uncertain. Which company? Tangren Film and Television, the one associated with Gu. Did they contact you today? Yes. Gu Bai remained silent, recalling that in his previous life, when Suming had never been associated with any economic company. How was it that on the very first day of school in this life, a company had already extended an invitation to him? Was this the butterfly effect at work? While a few of them engaged in idle chatter, a crisp voice rang in their ears. Onyi-chan. Upon hearing this voice, Gubai quickly lowered his head and continued to eat, while the three others simultaneously exchanged teasing smiles. Oni-chan, you're here in the cafeteria too. The speaker was none other than the white-haired, double-ponytailed lowly, Dengbo, with a smirk plastered across his face. Chimed in, is greeting you. How could you be so rude? In response, Gubai could only lift his head and shoot a fierce glare at Dengbo, then awkwardly replied, I was too engrossed in my meal to hear. No waities, did you smile sweetly? She then turned to Dengbo, saying, thank you, greasy uncle. Dengbo's face turned green with embarrassment as he stood up, saying, you take a seat, I'll go get some drinks. Showing no hesitation, sat down right beside Gubai, prompting him to scoot over slightly. I say, are you just idle? Why don't you communicate with your roommates? Ee's pure white ponytail swayed as she replied, they've all come, you know. With that, she pointed toward 3 distant girls. Leading the pack was a girl with long, wavy hair and alluring peach blossom eyes, dressed in snug hot pants that exuded temptation. Quickly stood up and waved. Sister Man, over here? Upon hearing Ee's voice, the wavy-haired girl, accompanied by the other 2 girls, approached. As soon as she arrived, excitedly began her introduction. Sister Man, this is our senior from the 2nd year, named Gu Bai. She then glanced over at Wen Suming and Lu Sun sitting beside her, pondering for a moment before shyly smiling and saying, you 2 can introduce yourselves. Fortunately, both were not shy and promptly introduced themselves to the girl named Sister Man. Wen Suming, 2nd year Performing Arts. Lu Sun, Performing Arts. Kimang, a freshman from the Performing Arts Department. Afterward, Chi Man offered them a polite smile, embodying the essence of captivating charm in every gesture. While Wen Suming and Lu Sun were not the type to be spellbound by any woman, the moment they laid eyes on Chi Man, it felt as if their souls were ensnared, taking them a while to recover. Chi Man seemed accustomed to such attention, displaying a calm demeanor. The other 2 girls introduced themselves as well. Hong Lin Li, freshman from the Performing Arts. Dong Ping, Performing Arts. Chi Man looked at who was seated next to Gubai, and teased on your first day at school, you've already met such a handsome senior. Unabas hit. Revealed her small tiger teeth. Of course, it was only then that Gubai raised his head to scrutinize the girl named Chi Man. In truth, he recognized her. She simply did not know him. In his previous life, right up until graduation, Chi Man had been deemed the campus beauty of the Shanghai Theater Academy. He had seen her photos on the school's forum, and even on various other platforms. She was undeniably a girl who gained fame for her looks. However, perhaps due to her overwhelming popularity, there were always some unfavorable rumors about her circulating in the school, including tales of being kept by someone. Many had even posted pictures of her with different luxury cars at the school gate, yet she had never publicly cleared the air. Gubai scanned Chi Man's attributes. Name: Chi Man. Attractiveness: 97. Health: 92. Affection: 20. Just 3 points shy of maximum attractiveness. She was indeed worthy of her title as the campus beauty. As for the affection rating, to be frank, this was the first time Gubai encountered a female who had such a low initial affection rating for him. After all, people are sensory creatures, and women even more so. Given his looks, most women generally held a favorable impression of him, with affection ratings typically starting at 40. He hadn't expected Chi Man's rating to be as low as 20. However, Gubai was not naive enough to believe that every girl would fall for him at first sight. It was perfectly normal for someone to have lower affection. He smiled politely at them and continued with his meal. Since others did not hold him in high regard, there was no need for him to overly extend himself, even though Chi Man was the most beautiful girl he had encountered thus far. Nevertheless, Gubai would not stoop to the level of being a sycophant. On the other hand, Chi Man, noticing Gu Bai glance at her briefly, felt a flicker of interest. Over the years, any normal man who saw her would react like Lu Sun and Wen Sunming, and it was rare to find someone like Gu Bai. Of course, there were those who played hard to get, but having seen enough of them, Chi-Man could distinguish between genuine disinterest and playful tactics. Gu Bai clearly belonged to the latter category. Since he had greeted her with a smile, he had returned to his meal, appearing completely unconcerned, as if his plate of twice-cooked pork rice was not enticing at all. Chi-Man was truly mistaken about Gu Bai. For someone like him, it was impossible not to be interested in her. If one were to explain, it could only be said that Gu Bai was simply lazy, often unwilling to expend energy. He was confident that he would encounter many beauties of Chi-Man's caliber, so he saw no need to take the initiative. A quintessentially laid-back, wealthy individual. Chapter 30, Tonight I Will Wear. For upon returning with drinks, Deng Bo noticed the additional company at the table and blurted out, well, I step away for just a moment, and you guys are already flirting with the freshies behind my back? Just as he finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of Chi-Man looking over. He gulped audibly. Seeing Deng Bo's reaction, Yi stifled a laugh and introduced. This greasy uncle with a buzz cut is Deng Bo. Though he may be a bit greasy, he is a good person at heart. Im Kimon, Yi's roommate. We just came over to share a table since there were some empty seats. Her speech was slow and elegant, exuding a refined, intellectual aura. No problem at all. I just bought some drinks. Feel free to help yourselves. With that, he placed the drinks from the bag onto the table. The white-haired lowly, oblivious to the concept of politeness, immediately seized a bottle and leaned over to Gu Bai, sweetly asking, Oni-chan, I can't open this. Could you help me? Gu Bai finished his last bite, wiped his mouth, and replied, If you can't open it, don't drink it. Straightforward. Yi knew Gu Bai wouldn't help her, but she wanted to show off in front of him, so she ended up opening the drink on her own. Don't be shy, ladies, Deng Bo said, handing a bottle to each of the girls. Thank you. He hadn't anticipated Chi-Man and the others would join, so he only bought 5 bottles. Gu Bai, seeing the last bottle on the table, disregarded Deng Bo's fiery glare and casually took it for himself. Although he longed to snatch it from Gu Bai's hand like before, he had to suppress that urge to maintain his composure in front of the beautiful girls. Frustrated yet still smiling, Deng Bo's eyes darted, and Gu Bai immediately understood what he was thinking. Glancing at Deng Bo's expression, Gu Bai couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that trying to be a sycophant yielded no rewards, not even a drink. Gu Bai saw no need to maintain any decorum and began drinking heartily. Chi-Man, casually turning her head, noticed the watch on Gu Bai's left wrist. Her gaze flickered momentarily, but she remained silent. Subtly taking out her phone to search for the watch she vaguely remembered. As the group ate quietly, Yi suddenly exclaimed, Sister Man, didn't you say we go experience the nightlife in Shanghai tonight? How about we bring Gu Bai and the others along? I've heard that nightclubs can be quite chaotic, and having guys around is safer. Upon hearing this, Chi-Man furrowed her brows, displaying a hint of reluctance. Her suggestion to visit a nightclub was intended to foster camaraderie among the roommates. After all, they were all young, and it was not solely the boys who could bond over drinks. Girls could do so as well. As for Yi's concerns regarding safety, she had not given those much thought. It was the year 7102, and they lived in a society governed by law, as long as they did not overindulge. Who would dare to act improperly? Now that Yi proposed joining Gu Bai and a few others, what did that signify? Noting Chi-Man's expression, Feng Ying immediately stood up, wrapped her arms around Chi-Man's, and pleaded, Come on, Manjie, let us go together. At that moment, Deng Bo could no longer contain himself. Clearing his throat, he interjected, I think Yi has a point. It can be quite perilous for you girls to go to a nightclub alone. Having a few boys with you would certainly be safer. Since I am from Shanghai, I know the area well and can serve as your guide. We can treat it as a dormitory social event. With Deng Bo's endorsement, Chi-Man glanced at her roommates, who seemed to have no objections, and thus smiled, saying, Of course, I have no issues with that. If you all have the time, let us enjoy ourselves together. I knew Manjie was the best. The white-haired lowly exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of nearby tables. Realizing she might have been a bit too loud, Yi quickly retracted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, I wish you all a great time. I won't be going tonight. Gu Bai, are you not going? As she spoke, Yi's large, sparkling eyes began to shine with excitement. It must be said that Yi, much like Zhang Yumeng, was a connoisseur of tea ceremonies, showing little interest in nightclubs. In contrast, Gu Bai and his friends had become regulars at the premier nightclubs in Shanghai, holding VIP statuses across various venues. His claim of disinterest in nightclubs was simply a fade. It was not the venues themselves he eschewed, but rather the company of EE and her friends. Nightclubs were places to unleash one's youthful exuberance. With EE and her roommates by his side, how could he enjoy himself? Before he even set sail, rumors would surely spread the next day throughout the university, dubbing him the nightclub prince and aquatic fisherman. How would he charm the ladies in the years to come? But he had already made plans with Mangia, so he mused, just go. EE's large, pleading eyes gazed at Gubai, her small hand tugging at his short-sleeved shirt. Casting a sidelong glance at her, he thought he ought to have chosen the acting department instead of directing. She was a natural performer. Noticing Gubai's silence, he leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "And I will be wearing black stockings tonight." "What time tonight?" Seeing Gubai's abrupt change in demeanor, the three individuals across from him were left astonished. Gubai cast a disdainful glance at them. No man could resist the allure of black stockings. If one could, it would only be with added embellishments. Meanwhile, Chi-Man had finished her inquiry on her phone and, observing Gubai calmly sipping water, she ventured, "Gubai, is that watch on your wrist a Patek Philippe?" Gubai glanced at her breathtakingly beautiful face and nodded. "It's a 6002G, the blue dial version. I heard it's been out of stock for ages." Acquiring that must have been quite a feat. Hearing Chi-Man's subtle probing, Gubai felt a chuckle rising within him, but casually replied, "It's fake, just for show." "Oh." Upon hearing Gubai's response, she didn't seem to believe him, masking her disappointment well, as no one noticed. It was no wonder she had garnered a reputation for being less than favorable. As the old saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. If it weren't for her particular interest in luxury items, one would hardly suspect her background, given her trendy, yet unbranded attire. However, her extensive knowledge of such opulence indicated she had researched it thoroughly. The reasons for her interest were open to interpretation. At that moment, Dingbo, with his characteristic bluntness, remarked to Chi-Man, "Don't listen to his nonsense. That Lamborghini parked at the school gate is his. How much could a watch be worth?" Gubai Wunti were a fake. The news of Gubai driving a supercar had already circulated among Lu Sun and Wen Sunming in the dormitory, so they did not exhibit much surprise. However, Chi-Man's expression flickered as she glanced at Gubai once more. "Really? Of course it's true. Over 10 million. Gubai shook his head helplessly. Dangbo's demeanor was nothing like someone from Jiangnan. He seemed more like a boisterous northeasterner, unable to keep secrets. This watch was indeed a 6002G, nicknamed the Blue Dial King, with a market value exceeding 20 million. Chi-Man recounted all the information she possessed. Upon hearing her words, Dangbo hesitated, turning to Gubai with uncertainty. "Bai Zi, is your watch real or fake?" Rolling his eyes, Gubai replied nonchalantly, "It's real, but not as pricey as Chi-Man claims." "And how much is it?" 1,800. Dangbo, of course, knew Gubai was not referring to 1,800 yuan, and he slumped back into his chair, feigning despair. "Don't try to persuade me. I want to be left alone." Dangbo was merely joking. Though he felt envy, he had no ulterior motives, as his own family circumstances were quite decent. However, Lu Sun and Wen Sunming exchanged glances, their expressions revealing newfound intrigue towards Gubai. As for Gubai, he harbored no intentions of concealing his wealth. He was affluent, and though it was a result of the system, it was nonetheless legitimate and above board, nothing to be ashamed of. As for the notion of feigning modesty, that was not his style. He was not one to lay low only to leap out and astonish everyone. He preferred to embrace the spotlight. "I didn't realize Gubai was such a wealthy individual," Chi-Man exclaimed, her enthusiasm visibly heightened. Meanwhile, he appeared to be an oblivious admirer of aesthetics, lifting Gubai's right hand to scrutinize the 6002G on his wrist before disdainfully pouting. "This thing is worth so much. It's not even as substantial as a figurine. For 18 million, I could fill an entire room with collectibles." Observing Yi's reaction, Gubai found himself with a uniquely different impression of the large-eyed, white-haired, twin-tailed girl. Being an esthetician was common. Being materialistic was also typical. Yet, it was his first encounter with someone so singularly focused on appearances. With that, Gubai opened his attributes panel. Name, affection, 70. Name, Chi-Man affection, 70. Yi's affection remained unchanged at 70, while Chi-Man's had unexpectedly surged from 20 to 70. This affection level seemed to have skyrocketed. These two individuals were indeed polar opposites, one a pure esthetician, the other a blatant materialist. Chi-Man seemed to overlook his 92 points of attractiveness, fixating instead on the knowledge of his watch's value, which had catapulted her affection by 50 points. What puzzled Gubai most was how someone with Chi-Man's materialistic tendencies managed to maintain a healthy score of 92. Having learned from his experiences with Zhang Yuming and Luo Yaqian, Gubai understood the system's evaluation of health scores. Above 90 indicated no significant experiences with the opposite sex. Above 80 suggested limited encounters. Below 80 indicated stale experiences. And further decline marked toxicity. As the clock approached 9 p.m. at the entrance of the university, Deng Bo frequently glanced at his watch, muttering impatiently, "Where are they? They're nearly half an hour late." Before him, Deng Bo once again applied the half bottle of hair gel he treasured, resembling a level 3 helmet perched atop his forehead. He also indulged in taking selfies to capture his splendid visage. Gubai leaned against the car door, smoking a cigarette while listening to his complaints. I had previously mentioned that when attending a girl's invitation, one should not be overly punctual, for you can never truly gauge how long a girl might take. You may be fine arriving alone, but dragging us along is unnecessary. With that time, wouldn't it be more comfortable to enjoy the air conditioning in our dorm? As he spoke, Lu Sun and Wen Siyuan shot him resentful glances. Deng Bo chuckled awkwardly. Being punctual merely demonstrates our regard for this gathering. Gubai rolled his eyes. The one who cares is you. Don't involve me. A sycophant reaps nothing but disappointment. Feeling guilty, Deng Bo could only acquiesce to the trio's critiques. After another 10 minutes, Chi-Man and Yi, along with the other 4 girls, finally arrived fashionably late. "Sorry, I took a bit longer with my makeup," Chi-Man apologized. Before them stood Chi-Man, her cascading waves of hair framing her shoulders. Clad in a black Gucci camisole that accentuated her alluring collarbone, paired with a black pleated mini-skirt from Dior. Her subtly applied makeup enhanced her striking appearance, and it was evident that she had put considerable effort into this outing with Gubai and the others. "It's all right. We understand how girls are." Then feigned generosity. Gubai's gaze lingered on Chi-Man only briefly. Having seen such attire countless times, it held no novelty beyond her inherent beauty. Instead, his attention was fully captured by Yi. Unlike her daytime persona as a pure, white-clad girl, tonight Yi donned a gothic Lolita ensemble. Her purple-black dress, adorned with white ruffles at the sleeves and collar, fell gracefully to her knees, layered with lace embellishments, while a metallic chain encircled her waist. Her long, pristine hair was styled into 2 playful ponytails, complementing her more dramatic makeup for the evening. Noticing Gubai's gaze upon her, Yi bounced over, exclaiming, "Oni-chan, do I look good?" Gubai, without a hint of insincerity, nodded affirmatively. "You look quite lovely." Upon hearing his compliment, Yi's large eyes sparkled with delight, her lashes fluttering. Lowering her head shyly, Gubai leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "What about the black stockings you mentioned?" Yi's cheeks flushed crimson as she pulled Gubai slightly aside and lifted her skirt, revealing her slender legs encased in black stockings. "Is this what you meant?" Gubai cast a casual glance. To be fair, while Yi had an innocent demeanor, she was quite impressive in other respects, particularly her long, straight legs, indicating she had likely dedicated time to exercise. Not wanting to linger too long with Yi, Gubai made his way to the others. "Now that everyone is here, shall we set off? By the way, which bar did you all choose?" Kimon promptly replied, "Tux." Gubai nodded. TXX had been generating buzz, its popularity soaring, especially with the star power of Zheng Kai. It was the favored choice for many first-time visitors to Shanghai's nightlife. "Then let us head out. My car only seats 2, so EE and I will go ahead. You all can take a cab," he stated, pressing the key fob to activate the scissor doors of his sleek vehicle. "Stop dawdling. Get in." As Gubai took the driver's seat, he beckoned Yi to join him in the passenger seat. The roar of the supercar's engine erupted as Gubai accelerated towards TXX. At this hour, there were still numerous students milling about at the entrance of the Shanghai Theater Academy. Upon witnessing the ghostly silhouette of the night shadow glide past, both boys and girls cast envious glances towards the car. "Gubai really prioritizes looks over friendship," Deng Bo grumbled under his breath, cursing Gubai in Chi-Man's presence before smiling and suggesting, "Let us just call a couple of cabs. TXX isn't too far from here." Kimon, still fixated on the supercar that had vanished into the distance, half-heartedly nodded in response to Deng Bo's words. Deep down, she felt a pang of resentment. She had gone to great lengths to enhance her appearance that night, hoping to attract Gu Bai's attention, yet he barely acknowledged her, leaving her feeling quite deflated. Oblivious to Chi Man's thoughts, the oblivious Deng Bo eagerly pulled out his phone to summon a ride. At the entrance of TXX, Gu Bai parked and deftly declined the advances of a girl with a mere score of 70 in looks, marking the third such encounter within 20 minutes. Perhaps due to her youthful appearance, those who approached him seemed completely indifferent to Yi's presence, as if she were invisible. "Oni-chan, you really are quite popular," Yi remarked, puffing up her cheeks as she watched the girl who had just been turned away. "Feeling jealous?" Gu Bai teased. "Is that not allowed?" Yi retorted, her expression a mix of playfulness and seriousness. Gu Bai chuckled, brushing it off. "It's not me who is popular. It's my car. These women are merely opportunists, drawn to luxury vehicles like moths to a flame, similar to those men loitering outside bars." His tone dripped with sarcasm. Yi yore a parler de pression, as if she partially understood. Moments later, Chi Man and the others finally arrived. "You all certainly took your time," Gu Bai complained to Deng Bo. Before he could respond, Chi Man quickly interjected, "I'm so sorry. The traffic in Shanghai is just unbearable. I didn't expect there to be so many cars at this hour. How come you weren't caught in it?" Gu Bai mused, recalling the vehicles that had been far behind him. Indeed, the supercar did offer certain advantages. While it would be disingenuous to say they were entirely free from congestion, it did afford a degree of passage. Without answering, Gu Bai straightened up and stretched. "All right, let us head inside and continue our conversation. What about the reservation you made?" He turned to Chi Man. "I called ahead on the way here. He should be arriving shortly." No sooner had she spoken than a man in his 20s, dressed in typical marketing attire, emerged from the TXX entrance, scanning the surroundings until he spotted Gu Bai and the others approaching. "Are you the party that made the K58 reservation?" Chi Man stepped forward, confirming that it's us. "Good evening, everyone. My name is Lu Li. Please let me know if you have any requests. I'll take you to your reserved table," he said. Although the night was dark, the lights at the entrance of TXX were bright enough for Lu Li to clearly see Chi Man's face, causing him to swallow hard. Yet he quickly averted his gaze. As a marketer, he maintained a level of professionalism, aware that such an attractive woman was beyond his reach. Simply earning a commission from them would suffice. However, he felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing Gu Bai's face. Though he couldn't place where he had seen him before, assuming Gu Bai must have visited previously. Gu Bai had indeed frequented TXX a few times, but never under his own arrangement, often interacting with higher-ups within the establishment. It was no surprise that a lesser-known marketer like Lu Li wouldn't recognize him. After a brief exchange, Lu Li led the group to their reserve booth. Chi Man had booked a mid-sized booth. While it wasn't expansive, it was private and not connected to adjacent booths, providing a decent amount of space for their group of 4 men and 4 women. It seemed that only Lu Sun and Yi were newcomers to the nightlife scene, as they entered with wide eyes, taking in their surroundings with a sense of wonder. As for Gu Bai, he has become quite the regular at TXX, comfortably settling into a seemingly pleasant spot. Yi naturally took her place beside him. "What drinks do you all plan to order?" "Liu Li and Kita. Let me see your drink menu." Chi Man stepped forward to converse with Lu Li. Meanwhile, Gu Bai sat to the side, engrossed in his phone, not rushing to take the bill. After all, tonight was Chi Man's event, and while he did possess wealth, it did not mean he was a fool to flaunt his affluence. Besides, even if he intended to play the benefactor, it was uncertain whether these young women would appreciate it. As for Deng Bo and his companions, they similarly remained quietly seated in the booth. Although Deng Bo had the potential to be a sycophant, that did not imply he was naive to social nuances. If he wished to impress them, he could easily do so in other ways. "Oni-chan, you've been to nightclubs quite often, haven't you?" Yi Lianet closer to Gu Bai, her warm breath tickling his neck. The slender, black-clad legs beneath her skirt pressed closely against him. Gu Bai sensed the intoxicating aura of hormones emanating from her. Fortunately, with strong self-control, he suppressed his inner turmoil and nodded. "I wouldn't say often. Sometimes I come here to have fun with a few friends." He had no reason to fabricate anything. "Oh, do you often seek out young ladies at nightclubs to accompany you for drinks?" With a subtle smile, Gu Bai turned to her and asked, "What do you think?" The first rule of the Sea King principle: when faced with a difficult question, respond with a counter-question to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. How would I know? Yi's cheeks flushed at the sight of Gu Bai's charming smile. Soon, several servers brought forth the drinks: 2 dozen 1664 fruit beers and 2 bottles of Dom P. Rignon champagne. Gu Bai glanced over the selection, estimating the total to be around 6,000 yuan, which seemed a standard expenditure for a nightclub, likely prearranged by the girls. It was still only a little past 9 in the evening, and the club was not overly crowded yet, merely in the warm-up phase, with soft rhythmic music playing. Gubai could distinctly feel Yi's long, slender legs ensconced in black stockings, swaying to the beat beside him. Chi-Man lifted her glass, addressed the group, and proclaimed, "What a stroke of fate that we, hailing from various corners of the world, could meet at the Academy of Drama and become classmates. How about we raise a glass together?" Although her words were directed at everyone, her gaze remained fixed on Gubai. He noticed this, but did not show any signs of discomfort, raising his glass to clink with the others. Regardless of the circumstances, it was Chi-Man's event tonight, and it was only fitting to honor the host. As time passed, the atmosphere in the booth grew increasingly vibrant, with the group of young people beginning to relax and engage in playful banter. Chi-Man, while chatting with the others, occasionally cast glances toward Gubai, who was animatedly conversing with Yi. "Chi-Man, shall we share a drink?" Deng Bo nearly wore his interest in her like a badge. Upon hearing this, Chi-Man lifted her glass to clink with his, downing her drink without a hint of hesitation, indicating her experience with such social gatherings. Deng Bo sought to steer the conversation further, but Chi-Man abruptly stood up. "I'm going to sit over there with Yi." With that, she took small steps toward the sofa beside Gubai. Chi-Man understood Deng Bo's intentions well. If Gubai were not in the picture, she might have entertained a slight interest in him. She was aware of Deng Bo's favorable family background, owning multiple properties in this international metropolis. Yet compared to Gubai's luxurious residence in Shanghai, Deng Bo paled in comparison. Watching Chi-Man take a seat beside Gubai, Deng Bo felt a torrent of emotions. But he accepted the disparity between himself and Gubai. He was neither as handsome nor as wealthy, so where could he argue? Fortunately, he remained open-minded, not dwelling on it for too long, and directly joined Lu Sun and the others, vying for the attention of Hong Linli and Dong Ping. On the other hand, Yi boldly declared, "I'll borrow your Gubai for a chat." "Sha, feel free." Yi was not one to shy away. She simply liked Gubai, and Chi-Man had claimed him as her own, which only delighted her further. Chi-Man smiled alluringly, casually handing Gubai a bottle of fruit beer. "Gubai, you must be from Anhui, right? How did you know?" Gubai replied, slightly puzzled. "Deng Bo mentioned it on the way here." Hearing it was Deng Bo who said so, Gubai was not surprised. That guy had always been loose-lipped. He nodded, with nothing to conceal. Chi-Man extended her bottle. "I spent some time in Anhui during my childhood. If we consider that, we should clink glasses." The bottles collided, producing a crisp sound. Chi-Man belonged to the type of woman who stirred a man's desire for possession. To put it positively, she was captivating. Negatively, one might call her a temptress. After observing Chi-Man's behavior throughout the day, Gubai was well aware of her intentions. As a man, he found himself intrigued by the possibility of something more, but he was not one to be easily swayed. He preferred the more innocent charm of someone like Yi. As for Chi-Man, despite her staggering beauty, as long as her intentions remained unfulfilled, pursuing her would not be a complex endeavor. For a woman with such pragmatic goals, taking time to tease her was not a bad tactic. If she could accept being kept at bay, he would eventually win her over. If not, she could simply seek out other suitors, serving as a cautionary reminder. Gubai had no desire to don a garish green hat in his life's narrative. "Shall we play dice?" Chi-Man suggested, shaking a cup of dice. "You all go ahead. I'll chat with Yi for a bit." Gubai declined her invitation. Since he had decided to play it cool, there was no reason to invest further effort. At his words, Chi-Man's expression dimmed momentarily before brightening back to her usual cheerful demeanor. "All right, I want to interrupt your little conversation then." With that, she stood up and returned to her original seat without a hint of hesitation. "Oni-chan, what did you and Manjia talk about?" Yi, curious as a girl often is, eagerly asked upon Chi-Man's departure. Gently brushing her twin ponytails, Gubai replied with a smile. "I told her I was sitting next to a fairy, so I couldn't focus on chatting with anyone else." To his surprise, Yi didn't mind his playful gesture. In fact, it delighted her. After all, Gubai had shown little kindness toward her during the day. But everything shifted the moment she donned her black stockings that evening. It turned out he had a preference for them. She resolved to buy more pairs in the future. Gubai's thoughts were straightforward. If the sea would soon be filled with fish from the academy, why shouldn't this particular fish be Yi? Meanwhile, Deng Bo, observing Gubai's actions from a distance, felt a burning envy. In freshman year, He had managed to win over the so-called goddess of the drama department, Zhai Li, and now, in his sophomore year, he had two stunning women, Chi Man and Yi, vying for his attention. Did being handsome grant one privileges? Did wealth allow one to indulge in whims? Unbeknownst to Gu Bai, Deng Bo's envious gaze was fixed upon him while he engaged Yi in a game of dice. Though their booth was not particularly raucous, it radiated a harmonious vibe, one that Gu Bai found quite enjoyable. Meanwhile, not far from their booth, another atmosphere unfolded entirely. A young man raised a selfie stick, vociferously addressing the camera. A heartfelt thanks to my dear Wang Qingge for the rocket. He urged the audience to flood the screen with gratitude for Wang Qingge. The other men and women in the booth echoed his exuberance. Judging by the scene, it was likely that a certain streamer was live broadcasting outdoors in a TXX venue. The young man, named Jin Xiaojian, was an emerging outdoor streamer on the Douyu platform, already gaining considerable fame in that domain. His typical content revolved around various escapades of wooing women in luxury sports cars or nightclubs, thereby attracting a loyal fanbase. Jin Xiaojian projected the persona of a wealthy second-generation heir, yet in truth, he was far from it. He was burdened with debts, and the ostentatious sports cars he showcased were merely rentals. Nevertheless, his charisma drew viewers, and over the course of a year of streaming, he not only settled his debts, but also managed to purchase a Porsche 911, thanks to the generous support of his loyal fans. In a bid to diversify his content, he frequented the nation's most illustrious nightclubs, and today's stream was titled, "Experience the Most Lavish Bar in Shanghai." Curiously, he pondered what Wang Qingge wished to see. The instant his thoughts materialized, the screen erupted with Wang Qingge's comments. "Of course, I want to see you charm the ladies. Otherwise, what is the point of watching you break stones with your chest in a bar?" Upon reading the comments, Jin Xiaojian burst into hearty laughter. Wang Qingge was one of the major supporters of the stream, whose requests he would naturally be inclined to fulfill. Since Wang Qingge expressed a desire to see him flirt, he decided to pursue a woman for the audience's amusement, hoping for a flurry of gifts as well. Although the average viewers lacked the financial prowess of the big spenders, every little contribution counted. Wang Qingge's comments resurfaced. "It's the same old routine. I'm tired of it. Today, go flirt with a girl who has a boyfriend. If you dare, I'll send you 5 super rockets." After a brief moment of hesitation, Jin Xiaojian readily acquiesced. 5 super rockets equated to a substantial sum of 10,000 yuan, a rare windfall for his stream. The potential repercussions of flirting with someone already attached paled in comparison to the reward. "Let me take you on a little tour. You can suggest which girl you want to see me flirt with," he declared, holding his phone aloft as he strolled through the bar. Upon reaching the booth occupied by Gu Bai and his companions, he fortuitously encountered Chi Man and several other girls returning from the restroom. As the camera captured Chi Man's visage, the previously discerning comments began to surge. "That's the one. If the streamer can charm her, I'll donate my remaining 500 yuan. The audience was ablaze with excitement. Jin Xiaojian, focused on the comments, initially failed to notice Chi Man as she brushed past him. It wasn't until he saw the comments erupt that he glanced around, and upon catching sight of Chi Man's face, even he, seasoned in the art of flirting, found himself momentarily taken aback. Compared to the girls he had approached previously, they seemed utterly unremarkable. At that moment, a flurry of super rockets cascaded across the screen. "Wang Qing, go for her. If you can get her contact information, I'll send you 10 more super rockets," came the encouragement. Jin Xiaojin mused that if he could indeed charm such a stunning girl, he wouldn't care for a few mere super rockets. Yet, he maintained a facade of eagerness, sporting a smile as he expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Wang Qingge, for your generous rocket. Since you've called me out, I'll give it a try. But truth be told, that girl is the most beautiful I've seen in all my time streaming. It might be quite a challenge. I hope all of you will support me." As soon as he finished speaking, gifts began to flood the screen. "Stop dawdling, just go for it. Hurry up." Having streamed for nearly 2 years, Jin Xiaojian had grown immune to such comments, and he shouted, "Let us get JGMB trending on the screen. I'm diving in. JGMB. JGMB2. JGMB." With the audience cheering him on, he boldly approached Gu Bai's booth, emboldened by his extensive experience in nightlife. Despite the presence of several young men in the booth, he remained unfazed, knowing that large VIP booths were typically reserved for affluent individuals, a demographic he preferred not to antagonize. However, smaller booths were often occupied by regular young people seeking entertainment, thus posing minimal risk. "Good evening, ladies. I'm from the next booth. I've been watching you all night. You don't seem like regulars here. You look a bit out of place, he remarked, seemingly dismissing Gu Bai and his companions. Gu Bai, engaged in a game of dice with Yi, glanced up, a smirk playing on his lips. Having previously enjoyed the protection of security in nightclubs, he was unaccustomed to interruptions, and as a fellow man, he quickly grasped Jin Xiaojian's intentions. Would you like a drink? Qi Man and her friends appeared calm, evidently not strangers to such encounters, quietly observing Jin Xiaojian without engaging. Undeterred, he pointed to his selfie stick, saying, I'm a streamer, and my audience has tasked me with getting to know this beautiful lady. May I have the opportunity? This was a routine tactic of his, leveraging his streamer status to entice interest, and while streaming was no longer a prestigious profession, many still found it intriguing. The comments began to tease him. Here we go again. The pot calls the kettle black. One trick to rule them all. I'm signing up to be a streamer too. Is it too late? Yet with Qi Man's beauty, she had encountered all manner of peculiar pickup lines and paid him no mind, engrossed in conversation with Hong Linli, occasionally stifling a laugh. Realizing his usual approach had failed, Jin Xiaojian turned to his audience. It seems this lady isn't too fond of being approached. Any wise viewers have suggestions? Although directed at his audience, his gaze frequently drifted toward Qi Man, gauging her reaction. Just then, the influential Wangqing Gusen another comment, buy them drinks. The screen erupted with the effects of 10 super rockets, propelling the stream into euphoria. Amidst the flurry of lavish comments, Jin Xiaojian fervently expressed his gratitude. Regardless of whether he succeeded in charming a lady, the influx of gifts was already a boon. Before he could bask in his good fortune, Wangqing's comment appeared anew. What are you thanking for? The rockets are for buying drinks. If you can get her contact information, I'll send you 10 more. Fueled by the support of Wangqing Gu, he resolved to succeed. After expressing his gratitude, Jin Xiaojian approached Qi Man with a beaming smile. Hello, beautiful. I'm Jin Xiaojian. If you watch streams, you might have seen or heard of me on Douyu. How about we be friends and enjoy some time together? Initially indifferent to his presence, Qi Man was compelled to respond, her disdain unmistakable. I'm sorry, but the booth is a bit small. There isn't enough room. Since you have your own booth, why not enjoy it there? In Qi Man's eyes, he was merely a small-time streamer, failing to pique her interest in the slightest. No matter, it wasn't overly crowded. And besides, familiarity breeds comfort. Making a friend shouldn't be a troublesome affair, right? With that, Jin Xiaojian casually settled himself beside the booth. Observing this, Qi Man and her friends, still quite youthful, were at a loss for how to react to Jin Xiaojian's audacity. After all, they couldn't just tell him to leave, could they? As for Gu Bai, he could discern their thoughts and merely chuckled softly. In places like nightclubs, individuals with a thick skin, much like Jin Xiaojian's, were a dime a dozen. Moreover, as a streamer, he was in a profession that revolved around charming viewers for tips year-round, which lent him an even thicker skin. There was no need to spare him any pleasantries. One could simply instruct him to leave. The more courteous one was, the more he would take advantage of it. However, Gu Bai had no interest in stepping in. Firstly, he lacked the status to intervene, as this was Qi Man's gathering, and even she had not voiced any objections. What could he, an invited guest, possibly do? Secondly, it was unnecessary. Even if Jin Xiaojian lingered, he could still enjoy himself with Yi without it affecting him in the slightest. Furthermore, individuals of such caliber were hardly worth Gu Bai's concern. Jin Xiaojian glanced at the table filled with drinks and addressed his audience in the live stream. It seems a few lovely ladies have quite the taste for champagne. However, this Dom P. Rignon isn't cutting it. How about I order a couple of bottles for the ladies? With that, he summoned a waiter, standing nearby. Bring me 2 bottles of Ace of Spades champagne. The waiter, upon seeing the order, promptly complied, leaving Jin Xiaojian to continue interacting with the comments. I wonder if the viewers in the chat have ever tried Ace of Spades. Share your thoughts. Normally, I wouldn't splurge on such luxuries, but thanks to Brother Wong's 10 super gifts tonight, I can indulge a little. 1 bottle costs 888. Definitely a treat I can't usually afford. Ace of Spades? To be honest, I've had the pleasure of trying it once, though I had some splashed in my mouth from the next table. It was just okay, tart and a bit astringent. 666. If one would be candid, Ace of Spades isn't the most expensive drink at a bar. Its popularity stems entirely from the hype created around it. And that hype is largely attributed to the nation's premier rich second generation, Principal Wong. Before this trend took off, few domestic nightclubs even served Ace of Spades. And its current frenzy isn't due to its taste, but rather its status as a status symbol. Gu Bai had returned from 4 years in the future, and by then, ordering Ace of Spades at bars was no longer a novelty. Yet, Whether 4 years later or now, Ace of Spades undeniably symbolizes luxury. Hearing Jin Xiaojian's deliberately raised voice, Gu Bai couldn't help but smile at Yi, remarking, "He's quite the character." Gu Bai's words were unguarded, directly reaching Jin Xiaojian's ears, prompting him to turn and look over. What did this friend mean by that? Gu Bai shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Oh, nothing much. Just complimenting your generosity. 2 bottles of Ace of Spades must cost over 10,000, right?" Though Gu Bai's tone was laced with mockery, Jin Xiaojin endured the discomfort to maintain an image of sophistication in front of the ladies, forcing a smile as he replied, "Making friends is all about having fun. Money isn't important." This was indeed true, as the money wasn't coming from his pocket. Gu Bai merely shrugged and chose not to pursue the matter further. Despite how ostentatious it might seem to order drinks upon arrival, women in nightclubs often appreciated such gestures. As a seasoned player in the nightlife scene, Jin Xiaojin understood this well. Moreover, he wasn't the one pursuing. He had a whole live stream room filled with admirers watching him flirt. The waiter soon arrived with the drinks, and Jin Xiaojian displayed his generosity by handing over his card for payment. "Ladies, do try this. The taste of Ace of Spades far surpasses that of Dom Pérignon." As for Gu Bai and the other men, he completely disregarded them. Qi Man remained seated, unfazed. However, Hong Linli and Dong Ping were different. They had heard of the illustrious Ace of Spades, and since Jin Xiaojin offered, they felt inclined to partake. After all, one should seize the opportunity when it presents itself. "How about a glass for this lovely lady as well? We're here for a good time." Jin Xiaojin stood, raising his glass in invitation to Yi. In truth, Jin Xiaojin's primary interest lay with Qi Man, but her overt disdain was too apparent, making it clear that pursuing her would be a challenge. Not wanting to disappoint his livestream audience, he quickly shifted his focus to Yi, conveniently ignoring Gu Bai beside her. In his eyes, Gu Bai was merely a handsome, pretty boy. No matter how striking his looks, could he possibly compete with the cash flow of his viewers? As for whether Gu Bai was a hidden powerhouse, Jin Xiaojian hadn't given it a moment's thought. Young people frequent nightclubs for appearances. Those with the means to book VIP tables wouldn't settle for less, and those who could afford expensive drinks wouldn't stoop to the cheap stuff. Thus, Jin Xiaojian had concluded that Gu Bai was just an ordinary student. Yi, being a pure fan of looks, paid him no mind, even though she was quite intrigued by the Ace of Spades. Originally intending to ignore Jin Xiaojian, Gu Bai narrowed his eyes at his actions, a simmering irritation beginning to rise. Fishing in his own pond, while a mere streamer intruded, was simply unacceptable. Leaning closer to Yi, he whispered, "Would you like to try this?" Yi, aware of Gu Bai's affluence, replied without hesitation, "I've never had it before." "Are you treating me, Oni-chan?" Gently tousling Yi's twin tails, Gu Bai pulled out his phone and found a contact. "Send me 2 sets of Ace of Spades to K58. Make it a grand affair." The message was sent to the marketing director of TXX, a genuine department head, not just someone who fancied themselves as a director while managing a few lackeys. This was a contact he had added on the recommendation of Tian Shu for future convenience. The response came swiftly, indicating immediate action. Meanwhile, Jin Xiaojian stood awkwardly with his drink, feeling the pressure build as 2 top-tier beauties ignored him entirely. The barrage of comments in the live stream began to flood in. "Just arrived. Is the streamer being rejected live?" The live stream flotation has backfired. Even the prominent viewer, Wang Qing, chimed in with a question. "Jin, can you even handle this?" With a heavy heart, Jin Xiaojian realized he had no choice but to persist, for the sake of the promised 10 super gifts from Wang Qing. Before long, the music in TXX shifted, the lights flickered, and a procession of alluring female servers emerged from backstage, each holding colorful drink boxes. The 30-strong team paraded through the club, capturing the attention of nearly everyone present. The atmosphere escalated, filled with cheers and excitement. After completing their circuit, the drink brigade approached Gu Bai's booth. Thanks to Gu Xiao for supporting 2 sets of the Divine Dragon, the chorus of gratitude erupted from the 30 or so girls, loud enough for every booth in K58 to hear. Qi Man was bewildered. Deng Bo was bewildered. Jin Xiaojian was bewildered. Almost everyone in the booth was taken aback. The comments in Jin Xiaojian's live stream reached a peak. "Is this what nightlife is like? So envious. Could there be some big shots sitting in this booth?" For those unfamiliar, the term Divine Dragon refers to a combination of 5 different colors of Ace of Spades, when paired with a limited edition black gold bottle. It is known as the Great Divine Dragon, priced typically at 88 888 in major nightclubs. Watching the live stream, I am gaining insight. Understood? I shall venture out tonight to have a round. Chapter 34. Sending him away. All eyes in the surrounding booths were directed towards us, especially those of several young ladies, who seemed eager to fly over and discover what sort of individual this Gu Xiao, as described by the waiter, truly was. The newcomers were not limited to the waitstaff. A few acquaintances of Gu Bai also joined the group as they arrived at the booth. Old Gu, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming to TXX? If it weren't for Director Huang mentioning it, I wouldn't have known you were here. The speaker was Tian Shu, a shareholder of TXX, whose presence here was a routine part of his activities, so Gu Bai was not surprised by his arrival. Standing beside him was the marketing director of TXX, along with Zheng Kai. The live stream of Jin Xiaojian was nearing a frenzy. What is happening? Zheng Kai. It appears the rumors regarding Zheng Kai being a shareholder of TXX hold true. In comparison to Zheng Kai, I am now quite curious about the identity of that handsome gentleman. The comments on the stream were a flurry of gossip and discussions, propelling Jin Xiaojian's live room to the trending list. Zheng Kai, with a cheerful demeanor, turned to Gu Bai and said, Director Gu, our drama school just started today, right? What brings you here to unwind? Knowing he was not well acquainted with Gu Bai, Zheng Kai sought to initiate conversation based on their shared background as alumni of the drama school. You can just call me Gu Bai. It feels rather tedious to maintain formalities while having fun. No need to address me as Director Gu. Gu Bai smiled casually in response to Zheng Kai's approach. In that case, I shall take the liberty of calling you Gu Bai, and you can just call me Lao Zheng. No need for formalities, it feels rather distant. Seeing Gu Bai extend goodwill, Zheng Kai felt a rush of excitement. Regularly mingling in the Shanghai social scene, he knew that anyone who could associate with Tian Shu was certainly of no ordinary status. And he had previously heard Tian Shu mention that this junior colleague conducted business in the realm of hundreds of millions. Are you implying that I am being formal? Lao Zheng, do you think I'm acting all high and mighty? Shut your mouth and find a place to sit down. Stop chattering incessantly. Observing Gu Bai bantering with Tian Shu, Zheng Kai chuckled, slightly envious. Though they appeared glamorous, these second-generation heirs hardly took themselves seriously. Their ability to invest in TXX was merely due to their connections with the major shareholders and their celebrity status, which made for good publicity. Under normal circumstances, who would invite him to join? Lao Zheng, don't just stand there. Take a seat. Gu Bai beckoned him back to the sofa. As for the other individuals in the booth, they were utterly bewildered. While Tian Shu was a top-tier heir in the Shanghai circle, few ordinary folks recognized him. Zheng Kai was different. Since the popularity of Accelerate Brothers, his persona as the little cheetah had garnered significant exposure. While not universally known, most young people would certainly recognize him. Zheng Kai, I'm a huge fan of yours, exclaimed Yi, who was seated next to Gu Bai. Although Yi was dressed in a glamorous manner, it did little to conceal her striking beauty. Sitting beside Gu Bai, Zheng Kai knew precisely what was happening. Yet he still asked Gu Bai, and who might this be? Yi, a new student at the drama school. She is technically your junior. Zheng Kai feigned enlightenment. Ah, a junior. Thank you for your admiration, Junior E. It was Yi's first time interacting with a star up close, and she nodded excitedly beside him. Are the others here also from the drama school? Yes, the guys are my roommates. We're here for a little social gathering. Oh, and that fellow wielding the selfie stick isn't part of our group. He is a streamer who crashed the party. Upon hearing this, Tian Shu's expression darkened. He sensed Gu Bai's displeasure in the tone of his voice. Director Huang, get him out of here. Tian Shu decisively instructed the marketing director, who had been standing nearby with a forced smile. Gu Bai lounged on the sofa, a glass in hand, smiling as he watched, initially intending to engage with Jin Xiaojian, but now losing interest in entertaining this insignificant character. Director Tian promptly summoned a security guard to maintain order. Sir, our bar has strict policies against photography and videography. Since you have violated this rule, we at TXX can no longer welcome you. You may leave now, and we will have your drinks packed up for you. From this moment on, you will be placed on our permanent blacklist. Though Director Tian wore a smile and spoke politely, his words turned Jin Xiaojian's face pale. Being expelled from the bar in front of countless viewers during his live stream was the most humiliating moment of his career, and he would likely face endless teasing about it in future broadcasts. However, he dared not retaliate and could only exit the booth, followed by several security guards keeping a watchful eye on him. By now, Even he realized he had offended someone significant. After all, who else would warn Zheng Kai's company at TXX? With Jin Xiaojin gone, the booth was devoid of outsiders. Zheng Kai turned to Gu Bai with a smile, saying, "Since we're all juniors here, it's only right I toast to these juniors." He took the drink poured by the waiter and approached them. Given his status, offering a toast to Deng Bo and the others was a gesture of respect towards Gu Bai, who understood Zheng Kai was trying to curry favor. He would eventually enter the entertainment industry, and it would be advantageous to keep Zheng Kai in mind for future benefits. As Deng Bo and his companions watched Zheng Kai approach with a glass in hand, they felt a mix of nervousness and awkwardness, standing up in response. "You all should know me, right? I also graduated from the drama school. If you don't mind, you may call me Senior or Kai Ge." Zheng Kai wore a gentle smile. Although Zheng Kai was not Gu Bai's idol, he was, after all, a major star. Given that they all harbored dreams of stardom, they were acutely aware of the hierarchy within the entertainment industry. Deng Bo quickly replied, "Kai Ge, hello." "Senior, hello," while Chi Man and the others echoed the greeting. "No need to be polite. Since you're friends of Gu Bai, you are my friends as well. Let us consider ourselves acquainted today. If you come to TXX in the future, just have the staff let me know. It will save you a lot of trouble. You're too kind, Senior." Chi Man observed Zheng Kai's demeanor towards them, her gaze inadvertently drifting to Gu Bai, who was chatting with Tian Shu. Compared to her peers, she considered herself quite mature. She understood that if Zheng Kai and Gu Bai were merely casual acquaintances, there would be no need for Zheng Kai to treat them with such warmth. Zheng Kai's enthusiasm could only mean one thing. Gu Bai's status was extraordinary, and Zheng Kai sought to ingratiate himself with him. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain Zheng Kai's friendliness towards their group. Not just Chi Man, but even Deng Bo and the others gradually comprehended the underlying truth. It was evident that Gu Bai could not possibly flaunt a watch worth 18 million or drive a car worth 15.8 million if he weren't of significant standing. These items were not mere investments. They were unequivocally luxuries and consumables. With this realization, Chi Man's previously subdued feelings towards Gu Bai began to rekindle with fervor. She was inherently a pragmatic individual and never concealed her ambitions. She sought to leverage powerful and wealthy individuals as stepping stones to ascend to another echelon. This also explained why she harbored only a modest fondness for Gu Bai. She cared little for looks, but prioritized wealth and status. Yet, now Gu Bai not only possessed the status that fulfilled her desires, but also boasted extraordinary good looks. She was no fool. Why would she opt for less desirable older men, or those past their prime, when she could choose someone as exceptional as Gu Bai? As for the likelihood of success, she had not given it much thought. As the saying goes, a woman pursues a man, and there is but a thin veil between them. As long as a man bore no physical flaws, she believed no one could resist her relentless pursuit. She held boundless confidence in her inherent advantages. Zvinki, having finished a glass of wine, exchanged a few pleasantries before returning to Gu Bai's side. He overheard Tian Shu and Gu Bai, both reclining on the sofa with their legs crossed, engaged in casual conversation. "Old Gu, how are things going with Li Juan and Wei Wei's company? I've heard from Wei Wei these past few days that things seem to be looking promising." Gu Bai had little to conceal and nodded in acknowledgement. In the initial stages, it's merely about investing money and resources to establish the company's reputation. Running a self-media business is akin to the entertainment industry. What matters most is exposure. "How much have you invested so far?" "Not much yet, but this month, we should pour in a significant portion of our investment. If that's insufficient, we may need to consider additional funding." "What, are you thinking of getting involved?" 200 million in investment will be spent in just a month? You all are playing quite a big game. I'll pass. I've enough to manage with SSCC, and I still need to occasionally tend to my family business. Gu Bai raised his glass to clink with his. "What's this? Planning to inherit the family business?" Tian Shu was candid. "At 30, I've yet to achieve anything significant, and seeing how my father is, it seems he's preparing to hand over the reins. So this is what it means to inherit a fortune without putting in effort." "Huh?" No longer as carefree as before, nestled beside Gu Bai, listening to their conversation. Meanwhile, Chi Man, who had been deliberately leaning in their direction, noted the casual mention of figures in the billions and cast a glance at Gu Bai, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. After Zheng Kai returned, he too sat quietly, absorbing their dialogue interspersed with occasional comments. The marketing director from TXX fared even worse. The VIP booth was already cramped, and his status made it difficult for him to squeeze in. Yet, without Tian Shu's instruction, he dared not leave. relegated to standing idly by as a mere spectator in one of Shanghai's top nightclubs. Before long, Tian Shu rose to bid farewell to Gu Bai. "All right, we won't disturb you any longer. Enjoy yourselves. Would you like me to arrange a different booth? This one is rather cramped." Gu Bai shook his head. "No need. Tonight's on someone else, so I won't impose. Besides, it's nearly time to leave." "Very well." Zhengqi, having come with Tian Shu and being connected to Gu Bai through him, felt it inappropriate to linger any longer and stood up to take his leave as well. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Tian Shu turned back to Gu Bai and said, "By the way, Gu Bai, SSCC has an event in a couple of days. You should come participate. It's a racing festival organized by us at SSCC. If you're free, do come join us." "Sure, just let me know when." Once they departed, the booth returned to its previous state, save for the lingering presence of the black spade a light sign on the table. Tian Shu thoughtfully left a few security personnel outside the booth to deter those eager to crash the party. Chapter 35, I want to compete for Gu Bai. It became evident that Tian Shu's decision to leave security personnel behind was indeed effective. Gu Bai and his companions watched with amusement as wave after wave of women attempting to crash the booth were turned away. Although the rejected ladies were bold, they were not without a sense of propriety. Having been blocked at the entrance, they could hardly beg to be let in. After a few attempts, they ceased their advances and could only gaze longingly at K58. The Divine Dragon, 2 sets, worth over 100,000, nearly equivalent to a regular family's annual income. Such affluent young men are indeed a rare sight, Deng Bo remarked, observing Gu Bai, who lounged with one leg crossed over the other. "Daisy, how did you meet Jin Kai?" With the man gone, Deng Bo ceased to mention the senior. "He's a shareholder at TXX. I met him briefly while accompanying some friends here." "Goodness, a shareholder at TXX, and you got to hang out with him?" "Daisy, you must fill me in on your true identity." In response, Gu Bai met his gaze but refrained from directly answering. In truth, he felt his rise had been rather abrupt, lacking any solid foundation. His parents were merely from a moderately affluent background. If even his roommate, whom he had spent a year with, began to question his identity, what would those with malicious intent think? If the day came when his family background was exposed, how would he explain it? Would he disclose to the entire society that he possessed a system? Yet he pondered only briefly before dismissing the concern. There is a saying, "Drink the wine of today, let tomorrow's worries come tomorrow." He was currently reaping the benefits provided by the system, and what good was fretting? For now, he would hide his circumstances as best he could. Perhaps luck would keep him undiscovered. Once his business empire expanded, all sources of wealth would be easily explained. Gu Bai instructed the waiter to uncork a bottle of the black gold version of the black spade A, pouring a glass for each of them, and raised his glass to toast Deng Bo. "It matters not what my identity is. Just know that I am your roommate and your friend." For Gu Bai, this was heartfelt. After graduating in his previous life, filled with ambition, he had faced numerous setbacks in the entertainment industry. It was only Deng Bo who consistently thought of him, supporting him when he hesitated to ask his family for money. Even shortly before his rebirth, Deng Bo had mentioned selling a property to fund a film project for Gu Bai. Such moments lingered in Gu Bai's memory. As for Lu Sun and Wen Suming, they could only be considered acquaintances. Deng Bo playfully tapped Gu Bai's chest. "I'll remember that." Being a carefree individual, he let it go since Gu Bai was unwilling to divulge more. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he leaned closer to Gu Bai and teased, "It seems that not only EE, but even Chi Man has taken quite an interest in you. Have you decided whom to choose?" Hearing this, Gu Bai glanced at Chi Man across the room, who happened to be looking at him. Upon meeting his gaze, she smiled sweetly, showcasing her beauty, her lips curling into a charming smile as she crossed her legs once more. "Choosing is for children. Adults, of course, desire them all." Denbo. In front of his friend, Gu Bai had no intention of concealing his desires, whether in his previous life or the present. He had a clear understanding of his own identity, a thoroughgoing egoist, where his moral compass dictated that as long as an action brought him joy, he would pursue it. Of course, this moral framework pertained to personal ethics. He could still differentiate between individual desires and greater societal responsibilities. There's a saying that a man with wealth turns wicked. This phrase, however, is somewhat misleading. In truth, the majority of men are wicked. They simply lacked the means to showcase that darker side until they became affluent. Gu Bai understood this about himself. Now that he had wealth, he intended to enjoy life. Did the opinions of others hold significance? A scoundrel? He was not coercing anyone. It was merely a matter of mutual consent. If someone chose to be with him, Who was he to interfere? Women like Zhang Yumeng and Qi Man had never elicited disdain from him, as he recognized they were akin to him. The only difference being that they traded their bodies for a better life while he shattered their boundaries with money. After a while, Gu Bai stood up, having indulged sufficiently. It was time to consider leaving. After 2 rounds of the Divine Dragon, he had thoroughly taken control of the situation. Upon hearing his suggestion, Qi Man certainly would not refuse. She was currently racking her brain on how to approach Gu Bai and would never act against him. Yi shared a similar sentiment. As for the other 2 young ladies, they can almost be considered as discerning individuals, naturally harboring no objections. Thus, the consensus among the group was immediate and unanimous. All rose to depart. Regarding the booth, there was no need for Gu Bai to fret, as there would undoubtedly be someone to attend to it once he left. At the entrance of TXX, upon learning of Gu Bai's intention to leave, Director Huang personally escorted them out. A seasoned service staff like Director Huang, accustomed to catering to the elite, behaved with practiced poise. For instance, he positioned himself just a pace behind Gu Bai's left, allowing him to hear Gu Bai's instructions while also making it evident to outsiders the hierarchy of their relationship. Gu Zong, do make sure to inform me next time you come by. Director Tian just berated me for quite a while. Director Huang appeared to grumble. Yet in truth, he was elevating Gu Bai's status. Having encountered such scenarios frequently, Gu Bai had gradually grown accustomed to it, nodding with a smile and acknowledgement. I will certainly do so next time. Director Huang quickly followed suit with a smile of his own. As they stepped out the door, Director Huang promptly suggested, Gu Zong, it's rather late now, and hailing a taxi might be a hassle. Shall I arrange a few cars to take you back? Gu Bai did not decline. Given the more convenient option, he saw no need to be pretentious. I've had quite a bit to drink tonight, and my car is parked here. Tomorrow, I'll have someone help me retrieve it from the school. With that, he tossed the car keys to Director Huang. Director Huang hurriedly received the keys with great care. Fully aware of the car's value, over 10 million, any mishap would cost him dearly. In no time, Director Huang arranged for 4 vehicles to arrive, 2 for each pair, perfectly fitting the group. Just as Gu Bai intended to lead Yi to a car, he heard Qi Man say, Gu Bai, I'd like to share a car with Yi. I have some matters to discuss with her. Gu Bai cast a puzzled glance at Qi Man, then at Yi, who nodded in agreement. Thus he said nothing further and entered his vehicle, while Deng Bo naturally took a seat in Gu Bai's car. Once everyone had chosen their vehicles, the cars slowly set off. Perhaps due to Director Huang's instructions, the drivers maintained a leisurely pace, ensuring a smooth and comfortable ride. Bai Zi, what do you think Qi Man wants to discuss with Yi? Deng Bo speculated, I bet it's something about you. Gu Bai, although he could foresee this, was indifferent. After all, he was the one in control. The fish in both ponds could only flounder as they pleased. In another vehicle, the conversation between Qi Man and Yi unfolded just as Deng Bo had anticipated. Upon entering the car, Qi Man glanced at the seemingly innocent Yi and slowly began. I intend to compete with you for Gu Bai. Her words were remarkably candid, causing the driver in front to involuntarily shudder. Initially, Yi chuckled softly, turning to meet Qi Man's gaze. I knew you were going to say that. Qi Man held eye contact for a few seconds before turning to gaze out the window. I'm not declaring war. We're not children anymore. I merely wanted to give you a heads up, as we will be coexisting for the next 4 years, and it's better to clarify some things in advance. I understand, but I doubt what you're saying is of any consequence to me. Do you really think Gu Bai is the kind of guy you can easily manipulate? Perhaps what you're saying now, he might already be able to guess in the other car. Though Yi donned the appearance of a whimsical anime character, it did not imply she lacked insight. She was a fully aware adult, well-versed in the complexities of human nature. I know, given his status, girls like me are hardly a rarity, but I am aware of my strengths, and I understand men's minds. More importantly, I live with clarity. Yi struggled to grasp her words. What do you mean by that? My standards are low. I seek not his love, but rather his wealth and status. Hence, I possess an advantage over you. Yi was taken aback by the blatant materialism in Qi Man's words, regarding her with incredulity. I'm different from you. My surroundings have always taught me that money solves everything, but I lack the means to acquire it, so I must rely on my looks. Observing Yi se silenge. Qi Man smiled again. But you needn't concern yourself with my words. After tonight's events, you should understand that it's quite difficult for him to be bound to just one girl. I don't believe I have the ability to be the sole object of his affection. So you pursue your path, and I'll pursue mine. Our goals are simply different. Yi remained silent for a long while. Qi Man's words shattered her worldview. It was astonishing to discover that such unabashed opportunism truly existed in the world, and that someone could express it so openly and without pretense. Once their conversation concluded, the interior of the car fell into silence once more. The driver in front, enviously incredulous, mused, "Is this truly the world of the affluent?" The girl seated behind, a level one wouldn't he dare to imagine. Yet here she was scheming to draw closer to Gu by like characters in a palace intrigue drama. Is everyone not equal? Why is the disparity in treatment so vast? Chapter 36. The assurance provided by the system the following morning. Gu Bai awoke to Deng Bo's incessant shouting. "Then Bo, are you out of your mind? Classes begin in earnest tomorrow. Why not take the opportunity to catch up on sleep today instead of making such a racket early in the morning?" Wen Sunming was similarly roused. Sitting up in bed and hurling curses at Deng Bo, Gu Bai, rubbing his heavy head, also sat up. Then Bo, ignoring Wen Sunming's protests, directed his attention to Gu Bai. "Bai Z, quickly check Weibo. You're trending." Gu Bai, still disoriented from sleep, was momentarily bewildered by Deng Bo's cryptic words. Nevertheless, he fumbled for his phone on the bedside table and opened the Weibo app. Upon seeing the trending topics, Gu Bai finally grasped the reason behind Deng Bo's excitement. The fifth trending topic read "The most daring student at Shanghai Theater Academy," with discussion numbers nearing 70 or 80,000. Gu Bai clicked on the most popular video, which featured his interview from the previous day. His strikingly handsome face dominated the screen, followed by the conversation with the reporter. "May I ask for your name, student?" "Gu Bai. I noticed you arrived at school in a supercar. You must come from a well-off family. Was there any particular reason you chose to apply to the Shanghai Theater Academy?" "Of course. I'm here to study. What else would one come to school for? Most applicants to this academy are often inspired by some idol. Do you have any idols yourself?" "Idol? None. If I had to name one, I admire Hu Ge. As a representative of male stars with more male fans than female, he excels in both acting and character, far surpassing most of the emotionless faces in the industry." The rest of the video featured the reporter commenting on Gu Bai's responses. Overall, the video was free of malicious edits. Everything was said in Gu Bai's own words. Naturally, there was no need for editing since his remarks were inherently provocative, particularly the last quip about emotionless faces that ignited a storm of discussion. The comments below were diverse and colorful. Gu Bai skimmed through a few of the most popular remarks. "Are all the students at the Shanghai Theater Academy this good-looking now? I never imagined one not even in the acting department could be so striking. Driving a Lamborghini to school is a scene that only graces my dreams. I never expected such individuals to exist in reality. I confess, I feel a twinge of envy, like lemons hanging on a tree, you and I beneath the lemon tree." I find no fault in what this young man has articulated. Are not the current internet celebrities merely misfits? They command exorbitant pay for portraying despicable roles. This is an undeniable truth, is it not? At first glance, there seem to be no negative comments, but as I scroll down, a few appear. It seems that anyone nowadays can mock their predecessors. If you are capable, why don't you take the stage yourself? Why haven't those directors saw your talent? What do you have to label them as misfits? Are you aware of the effort they invest? Who is born with the innate ability to act? Is experience not a requisite? They too are gradually improving. This comment appears well-reasoned at first, until Gu Bai notices the Weibo ID guardian of the best Lulu. Shanghai Fortress? Then all is well. After perusing for a few minutes and glancing at several hot comments, I must say the opinions are mixed. After all, no names were mentioned. Although most are aware of whom Gu Bai speaks, certain statements remain ambiguous, leading fans to feign ignorance. After all, who possesses the inclination to bear the blame willingly? Yet, Gu Bai is perplexed. He has just checked the Weibo account of the media outlet that interviewed him. It has merely over 1 million followers. Likely a significant portion bought as fake accounts, hardly capable of propelling this interview to trending status. Following the topic, Gu Bai discovers a retweet and comment. Finally, identifying the root of the issue. Wang Siming states, "I believe this guy is speaking the truth. For instance, the current some Lu, some Tao, who isn't profiting off their popularity. Moreover, the term misfits is exceptionally fitting. As a regular on Weibo, known for his sharp tongue and bearing the moniker of a national husband, Principal Wang naturally possesses the influence to ignite this hot topic. Although he has toned down considerably since the bankruptcy of Panda, rarely expressing confrontational views on Weibo, Gu Bai recalls the few days prior to his rebirth, when the topic of wanting you made him the subject of online banter once more. It is now 2017, And this premier rich heir remains active on Weibo. A mere like could launch a topic into trending status, let alone his direct engagement through retweets and comments. Yet, whether trending or receiving commentary from Principal Wang has little bearing on Gu Bai. With his current mindset, he harbors no inferiority complex that would prompt him to feel honored by a retweet from Principal Wang. He sees no need to bow before anyone, only others bowing before him. What troubles him is a seemingly inconspicuous comment. I am a devoted fan of sports cars. The vehicle behind this man can be traced on Lamborghini's official website, named Night Shadow, a bespoke supercar priced at 2.5 million, translating to over 15 million renminbi. Additionally, one might have noticed the watch adorning his wrist, a Patek Philippe Model 6002G, completely sold out in the market, currently valued at over 20 million. In essence, this sophomore from the directing department is draped in nearly 40 million worth of luxury. It is not surprising, then, to question the nature of his family. Is it odd to issue such a remark? After all, the stars you revere might not even register as a blip on his radar. His enrollment at the Drama Academy could merely be for amusement. This comment, while not particularly impactful and garnering few likes, does not disparage Gu Bai, merely shedding light on the luxury items associated with him. What truly unsettles Gu Bai are the subsequent two sentences. How could he be unaware of his family's status? Certainly, they are wealthier than the average household, yet they do not belong to the elite class. Gu Bai is not concerned about his family background being exposed, nor does he take pride in being a rich heir. Rather, he fears that his current identity serves as a fade for his substantial financial sources. Should this guise be pierced, how would he account for his bank balance if it were revealed, leading to an investigation? The mere thought of this troubles him. In this age of the internet, it is alarmingly simple for an individual to be recognized by the public. Gu Bai never anticipated an interview could thrust him into the limelight. Sensing Gu Bai's apprehension, a system that only appears with a boost in confidence suddenly materializes. World sample collection complete, societal context organized. To ensure the system's discretion and the host's security, the host's social role has been virtualized, obscuring public curiosity regarding the host. Accompanying explanation, it does not alter the host's actual social status, but merely restricts external inquiries into the host's background. Faced with this sudden emergence of the system, Gu Bai cannot help but internally exclaim, "System, you're magnificent." The system's explanation is straightforward. Henceforth, it will be challenging for the average person to investigate his background. Of course, those top-tier magnates will still find it easy to probe. But this is nothing to worry about. Those magnates are engrossed in their monumental affairs. Who has time to focus on him? Billions in fund flows may seem substantial, but in the eyes of those managing national matters, it barely registers as a drop in the bucket. Thus, this system benefit is more than sufficient for Gu Bai. His current concern is merely temporal. In due course, as he actualizes the commercial landscape in his mind, he will no longer need to regard such investigations. He will become a grand magnate. Moreover, he senses that once the system levels up to 2, it should not simply dispense funds. After all, leveling from 1 to max entails 10 milestones. What for level 2? 1 billion? And level 3? 10 billion? Gu Bai cannot fathom that hundreds of billions in cash flow would not only create a stir domestically, but also resonate globally. Deng Bo observes Gu Bai, lost in thought while staring at his phone, and hastily remarks, "Didn't I tell you to refrain from speaking carelessly? Should we contact that media outlet to have them delete the video?" Deng Bo mistakenly believes Gu Bai is still concerned about the trending issue. Gu Bai, now dressed in a short sleeve, steps off the bed. Enough, it's a trivial matter. What is there to worry about? I fear it may affect the school's reputation. As one of the leading institutions for the arts in Huagua, the Shanghai Theater Academy maintains a rigorous ethos, permitting no situation that could cast a negative light on its image. Gu Bai, unfazed, picks up his toiletries and heads into the bathroom. After a considerable time, his voice emerges from within. "Do you think the school leaders are as idle as you, preoccupied with these trending topics? Besides, I merely participated in a standard interview, expressing normal sentiments. What impact could it possibly have?" Deng Bo reflects on this reasoning. He too realizes he is fretting over nothing. Even Gu Bai himself remains unconcerned. Why should he worry? In his eyes, Gu Bai is merely a wealthy youth experiencing life. His ordinary fears are likely of little consequence to Gu Bai. After some time, Gu Bai finishes his grooming and addresses his companions. "I'm off for breakfast. Anyone joining?" Ultimately, apart from Deng Bo, Lu Sun and Wen Sunming have fallen back asleep. After waiting a short while for Deng Bo to finish, the two hastened to the cafeteria. Chapter 37. Beneath the Lemon Tree, You and I. In the cafeteria of the Shanghai Theater Academy, Gubai delights in savoring a shengjian. The misfit controversy is currently ablaze. In a university setting, where the youth are typically the pioneers of trending topics, it is likely that the entire academy is now aware of the presence of Gubai, a sophomore in the directing department. The last time Gubai enjoyed such high popularity at the Shanghai Theater Academy was due to his perfect score in the arts entrance examination. A decade of obscurity, unnoticed by anyone, yet with a single mention, he became a household name. By Z, it seems that gaining fame is rather effortless. Don't you think I should consider transitioning to a career on Weibo for some witty commentary? Who knows, I might just rise to stardom. Observing the gazes of the senior and junior students around him fixed on Gubai, Deng Bo sighed heavily. Swallowing the last morsel of his pan-fried bun, Gubai cast him a sidelong glance. I think that's a viable idea. If you possess the audacity of Wang Siming, who dares to confront half of Huagua without fear of repercussions, then this could indeed be a pathway to success. Nowadays, entering showbiz is remarkably simple. There are numerous unconventional routes. You could even pioneer a movement of profanity as a path to enlightenment. Once you've garnered the entire entertainment industry as respect, you would become its undisputed king, leaving so-called superstars in your shadow. Deng Bo, eyeing Gubai who was sipping on soybean milk, chuckled ruefully, retracting his head. Perhaps not. If I had Wang Siming's wealth, would I still aspire to be a celebrity? Gubai shrugged, non-committal. By Z, may I pose a question? Then Bo suddenly inquired, struck by inspiration. What is it? You and Wang Siming are quite alike, both affluent heirs. Can you enlighten me on his incessant bickering and boasting on Weibo? Is he truly seeking fame? That seems unlikely, considering he is a top-tier rich kid. Doesn't he feel it diminishes his worth? Gubai initially hesitated to comment on such matters, but seeing Deng Bo's eager expression, he decided to respond. In truth, everyone possesses their own way of living. Just as you mentioned earlier, engaging in daily spats on Weibo is genuine. It likely stems from a disdain for certain individuals and situations, requiring no further justification. Numerous individuals on that platform share a similar confrontational demeanor, yet it is likely his status that makes him appear distinct. As for your notion of boasting, what constitutes boasting in your view? I cannot speak for others, but I believe there is a significant difference between boasting and being ostentatious. For instance, if I were to drive a supercar to school, it would be entirely ordinary for me, akin to a typical office worker commuting in their family car. Would you deem that boasting? The heightened attention arises from the inherent value of the supercar, not from any intentional display of pride. Similarly, when one hears that Wang Siming spends millions in a nightclub, I suspect that for him, spending $1 million equates to what a regular person might spend $1,000. So, can we classify that as boasting? I think not. If I were to define such behavior, I would say it is merely ostentatious. Being ostentatious means this is my life as it is. I shall not alter it for the sake of attention or modesty. Boasting, on the other hand, is straightforward. I visit a nightclub, spend $1 million, and then broadcast it, yearning for the world to know. That, indeed, is boasting. Thus, if you ask whether it appears degrading, my answer is no. One cannot expect a wealthy individual to conform to the values of the majority merely because they are a minority in modern society. So, you imply that my perspective is narrow? That was your own assertion, not mine. Ugh, the audacity of the wealthy. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang in Gubai's ear. Oni-chan, what are you discussing? We're delving into the cognitive processes of human thought, understanding, judgment, decision-making, and the establishment of values and distinctions between right and wrong. Without needing to glance back, Gubai recognized the speaker. No one else would address him so uniquely. Speak plainly. We're discussing values. How dull. With that, Yi settled beside Gubai, propping her chin on her right hand, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she gazed at him. Today, Yi had donned a new dress, a soft yellow that radiated a youthful charm. Oni-chan, do you have time today? Gubai had nearly finished his meal. Wiping his mouth, he turned to her. What do you need? Tomorrow, we have military training, and I still haven tea purchase sunscreen and other items. Will you accompany me? Not going. Upon receiving this reply, Yi's expression immediately soured, adorably scrunching her nose. Oni-chan, please just accompany me. The saying that women can be charming while men remain aloof does not apply to Gubai. He is a quintessential straight shooter. Seeing Gubai remain unmoved, Yi finally unna set her tramjar. I also plan to buy a few pairs of stockings. Could you help me choose? Deng Bo, seated across from them, nearly dropped his bun, internally exclaiming, is she being this straightforward? Time, place, and the two of you. This afternoon, at the Guijin Center, you and I, very well. I shall pick you up this afternoon. Deng Bo could no longer contain himself, earnestly addressing the pair. I believe you ought to consider my feelings. Discussing provocative topics such as stockings in public is quite inappropriate. Yi giggled, covering her mouth. Should I bring a pair for you to try, old man? Deng Bo, I take my leave. With that he retreated, bun still clenched between his teeth. Watching Deng Bo depart, Gu Bai stood as well. I will pick you up this afternoon. With that, he exited amidst the gazes of numerous students in the cafeteria. Only after Gu Bai had left did the murmurs begin to crescendo. Isn't that the Gu Bai mentioned in the trending topics on Weibo? He is just as handsome as in the videos. Does anyone have his contact information? I believe I could. A group of stylishly dressed young women began to chatter about Gu Bai's departing figure. No, I think you can't. Did you not see the girl he was chatting with just now? Who is she? Haven't you checked the school forum? She is a freshman from the directing department. Yee. Her introduction was just pushed to the top of the hot post yesterday, claiming to be one of the 4 new goddesses of our academy. And the other 3? All from the acting department. Jianglan, Kwang Wenin, and another who has already been crowned the campus belle, Chi Man. These girls are so trivial. What era are we in, still judging campus belles? How outdated. Though the girl spoke with a tone of derision, the underlying bitterness was unmistakable. Had she been deemed a campus belle, her attitude would have been entirely different. The other girls, aware of the sourness, refrained from mockery, shifting the topic. None of that matters. Have you all seen Weibo? This Gu Bai drives a supercar to school, and there's a post dedicated to his car, worth over 10 million. How come we never noticed such a high-caliber male god at our school? Had we known earlier, we could have made our move. Now that we're nearing our 4th year, no entertainment company is willing to sign us. I fear upon graduation, I'll end up as an extra in Hongdian. If only I had such a wealthy boyfriend, I wouldn't have to worry about these things. Enough. It's as if you think knowing him would guarantee you a chance. Did you not see the goddess couldn't resist getting close to him? What do you have to compare? The previously silent lemon girl spoke up again, deliberately raising her voice, ensuring Yi, not far away, could hear. However, Yi didn't even lift her head. Having heard countless similar envious remarks throughout her life, she was completely immune. All right, keep your voice down. He might hear you. Her roommate gestured for the lemon girl to lower her volume. So, what if he hears? Am I not speaking the truth? When jealousy consumes a person, no amount of reasoning will suffice. The lemon girl's roommate understood this well, and they all fell silent to finish their breakfast. Observing the expressions of her roommates, the lemon girl pouted, choosing to remain silent. At 2 in the afternoon, the weather was quite pleasant, a gentle breeze blowing as the sun nestled behind the clouds. The car had been sent to the school by Director Huang's team, and now this striking black and red Lamborghini was parked beneath the female dormitory of the Shanghai Theater Academy. Upon receiving the message from Gu Bai, Yi hurriedly prepared to descend the stairs. Where are you going? Despite her casual home attire consisting of a simple short-sleeved shirt, it could not conceal Chi Man's stunning figure. The phrase God is fair seemed utterly absurd when applied to her. Not only was her physique breathtaking, but her beauty was also astonishingly extraordinary. Yi turned her head to glance at Chi Man, who had inquired about her destination, a smirk of pride gracing her features. I'm off to the mall to purchase some essentials for military training. Would you like me to bring you something, Manjia? However, Chi Man did not respond to her question and continued to probe. Is Gu Bai taking you? Yes, Yi replied unabashedly, her tone brimming with pride. Chi Man paused, momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, she was already aware of the situation. The roar of Gu Bai's car was too conspicuous. She had spotted him from the window, and considering Yi's current flustered demeanor, it was evident that Gu Bai had indeed come to pick her up. Observing Jiman Silenge, Yi bilinket pidaifulle. If you have nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Oni-chan is urging me. With that, she did not wait for Chi Man's response and promptly closed the door behind her. As for the other 2 girls in the dormitory, they had already conjured images of the rivalry between Chi Man and Yi. After all, no one understands girls better than girls themselves. Last night, upon returning from the nightclub, the most discussed topic in the dorm was Gu Bai, primarily through the words of Chi Man and Yi. Their feelings laid bare without pretense. Hong Linli and Dong Ping completely understood. After all, just as men are drawn to beautiful women, Beautiful women are equally attracted to high-quality men, especially someone like Gu Bai, who possesses both wealth and looks. If they were not self-aware of their own appearances, Hong Linli and Dong Ping might have wished to join the competition. However, it was futile. Judging by their names alone, it was evident they were merely supporting characters in this narrative, content to have any semblance of a role at all. Chapter 38. A scene of rivalry? Non-existent. Downstairs in the girls' dormitory, once EE settled into the passenger seat, Gu Bai activated the navigation system, targeting the Guijin Center, and pressed the accelerator, heading straight for their destination, leaving behind the observant gaze of Chi Man on the third floor. At that moment, Chi Man thought to herself that she must take the initiative. Unlike the eager suitors of her past, Gu Bai had too many options. If she were to wait for him to make a move, she would likely never have a story with him in this lifetime. A simple truth. In the dynamics between men and women, the party with greater need inevitably becomes the subordinate, leading to a scenario where one must cater to the whims of the other party. Meanwhile, in the car, E complained, "Oni-chan, I believe it's time for you to consider changing your vehicle. This one is utterly uncomfortable." Gu Bai concurred, acknowledging the inherent downsides of any supercar. Is it handsome? Yes, but at the cost of comfort. The space is cramped, and the ride is far from pleasant. Yet all these shortcomings can be overshadowed by its aesthetic appeal. Comfort may be fleeting, but handsomeness is everlasting. Gu Bai shifted into a more comfortable posture, steering with one hand. The reasons I purchased this car are twofold. It looks good, and the air conditioning is subpar. Isn't that quite all right? Yi de market, playfully reaching toward the air conditioning vent. This was the advantage of supercars, adjusting the temperature based on the female passenger's physique. Some girls, being more delicate, would find the temperature elevated to accommodate them, leading to a sense of warmth. Observing this, it seemed EE retained her innocence, oblivious to Gu Bai's underlying implication. In truth, he had refrained from mentioning that the heat would lead them to desire shedding layers, with some even yearning to experience the chill of the driver's seat. Engaged in lighthearted banter, they soon arrived at the Guijin Center. After parking, they made their way into the mall, the sweltering heat rendering the day unbearable, sunshine resembling a barbecue, while overcast skies felt akin to steaming. Where should we head first? Gu Bai paused, looking at EE. Let's visit the Lancme flagship store. I'm running low on skincare products and need to stock up. All right. Upon entering the Lancme flagship store, a sales associate promptly approached them. Gu Bai, disinterested in cosmetics, found a spot to sit and occupied himself with his phone, while EE, under the sales associate's guidance, sampled various makeup and skincare items, occasionally seeking Gu Bai's opinion. If gaming is the bane of a man's time, cosmetics and clothing are a woman's lifelong adversaries. Gu Bai could hardly fathom that purchasing cosmetics could consume over half an hour. Finally, just as Gu Bai was nearing impatience, E emerged victorious, proudly carrying a large bag of cosmetics. Is this a lot? Gu Bai inquired, somewhat taken aback. Not at all. These are essentials. Primer, cushion foundation, concealer, and mascara. All indispensable. Weren't you just here for sunscreen? Just a little side shopping. Gu Bai, disinterested in further debate, accepted the receipt from the sales associate. A glance revealed a total exceeding 5,000. It seemed EE's family background was quite affluent. However, this was not surprising. She had never exhibited any concern for money. Last night, when he ordered 2 extravagant seafood platters costing over 100,000, E had remained remarkably unfazed, as if such sums were trivial. It appeared that if EE's parents were not genuinely wealthy, they had certainly raised her in comfort. The social scene was a goldmine, and without a substantial financial foundation, few could partake. And what shall we do next? EE asked, her voice tinged with shyness. Shall we buy some stockings? What brand do you prefer, Oni-chan? Balenciaga. Gu Bai replied without a moment's hesitation. In truth, he had no knowledge of stockings. His familiarity with the Balenciaga brand stemmed solely from online browsing in a past life. You seem quite knowledgeable, don't you? Yi remarked. My studio simulate grudging her diligente, youthful face. However, Balenciaga stockings are rather expensive. Shall we consider another option? One Balenciaga pair could last years without repeating, and frankly, I find them unattractive. Gu Bai shot her a glance. I don't care for your opinion. I want my opinion. Trust me, it's Balenciaga. E was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately capitulated. The two made their way to the Balenciaga store. What can I assist you with today? Upon entering, the sales associate greeted them with a warm smile. Take me to see your stockings, E chirped. Noticing the large bag of Lankme cosmetics in Yi's hand, the sales associate's enthusiasm increased. No sales associate could resist a potential buyer. This way, please. The associate gestured, leading Gu Bai and Yi to a wall adorned with various models' legs, showcasing an array of stockings, black, white, nude, and everything in between. Ladies, feel free to browse. I will explain the advantages of each style. Just as Yi opened her mouth to respond, Gu Bai interjected. Pack up every style here except for the purple ones. The sales associate. Yi. Observing the sales associate's stunned expression, Gu Bai frowned. Did you not hear me? Yes, sir, please hold on. The sales associate had never encountered such an assertive customer. To demand an entire selection at once was unprecedented. Yi stood beside Gu Bai, exclaiming, Onicho-chan. This is too much. I can't possibly wear so many. Besides, a single cheap pair costs 2,000 to 3,000. I haven't brought that much money. Gu Bai rubbed his nose and replied, Consider it a gift from me. But I have one condition. What condition? Yi inquired. You can only wear them for my eyes, Gu Bai stated. Upon hearing this, Yi giggled and embraced Gu Bai's arm. I originally intended to buy stockings just to wear for you, Oni-chan. Observing their closeness, one might question how it was possible that Yi and Gu Bai had only met the day before. Yet, in this fast-paced era, such rapid intimacy is hardly surprising, especially given that Gu Bai is a master of flirtation. Soon, the sales associate arrived with all the stockings neatly packaged. Hello, sir. That will be 200 yuan. Here is your receipt, she said respectfully, handing the slip to Gu Bai. He glanced at the receipt without a flicker of emotion. After all, as a man with 3 little financial goals in his account, such figures held no significance for him. Just swipe the card, he instructed, presenting his specially designed black gold card to the associate. Although the sales associate had never seen a black gold card, she was somewhat familiar with them, and her gaze towards Gu Bai shifted entirely. In her eyes, a person capable of using a black gold card was undoubtedly wealthy. Once everything was settled, Gu Bai asked Yi to provide the sales associate with their dormitory address for delivery, as the items were too numerous to carry. Shall we explore other places? Gu Bai suggested, not wishing to return so early, especially since he had his own shopping in mind. I'm open to anything, Yi replied, eager to spend more time with him. Let's browse other shops and pick you out a couple of outfits suitable for normal wear. What? Is my frilly dress not appealing? Gu Bai's eye roll was the only response. Yi fell silent, feeling slightly dejected. After a moment, unable to bear the silence, Yi sidled up to Gu Bai again. Oni-chan, you're buying me stockings and now clothes. What kind of relationship do we have? I'm not your girlfriend, so isn't this a bit inappropriate? Gu Bai glanced sideways at her. Do you enjoy drinking tea? What do you mean? Your tea etiquette is lacking. I suggest a refresher. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, Yi finally grasped his implication. Where's the green tea in this? I'm just being honest. Gu Bai chose not to respond further. Noticing Gu Bai's silence, Yi hurriedly ran up to him. After such a long time shopping, a light sheen of sweat had formed on her forehead, and the scent of her youthful fragrance wafted towards Gu Bai. So, Oni-chan, what do you consider our relationship to be? She asked. Gu Bai paused, turning to gaze into her large eyes. Yi held her ground, meeting his gaze. They locked eyes for over 10 seconds before Gu Bai chuckled softly and took her hand. Whatever you say our relationship is, that's what it is, he declared, playfully squeezing her delicate hand, which felt quite pleasant. Surprised by Gu Bai's sudden boldness, Yi felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Yet she made no move to resist. She couldn't help but think, had she just taken a step ahead of Manjia to become Gu Bai's girlfriend? If Gu Bai were aware of Yi's thoughts, he would surely have rebutted her. Girlfriend? Had he ever acknowledged that? While he had said that whatever relationship Yi wished for would be accepted, he had never claimed he would acknowledge it himself. As a seasoned flirt, how could Gu Bai allow himself to be easily ensnared by the allure of his admirers? As for being a scoundrel, that was even more absurd. He was merely spreading love throughout the world. Just as their hands intertwined with unspoken intentions, 2 graceful figures approached from around the corner. Zhang Yumeng and her roommate, Yao Pei. Clearly, Zhang Yumeng noticed Gu Bai holding Yi's hand, and her expression shifted dramatically. Facing Zhang Yumeng, Gu Bai felt no panic but couldn't help but awkwardly rub his nose. It seemed he had a peculiar connection with the shopping center. He had encountered Zhang Yumeng here before with Luo Yekian, and now again with Yi at another mall. The only difference was that their previous encounter had been innocent, whereas now, Gu Bai had already shared intimate moments with Yi. Yi sensed Zhang Yuming's scrutinizing gaze and, glancing back at Gu Bai, realized the situation was more complicated than it appeared. Gu Bai mused internally. Was this truly the so-called battlefield of romance? Not in his world. There was never a battlefield for him. He was a devoted individual destined to have only one girlfriend, though she had yet to make her grand entrance. Neither Yi nor Zhang Yumeng could qualify, so how could there be talk of a battlefield? Yao Pei, Yumeng, isn't that your boyfriend? Zhang Yumeng tightened her grip on Yao Pei's hand, internally shouting, I have eyes. No need for your reminders. Sensing Zhang Yuming's shift in demeanor, Yao Pei immediately fell silent. Remaining by her side, Yi, not one to be oblivious, could not hear the exchange between Yao Pei and Zhang Yumeng. But she read the situation from their expressions and turned to Gu Bai with a teasing smile. Oni-chan, do you know that sister? She asked, indicating Zhang Yumeng. The instinct of a woman informed her that the one involved with Gu Bai was the girl whose beauty rivaled her own. Hearing Yi's question, Gu Bai nodded and casually replied, yes, just a friend. His tone did not drop intentionally, and Zhang Yumeng, standing opposite him, could hear every word clearly. Upon hearing Gu Bai refer to her as just a friend, Zhang Yuming's previously composed facade faltered, her left hand gripping the shopping bag tighter, the freshly done nails digging into her palm. Zhang Yumeng had prepared herself for this moment, yet she hadn't expected it to arrive so swiftly. Yes, she desired Gu Bai's wealth, but that did not mean she had no feelings. Her emotions toward Gu Bai were a complex mixture of longing and resentment. Their relationship was rooted in mutual benefit. To put it accurately, they were not yet together, merely engaged in a transactional arrangement. Gu Bai sought her body, and she sought his money. However, as a woman, Zhang Yumeng had entrusted her most precious treasure to him, even if, in contemporary society, that treasure was not as highly valued as it once was. Yet, women often form a bond with the first man they share intimate moments with, and she was no exception. The four of them stood at the corner of the mall, exchanging glances, 3 involved parties and 1 outsider. Yao Pei, caught in an awkward predicament, unsure whether to stay or leave. Finally, it was Gu Bai who broke the silence. Why don't you wait for me up ahead? I need to speak with a friend. Although wished to stay, she obediently nodded and walked away from the uncomfortable scene, shopping bag in hand. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Pei quickly bade Zhang Yumeng farewell and followed suit. Gu Bai, as was his habit, reached out to caress Zhang Yumeng's face, but this time, she did not yield as before. Instead, she swatted his hand away. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Gu Bai, taken aback, withdrew his hand and gazed at her. Explain what? Explain your relationship with that girl. Shrugging, Gu Bai nonchalantly responded, what is there to explain? It's exactly what you see. Upon witnessing Gu Bai's nonchalant expression and his unabashed response, Zhang Yumeng felt her heart plummet to the depths of despair. Could it be that you are incapable of fabricating even a small lie to deceive me? Is it truly necessary? Why is it not? Gu Bai, unwilling to engage in a debate over such topics, retrieved his phone and promptly initiated a WeChat transfer of 200,000 yuan. There you go. I've transferred you some money. Go ahead and buy whatever you desire. If it's not enough, just let me know, he stated, flashing a smile at Zhang Yumeng once more. While Gu Bai could not claim to fully comprehend the intricacies of a woman's heart, he could certainly venture a guess at its general workings. He assumed that Zhang Yumeng was struggling to accept the reality of the situation, and thus this sum of 200,000 yuan was intended as a form of compensation. In previous times, this gesture would have likely elicited a joyful reaction from her. Yet now, she perceived this 200,000 yuan as an affront to her dignity. Do you believe that our relationship can be reduced to mere monetary exchanges? As the conversation progressed, Gu Bai's patience began to wear thin. Then tell me, what else must I provide? At this juncture, Gu Bai was beginning to grasp Zhang Yumeng's emotional state. It was simply a matter of feeling undervalued. Observing Gu Bai's icy demeanor, Zhang Yumeng remained silent. You must first understand the nature of our relationship. I have previously stated, I provide the financial means, and you offer your presence. I can facilitate the lifestyle you desire, but the condition is that I shall not invest any emotional attachment. You are an astute woman, and I can interpret your current attitude as a sign of emotional imbalance. I will not hold it against you, but I sincerely hope this does not repeat itself. Each individual perceives themselves as the protagonist in their own narrative. Gu Bai found Zhang Yumeng's reaction entirely understandable, especially considering her circumstances, surrounded by suitors. It was only natural for her to feel angered by Gu Bai's treatment. Had he shown even a modicum of attentiveness, perhaps she would have managed to reconcile her feelings. For she was not without intelligence. Their relationship was inherently transactional, one seeking wealth and the other seeking allure. Why complicate it with emotions? But what sort of person is Gubai? A staunch egoist, to put it plainly, someone who only cares for his own happiness, indifferent to the world around him. Would he ever soften his stance for someone like Zhang Yuming to placate her? Such a scenario might have unfolded in a past life, but now, it was inconceivable. A single term encapsulates Gu Bai's current state: invincible confidence. It was Zhang Yuming who sought to extract everything she desired from him, not the other way around. Without Zhang Yuming, there would still be Zhao Yuming, Qin Yuming, and Sun Yuming. With Gu Bai's current wealth, would he truly be concerned about one Zhang Yuming's departure? As he observed her standing there, silent and sorrowful, he returned his phone to his pocket and coldly declared, "Keep the 200,000 yuan and take the time to reflect. If you intend to sever ties, consider your severance pay. Should you come to clarity, call me." With that, Gu Bai's gaze no longer lingered on her for even a second, and he strode past her. He was confident that Zhang Yuming would make the right choice. After all, a sum of 200,000 yuan versus an endless stream of future wealth. This was a decision even a fool would know how to make. As Zhang Yuming watched Gu Bai walk away without a trace of regret, her initial reaction was one of grievance. Was it too much to ask for him to feign some semblance of concern for her feelings? With her close friend by her side, could he not provide her with a means of escape? Soon, however, regret took hold. In the days following her agreement with Gu Bai, she had experienced a life she had never dared to dream of, a life of luxury, filled with lavish cars, presidential suites, exquisite cuisine, and the luxury items she had long desired but could never afford. All of this was attainable without her own efforts. A mere display of charm before Gu Bai sufficed. In stark contrast to her previous role at the 4S dealership, where she endured the demands of customers and could not even afford the bag she desired. Her current life was a world apart, and it was Gu Bai who had provided it all. Reflecting on this, Zhang Yuming had already made her choice. When Gu Bai returned to Yi's side, his expression remained devoid of emotion. The joy that Yi had previously brought him was now overshadowed by the events that had transpired. Suddenly, Gu Bai's phone buzzed. Upon seeing the transfer confirmation along with Zhang Yuming's apology, he broke into a smile, not out of joy for Zhang Yuming's realization, but rather from the satisfaction of being able to control the situation. It was at this moment that Gu Bai fully grasped the advantages of wealth. Money not only brought him pleasure, but also allowed him to manipulate the emotions of others. It could compel someone who despised him to bow before him, and it could invert right and wrong in an instant. No wonder one often hears that the joys of the wealthy are beyond comprehension. "Very well, let us continue our shopping," he said, although Yi was curious about the drastic shifts in Gu Bai's mood. One moment shrouded in clouds, the next basking in sunlight. She refrained from voicing her curiosity. Only a foolish woman would voice such inquiries. A wise woman waits for others to speak first. Inside the Versace flagship store, Gu Bai donned a new ensemble. A striking bright yellow trench coat, sleek and full of energy, paired with fitted black jeans. Before the expansive mirror, he surveyed his reflection, nodding in satisfaction. It must be said that while top-tier brands often feature eccentric designs, they also offer many stunning pieces. It largely depends on who wears them. For instance, garments endorsed by celebrities seem tailor-made for them. Yet when others purchase the same items, they find themselves unable to replicate that effect. Is it the clothing that differs? No, it is the person. The salesperson, who had been standing by, quickly exclaimed, "Sir, these two pieces appear as though they were designed specifically for you. They fit you perfectly." As a salesperson, one would expect a repertoire of flattering phrases. Yet upon seeing Gu Bai, she could only manage these two compliments. It was akin to the saying, "Lies can be grandiloquent, while the truth is often simple and unembellished." Gu Bai paid little mind and handed his card to the salesperson. "Let us settle the bill." The salesperson hurriedly processed the transaction, while Yi stood beside Gu Bai, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Onyi-han, you look absolutely dashing. Did your legs get caught in the coat?" Even Yi, despite her innocence, understood the implication of her words. Her cheeks flushing as she retorted, "You rogue, Oni-chan." In truth, it was merely a change of attire. Overall, the transformation was subtle. Perhaps it was the more mature aura of Versace's garments that accentuated Gu Bai's presence. The concept of aura is subjective. Those who believe in it perceive it, while those who do not, do not. Yet Gu held firm in his belief that there exists a significant disparity in aura between individuals. For example, the self of his past life and the self of this life bore identical appearances, yet their auras were worlds apart. In his previous life, he had been handsome yet grounded, exuding an earthy charm. In this life, however, through a month of high-end consumption, social interactions, and indulgence in luxury, he had gradually shed that earthy quality, gaining an inexplicable aura of nobility. If one were to encapsulate it in a single term, it would be nobility, the kind typically associated with aristocratic lineage, albeit still faintly evident due to the brevity of time. Chapter 40. A beauty among mortal school had commenced for several days, and Gubai's life had returned to a semblance of regularity. It was not dissimilar to his previous existence, attending classes and gaming with Deng Bo and the others. Indeed, Gubai has already completed all those courses, and he does not believe that he will ever apply this knowledge in the future. Although his dream in his previous life was to become a director, his ultimate aspiration was to earn a substantial fortune after achieving that goal. Now, having bypassed the arduous journey of striving for his dreams, he has directly realized them, which has deprived Gubai of a sense of authenticity. This is also the reason why he diligently attends classes every day. Only through this can he feel a semblance of reality. After all, as a student, what else is there to do but study? Our aim is to serve our country. The only difference is that in his previous life, he was ensnared by romantic entanglements at this time, whereas in this life, he is surrounded by blooming romances. Following the Zhang Yuming incident, Gubai managed to carve out some time to meet her, indulging in a tender moment. Perhaps Zhang Yuming possesses an innate penchant for masochism, as her affectionate demeanor only intensified after being treated coldly by Gubai, and she even unlocked several new intimate positions. As for school, due to Zhang Yuming, he seems to be deliberately avoiding Gubai. She has not approached him even once, nor has she sent him a single message on WeChat. However, Gubai can hardly be bothered to explain anything to her. In his eyes, any relationship that does not receive his affirmation is not worth his effort to maintain. Conversely, Chi Man is unwaveringly consistent. As soon as military training concludes each day, she seeks him out for conversation, which brings Gubai a modicum of unexpected delight. If this well-known campus beauty from the Shanghai Theater Academy intends to engage with him on a deeper level, he certainly would not decline. In truth, Gubai is rather lazy, being a seasoned player yet unwilling to take the initiative. At 7:10 p.m., after the teacher announced the end of class, he left the podium, clutching his teacup. Gubai had just lost all of the 10 million happiness beans he recharged earlier that afternoon. Stretching his limbs, he tidied up his desk, preparing to leave when Deng Bo's voice broke through his thoughts. "Bai Zi, let us go out and have some fun." "What sort of fun?" Gubai inquired as he made his way to the classroom door. "The freshmen's military training. Today, they're not at the camp, but on our school playground, and many have already gone to watch. If we don't hurry, we'll miss out on the best spots." "What is so interesting about their military training? Didn't you get enough of it last year? Want to experience it again this year?" Gubai replied, skepticism evident in his tone. Deng Bo shot him a glance, disdain clear on his face. "Do you really think they're there just to watch military training? Which guy isn't there for the delicate freshmen? And which girl isn't there for the handsome juniors? Come on, stop dawdling and let us move." Gubai shook his head in resignation and followed suit, as he had nothing else to do and figured a little diversion wouldn't hurt. Upon arriving at the Shanghai Theater Academy's playground, Gubai found that Deng Bo's words rang true. A considerable number of upperclassmen had gathered to watch, having finished their classes. Many greeted Gubai with smiles, regardless of their familiarity. In recent days, his reputation had spread throughout the academy. Who among the sophomores didn't he know about the super-rich heir? Those aspiring to enter the entertainment industry value relationships highly, and even the newcomers, yet to step into this realm, have already grasped this principle well. In their minds, forging a connection with a rich second generation like Gubai could potentially secure them a favorable future. Gubai was well aware of their intentions and responded with a nonchalant smile. He is not one to carry himself with an air of superiority. After all, they are all classmates and a little politeness costs him nothing. As he joined the throng in gazing toward the center of the playground, a sea of camouflage green greeted his eyes. Despite the sweltering heat, no one dared to remove their military uniforms due to strict regulations. And both boys and girls were drenched in sweat, their hair sticking together. Among the crowd, Gubai quickly spotted Yi. Although she had dyed her previously white hair back to black in compliance with military training requirements, her twin ponytails were undeniably eye-catching. It was already past 7 in the evening, Yet the sky had not fully darkened. The formal military training would soon conclude, paving the way for the true purpose of Gubai's visit, the military training performance. This was perhaps the only event during military training that students genuinely looked forward to. As expected, the chief instructor of the military training took the stage with a megaphone. Standing before the freshmen, the instructors hired by the academy are all legitimate active-duty soldiers, unlike the inexperienced security personnel brought in by some lesser universities. And even their speech carries an authoritative resonance. Dear students, after a few days of training, I trust you have become familiar with one another. Since we are not at the training camp today, I intend to relax the rules a bit. Tonight, instead of performing separately by platoon, we will have all of you perform together, with each platoon selecting representatives to showcase their talents for everyone. Upon hearing the chief instructor's announcement, the military trainees remained silent, while the upperclassmen erupted in excitement. What a benevolent instructor! If the freshmen had to perform separately by platoon, those of them merely spectating would miss out on the fun, having to watch one platoon after another. But now, with the chief instructor allowing representatives from each platoon to perform together, it was clear consideration for those watching. Ignoring the ruckus around him, the chief instructor continued, "You each have 5 minutes to select 2 representatives from your platoons to perform." The 500-plus freshmen of the class of 2017 were divided into 8 platoons, meaning that 16 individuals would be chosen to perform. 5 minutes flew by, and Gubai and Deng Bo found a spot to sit down, eager to see how the newcomers would showcase their talents. However, a sense of regret lingered in Gubai's heart, as the camouflage uniforms concealed the beautiful figures of the freshmen, rendering it impossible to truly appreciate their allure. Before the performances began, a shy female student approached Gubai, offering him a bottle of water. Feeling a bit parched himself, he accepted it without hesitation, also acquiescing to her request for contact information. Scanning her with the system, he noted her attractiveness at an 85, not exceptionally high, but still undeniably beautiful. After all, at the Shanghai Theater Academy, there were likely few girls who would dare to approach Gubai for his contact information unless they were particularly confident in their looks. Deng Bo, watching Gubai drink the water, felt a pang of envy but couldn't help but scoff. "It's not you in military training. She brings you water, and you just accept it. I say you're the champion of shamelessness." Gubai shot him a sidelong glance. "Stop being bitter. It's starting." As soon as the selected female student stepped forward, the crowd erupted in hushed whispers. The moment Gubai laid eyes on her, he retracted his earlier statement about the camouflage uniforms obscuring beauty. It was not the uniforms that concealed the allure, but rather the allure itself was not sufficient to stand out. Gubai quietly remarked to Deng Bo, "I think one phrase perfectly encapsulates her." "What phrase?" "The beauty of this world is scarce. A woman who bows her head and does not see her toes is already a rare gem." "Are you a contemporary poet or something?" On the other side, the chief instructor took on the role of host. "Please introduce yourself." "My name is Jiang Lan, and I'm from the Performing Arts Department. I'm going to perform a dance for everyone." Students at the academy are somewhat accustomed to the stage, and Jiang Lan exuded confidence, showing no signs of nervousness. "What accompaniment do you need?" A large Bluetooth speaker had already been brought forth by enthusiastic classmates. "Change it," Jiang Lan said with a smile. Upon hearing the chosen accompaniment, the crowd erupted in cheers once more. While not many might recognize the song, anyone who knew of the top Korean idol Kim Hyuna would surely be familiar with it. This was one of her signature dance tracks. As for the dance moves, Jiang Lan's figure can be showcased to its fullest extent. It is worth noting that this shaking dance was previously banned. As the music began to play, Jiang Lan swayed her body in rhythm, casting aside her bulky camouflage uniform, leaving only a tightly stretched white t-shirt on her upper body. Gubai felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing she might lose her balance and fall. When the dance reached its climax, both freshmen and seniors erupted into ecstatic cheers. Gubai wished to join in, yet he restrained himself, preferring to maintain the demeanor of a quiet idol, seated with an air of appreciation. Amidst the lingering excitement of the seniors donned in student attire, Jiang Lan expressed her gratitude and donned her camouflage uniform once more. The second performer was a boy named Ding Quan. He was rather handsome, though still somewhat lacking in comparison to Gubai. Nevertheless, his short hair and sunny disposition attracted quite a number of female admirers. One might think that only boys are superficial, but girls can be just as judgmental. Surely, there are still those who harbor curiosity about such matters? If one were truly handsome, such questions would not arise, for while good looks may not guarantee much, A lack thereof can lead to a profound understanding of how superficial girls can be. Though this sentiment may be somewhat trivial, it holds a grain of truth. That said, while Ding Quan may possess a modicum of charm, his performance paled in comparison to Jiang Lan's. His singing, while not quite a cacophony, was far from melodious. Gu Bai overheard a senior nearby voicing his discontent, his voice loud enough for those around to hear. This senior, likely not from the performing arts department, would rank low in terms of looks at the academy, perhaps a mere 60 points. Upon seeing his appearance, a nearby girl expressed her displeasure. If you think you're so great, why don't you give it a try? Even if I tossed you a bone, you might not sing better than he does. Exactly. Which class is he from? How can he be so uncouth? Although the boy spoke the truth, it was unfortunate that we live in a world that values appearances. It was one thing to make disparaging remarks online, but to do so in person drew the ire of the crowd. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the boy quickly retreated. Chapter 41. The turbulent sea of love and hate, the freshman's military training performance concluded after a segment of blissful entertainment. Indeed, as a seasoned second-degree enthusiast, Gu Bai looked at Yi's swaying twin ponytails, wishing he could grasp those reins. By now it was past 8 in the evening, and the sky had turned pitch black, yet the floodlights on the playground illuminated the night as if it were day. Classmates, did you enjoy the performance? The chief instructor, a young man in his 20s or 30s, directed his question not to the freshmen, but rather to the seniors gathered on the other side, eager to watch. Before the seniors could respond, he continued, merely watching isn't enough. Is there anyone willing to perform for the freshmen? I believe my troops would be delighted to see your talents as well. Indeed, the military training freshmen responded in unison. The chief instructor's suggestion was not only welcomed by the freshmen, but the seniors were equally enthusiastic. Who wouldn't want to shine in front of their juniors? Baizi, why don't you go up and perform? Deng Bo inquired, turning to Gu Bai. Gu Bai shook his head. No thanks, I'm not particularly interested. Given Gu Bai's current notoriety at the academy, he could easily command attention if he wished. Yet, following the incident with the odd-shaped fruit, he had grown disinterested in seeking the spotlight. What about me? Deng Bo asked eagerly, noting Gu Bai's lack of interest. Gu Bai shot him a glance. What would you perform? A stage play? It was impossible for Deng Bo to gain admission to the academy without some talent. Yet his abilities were not suited for display in this setting. His acting skills were commendable, and he excelled in stage plays, much to the admiration of the faculty specializing in that field, who even recommended him for post-graduation performances at the People's Art Theater. However, when it came to singing, he was utterly hopeless. He sang beautifully in operatic roles within stage plays, but when it came to pop songs, his voice resembled that of a dog chewing on a bone. Perhaps aware of this, Deng Bo rubbed his nose and dismissed the idea. However, as the saying goes, the tree desires tranquility, but the wind will not cease. Gu Bai wished to remain low-key, yet fate had other plans. Gu Bai, why don't you come up and perform? The chief instructor, easily spotting Gu Bai from his position, called him out. Instructor Chun, do you still remember me? Indeed, this chief instructor was an old acquaintance of Gu Bai's. During Gu Bai's freshman military training, he was the instructor of his unit. Who could have imagined that a year later, he would not only continue to be involved in military training at the academy, but also rise to the rank of chief instructor? However, Gu Bai's memories of that training were somewhat hazy, and had the instructor not called out to him, he might have forgotten. Of course, you made quite an impression during last year's training, Instructor Chen replied, joking yet truthful. Gu Bai had indeed been a standout figure during military training, blessed with both good looks and talent, making it hard for anyone to forget him. Many second-year students nearby recalled Gu Bai's performance from the previous year, and soon they were clamoring for him to showcase his talents once more. Seeing this, Gu Bai stood up, brushing off the dust from his pants. He preferred to maintain a low profile, but refusing the invitation when singled out would come across as pretentious. Approaching Instructor Chun, he smiled and said, Instructor Chun, you know my capabilities. Asking me to perform is just a way for you to steal the spotlight from the juniors. Stop boasting, he chided playfully. In his memory, Gu Bai had once been quite shy about performing, yet now, after a year, he seemed entirely at ease in front of an audience. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but although Gu Bai remained the same Gu Bai, he felt like a different person altogether. Not dwelling on this, Instructor Chen asked, what will you perform? Just a song? Gu Bai replied confidently. At that moment, the freshman finally got a clear look at Gu Bai, clad in casual summer attire, even without the watch on his left wrist, which was worth over 100,000. He exuded an effortless charm. The once demure freshmen began to whisper among themselves. Is this the Gu Bai who trended on social media just days ago? He looks even better in person. Absolutely. I can't take it anymore. I think my monthly visitor is about to arrive early. I can't hold it in. I need to ask for a leave of absence. This senior is making my biological clock go haywire. E and Chi Man, amidst the crowd, listened to the chatter, their eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. However, while the envious may be late to arrive, they would never be absent. With admiration comes disdain. So, what if he's a little wealthy and handsome? Who knows if he's all looks and no substance? A sour note resonated from one freshman. That person aced the art examination. What about you? A girl, evidently familiar with Gu Bai, retorted sharply. Another girl chimed in with a tone brimming with sarcasm. Aside from being able to afford a supercar and being good-looking, what else does he have? Unlike you, who has nothing to your name but hard work, right? The boy was left blushing, overwhelmed by the girl's rebuttals. Why would you think he would even glance your way? That's irrelevant. Even if he doesn't find us appealing, someone will. And even if no one does, I certainly wouldn't be interested in you. Finally, the boy fell silent, the girl's words striking too close to home, unaware of the murmurs surrounding him. Gu Bai accepted the microphone from Instructor Chen. The booming Bluetooth speaker gradually filled the air with accompaniment. Clearing his throat, Gu Bai's resonant voice slowly transformed into lyrics. Once upon a time, the present has slipped away and will never return. The crimson leaves lay buried deep within the dust, and the cycle of beginnings and endings remains unchanged. You, drifting beyond the horizon, linger outside the clouds. Gu Bai never formally studied singing. The songs he can perform are mostly those he has listened to repeatedly, gradually mastering them through sheer familiarity. He chose the song A Lifetime of Love for its profound resonance, ensuring he would not falter. Gu Bai's favorite film is A Chinese Odyssey, and his affection for A Lifetime of Love is equally pure. After being cast aside by Zhai Li in a previous life, Gu Bai found solace in losing himself in music, and this song perfectly mirrored his emotional state at the time. With repeated listening, it became second nature to him. He particularly favored the Cantonese version and memorized its Mandarin phonetic translation, allowing him to sing it effortlessly despite lacking fluency in Cantonese. The tumult of love and hate stirs in the turbulent sea, where one cannot escape destiny. The encounters that ought to be intimate remain distant. Perhaps I should believe it is fate. As Gu Bai's voice, nearly a howl, reverberated across the playground, the crowd fell silent. In truth, Gu Bai's voice is remarkably suited for singing, deep and resonant like that of Dr. Chen. When he sang with emotion, he poured his entire spirit into the melody. This song was originally inspired by Zhai Li's listening. Now, as he sings it again, it is no longer for her, but rather a farewell to a past self, as he embraces a life of unrestrained freedom. However, Gu Bai was unaware that beneath a nearby tree, Zhai Li's gaze was fixed intently upon him, singing before the crowd. Was her prior display of indifference merely an act? As she pondered, Zhai Li's clear eyes began to shimmer with unshed tears. Now a member of the entertainment industry, Zhai Li had heard of Gu Bai's background and knew him to be a wealthy heir. Yet, she felt no regret over their breakup. For Zhai Li is an exceptionally pure-hearted individual. Becoming an actress has always been her dream, and to become a top-tier actress is her ultimate aspiration. For this dream, she is willing to relinquish everything, including Gu Bai. Meanwhile, Gu Bai reached the end of his song, still oblivious to Zhai Li's presence. Even if he were to learn of it, he would feel no emotional upheaval. He could accept everyone as choices. But a breakup means separation. Why lament missed opportunities when it was a decision made by oneself? As the song concluded, Gu Bai took a deep breath and smiled as he returned the microphone to Instructor Chen. Unlike his previous performance, there were no screams or raucous cheers, only applause. Who would have thought that Senior Gu Bai sang so beautifully? The girl who had taken the time to learn about Gu Bai explained to a nearby freshman. I heard that Senior Gu Bai once had a girlfriend who was a senior in our performance department, but they seem to have broken up. This song must be for her, right? Wow, I didn't expect him to be so devoted just then. The first girl to perform, named Jiang Lan, stood up from the crowd. Senior Gu Bai, do you have a girlfriend? If not, would you mind having one? Gu Bai looked over at the sound, feeling a swell of emotions. Though he was tempted to say he wouldn't mind, he restrained himself. As this was his home turf, he could not reveal his true nature as a playboy. Noticing Gu Bai's silence, Jianglan continued, if you do, that's fine. Would you mind switching? With such an overt confession from Jianglan, the surrounding boys cast envious glances at Gu Bai. If he could date Jianglan, he would never have to buy dairy products again, as it would be plentiful. This student, please return to your seat. Any romantic pursuits can be discussed privately after military training concludes, Instructor Chen interjected, holding the microphone toward Jianglan. Gu Bai smiled at Jianglan and seized the opportunity to blend back into the crowd. The stage was now set for the upperclassmen to showcase their talents, and Gu Bai found little interest in it, especially with the surrounding girls' gazes as if they wished to devour him whole. He pulled Deng Bo along to leave. Naturally, Gu Bai's departure did not go unnoticed. Chi Man pondered how to continue her conversation with Gu Bai that evening. Yi tucked away her earlier concerns, realizing how popular Gu Bai had become at the academy. If she did not take the initiative, her chances with him might vanish, snatched away by other alluring competitors. As for her impression of Gu Bai as a bad boy, that notion was conveniently overlooked. A man of such quality could afford to be a little reckless, couldn't he? After all, only those with low emotional intelligence would label him as such. High emotional intelligence is about spreading love throughout the world. Chapter 42. Aren't you hot? The first weekend after the semester began. Despite having played games with Deng Bo and others until the early hours of the morning, Gu Bai woke up at 8 a.m. His constitution was such that he is termed a short sleeper in medical terms. This means he requires little sleep to maintain a full day of energy, a trait that perfectly suits Gu Bai's persona as a playboy. For time is always in short supply for him. If that infamous playboy, surnamed Luo, possessed such a trait, perhaps he wouldn't have such pronounced dark circles under his eyes. One could even argue that he might have evaded detection for his playboy ways. Reflecting on Luo, Gu Bai felt a surge of admiration. The title of time management master is no mere embellishment. Upon noticing that Deng Bo and the others were still asleep, Gu Bai refrained from waking them. After quietly completing his morning routine, he stepped out of the dormitory. As for his plans for the day, Gu Bai had already made arrangements. Li Juan had informed him a few days prior to visit the company today. As most of the internet celebrities Yin Xiaobo had recruited were already dealt with. Today being the weekend, Gu Bai intended to check in, mindful that the company belonged to the three of them. Though he wished to be a hands-off manager, he didn't want to be excessively neglectful either. Just as he exited the dormitory building, he received a message from Chi Man Sr. Where are you? Gu Bai was not surprised by her message. For days, whenever she had a moment to spare, Chi Man would reach out to express her concern. Despite being a goddess-like figure, she had somehow adopted the role of an ardent admirer. Just as Gu Bai prepared to respond, he spotted Chi Man approaching him. What brings you here? Gu Bai asked, perplexed. Military training has concluded, and since I woke up a bit early today with nothing much to do, I thought you might not have had breakfast yet. So I brought you some, she said, shaking the bag in her hand. The military training at the academy typically lasts around 8 to 10 days, but this year, due to a late start, it was shortened to merely 7 days. Gu Bai accepted the breakfast bag from Chi Man without hesitation, as he had intended to eat. Inside were well-packaged pan-fried buns and soy milk with eggs, all information Chi Man had gleaned from her subtle inquiries over the past few days. Although 8 a.m. is early for a weekend, there are still diligent students up at this hour. With her striking beauty, Chi Man had already garnered the title of campus flower at the academy, and few boys were unaware of her. The boys passing by the dormitory door, witnessing the demurely dressed Chi Man delivering breakfast to Gu Bai, were filled with envy, as if they had just consumed an entire bottle of industrial-grade lemon juice. Noticing the boys' reactions, Chi Man smiled discreetly, relishing the effect she desired. As long as her feelings for Gu Bai were common knowledge, it would likely deter many competitors, giving her a distinct advantage. Although she held confidence in herself, fewer competitors would naturally translate to greater opportunities. Gu Bai glanced at her, understanding her intentions, but choosing not to address them. Though he was a playboy, not every fish was worth catching. Since Chi Man was willing to act as a shield, Gu Bai was more than happy to oblige. Watching Gu Bai savor the breakfast she had purchased, Chi Man's delicate features broke into a smile. Senior, why are you up so early? I thought you might still be asleep. Gu Bai found her mode of address somewhat peculiar and responded. I have a few matters to attend to today. Also, please refrain from calling me senior. It sounds rather odd. Then what should I call you? Like EE. Shall I address you as Oni-chan? A black line appeared on his forehead as Gu Bai rolled his eyes at her. Call me whatever you like. It's entirely up to you. Chi Man chuckled behind her hand, causing the young man beside her to stare in astonishment. Then I shall simply call you Gu Bai. If that is acceptable, fine. So, what do you intend to do shortly? Is it important? I have never been to Shanghai before, and it can be quite dull alone. If it's not too significant, may I accompany you? As a woman with a keen sense of urgency, Chi-Man would not miss any opportunity to be alone with Gubai. As for whether her audacity would make her seem less desirable, that was irrelevant. A devoted admirer would naturally reap rewards in the end. After contemplating, Gubai decided there was no harm in bringing Chi-Man along and nodded. If you have nothing else on your plate, then you may join me. With her consent, Chi-Man's eyes narrowed in delight. The two walked side by side towards Gubai's parking spot. Although it was not her first time seeing Gubai's supercar, Chi-Man couldn't help but gaze at it with starry eyes. Most girls may not discern the exquisite appeal of a supercar. Much like men struggle to identify the nuances in lipstick shades, yet that does not diminish their admiration for such vehicles. After all, the value of a supercar is undeniable. Once inside the car, Gubai reminded Chi-Man to fasten her seatbelt. As for helping her with it, please, that was the gentlemanly thing to do. And he was no gentleman. Even if he wished to indulge, he preferred to do so openly rather than like a lovesick fool. Thus, amid the roar of the engine, the supercar departed from the Shanghai Theater Academy. This is my first time riding in a supercar. I've wanted to do so since the day of the report. But back then, you took EE. Chi-Man remarked while surveying the interior, her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. Next time, if you wish to ride, just let me know. Despite it being a weekend, the traffic at this hour was quite congested, and Gubai was not driving particularly fast. Is that acceptable? Chi-Man was no naive girl. Her intentions were always transparent. She would never utter something like, "What if I sit in the passenger seat? What would your girlfriend think?" Looking at Chi-Man's excited demeanor, Gubai couldn't resist teasing her. Haven't you noticed something amiss with the car? What's the issue? The air conditioning isn't cooling well? Aren't you hot? Chi-Man had heard this joke before and feigned shyness with a smile. Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit warm, but I can't exactly take off my shirt, can I? Though if you don't mind, I would like to cool off a bit. Gubai knew she was jesting, and they shared a knowing smile. If she were to remove an article of clothing in broad daylight, it didn't matter if Chi-Man was unbothered. Gubai would still fear being flagged down. Interacting with someone as straightforward as Chi-Man was refreshing. She expressed her desires candidly, unlike some women who played coy, which could be exhausting for someone as laid-back as Gubai. After more than half an hour, Gubai and Chi-Man finally arrived at the Shanghai Center building. As the tallest structure in Shanghai, it exuded grandeur, surrounded by white-collar workers employed within. Although many online referred to themselves as corporate slaves, during working hours, they were impeccably dressed. And do not presume those working in such upscale office environments take weekends off. How naive. In Huagua, aside from civil servants, how many jobs aren't 996? There are even numerous 997 work schedules. Gubai couldn't be bothered to park in the underground garage. He chose an open-air parking lot instead, placing his car there. A few office workers, rushing to avoid tardiness, were anxious but had no intention of competing with Gubai for a parking spot. They were all striving to make a living. It was unnecessary to risk a confrontation with Gubai over a mere moment. Offending him was a minor concern. After all, it was a society governed by law, and what could Gubai possibly do to them? But if they accidentally scratched his car, the exorbitant repair costs could very well dismantle a household. Though it sounded exaggerated, it was all too realistic. After exiting the vehicle, Chi-Man followed Gubai into the building. "Gubai, what brings you here?" "To the company," Gubai replied tersely, then presented the authorization prepared by Li Jun to the security personnel. With the guard's respectful demeanor, he entered the internal elevator. Though the building had many elevators, the lines for them were even longer. Upon seeing the security guard escort Gubai into the internal elevator and kindly press the button for his designated floor, several individuals cast envious glances. Gubai maintained a steady gaze ahead, oblivious to their stares. Chi-Man, however, was different. Why was she so eager for wealth? Why the desire to infiltrate the upper echelons of society? It was solely to relish such privileged services and bask in the envy of others. Within the elevator, Chi-Man subtly inched closer to Gubai, the faint scent of her perfume lingering in the confined space. "You have a company outside as well? Is it your family's enterprise?" She hadn't considered the possibility of Gubai working for someone else. Would a wealthy young man who splurged tens of thousands at nightclubs stoop to working for others? Impossible. The only scenario was that this company belonged to Gubai or his family, or perhaps they ran a whimsical venture for fun. Gu Bai spoke frankly, without pretense. If he wished to boast, he only needed to hint at the value of the company. Just then, the elevator indicator for the 30th floor illuminated, and the doors slowly opened. Before Gu Bai stood the reception area of Xingnai Company. Unlike some floors, the rental prices in the central building were exorbitant. Apart from large corporations, few would lease an entire floor outright. Most were partitioned and shared among several companies. However, not to mention Gu Bai's backing from the system, even Li Jun and Zhao Weiwei were affluent second-generation heirs who wouldn't bat an eye at the rent. "Welcome to Xingnai Media." The receptionist, evidently a recent hire, didn't recognize Gu Bai, but greeted him with a warm smile. Another receptionist, absorbed in her phone, looked up upon hearing the greeting and quickly stood, respectfully exclaiming, "President Gu." Gu Bai acknowledged them with a slight nod and proceeded deeper into the company. "President Gu? Who is he?" The first receptionist inquired of her colleague. "Why didn't you call out to me? You've ruined me." "This is President Gu, one of the 3 heads of our company. Just imagine, he sees us playing on our phones right at the start of our shift. We're doomed. Wow, our company has such a handsome boss." The first receptionist's thought process was quite peculiar. As for the phone issue, while Gu Bai noticed it, he paid it no mind. Such behavior was typical among today's youth. It would be odd not to indulge during work hours, and he had no inclination to fret over such trivialities. Chapter 43. Future Internet Celebrities. He effortlessly pushed open the door to the general manager's office. Li Jun and Zhao Weiwei were seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation. Upon hearing the door open, they turned to look. "Ah, the boss finally has time to grace us with his presence." Li Jun teased with a smile. "I was afraid if I didn't come soon, you'd hunt me down to the theater to finish me off." Gu Bai casually took a seat on the sofa next to Chi Man, crossing his legs, while she obediently sat beside him. Despite Li Jun and Zhao Weiwei's discerning eyes, they couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment upon seeing Chi Man. "Old Gu. Who is this?" "Chi Man, my junior. I brought her along to hang out." Zhao Weiwei, as a seasoned veteran in the realm of entertainment, has certainly encountered her fair share of goddesses. Yet, reflecting upon Gu Bai's previous association with Zhang Yamen, as well as his current connection to Chi Man, one cannot deny that both are exceptional beauties. To claim that jealousy does not exist would be disingenuous. However, envy is undoubtedly present. "Oh, dear junior, I find myself suddenly yearning to further my studies at the Academy of Drama. Gu, do you believe I still have a chance?" "Certainly. If you were to contribute a substantial sum to our academy for educational purposes, I dare say the principal might even honor you as an outstanding alumnus." Gu Bai briefly introduced Li Jun and Zhao Weiwei to Chi Man before igniting the cigarette that Li Jun had handed him. "How has the company been faring lately?" It is indeed rare for Gu Xiao to concern himself with the company's affairs. "In that case, allow me to provide you with a report," Li Jun jested, retrieving a meticulously prepared document from the table. "You instructed Yin Xiaobo to sign contracts with 15 internet celebrities, and thus far, 11 have been secured. Several have already arrived in Shanghai, and I brought you here today to discuss how you plan to arrange their schedules. Additionally, our own talent, Xiao Tiantian, has successfully surpassed 15 million followers, albeit with nearly 10 million invested. The operations department is diligently maintaining her popularity and has already liaised with Ali, awaiting the outcome of the monetization effects you previously mentioned for November. As for the contracted influencers, we have proceeded strictly according to your directives. Neither Zhao nor I intervened. A sum of 50 million has been allocated to Yin Xiaobo, which you can confirm with him." Upon hearing Li Jun's briefing, Gu Bai smiled in response. This, indeed, is the advantage of partnering with a wealthy heir. Although he and Li Jun share a camaraderie, their time spent together has been relatively brief. To claim a deep friendship would be insincere. However, the unconditional trust that Li Jun and Zhao Weiwei place in him stems not from an appreciation of Gu Bai's foresight, nor from any distinct personal charm he may possess, but rather from the understanding that they all regard the company as a mere pastime. Success would be splendid, but failure would not bear significant consequence. If he were to embark on a venture with more conventional individuals, the stakes would be considerably higher, with expenditures reaching into the millions. Recognizing Gu Bai's smile, Li Jun could intuit Gu Bai's sentiments, and the two exchanged knowing glances. After discussing the company's general matters, Li Jun and Zhao Weiwei shifted the conversation to other topics. Meanwhile, Chi Man, listening to the trio, felt a swell of envy. As a girl from an ordinary family, she yearned for a life of quality but lacked the means and the audacity to elevate herself. Thus, attaching herself to others became her sole avenue. Fortunately, her inherent attributes were commendable. Otherwise, who among the influential would even cast her a glance? While Gu Bai and the others engaged in conversation, a knock sounded at the office door. "Come in," Li Juan called out, and Yin Xiaobo, clad in a suit, entered the room. He exchanged greetings with Gu Bai and the others before reporting, "Mr. Gu, as per your request, some of the newly signed talents have arrived. Would you like to meet them? Let us go and have a look," Gu Bai replied, eager to see the internet celebrities he could only admire from afar in his previous life. Under Yin Xiaobo's guidance, they proceeded to the reception room. The 6 young men and women, who had been casually chatting, fell silent upon Yin Xiaobo's entrance. These individuals were not yet the mega influencers with millions of followers. It was still 2017, and while they had garnered some fame on Douyin, they remained relatively obscure in the public eye. Since they had chosen to sign with Xingnai Media, it was only natural that they regarded Yin Xiaobo as their superior and displayed a modicum of respect. Gu Bai, along with Li Juan and Zhao Weiwei, entered the room. Li Juan and Zhao Weiwei casually found seats, having previously encountered these individuals without perceiving any remarkable qualities that warranted Gu Bai's attention. They were merely here to partake in the atmosphere. "Mr. Gu, they are all here at your request," Yin Xiaobo began. Although he believed Gu Bai should recognize these faces, he felt it necessary to make introductions as part of his duties. Gu Bai did not decline. While the faces were familiar, identifying each one correctly would prove challenging. Yin Xiaobo proceeded with the introductions. "This is Lu Yuning, the lead vocalist of the Modern Brothers, currently with 2.7 million followers on Douyin. Gu, whose real name is Cheng Yuyan, boasts 1.5 million followers. Gao Yin, with 400,000 followers. Dai Gula K, whose real name is Dai Jieli, has 3 million followers. Kai Luoli, whose real name is Kai Jiahui, not only has over 2 million followers on Douyin, but is also a streamer. Wen Wan, whose real name is Su Jingwan, currently has 30,000 followers. Note, all data is entirely fictional and should not be scrutinized." Upon hearing her introduction, Wen Wan felt a flush of embarrassment. After all, among these signed talents, she had the fewest followers at 30,000, while the others boasted counts in the hundreds of thousands. Although she had only recently begun her journey on Douyin, Yin Xiaobo, as an employee, understood the necessity of fulfilling the boss's directives, even if he was puzzled as to why Gu Bai had included Wen Wan on the signing list. After the introductions, Gu Bai nodded. "This is Mr. Gu, the one who signed you all." Upon hearing this, everyone promptly greeted Gu Bai, "Hello, Mr. Gu." Some individuals were older than Gu Bai, and although they were curious about having such a youthful boss, none displayed any foolishness. Gu Bai scanned the room and noticed that Wen Wan's appearance only rated a score of 71, starkly contrasting the system's attributes with her looks. He recalled the controversy surrounding the parking lot girl after her explosive rise to fame, rumors of plastic surgery, fabricated qualifications, and a false identity as a wealthy heir. These allegations were likely true. However, Gu Bai remained unfazed. As long as she could achieve fame and generate revenue, such matters were trivial to him. After all, many prominent stars in the entertainment industry had far more sordid pasts and yet thrived. Clearing his throat, Gu Bai addressed the group. "You are here because I requested Yin Director to sign you. The reason for your selection is that I see potential in you. I hope you will work diligently moving forward." Initially, Gu Bai thought meeting these influencers from his previous life would excite him. Yet upon witnessing their deference, he felt no particular thrill. After all, even stars of Zheng Kai's caliber would reveal a sycophantic side in his presence, let alone this group of relatively unknown individuals. "Thank you, Mr. Gu," they chorused, and Gu Bai revealed a youthful demeanor. "There is no need for such formality. Since you have joined the company, we are all family. I suppose I could even consider myself a fan of yours." Despite Gu Bai's reassurances, they did not dare take his words to heart, merely responding with laughter and agreement. "If you have any requests, feel free to bring them to me. Remember, once this opportunity passes, it may not return, as I do not frequent the company often." Unfamiliar with Gu Bai's temperament, the influencers exchanged glances, unsure of who would speak first. Ultimately, Kai Luoli hesitated before slowly voicing, "Mr. Gu, I am currently a streamer, and my contract with the guild is nearing its end. I was wondering if our company has any plans for live streaming, as I would like to sign a contract for that as well." Hearing Kai Luoli's inquiry, Gu Bai furrowed his brow in contemplation. To be frank, he was not particularly inclined to wade into the murky waters of the live streaming industry. Why did he engage in the self-media sector? Because of its vast influence, the fluidity of funds, and the ease of concealing the origins of his capital. This was crucial given his current financial constraints. Had he been affluent, he would have directly entered the entertainment industry as a major investor rather than mingling with these minor influencers. As for the live streaming scene, while it was indeed a rapid way to amass wealth, it attracted even the wealthiest heirs seeking a slice of the pie. But was Gubai interested in merely making money? Not at all. His primary desire was to enhance his influence, with profit being merely a secondary benefit. Upon reflecting on this, Gubai responded to Kai Luoli, "I will discuss this matter with General Manager Li and General Zhao, and will provide you with a prompt reply." Kai Luoli nodded in acknowledgement. Her dissatisfaction stemmed from her current collaboration with the streaming agency, and the 5-year signing fee offered by Xingnai Media was an impressive 6 million, albeit paid in installments. This sum was substantial, equivalent to what she might earn from streaming for 2 decades. Witnessing the company's generosity sparked her contemplation. Should she realize the extent of her future popularity, would she regret having undervalued herself for a mere 6 million? Noticing that no one else had further inquiries, Gubai turned his attention to Lu Yuning. "Your group, Modern Brothers, is a band, is it not?" Lu Yuning nodded eagerly in affirmation. "You've disbanded, I presume? The company will specially craft a development path for you. With your image, it would not be surprising if you ventured into the entertainment industry. As for the severance pay for the other members of your band, the company will cover that." Lu Yuning was taken aback. "Mr. Gu, I share a good friendship with them. This seems inappropriate. In the eyes of the audience, only you from Modern Brothers hold significance. The others are expendable. Musicians of their caliber can be easily replaced with a mere financial incentive. If you wish to share the signing fee and future earnings with them, that is entirely your choice. Should you come to a decision, please reach out to Director Yin." After saying this, Gubai did not cast another glance in his direction. Gubai's message was clear. He would leave Lu Yuning's choices to him. Regardless, he had provided ample financial support. If Lu Yuning opted to divide the money out of loyalty, perhaps Gubai might regard him with a modicum of respect. Yet, Gubai had observed his hesitation. After all, why would one choose to share a signing fee of several million when it could be kept entirely to oneself? Brotherhood? Please, how much value does that truly hold? Chapter 44, Blueprint. "Mr. Gu, I have a question." On the other side, Wenwan timidly spoke up. Among the 6 present, she felt least entitled to voice a request, having only 30,000 followers. Nevertheless, the signing conditions offered to her were quite favorable. Even if the signing fee itself was modest, the future profit-sharing prospect was indeed promising. This was a point Gubai had emphasized to Yin Xiaobo. In his eyes, these individuals were destined for success. The company was still in its nascent stages, and a lower signing fee was acceptable as there would be opportunities for increases later. However, the profit-sharing aspect needed to be appropriately generous. After all, once they gained fame, switching companies would lose its appeal. He had a clear vision of his positioning, a future capital tycoon, not a mere leech. "You may proceed," he encouraged. Not only Gubai, but everyone turned their attention her way. "I have a friend on Douyin named Yang Kairi. She heard I was signed and asked if she could join our company too. Of course, she currently boasts over 100,000 followers on Douyin." Upon finishing her statement, Wenwan looked up at Gubai. One must admit, Wenwan's plastic surgeon had indeed done an admirable job. Without the system, Gubai would hardly discern any difference. She was the very embodiment of an internet celebrity goddess. Upon hearing her words, Gubai rejected her outright without hesitation. "The company has already met its initial recruitment quota. We can discuss this later." With over 100,000 followers, Yang Kairi was a standout, likely to become the future queen of Douyin. Gubai shared the common sentiment of the public. He held no strong feelings towards internet celebrities, neither affection nor aversion, with a few exceptions. This particular Yang Kairi fell into the latter category. While he was not one to incessantly vocalize patriotic sentiments, he maintained certain principles. Just like the previously mentioned master of time management, Luo Zixiang, whom the public ridiculed primarily for his moral failings, most merely enjoyed the spectacle. However, Yang Kairi was different. She was someone who disrespected her own country and mocked the national anthem. Signing her would only invite trouble. Although historically, signing her might yield significant profits, Gubai was not in need of money. "If there are no further issues, let us disperse." Noticing Gubai's disinterest in continuing the conversation, Wenwan dared not linger and exited the conference room with the others. "Director Yin, please devise an assessment plan. The company will expand its influence." and we cannot adhere to previous models. Over the next 6 months, we will allocate 10 million each month for resource promotion. As for distribution, it will depend on contract levels and assessment results. Understood. The little sweetheart incident was merely a trial to gauge the viability of influencer incubation in alignment with future directions. However, judging by the current feedback, it seemed promising. Therefore, they could no longer rely on the previous cash-heavy approach. Spending tens of millions on a single individual would surely raise concerns among the likes of Li Juan and others. Gubai recalled clearly how they would achieve their fame. The planning department could easily create a few proposals. As long as the overall direction was sound, taking a few detours would be inconsequential. In the general manager's office, only Gubai, Li Juan, and Zhao Weiwei remained, while Chi-Man had been directed by Gubai to the lounge. The ensuing discussion with Li Juan revolved around various business matters, as Chi-Man's presence might provoke differing opinions from Li Juan and Zhao Weiwei, even if Gubai felt no issues existed. Brother Juan, you heard Kai Luoli's words earlier. What are your thoughts? Gubai inquired of the pair. Zhao Weiwei remained silent, while Li Juan comprehended his intent. Are you considering stepping into the streaming industry? That is indeed the thought. Zhao Weiwei interjected at this moment. I have no interest in that. You two can discuss it among yourselves. Zhao Weiwei's reluctance to engage was well understood by Gubai. Like himself, he did not expect to profit from Xingnai Media. His motivations were primarily to redeem himself in the eyes of his elders. Now, with Gubai aspiring to make waves in the streaming sector, Zhao Weiwei naturally would not express interest. Li Juan took a moment to ponder before shaking his head slowly. I have no understanding of the streaming industry. Ultimately, our company operates more as a hobby than a serious venture, so I am hesitant to involve myself in the streaming domain. That's fine. I merely wanted to mention it. If neither of you is interested, it's no matter. Gubai did not broach the topic again as the conversation progressed. Could starting a streaming agency be profitable? Certainly. If it weren't, the phenomenon of universal streaming would not exist. Platforms like Douyin, Kuaishou, and Weibo, even QQ and WeChat, had all embraced live streaming, effectively dominating the social media landscape. Gubai's invitation to Li Juan and Zhao Weiwei was merely to express his stance and ensure open communication, preventing misunderstandings over trivial matters. Previously, Gubai had shown little interest in the streaming industry, but now an idea had surfaced in his mind. Since he possessed an advantage, he could not merely aspire to be a passive player. He intended to leverage the system and his memories of the forthcoming years to construct his own entertainment empire. In this era of entertainment saturation, he aimed to become a formidable figure in the industry. As for other sectors, those could be addressed later. He was not a superhero, merely an ordinary individual blessed with an advantage, and dealing with business magnates daily would undoubtedly overwhelm him. As their informal chat reached a natural conclusion, Li Juan turned to Gubai. Since it's the weekend, shall we gather for a get-together? Did Tian Shu mention the racing festival in Shanghai to you? Yes. Then I'll give him a call and give him a good scolding. That kid spent a fortune to get Qin Ge to attend the racing festival, and we certainly can't be left out. It appeared Tian Shu had genuinely put in considerable effort for this racing festival. While Li Juan contacted Tian Shu, Gubai made his way to the lounge. Upon entering, he found Chi-Man seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, and she greeted him with a smile. Did you reach an agreement? Gubai replied with a faint then inquired, we have a gathering at noon. Would you like to join us? May I? What could possibly prevent you? If you wish to go, then go. Chi-Man, somewhat excited, nodded her head. Then I shall go. She could easily envision the kind of people who would be present at Gubai's gathering. It was precisely the upper crust of society she had longed to be part of. Now that Gubai was willing to bring her to such an occasion, it was a clear indication of his acknowledgement of her. Was it not? If Gubai were to discern her thoughts, he would merely say, you think too much. The reason he was inclined to bring Chi-Man along was solely due to her striking appearance. Had she been a girl with an average score of 80, he would have simply told her to stay wherever she found comfort. Once Li Juan had made the necessary arrangements, they all set off in a car towards their usual gathering spot, the He Ping Hotel. Upon their arrival, the hotel manager was already awaiting them at the entrance. Regardless of their status, this group was among the hotel's esteemed clients, and thus they received exceptional attention. With Tian Shu yet to arrive, Gubai and the others engaged in conversation within the private room. Chi-Man, on the other hand, remained quietly as a decorative presence, refraining from interjecting. Simply being seated there brought her immense satisfaction. After a considerable time, footsteps echoed from the entrance of the room, signaling the arrival of their companions. Indeed, the door swung open, and to Gu Bai's surprise, in addition to Tian Shu, there were 2 men and 1 woman. Among them was Qin Fun, with whom Gu Bai had interacted during the watch purchase, so he was somewhat familiar. The other man was none other than Wang Siming, known as the disciplinary committee of the entertainment industry. Gu Bai was not the only one taken aback. Even Li Juan was surprised and stood up with a smile, saying, "Oh, Brother Qin, Principal, what brings you both here?" As top-tier second-generation rich kids in Shanghai, with families also engaged in real estate like Wang Siming, Li Juan had no trouble recognizing Principal Wang. To put it plainly, the circle of second-generation wealth in Huagua was not that extensive. Principal Wang chuckled in response. "I happened to be with Qin Fun and heard from Tian Shu about a dinner gathering, so I thought I might join. Hope that it's not a bother?" "It is a bother. It certainly is. In my opinion, this meal should be on you." "All right, then it shall be my treat," he said, taking a seat alongside his girlfriend, Dodur, with Qin Fun and Tian Shu following suit. Qi Man observed the people seated at the table, striving to conceal her emotions. She was well aware of who Qin Fun and Principal Wang were. As for the others, although she was unsure of their identities, the camaraderie and light-hearted banter suggested they were not of low standing. Her desire to align herself with Gu Bai was intensifying. "Gu Bai, this rascal Tian Shu must have mentioned the racing festival to you by now, right?" Qin Fun inquired, settling down and engaging Gu Bai in conversation. Gu Bai glanced at Tian Shu beside him and nodded. This guy had gone all the way to Kyoto to promote the SSCC, personally inviting the principal, showing great dedication. "By the way, Principal, you might not know Gu Bai, but this fellow is quite the affluent individual. Spending tens of millions on cars and watches is like child's play for him." He then proceeded to introduce Gu Bai to Principal Wang. Wang Siming pondered for a moment, but could not recall Gu Bai's name. Yet he still smiled politely in his direction. Gu Bai, in turn, responded with a nonchalant smile. "Flattery? Not at all. Even if he is the chief heir, with family assets in the hundreds of billions. Gu Bai also possesses a system father. When it comes to wealth, Gu Bai will only surpass him in the future." The dishes were served promptly. At the dining table, Tian Shu first raised a toast to everyone and then turned to Principal Wang, saying, "Principal, what car do you plan to showcase at the SSCC Racing Festival this time? I've already spent several million just on media contacts, so you can't afford to be lackadaisical. You know my preference for comfort while driving, unlike Qin Fun, who has a garage full of sports cars. However, I do have a Porsche 918 in Shanghai. Showcasing it should suffice, don't you think?" "That should suffice indeed. One of the 3 divine cars is not to be taken lightly. Why don't you ask Qin Fun? Are you so trusting of him?" Principal Wang teased as he picked up some food. "Let him drive whatever he likes. Any car under his name would be a showstopper." This was indeed a truth. Qin Fun's collection included vehicles like the Porsche 918, Ferrari LaFerrari, McLaren P1, and Koenigsegg Agera R, none of which were valued under 15 million. At this moment, Gu Bai found himself without a say. After all, he merely owned a single Night Shadow, hardly qualifying as a top-tier supercar. Just then, Qin Fun seemed to have a thought and turned to Gu Bai, asking, "Gu Bai, didn't you mention being interested in these divine cars? Here is a perfect opportunity." Gu Bai looked at him. "The principal has been considering parting with his 918. If you're genuinely interested, you two can discuss it." Upon hearing this, Gu Bai immediately directed his gaze toward Principal Wang, who nodded in affirmation. "I do have such an inclination. However, as you all know, acquiring such a car is difficult, and parting with it is even harder. It's been sitting idle for years since I bought it from someone else, and it has only a few hundred kilometers on the odometer. That is quite reasonable. Supercars are meant to be driven and shown off. For practical journeys, one usually opts for a more comfortable vehicle." Gu Bai understood well that for limited edition supercars like the 918 and LaFerrari, finding a genuine first-hand purchase was nearly impossible. There were simply too many wealthy individuals vying for a limited supply. Yet, for VIPs of certain companies, such statements could be disregarded. They could easily pay to have a custom vehicle made for them. After all, limited editions were dictated by those in power, much like the 1982 Lafite, which had been consumed for decades without a noticeable decline in stock. If the principal is indeed willing to sell, I would certainly be interested. My current goal is to gather all 3 divine cars. However, typically, those who can afford such vehicles are not in a hurry to part with them, unless in special circumstances. When I once asked Qin Gu if he would consider selling one, his expression was as if he had just swallowed a bitter pill. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, everyone shared a laugh. Principal Wang remarked, "That is certainly the case. That car is akin to his lifeblood. If you desire it, Would he willingly part with it? However, if you're genuinely interested in my 918, we can discuss it after this racing festival concludes. As for now, let us leave it be. It's the only car I have to maintain my status. No problem. We shall converse after the racing festival. Li Jun interjected, picking up on Gu Bai's train of thought. Old Gu, give me the lowdown. You wish to delve into the live streaming industry and buy a car as well. How much do you have left? Upon hearing Li Jun's inquiry, Gu Bai chuckled, genuinely pondering the matter. To be frank, since the system deposited funds into his account, he had not closely monitored the balance. His current confidence level stood at 45, translating to 5 small goals. Having spent 1 small goal on the company and around 400 million on vehicles, watches, and various expenses, he estimated he still had over 300 million left. I would say around 3 billion. Gu Bai responded honestly. Forget I asked. Li Jun rolled his eyes and resumed his meal. Gu Bai's brief statement left the entire table in varying states of contemplation, while Qin Fun and Principal Wang were unperturbed, knowing they might not immediately have 3 billion in cash, but were hardly fazed by the figure. Qi Man and Doder were a different story. Before getting acquainted with Gu Bai and Principal Wang, they were merely considered attractive girls, and 3 billion was a sum they could hardly dare to imagine. Gu Bai, you wish to venture into live streaming? Gu Bai nodded, not concealing his intentions. Since we can sit together and share a drink, it is safe to say that we are friends. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. The live streaming industry may seem lucrative, but it is fraught with pitfalls. Setting aside the formidable presence of companies like Douyu and Huya, which loom like mountains before us, they are frequently subjected to regulatory scrutiny, rendering any profits insufficient to cover potential fines. Principal Wang bears a countenance filled with deep-seated grievances. As someone who has experienced rebirth, Gu Bai is acutely aware that his words ring true. If things were to proceed normally, it is likely that Panda TV would declare bankruptcy by March of the year after next. Judging by his current tone, it seems that early signs of trouble have already begun to surface. Unlike you, Principal Wang, I do not intend to play such grand games. I plan to establish a live streaming guild, and perhaps in the future, we might have an opportunity to collaborate. Gu Bai's assertion was not made lightly. Just moments ago, an idea struck him. Does he possess the capability to take over Panda TV? In his past life, Gu Bai had some understanding of the reasons behind Panda's downfall, which largely stemmed from excessive cash burn, difficulties in securing financing, and an unclear path to profitability. To put it simply, they simply ran out of money. If we are to claim that the live streaming industry is difficult to navigate, then why have Douyu and Huya remained evergreen? It is precisely because they are backed by a giant like Tencent. Nevertheless, this notion was fleeting. With only a level 1 system, Gu Bai realized that he lacked the means to take over Panda, let alone even enter the fray. This year in May, Panda TV Series B funding reached a staggering 1 billion. And even if he were to fully upgrade his level 1 system, it would amount to the same 1 billion. A live streaming guild, however, seems feasible. The investment isn't substantial, and if he manages to bring a few streamers to prominence, the returns could be swift. As for Gu Bai's mention of collaboration, Principal Wang merely interpreted it as a means to provide him with a platform to showcase streamers. After their meal, Gu Bai exchanged contact information with Principal Wang. Do not forget this coming Monday. As they were leaving, Tian Shu made sure to remind everyone, specifically emphasizing to Gu Bai, Old Gu, don't forget to come to class. Gu Bai responded with an approving gesture and directly took Qi Man to the car. Just as they got in and before starting the engine, the long silent system notification echoed in his mind. It detected that the host possesses a certain level of notoriety, boosting his confidence by 25, bringing it to a total of 70. The 250 million Dream Fund has been disbursed. This time, the confidence boost explanation differed from the last. Previously, it was a milestone achievement, but now it was based on possessing a certain level of notoriety. Gu Bai was perplexed about how this notoriety was quantified. Was it because he had met Xiao Wang? Surely, Xiao Wang's influence is rather significant. Upon reflection, there may be some truth to that, but he suspected it was more about Xingnai Media beginning to find its footing. Could it be that the influencers under his wing were enhancing his visibility? After pondering for a while and arriving at no clear conclusion, Gu Bai decided not to dwell on it further. After all, the ultimate authority lies with the system, which will dictate the course of events. Qi Man, sitting beside him, observed Gu Bai in a daze and inquired, "What is the matter?" Shaking his head to indicate it was nothing, Gu Bai pressed the accelerator and drove off. Haven't spent a day out. He lacked the desire to continue wandering and intended to head back to the academy. After a moment of silence, Chi-Man slowly turned to Gu-Bai and asked, "What kind of person do you think I am?" Turning to glance at her, he replied nonchalantly, "Beautiful. Kiman smilet softly. You know that's not what I meant." "Well, you already know my answer in your heart. I just wanted to hear you say it." Gu-Bai chuckled. "What is this quirk of yours? Do you think I would utter any flattering words? So, do you think a girl like me is particularly cheap?" "Indeed." Chi-Man was instantly rendered speechless. Observing her expression, Gu-Bai chuckled. "There's a saying that goes, 'We are all ancient foxes, so let's not indulge in fanciful tales.' I know precisely what you were thinking, just as you understand my thoughts. As for your inquiry about whether girls like you are cheap, the answer is undoubtedly yes. You forsake a good life in pursuit of lofty aspirations. If you were to encounter a wealthy and handsome suitor who reciprocates your feelings, that would be one thing. However, you have entirely cast aside love, chasing after material wealth instead. How can that not be deemed cheap?" Chi-Man was about to retort when Gu-Bai continued, "Yet, I too am cheap. In truth, we are equally matched. You seek money, and I seek beauty. Neither of us stands on a pedestal of virtue. However, there is one point where I surpass you. I have the luxury of choice while you do not. If I were a romantic at heart, I would have the right to wait, to find a beautiful girl who feels the same way. You, on the other hand, do not have that luxury. Once your beauty fades, you will lose your power of choice." His words struck deep within Chi-Man's heart. "So, can I be your girlfriend?" Without a moment's hesitation, Gu-Bai replied no. "Why not?" Gu-Bai shrugged. "If we are to discuss beauty, you surpass Principal Wang's girlfriend from earlier, and you certainly qualify to be my girlfriend. However, I am not one to conform to such notions. As I stated, I have the right to wait. I believe the title of girlfriend should be reserved for someone who truly deserves it in the future." After a pause, Gu-Bai continued, "Of course, if you are willing, you may attempt to engage with me in another capacity. As for what that capacity is, you should already be aware. That role shouldn't just belong to me, should it? At present, there is already one." Chi-Man smirked sarcastically. "Didn't you just say you could wait? Wait for a girl who reciprocates your feelings?" Faced with Chi-Man's mocking tone, Gu-Bai remained unperturbed. "That is precisely why I reserve the title of girlfriend, while I engage in a few business transactions on the road to finding the leading lady of my life. Is there any conflict in that?" Iman Vesilens. She had initially thought that a woman like her would be rather off-putting, only to find Gu-Bai even more so, with such a callous disposition. "Are you not afraid of retribution?" Gu-Bai smiled knowingly as the car, under the guidance of security, entered the campus. "You are the first woman to ask me such a question, but I am certain you will not be the last. As for your notion of retribution, I can assure you that I believe in it. Perhaps I suffered from it in my past life, and this life is merely for enjoyment. I hope that when you meet someone you truly admire, you can still calmly express such sentiments. I certainly will. In front of anyone, I can confidently proclaim that." The car came to a stop beneath the female dormitory, yet Chi-Man did not exit. She merely gazed silently at Gu-Bai. After a moment, Gu-Bai finally spoke. "I love myself far too much, more than I love anyone else, which is why no one can control me." Chapter 46. Gu, may I arrange a room for you? Ultimately, Chi-Man departed the vehicle without uttering another word. Watching her retreating figure, Gu-Bai lowered the window. "Think it over. You can contact me anytime. The nature of our relationship is for you to decide." He could distinctly sense Chi-Man's hesitation, perhaps a slight tremor indicating her indecision. However, Gu-Bai paid it no mind and drove off towards the male dormitory. Indeed, Chi-Man is truly beautiful, the most stunning girl he has encountered thus far. But what of it? It does not concern him. Should she agree, he would merely be spending a little money to gain an additional partner for both soul and body. If she declines, he stands to lose nothing. Moreover, given the rumors circulating from his past life, Gu-Bai believed Chi-Man should know how to make her choice. Perhaps it was because he had expressed himself so unequivocally and bluntly that she found it difficult to accept. Business negotiations, after all, can often be resolved in just a few exchanges. Why convolute matters unnecessarily? Once Gu-Bai parked the car and returned to the dormitory, he discovered it was empty. After turning on the air conditioning, he played a few rounds of games, finally satisfied after a series of 5 consecutive defeats, before setting down his mouse. The level has seen a rise, and it seems that with a little more time, it will reach the silver tier. Feeling somewhat fatigued from play, Gu-Bai simply lay down on the bed and fell into a deep slumber. By the time Gu-Bai awoke, the sky had turned completely dark, and the dormitory was still devoid of any occupants. After a moment's pause, Gu-Bai opened the group chat for the dormitory. "Gu-Bai, Where have you all gone? It wasn't until Gu Bai had finished freshening up that replies began to trickle in. Dingbo, I went home. I'm not coming back tonight. When swimming, I took my ID and went out all night gaming with a newly acquainted junior. Following that, a photo of a Green Tree Hotel business establishment was shared. Luo Sun, is it a wrestling game? If you don't mind, could you take me along? When swimming, sorry, I can't. Luo Sun, I'm out drinking tonight with a few fellow townsfolk, so I'm not returning either. Gu Bai glanced through the chat history, opting not to respond further, and directly dialed Zhang Yuming's number. Where are you? I'm with the teacher in Suzhou and Hangzhou. What's up? Missing me? Then it's nothing. With that, Gu Bai hung up the phone. Zhang Yuming on the other end was left bewildered. What was this maneuver? An upgraded version of cold indifference? Gu Bai sighed, realizing he had unexpectedly become a solitary figure. After sitting in a daze for a few minutes, he suddenly recalled what Kai Luoli had said during the day, promptly pulling out his phone to download the Douyu app. Though Gu Bai had watched a few live streams in his past life, they were merely gaming broadcasts, and he had never even considered tipping, as his financial circumstances then did not permit such extravagance. Upon opening the app, Gu Bai first registered an account. When it came time to choose a username, he pondered briefly before entering Gu Bai. Yes, using his real name was in line with his character, flamboyant. In 2017, Douyu had not yet bloomed into the extravagant platform it would become in the future. The interface was straightforward, showcasing a few popular streamers' live rooms on the homepage. Chinifa, Lu Leoi, alone. Even if Gu Bai had not watched their streams, he had certainly heard of them. Not being an avid fan of streamers, he had no interest in prematurely paying tribute to the deceased. In the search bar, he typed in Kai Luoli and, after a click, was directed to her live room. As a freshly registered account, Gu Bai was just another face in the crowd. Even though Kai Luoli was not a major streamer, her live room was bustling with viewers, and no one would take note of him. Before him, Kai Luoli, wearing a mask and dressed in a frilly skirt, was walking along the bund with a selfie stick in hand. I want to be streaming games for the next few days. I've just arrived in Shanghai and am preparing to settle here. I'm currently looking for an apartment. And when I have the time, I'll do some outdoor streams for you all. As soon as she finished speaking, the barrage of comments began to flood in. Baozi, why did you suddenly come to Shanghai? Jump a dance on top of the Oriental Pearl Tower, and I'll send a rocket. I have a roommate with a terminal illness. Before he dies, he wants to see what Baozi looks like without her mask. Kai Luoli, observing the comments, selected a few from fans with higher ranks to respond. As you all know, I consider streaming a side gig. My main focus is still on making short videos. I've just signed with a media company and plan to develop in Shanghai. If any of my Shanghai fans want to hang out, feel free to reach out. I'm at the bund, and I might just run into you. Everyone, please hold on. Brothers, today is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Whether you can solo kill Kai Luoli depends on your courage. 3 years of blood earned. It's worth the gamble. Gu Bai chuckled at the comments below. Having just seen her that day, the system had rated Kai Luoli's appearance at just over 80 points. Not particularly stunning, and one could say her outfit was what drew attention. If it came to comparisons, E could easily outshine her. Baozi, they say Shanghai is full of handsome men and beautiful women. If you have any, show us. At the mention of this, Kai Luoli recalled Gu Bai, whom she had seen earlier, and said, I haven't been in Shanghai long. This is my first time out tonight, but speaking of handsome men, I must tell you, my new boss at this company is incredibly handsome, even more so than those oppas from Korea. I refuse to believe there is anyone more handsome than me. Seriously? You only think he is handsome because he is rich, right? The one above is correct. Wealthy men are the most attractive. Seeing the comments veering off course, Kai Luoli quickly clarified he really is handsome. And he is definitely wealthy. After joining the company, I heard colleagues say WeV just opened and receive an investment of 200 million. You all know Xiao Tiantian, right? She is from our company. My wife is also from your company? Shut up. What do you mean your wife? She is clearly my wife. Everyone disperse. Xiao Tiantian explained herself for so long before I forgave her. Those who watch live streams and those who scroll through short videos are largely the same demographic, reflecting the current popularity of Xiao Tiantian. As for Gu Bai, hearing Kai Luoli lavish praise upon him during her stream brought him a sense of satisfaction. This employee was indeed commendable and deserved a reward. Gu Bai did not for a moment think that Kai Luoli was referring to anyone else. With figures like Li Juanhu, who had the build of a bear, could he even be associated with the term handsome? And Zhao Weiwei? He was the epitome of a man suffering from kidney deficiency. With that thought, Gu Bai opened the recharge interface and topped up 200 100,000 fish fins. As for the reason behind such a modest amount, he was merely there to pass the time and seek amusement. Spending millions at a whim? Ridiculous. His system imposed no mandatory consumption tasks, so why splurge? Instead, he could spend that money on Zhang Yumeng to develop new techniques, or on Chi-Man to increase the quality of his fish pond. Wasn't he that a better use of funds? Of course, if he happened to encounter someone exceptionally attractive and could engage in a friendly competition, Gubai would not be averse. After all, tipping gifts and direct transfers were essentially the same. Suddenly, while chatting with fellow viewers in the live room, Kai Luoli noticed a flurry of special effects. User Gubai has gifted the streamer Kai Luoli 50 super rockets. Come grab the treasure chest in the live room. Gubai had no interest in slowly playing the role of the underdog, waiting for Kai Luoli to complete some task, and then, due to being overlooked as a newcomer, retaliating in a fit of rage. Wasn't it simpler to reward her honestly? Why complicate matters? Wow. Thank you, Gubai Gidge, for the 50 super rockets. Thank you, Gubai Gidge. Though Kai Luoli was not a major streamer, she had her share of loyal fans and had received super rockets before. Yet she had never encountered someone who would send a barrage of 50 super rockets in a single go. The excitement surged through her, and as she shouted in delight, the crowd gathered around her on the bund. She continued to express her gratitude, completely unconcerned about her image. In truth, not even the top-tier streamers frequently experienced such a moment of high visibility with 50 super rockets. However, it was currently the annual festival period for Dayu, with various extravagant patrons and guild leaders making their appearances, so the audience was no longer surprised by such generous donations. Boss, are you out of your mind? Spend wisely. Is Baozi trying to vie for the annual title? As time passed, the live room's popularity soared past 5 million, skyrocketing to the trending list. Meanwhile, Gubai, as a freshly registered account, instantly leveled up to 51. After the initial thrill, Kai Luoli gazed at the name Gubai shining on the contribution list, contemplating the coincidence that her boss was also named Gubai. If there were no connections, she would not believe it for a second. Testing the waters, she inquired, "Are you Mr. Gu?" Knowing he would inevitably be recognized after such a generous gifting, Gubai simply replied with a yes in the comments. Realizing her speculation was correct, Kai Luoli quickly said, "Thank you, Mr. Gu. How about I make you a moderator?" After pondering for quite some time, Kai Luoli found herself at a loss for how to express her gratitude to Gubai. Previously, when a big shot appeared in her live stream, it was customary to bestow upon him the title of moderator or something of that nature. Besides, what else could she do? Should she offer Gubai her personal WeChat? After all, he was her boss. Would he even care? Gubai chuckled softly and sent another message in the chat. No need. Since Gubai declined, Kai Luoli didn't press the issue. It would be rather absurd to make her boss a moderator. The audience in the live stream sensed the awkwardness and began to flood the chat with comments. President Gu? A PY transaction? Does that mean my beloved Baozi is no longer mine? Observing the barrage of messages, Kai Luoli smiled and explained. Do you all remember the incredibly handsome boss I mentioned earlier? That's him. I'm currently his employee. So isn't it perfectly normal for a boss to reward his staff? 666. Sending 50 super rockets worth 100,000 just like that to an employee. President Gu, is your company still hiring? Do I have a chance? I have 30 years of professional experience in unclogging drains. With me around, the company's plumbing will never be obstructed, while other bosses are sending 100,000. Mine makes me work overtime every day. She couldn't help but cry out in despair. Gubai paid no mind to the comments and turned to Kai Luoli, stating, "Please provide me with your guild leader's contact information." Kai Luoli quickly sent Gubai her WeChat and that of her guild leader. She had a faint inkling of Gubai's intentions. Indeed, Kai Luoli's suspicions were accurate. Although Gubai was contemplating establishing a live streaming guild, he was not inclined to undertake the gradual process of building one from scratch. Acquiring an existing one seemed far more enticing. In essence, a live streaming guild is not vastly different from an entertainment company. The primary distinction lies in the scale. An entertainment agency seeks to elevate its artists within the entertainment industry and subsequently monetize their fame, while a live streaming guild aims to achieve the same with its streamers. The two are nearly indistinguishable. Upon receiving Gubai's instructions, Kai Luoli contacted her boss to outline the situation. Her boss promptly accepted Gubai's friend request. Once connected, Kong Long, the leader of Kai Luoli's guild, greeted Gubai. "Hello, President Gu." However, Gubai had no interest in pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Hello, are you interested in selling your guild?" Kong Long was utterly taken aback. What was happening? He initially thought Gu added him to discuss potential collaboration, considering that short videos and live streaming share numerous intersections. What did President Gu mean by that? In plain terms, it meant, I intend to acquire your live streaming guild. As he spoke, Gu requested Kai Luoli to send him the guild's information. The guild, humorously named Dinosaur Guild, likely chosen on a whim by its founder, currently boasted over 700 streamers, with fewer than 100 actively broadcasting. In the vast expanse of the Douyu platform, it probably wouldn't even rank within the top 30. The information Kai Luoli could provide was limited to publicly available data. President Gu, you can't be serious, can you? I don't think there's any need for such jest. The truth was, Kong Long found Gu Bai's proposition rather appealing. He had long contemplated selling the guild, but finding a buyer had proven elusive. Additionally, he had invested several million during the establishment of the Kong Long Guild, and it was not easy for him to simply abandon that investment. Although the guild wasn't currently profitable, it managed to break even, alleviating him from the burden of financing it out of pocket. Thus, he had merely set it aside. President Gu, I need a few days to consider. If I decide to sell, I will get back to you. No problem, Gu Bai replied, unfazed. It was unreasonable to expect a business deal to be finalized through a few exchanges on WeChat. Moreover, Gu Bai planned to have Li Jun investigate the details of the Kong Long Guild over the next few days, while also registering an investment company. With a goal in mind, he needed to prepare accordingly. At this moment, he felt quite solitary. When it came time for serious negotiations, he would need to rely on the legal department of Xingnai Media. After solidifying the arrangements, Gu Bai chose not to prolong the conversation and reopen Douyu. With a balance of 100,000 fish fins remaining, he pondered their purpose. However, this time he refrained from returning to Kai Luoli's livestream. Instead, he found himself drawn to Lu Wei's bustling stream. Lu Wei remained the reigning champion of Douyu, the largest hub of viewership, unaware that in a few months, the stream would face a permanent blackout. Currently, he was engrossed in the immensely popular single-player game, Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, which had also been simplistically dubbed Digging for Ascension in Chinese. When playing games, one must smile. Furrowed brows do not suit the occasion. Look, hey, I'm playing with a smile. Lu Wei's eyes were glued to the screen, fully engrossed in maneuvering the character in the pot. With a sudden plummet, the potman fell from a height once more. What the hell am I playing? After a series of unfortunate falls, Lu Wei cradled his head and wept dramatically before the camera. The high ape howls, indeed a chilling sight. The ape's cries dampen my attire with tears. The wind howls high above as the ape wails in sorrow. Despite his lamentations, he continued to amuse the audience. Look how joyful he appears. The chat overflowed with poetic musings. The live stream's engagement skyrocketed, with comments flooding the screen, obscuring the visuals entirely. Brothers, I can't endure this game for even a second longer. I just want to purge it from my computer. I'm off to play League of Legends now. Any brothers wishing to join can sign up in the chat. At that moment, Gu Bai decided to convert his entire balance of 100,000 fish fins into super rockets and sent them off. User Gu Bai gifted streamer Lu Wei with 50 super rockets. Come claim the treasure in the stream. The stream had already garnered millions in viewership. And with the addition of 50 super rockets, it instantly soared past the 10 million mark. Wow! Thanks to my brother Gu Bai for the 50 super rocket support. From today onward, you are my sworn brother, Lu Wei. With 50 super rockets, you won't regret this. Before Gu Bai could respond in the chat, a user with a dazzling Emperor title entered the livestream. Welcome, I am Principal Wang. To the livestream, it must be said that Douyu has mastered the art of catering to users' desires for grandeur, as the entrance effect for this Emperor title was nothing short of spectacular. This account was familiar to any seasoned viewer of Douyu. It belonged to Wang, the owner of the rival Panda TV. However, with Panda's rise, this account had become a rare sight on Douyu. Upon noticing Principal Wang enter his stream, Lu Wei hurriedly welcomed him, but Wang ignored him, instead typing 2 words in the chat. Gu Bai, it is I. Upon logging into Douyu, I saw someone send 50 super rockets. And when I saw the ID Gu Bai, I knew it was you. What's the matter? Do you find my Panda Temple too small? Unwilling to come play over there? Gu Bai understood that Wang was merely jesting and replied, I just started live streaming and haven't quite figured out how to play yet. The two continued their playful banter in the chat. High-level comments lingered for quite some time, and the viewers watched as Wang and the generous benefactor, Gu Bai, treated the chat as a messaging platform, prompting an avalanche of 666 responses. Lu Wei, too, began to realize the significance of Gu Bai, The one who had sent 50 super rockets, considering the value of those rockets alone was 100,000. And witnessing the familiarity between him and Principal Wang, he understood that Gu Bai was no ordinary figure. Two prominent figures left me in an awkward predicament. Upon hearing this, Gu Bai chuckled at his screen. As for this 8-bow friendship, I think I shall forego it. I merely sought to inquire if you could take me along for a game while I showered you with gifts. Speaking of games, Gu Bai's affection for League of Legends runs deep. Despite my rank never having surpassed silver in this lifetime or the last, I have always adhered to a singular philosophy. Though League may torment me 1,000 times, I shall cherish it as my first love. One can only imagine that, as a former professional player, even after a long retirement, his gaming prowess could surely elevate me. Let us not even mention it. With your 50 super gifts, you've essentially secured a permanent ticket to my live stream. Henceforth, I shall be your exclusive gaming partner, ready at your beck and call. The barrage of comments erupted instantly. 666, the face of a sycophant. Is this what they mean by money can grease the wheels of power? Ignoring the comments, Lu Wei asked, which region does the esteemed Gu Bai hail from? Ionia, with the ID Gao Chu Bu Shenghan, came the reply. Indeed, this illustrious figure is unlike us mere mortals. His ID brimming with poetic elegance. The barrage could no longer contain itself. Get lost. I have never seen such a bootlicker. Gu Bai then settled himself at the computer and logged into his account. Principal Wang also chimed in the comments, playing a game? Bring me along. I have another person with me. Sure, Principal. Let us form a stellar team and dominate the rift. Lu Wei struck an exaggerated pose before the camera, demonstrating his acute understanding of live streaming. With Principal Wang and Gu Bai joining him for a game, the popularity of his stream was bound to skyrocket, capitalizing on the clout of both figures. Moments later, all 4 players entered the room. As Gu Bai entered, he was greeted by a rather amusing voice. Ah, Principal. Why is that serpent-like Lu Wei lurking around? Indeed, this was PDD, the future titan of Douyu, humorously known as Piao Duandiao, a seasoned player from IG. Principal Wang was once PDD's boss, and though PDD now streamed on Panda, such cross-platform interactions were typically prohibited. However, with Principal Wang present, the platform chose to overlook this minor infraction. After all, there was no need to sour relations over trivial matters, as it would only embarrass both sides and reflect poorly on their platform. MMP, you brazen pig, how dare you play games with your grandfather? The game had yet to commence, yet the two were already engaging in playful banter. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. The fervor of the stream had waned, yet it still boasted over 10 million views, far surpassing other streamers. Principal, where are you now? At Chinfin's place? Want to come over? Before Gu Bai could respond, Chinfin's voice crackled through the microphone. No way. Until your transaction is complete, I won't allow Gu Bai to come over. I'm afraid he might steal my car. I think I'll pass. I fear Qin Gu might devour me, Gu Bai replied. Watching the two titans converse, Lu Wei and PDD shared a knowing silence. As for the viewers, they began speculating about Gu Bai's identity. After all, it was hard not to recognize such a high-profile scion. They were well aware of Qin Fin's stature as a major player, and thus, it was clear that Gu Bai, who could engage in light-hearted banter with them, was no ordinary individual. A cadre of news streamers lurking in the shadows was already concocting titles for their streams the following day. Lu Wei's live stream features a top-tier tycoon. Gu Bai, Principal, shall we commence? Lu Wei, as the host, inquired of the two. Principal Wang pondered for a moment. Since we have four already, why not invite a fifth for a full team? Sure. Who shall we invite? We definitely need a lady. We already have 4 gentlemen, and adding another male would just create an awkward scenario. Gu Bai remained silent, indifferent to the matter, knowing they would soon face the terror of his strategic plays. As Lu Wei contemplated whom to invite, a rocket emoji soared across the screen. User phone Mo Gu gifted the streamer a rocket, urging viewers to rush to the live stream for treasure chests. Upon seeing this gift notification, Lu Wei instantly had a candidate in mind. Being a streamer himself, he understood Feng Mo Gu's intentions well. Who wouldn't he want to ride the wave of popularity? After all, gaming with Principal Wang would surely attract a fair number of interested viewers. Thanks for the rocket, Mo Gu. How about we invite her in? She has a lovely singing voice, and we can enjoy her melodies while gaming. After a brief pause, Principal Wang's voice emerged from the microphone. I have no objections. What about you, Gu Bai? Indifferent. All right then, Mo Gu. You may invite her. Presumably, Feng Mogu had already prepared to log in, and within moments, she entered the room. Within Feng Mogu's livestream, she exclaimed, "What a play! A rocket straight to the principal's team. If I can cozy up to him, wouldn't that be a leap to success?" And then there was the illustrious Gu Bai, who had showered gifts earlier. She had seen him in Kai Luoli's stream, where she had heard him referred to as Gu Zong, suggesting he was also a major player. Mogu knew she had to seize this opportunity. Capturing the attention of a significant figure could ease her worries for the upcoming year. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Mogu is 1.50 meters. Although she bore the moniker of head-swapping monster, Feng Mogu undeniably possessed the looks of a top-tier goddess. Setting aside discussions of cosmetic enhancements, her current appearance was undoubtedly a solid 90 points. Don't get the wrong idea. We're just here to play a game and raise our stream's popularity. Feng Mogu offered a gentle smile, but who could truly discern her inner thoughts? No streamer of her caliber is without a cunning mind. Principal, let us start once everyone is here. At that moment, the excitement for League of Legends remained palpable, especially in a large region like Ionia, where matches often commenced in an instant. Within seconds, they were thrust into the BP interface. Let us discuss our roles. Principal Wang began, but before he could finish, Feng Mogu and Gu Bai simultaneously selected Teemo and Yasuo on the draft screen. I primarily play Yasuo. My skills with other champions are only at a silver level, Gu Bai stated nonchalantly. Feng Mogu timidly echoed, I can only play Teemo. A sense of foreboding rose within the hearts of the three others. Yet, Principal Wang dismissed the concern. He himself held a diamond rank, and both PDD and Lu Wei were retired professional players. How bad could Gu Bai and Feng Mogu really be? Upon seeing that his mid-lane pick had been taken, Lu Wei declared, Then I shall jungle. Sawpig will take support. Why must I, a formidable warrior, be relegated to support? Nevertheless, as the draft concluded, Lu Wei, as captain, immediately selected Lee Sin, leaving Sawpig no opportunity to contest. Seeing the jungle role taken, PDD thought it unwise to compete with a female streamer for the top lane, especially when one was a boss and the other appeared to be of a similar stature. He had no choice but to obediently assume the support role. The first 3 minutes of the game unfolded peacefully, with the level 1 Gu Bai patiently tucked beneath the tower, awaiting the minions to approach his defenses. Upon ascending to level 2, Gu Bai's eyes sparkled with determination as he stepped forward, deftly maneuvering through the minions. Upon witnessing Yasuo's sudden ferocity, the opposing Zed, mistaking it for a gank, hastily retreated. However, Gu Bai swiftly executed an E onto him, a flash of golden light illuminating the scene as he unleashed an EQ combo, exceedingly stylish. First blood. Zed, bewildered, gazed at Yasuo's lifeless form beneath his own turret. Utterly perplexed. After all, he had just entered the game, and Principal Wang was still engrossed in his lane, oblivious to how Gu Bai had met his demise. Curiously, he inquired, Gu Bai, what happened? How did you die so quickly? Gu Bai replied with a calm and composed demeanor. It's nothing, a miscalculation in damage. I will eliminate him next time. Very well, responded Wang, dismissing the incident as a common occurrence of first blood. However, the next 10 minutes would reveal to Wang the true meaning of despair. At 11 minutes in, witnessing Zed equipped with a Yumu's ghost blade and a small hammer, while glancing at his own instantly depleted health bar, he bellowed, Gu Bai, what are you doing? You've died 10 times in 10 minutes? Are you performing for me? On the other end of the line, Gu Bai sheepishly touched his nose. It's all right. Zed is just a bit strong early on. I'm absorbing pressure now, and I will carry later. Let's coordinate a gank to finish him off and secure a kill. Lu Wei glanced at Zed's items, then at his own unfinished jungle item. Though hesitant, he ultimately agreed, fine, I'll head over after I clear my second blue. A minute later, the Shadow Flow Master eliminated the Blade Wind Swordsman. The Shadow Flow Master then proceeded to take down the Proud Hunter. A double kill. Lu Wei observed Zed, nearly at full health, farming minions, and weakly remarked, Gu Bai, I feel like this Zed is an insurmountable force for me. Indeed, this Zed knows how to play. He must be a smurf. You should assist elsewhere. I can handle the pressure. The viewers in the live stream, overhearing their conversation, were nearly rolling on the floor with laughter. Shocked, they witnessed a former professional player being utterly dominated by a smurf. Gu Bai must be the legendary benefactor of the Rift, they mused. Before 20 minutes had elapsed, Zed, adorned with 4 major items, single-handedly advanced to the mid-lane crystal. Wang glanced at his own score of 1-4, and then at Feng Mushu's dismal 0-6-0. With a mere 70 minion kills, sighed and considered surrendering. Although Wang was notorious for his volatile temperament in games, he refrained from expressing his frustrations during the first match. Upon entering the pre-selection screen for the second match, he noticed Gu Bai had once again selected Yasuo. Wang felt a headache coming on. Gu Bai, do you play anything other than Yasuo? Your other champions are truly at a silver level. That Zed was skilled, but I made too many mistakes. This time will be different. With no choice but to harbor doubts, Wang reluctantly entered the game. Following the calamity of the previous match, PDD and Lu Wei remained vigilant, knowing that if they faltered again, they might face Principal Wang's wrath or the ridicule of the viewers. In the ensuing minutes, Wang exhibited his tyrannical nature, berating PDD, Lu Wei, and Feng Mushu alike, while Gu Bai, the only one not faltering, remained unscathed and was even gently advised by Wang. Gu Bai, I beg you be cautious and don't die. I won't die again. My electrocute is ready. I will clear a wave and then retreat to the tower. Wang didn't hold back his criticism of Gu Bai, but he was also acutely aware of the implications of his words. Unlike PDD and Lu Wei, who were merely streamers, Gu Bai's status was enigmatic, his cash reserves hinting at a background far beyond the ordinary. Wang, possessing 5 small goals funded by Gu Bai, felt the weight of his words. Unbeknownst to Wang, Gu Bai had already amassed 5 to 6 goals. Their recent acquaintance made it difficult for Wang to speak too harshly, leading to an odd dynamic. However, viewers, oblivious to this subtlety, imagined Gu Bai as an heir to a hidden financial empire. Meanwhile, Gu Bai remained focused on the game, unaware of the image he had inadvertently conjured. Ultimately, skill fell short against theatrics, and with Gu Bai boasting an impressive score of 11-8, the crystal shattered once more. Back in the preparation screen, a heavy silence loomed. Are we still playing? PDD, hesitant to break the silence, finally asked. Yes. We will not sleep until we secure a victory, Wang declared, prompting the group to enter the BP phase. They contemplated banning Yasuo, but ultimately hesitated, knowing that denying Gu Bai his champion would lead to dire consequences. Don't ban. Let him play. I refuse to believe we can't win. Fueled by emotion, the scion of the wealthiest family was unyielding. Finally, after 4 consecutive losses, the team achieved their first victory, prompting PDD and Lu Wei to exhale in relief, vowing never to play with Gu Bai again. Even Feng Mushu regretted her decision to join the fray. While all faced the same challenges, she felt 10 times stronger than Gu Bai yet bore the brunt of the criticism. However, the audience's engagement remained high, and the gift she received made it somewhat worthwhile. After securing their first win, Wang announced, Gu Bai, let us not play together again. I fear that sitting beside you may compel me to act rashly. Your Yasuo is atrocious. You say your other champions are at a silver level, but your Yasuo could rank among the top 10 in the nation for being a troll. Hearing Wang's words, Gu Bai earnestly retorted, Principal, you may question my skills, but do not doubt my Yasuo. I assure you my love for the game is flawed, but my Yasuo is not. Wang was left speechless, while the chat erupted in chaos. Chapter 49. What can you offer me? 5-5, share your WeChat with me. I need to discuss something, Gu Bai said into the mic, addressing Lu Benwei as the game concluded. Sure, I'll send it to you privately on Douyu, replied Lu Benwei, not overthinking it. Wang, aware of the situation from earlier discussions about Gu Bai's plans for a streaming guild, had assumed it was just a casual endeavor. However, he was taken aback by the magnitude of Gu Bai's ambitions, as he sought to recruit Lu Benwei, a legitimate titan in the streaming world, whose influence on Douyu was paramount. Well, you all continue your conversation. I'll take my leave, Wang declared. All right, see you the day after tomorrow. With that, Wang exited the game, followed closely by PDD and Lu Benwei. Feng Mushu managed a few exchanges with Gu Bai in-game, but upon realizing his disinterest, she too bid farewell and exited. After adding Lu Benwei on WeChat, Gu Bai immediately messaged, Can we chat sometime? Seeing this, Lu Benwei announced to his viewers, That's all for today's stream. I'll be working overtime tomorrow. Without waiting for audience reactions, he swiftly ended the stream. Is he a magician? Performing a grand illusion? I suspect Cho Kai is off to curry favor with the big shots. A transactional partnership? Does the big shot really have interest in Cho Kai's antics? On his end, Gu Bai promptly initiated a voice call on WeChat. What brings you to inquire? Gu Bai? Without attempting to correct the form of address, Gu Bai lit a cigarette and spoke. You likely have yet to join a guild, correct? Upon hearing Gu Bai's question, Lu Benway fell silent for a moment. Indeed, signing with a live-streaming guild necessitates the support of guild resources. Yet does Lu Benway truly require such backing at present? To put it simply, Lu Benway is akin to a top-tier superstar in the current streaming landscape, his popularity nearing its zenith. Why would he need to sign with any guild to share his earnings? I am considering establishing a live-streaming guild. Would you be interested in joining? On the other end of the line, Lu Benway was already contemplating how to decline. Gu Bai, aware of his thoughts, promptly said, "Do not be hasty in refusing. Allow me to present my terms." "Speak, esteemed one. My intention in inviting you to join my guild is not akin to the typical contracts of other guilds. What I seek is the prestige of your title as the #1 streamer on Douyu. Do you comprehend my meaning?" From the moment Gu Bai decided to form a live-streaming guild, he had envisioned a grander scheme. He did not intend to merely create a small guild to sign a few lesser streamers and linger in mediocrity. If he were to embark on this venture, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. He had a model in mind, inspired by the future PDD's Xiaoxiang Dage Guild, aiming to cultivate leading streamers. Once he had gathered the top streamers from various platforms under his banner, he could genuinely enter the streaming arena, possessing the strength to contend with major platforms. It is worth noting that in the future, Xiaoxiang Dage would become synonymous with excellence in live streaming guilds, boasting numerous first-rate gaming streamers, including PDD, Uzi, Desai Ma, Chiezi Minglei, 70 kilograms, and Wally Oshi, among others, with a valuation soaring to 8 billion. However, the current streaming sphere is rife with turbulence, as major streamers battle solo and resources remain fragmented. If Gu Bai could be the first to consolidate these top-tier resources, it would not be far-fetched for his guild's valuation to exceed 10 billion, further enhancing his influence. Should he succeed, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to Gu Bai as the godfather of live streaming. While he understood the proposition, he remained firm in his stance, stating that he did not wish to join a guild. He was currently discussing plans with Yu to establish his own. "I shall refrain from painting grand illusions. Should you choose to join my guild, I am prepared to invest 10 million into you for the upcoming Douyu annual gala, securing a chance at the annual championship, which should not pose a problem, correct? Furthermore, once you join the guild, your streaming income will not be subject to revenue sharing with the guild, including your signing fee, and so forth." Gu Bai's initial offer of 10 million left Lu Benway astounded. It is important to note that top-tier streamers do not operate on the same revenue-sharing model as lesser streamers. Even after taxes and other deductions, he could still pocket several million. Additionally, Lu Benway's greatest concern revolved around guild revenue sharing. He was well aware of his exceptional earning capacity without guild support. Why then would he allow a guild to partake in his earnings? Now, with Gu Bai stating that the guild would not take a share of his income, what would he need to contribute? Merely his name? Lu Benway? Observing Lu Benway's hesitation, Gu Bai unleashed his final bombshell. "I shall not speak of shares or equity. Under normal cooperation models, I would indeed offer you a share. However, in our cooperative model, offering you shares would not be a partnership, but rather a gift of money. Therefore, let me state it plainly. As long as you, Lu Benway, remain in my guild, I will provide you with an annual signing fee of 5 million. This standard is not fixed. As long as your influence remains steady or continues to grow, your signing fee will increase. Should your influence wane, the fee will decrease. I have laid out both the advantages and disadvantages clearly. You may take your time to consider. Shall I discuss this with Yu? It is well known that Yu manages Lu Benway's business affairs. Otherwise, with his business acumen, reaching such a position would be exceedingly difficult. Very well. Contact me once you have reached a decision. Having said that, he ended the call. Under normal circumstances, Gu Bai would not consider signing Lu Benway, especially since he was on the verge of being blacklisted. However, Gu Bai contemplated that since he was already involved, could he not influence the unfolding events? The sequence of the Lu Benway blacklisting incident is straightforward. He was first accused of cheating, then subjected to a massive online backlash. Following the escalation of the situation, his public relations efforts were abysmal. Rather than apologizing to quell the fury, they incited his fans to lash out. Ultimately, he was called out by the central authorities, leading to a complete downfall, until Gu Bai's rebirth. Although there were persistent rumors of a comeback, they remained unfounded, lacking any substantial progress. By participating, could he not alter this outcome? Consider it a venture investment. For him, 10 million is not a daunting sum. Nevertheless, these matters would have to wait until Lu Benway agreed to join his guild. If he declined, What did Liu Benwei's fate have to do with him? Meanwhile, Liu Benwei recounted Gu Bai's words to Yu Yu. After hearing them, Yu Yu promptly pinched his ear. What is there to consider? What are you pondering? I, too, see such a significant opportunity, yet I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Liu Benwei replied, rubbing his ear in dismay. What could possibly be amiss? Liu Benwei, let me clarify. You are no longer the small-time professional player of your. You're a major streamer now. Your mere name holds substantial worth, and Gu Bai is undoubtedly drawn to that prestige. Do you understand? What notoriety do I possess? As the ancient said, it takes a fortune to acquire a fine horse. His invitation for you to sign is a similar endeavor, crafted for the benefit of others. It is apparent that Gu Bai harbors great ambition. What he seeks to establish is far from an ordinary streaming guild. Consider this, Liu Benwei, the number one on Douyu, joining his live streaming guild. Think of the magnitude of influence. His company would gain significant notoriety, making it considerably easier for him to sign other streamers in the future. Moreover, I watched your recent broadcast. President Wang treated him with utmost respect. To ride the coattails of such a powerful figure, what are you hesitating for? Furthermore, he has offered such generous terms. This money is practically a windfall. Are you truly concerned he might deceive you? What could a streamer possibly offer to entice him? Besides, these conditions will undoubtedly be included in the contract. Even if you were to breach it, you would not suffer losses. Upon hearing Yu Yu's reasoning, Liu Benwei found it quite persuasive and timidly suggested, should I call him now to express my agreement? Why contact him now? Let us assess the situation first. Wait a couple of days before calling. He doesn't seem particularly urgent. Very well. Unbeknownst to Gu Bai, having only just made acquaintance with President Wang, he inadvertently placed the latter in the position of his advocate. Sometimes, no matter how wealthy one is, lacking a certain social standing renders one powerless. Which voice commands greater trust? That of a lottery winner turned billionaire, or that of an industrial titan with established connections? After an afternoon of sleep, Gu Bai felt wide awake, lying in bed and scrolling through short videos. Ding dong. A message from Chi-Man pinged on WeChat. Are you asleep? A smile crept across Gu Bai's face. The positions of hunter and prey often shift in an instant. The previous Chi-Man regarded him as a mere target, hoping to ensnare him gradually, unaware that in revealing her intentions, she had already leaped into Gu Bai's trap. It appeared that Gu Bai's earlier words had borne fruit. If she was willing to accept, splendid. If not, so be it. Conducting business should not be as convoluted as courtship. Initially, Gu Bai had expected Chi-Man to maintain her composure for several days. Yet surprisingly, only hours had passed before she could no longer suppress her thoughts. Not yet. Chi-Man reclined on her bed, her sleepwear accentuating her perfect curves. What could that kind of relationship offer me? Gu Bai shifted into a more comfortable position, reclining gracefully. What is it that you desire? Can I have anything I want? Certainly not. That hinges upon your own worth. I understand now. I'd like to give it a try. With those few words dispatched, Chi-Man instinctively curled into herself, feeling as though her very boundaries had been utterly breached. She had initially believed that with her own advantages, she could at least aspire to be a prominent socialite if not a wealthy matron. Yet she found herself relegated to being a clandestine canary under Gu Bai's influence. Let us meet tomorrow, and you will see what you are capable of obtaining. With this statement, Gu Bai set his phone aside. How wonderful it is to have wealth. Chapter 50. This is your worth. The following morning, Gu Bai was roused by the clattering sounds emitted by Wen Tsunming. Sitting up abruptly, he gazed at him with slightly darkened circles under his eyes. Confusion etched on his face. He had gone to bed far too late, around 3 or 4 o'clock. Checking the time, he noted it was only a little past 8 in the morning. What are you doing? Upon realizing he had woken Gu Bai, Wen Tsunming offered an awkward smile. Nothing much. Please continue to sleep. I'm just looking for something. With that, he resumed rummaging through his desk. Since sleep was no longer an option, Gu Bai climbed out of bed and made his way to the bathroom, inquiring, what are you searching for? Those Yu-Gi-Oh cards I had stashed away. Suddenly looking for those? Aren't you progressing rather quickly with that, Junior? If funds are tight, are you planning to sell them? Gu Bai glanced at him from the bathroom, remaining silent. Wen Tsunming was a quintessential enthusiast of Yu-Gi-Oh card collecting, and he had previously boasted to Gu Bai and the others about how some of his cards were worth thousands. Little did he expect that after just starting to date a junior, he would have to sell his collection. Clearly, this junior possessed a considerable spending capacity. After a while, it seemed that Wen Tsunming had found what he was looking for and began to tidy up his desk. Hesitating for a moment, he called out to Gu Bai in the bathroom, Gu-bai. Hearing his voice, Gu-bai, still brushing his teeth, responded indistinctly. What is it? Could you lend me some money? Turning to glance at him, Gu-bai asked. How much? 5,000. All right. Gu-bai, who could easily part with 200,000, would naturally not hesitate to lend 5,000 to a roommate with whom he spent so much time. If when Suming had asked for 50,000, Gu-bai would have certainly declined. It wasn't a matter of being stingy. It was simply that when Suming did not hold that level of significance in his mind. If it were Deng Bo asking, he would not hesitate to transfer 500,000 without a second thought. The principle of kindness begetting kindness is universally understood. He wished to present himself as a sophisticated benefactor rather than a mere wealthy fool with nowhere to spend his money. After freshening up for a while, he transferred the money to one Sunming, who expressed his gratitude as Gu-bai stepped out of the dormitory. The sweltering air outside nearly deterred him. It was only a little past 8 in the morning, yet the heat was extraordinarily oppressive. Having already made arrangements with Chi-man, Gu-bai drove towards the girls' dormitory. At the foot of the girls' dormitory, besides Chi-man, there stood another girl, her twin ponytails dancing in the air. Such a hairstyle could only belong to Yi. The military training had just concluded, and Yi had dyed her hair back to white, indicating her serious commitment to this new look. Oni-chan, Gu-bai offered a bland nod, lacking even a fraction of the enthusiasm he had previously displayed. He had always been the one to leave others hanging. When had it become her turn to ignore him? Did she honestly believe that after days of silence, she would be greeted with warmth? Standing beside him, Chi-man observed Gu-bai with a gentle smile. Today, she had deliberately donned a pristine white dress, her hands clasped neatly at her waist, complemented by a pair of simple white shoes. Her makeup was minimal, with just a hint of light lipstick, exuding an air of purity. Who could discern the complexities of her heart merely from her appearance? Let us get in the car, it's quite hot. Upon hearing this, Chi-man, unsure if she was boasting or being sincere, addressed Yi. I'll be leaving now. You should head upstairs. The weather is unbearable. With that, she took her seat in the passenger side. Gu-bai did not indulge in idle chatter, rolling up the windows and driving directly towards the school gate, leaving Yi behind, puffing her cheeks in frustration. Damn Gu-bai, such a petty man, holding a grudge over just a few days of silence. After venting her frustration into the air, Yi had no choice but to retreat to her dormitory to enjoy some air conditioning in this sweltering heat. Why are you so cold towards Yi? Chi-man inquired once they were in the car. How should I treat her? Yi is undeniably a stunning beauty. You're probably the only one bold enough to give her the cold shoulder. Gu-bai shrugged. That's just your perspective. Those uninterested in her beauty can also show her a disdainful face. Find a gay guy and see if he treats her any differently. So, you're not interested in her? Gu-bai turned to glance at her. Of course I'm interested, just as I am in you. And what about you? Does being interested mean I must treat her with a smile? Don't be foolish. The woman I desire is one who brings me joy, not one that invites trouble. Though Gu-bai's words were directed at Yi, they were, in truth, meant for Chi-man. Chi-man was a perceptive woman. She smiled and refrained from further comment. Where are we headed? After a moment, Chi-man asked again. To Hunglong Plaza. Chi-man was certainly familiar with Hunglong Plaza, a shopping haven for luxury brands. What are we going there for? Noting her seemingly rhetorical question, Gu-bai replied coolly, to let you see what you can attain in my company. A short while later, they arrived at Hunglong Plaza, the roar of the engine making an impressive entrance. Despite it being morning, the mall was already bustling with people, evidently a shift in shopping habits due to the weather. After parking, Chi-man naturally intertwined her arm with Gu-bai's, her softness enveloping him. Fortunately, Gu-bai was no novice. He maintained his composure and looked down at her. What is it that you wish for? After a moment of contemplation, Chi-man glanced at her bare wrist. I would like to purchase a watch. Let us go. This was one of Chi-man's admirable qualities. She expressed her desires openly, without pretense. Were it Zhang Yuma, she would have protested, claiming she had enough and that she didn't want anything too extravagant, rendering the situation rather tiresome. Gu-bai led Chi-man directly into a Cartier flagship store. Please show her your wristwatches, he instructed the approaching sales associate. Certainly, sir, madam, this way please. Gu-bai had grown accustomed to the atmosphere of luxury boutiques, while Chi-man gazed at the dazzling array of jewelry, her breath quickening. Coming from a modest background, with her parents divorced and raised by her mother, she had experienced the weight of financial strain from a young age. Understanding the significance of money, a primary reason behind her materialistic tendencies, influenced by her mother's teachings and her environment. The reason Gu Bai had brought her to Cartier was simple. He could have taken her to more high-end establishments like Vacheron Constantin or Patek Philippe, but that wasn't necessary. There is a saying, one cannot fill a person's appetite all at once. If she is fed too much, she will only demand more next time, having become accustomed to abundance. The sales associate smiled and inquired, "What type of watch are you interested in? Do you have a budget in mind? I can assist you in selecting the perfect piece." Gu Bai stood to the side, casting a glance at Chi Man. "You should answer her." Among the displays, the most expensive pieces were merely in the hundreds of thousands. It was prudent to manage costs, as exceeding that could lead to perceptions of being overly frugal. "Madam, which style do you fancy? I can bring it out for you to try on." The sales assistant, being astute, had likely grasped Gu Bai's intentions and enthusiastically began to introduce the products to Chi Man. After a brief period of selection, Chi Man pointed to a particular watch featuring a pink strap and a platinum dial, saying, "Please let me try this one." The sales assistant carefully retrieved the watch from the counter, complimenting, "Madam, your taste is truly exceptional. This is the Cartier Ballon Bleu model W902047. A 33mm timepiece with an automatic mechanical movement, an 18K rhodium-plated white gold case and dial, adorned with 417 brilliant cut diamonds totaling 11 carats. Furthermore, the Ballon Bleu collection is renowned for its delicate style and elegant demeanor, making it a perfect match for your disposition." After delivering her pitch in one breath, the sales assistant emphasized her last statement. Chi Man slipped the watch on her left wrist and turned it towards Gu Bai, asking, "What do you think?" Chi Man's complexion remained flawless, even after days of military training. Her fair wrist, complemented by the pink strap, exuded an enchanting allure. "Do you like it?" she inquired, nodding at the watch. Retrieving her card from her wallet, she commanded, "Please charge it." "Ah, sir, the price of this watch is 360,000. I said to charge it." "Very well, please hold on." The sales assistant promptly took Gu Bai's black gold card to fetch the POS machine. Were this behavior exhibited by an ordinary individual, they might have been deemed a nouveau riche. Yet with Gu Bai, the cultivated elegance and designer attire rendered any such associations utterly implausible. As the pair exited the Cartier store, Gu Bai distinctly felt that Chi Man's curves were now pressing closer to him. "Thank you. No need for thanks. This is your own worth, and there is much more to come from me. Wouldn't it be tiresome to express gratitude every single time?" Upon hearing this, Chi Man flashed him a sweet smile. Why would anyone perceive being a canary as undesirable? It all depends on whose canary one becomes. Just look at Gu Bai's visage. Then his wallet. Whether or not he is an official girlfriend becomes inconsequential. With this thought, Chi Man couldn't help but chuckle. Gu Bai turned his head, puzzled, and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Chi Man, of course, would not divulge her inner musings and merely shook her head. "It's nothing." Gu Bai, uninterested in pursuing the matter further, suggested, "Let's take a look in here." He led Chi Man into a Gucci boutique, where in a mere 20 minutes, a full outfit accompanied by several accessories had been procured, totaling over 100,000 with effortless ease. Nearby, a young couple shopping erupted into a quarrel. "Just look at her boyfriend, and then look at you. You can't even bear to spend less than 10,000 on a piece of clothing." The male counterpart retorted, "Look at her girlfriend, then take a good look in the mirror. If you were half as beautiful as her, I'd sell everything just to buy it for you. Break up. Fine, let us break up." Gu Bai and Chi Man, who had not strayed far, exchanged amused glances at the spectacle. It is indeed futile to compare individuals. The moment one does, even the most splendid of things reveal their flaws. With this in mind, they continued to navigate the array of luxury boutiques. By the time the morning had elapsed, Gu Bai's legs felt nearly numb, while Chi Man appeared increasingly invigorated. It seemed women defy conventional expectations. "Shall we call it a day? If it continues like this, I can simply give you the money to buy whatever you want. I'm utterly exhausted." Gu Bai, disregarding decorum, slumped into a public resting area like a weary dog. Chi Man glanced at the numerous shopping bags piled high, many of which were too cumbersome to carry, as they had arranged for the staff to deliver them directly. Throughout the morning, Gu Bai had likely spent around 500,000 to 600,000, evoking a sense of extravagant ease. "Then let us cease our shopping and indulge in some food," Chi Man suggested. Upon hearing this, Gu Bai instantly revived. "Excellent. Let's go eat. I'll take care of the arrangements." With that, he pulled out his phone and called the Shangri-La Hotel. "Please arrange a presidential suite for me." To arrive in 20 minutes. Chi Man, upon hearing Gu Bai's request, shivered slightly. Is that appropriate during the day? Perhaps we should go tonight? Aren't you tired? Gu Bai shot her a glance. What are you thinking? Are we going to the hotel merely to sleep? Without waiting for her response, he strode towards the exit, with Chi Man hurriedly following suit. Mr. Gu, welcome back to Shangri-La. Standing at the entrance was Dylan, Gu Bai's previous room manager. Despite possessing a name with a hint of Western flair, he was distinctly Chinese. After handing over the car to the valet, Gu Bai led Chi Man into the hotel. Shall we dine first? He inquired, turning to Chi Man. Dylan, having cast only a fleeting glance at Chi Man, directed his full attention to Gu Bai, his gaze never straying above Gu Bai's chest, thereby providing an air of superiority befitting a high-end hotel's professional service. Please arrange a lunch for us. Upon hearing this, Dylan promptly asked, Mr. Gu, would you prefer Western or Chinese cuisine? I recommend Western, as our hotel's Western chef is currently available to personally prepare your lunch. Gu Bai glanced at Chi Man. Do you prefer Chinese or Western? Let's go with Western. I'm quite eager to try it. Chi Man had dined on Western cuisine before, yet this would be her first experience within such an upscale establishment as Shangri-La. Following Gu Bai's cue, Dylan led the way to the restaurant. Though not a Michelin-starred establishment, Shangri-La's dining venue was well known in the city, with most patrons drawn by the integrated service the hotel offered. It was difficult to discern which was superior when compared to specialized restaurants. Right this way, please. This is a table reserved especially for our presidential suite guests. Dylan escorted them to a serene spot that was notably distanced from the ordinary dining tables. A nearby server swiftly pulled out chairs for Gu Bai and Chi Man to sit down. At that moment, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, and the sight of Gu Bai and Chi Man receiving attentive service in the VIP area sparked hushed conversations among the diners. Due to the distance, the specifics of their discussions were inaudible. Gu Bai maintained his composure, focused on selecting dishes from the menu handed to him by Dylan, while Chi Man gazed at him with a hint of fascination. That will be all. He returned the menu to Dylan. Mr. Gu, please hold on. I will arrange this immediately. After Dylan departed, Gu Bai turned to Chi Man, who continued to beam at him, and asked, what is it that makes you smile? Chi Man shook her head, evading the question. Is this your daily life? Gu Bai raised an eyebrow. What leads you to that conclusion? You seem so at ease in this environment. Perhaps this highlights the difference between us. This is my first encounter with such a lifestyle. Purchasing luxuries I once only dared to admire from afar and dining in a 5-star hotel. Gu Bai took a sip of water poured by the server to soothe his throat. Would you believe me if I said I only recently began experiencing such settings? Chi Man gazed earnestly into Gu Bai's eyes, then slowly shook her head. Actually, I once shared the same sentiments as you. I thought that the so-called elegance of wealthy individuals was cultivated over many years. However, it wasn't until certain inexplicable events transpired in my life that I realized my previous thoughts were misguided. For instance, when I first experienced this lifestyle, I felt completely at ease, not due to anything else, but simply because my pockets were full enough that I had no concern about being perceived as an outsider in such a setting. I don't quite understand. Let me put it this way. A child might feel anxious about being unable to afford anything during their first visit to a convenience store. Would you feel that way? Observing Chi Man's perplexed expression, Gu Bai chuckled softly and chose not to elaborate further. Some matters are ineffable before acquiring the system. Even if others had shared such insights with him, he would have been none the wiser. As the two engaged in casual conversation, Dylan returned, accompanied by a slightly plump Caucasian gentleman clad in a black-bordered chef's uniform, along with several waitstaff. Mr. Gu, allow me to introduce our hotel's executive chef, Ackerman, Dylan announced. In fluent Mandarin, Ackerman greeted, Good afternoon, Mr. Gu. Gu Bai remained seated, offering a nonchalant nod in response. Sensing Gu Bai's disinterest in further small talk, Ackerman signaled to the waitstaff, who promptly brought forth several elegantly arranged plates. Mr. Gu, your main course is steak, which must be enjoyed fresh off the grill to preserve its flavor. If allowed to cool, it diminishes in taste. The beef requires a proper resting period as well. Here are 3 appetizers to whet your appetite, and your main course will arrive shortly. After Ackerman departed, Dylan attentively lifted the lids from the plates for Gu Bai, and Chi Man presented as the first course was black caviar from the Caspian Sea, made from the roe of beluga sturgeon over 60 years old. This exquisite delicacy once commanded a price of up to $700 per ounce in the market. However, at our Shangri-La, it remains a rare ingredient, primarily reserved for esteemed guests like yourself. Gubai had already spent over $1 million just on accommodations at Shangri-La, a sum sufficient to purchase a house in a small city, making him undoubtedly a VIP. Chi-Man gazed at the pristine white plate, adorned with a mere smidge of caviar resembling black pearls, swallowing discreetly. Gubai delicately scooped a small spoonful and placed it in his mouth, where a burst of briny flavor erupted, distinct from other cured products, as the caviar's saltiness was infused with the unique essence of marine life. What do you think? Chi-Man nodded involuntarily. Though she did not find the flavor overwhelmingly remarkable, she simply felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Once Gubai finished savoring the caviar, Dylan unveiled the next dish, a creamy mushroom soup prepared with freshly picked white mushrooms and light cream. Please give it a try. Perhaps due to his unfamiliarity with the peculiarities of Western soups, Gubai found this dish unremarkable, merely acceptable. Noticing the subtle shift in Gubai's expression, Dylan discreetly took note of his preferences. The third course, an accompaniment to the meal, featured grilled salmon fillet drizzled with herb sauce and black olive tapenade, marking the final dish before the main course. Soon, Chef Ackerman would return with the steak. Gubai said nothing, simply picking up his knife and fork to cut a piece of salmon, dipping it in olive sauce before indulging. The salmon was grilled to perfection, its crispness and fragrant flavor enveloping his taste buds, a testament to the chef's expertise, rivaling even the signature dishes of Michelin-starred restaurants. As he ate, he engaged in light conversation with Chi-Man, unconcerned with the notion of etiquette. As long as he enjoyed himself, he felt free to behave as he pleased. After a while, Chef Ackerman reappeared, instructing the waitstaff to present the steak. "Mr. Gu, your steak is ready. Please enjoy." Gubai carefully cut a piece of the steaming steak and brought it to his mouth. He was no novice to Western dining and possessed the decorum to use his utensils correctly, although he felt at ease enough to eat with his hands. He chose to honor the customs of fine dining. The A5 Wagyu beef was imbued with a sweet, buttery aroma. Each bite melted in his mouth, the juices cascading as he chewed, epitomizing the notion of tenderness. "Delicious," he remarked, unreserved in his praise. Upon hearing his compliment, Ackerman beamed and replied, "I'm glad you enjoy it, Mr. Gu." Indeed, Ackerman's culinary skills were commendable. He resolved to sample more of his creations when the opportunity arose. The chef expressed his gratitude with a smile, aware of his esteemed position as the executive chef of a five-star establishment, deserving of respect. Observing Chi-Man, who had set down her utensils, Gubai inquired with a smile, "Are you satisfied?" After feigning elegance by wiping her mouth, Chi-Man nodded gently. "Perhaps we should rest for a while. Later, let Dylan arrange for us to enjoy a spa session to unwind." Dylan, overhearing Gubai's suggestion, quickly responded, "Please, go ahead and relax. I will make the arrangements and just call for me once you are ready." After acknowledging Dylan's words with a nod, Gubai naturally draped his arm around Chi-Man as they made their way to the suite. Although Chi-Man felt a twinge of discomfort, she did not resist. Settling into the luxurious sofa of the suite, Gubai embraced Chi-Man, inhaling the fragrance of her perfume as he lay back with closed eyes. Chi-Man, held in his grasp, remained tense, her muscles rigid, trembling occasionally, yet remaining still. "What are you trembling for?" Gubai opened his eyes to glance at her. "I'm just not prepared." With the system at his disposal, Gubai understood Chi-Man's inexperience, akin to a delicate shellfish yet untouched by other fishermen. He considered himself fortunate to have encountered her, as finding fresh shellfish was challenging in this day and age. "Rest assured, it is broad daylight. I shall not impose anything upon you." Upon hearing his reassurance, Chi-Man relaxed, her body yielding as she leaned against him on the sofa, taking in the opulent decor surrounding them. Squinting slightly, she asked Gubai, "Yes? If I had not made the first move, do you think we would still be in the same place as now?" "Perhaps we still would, but it ultimately depends on you." Gubai remained reclined, barely opening his eyes. "I have come to know the kind of girl you are. If you were merely materialistic without the means to match, I would not have spared you a glance. However, it is evident you possess both charm and substance. Even if you had not approached me, I would have made my move, and the outcome would likely be similar. Our relationship would not have changed, as it aligns with my acceptable boundaries. Should you find that unacceptable, it simply indicates that we are not fated for one another." Chi-Man chose not to pursue the topic further, instead asking, "You seem to understand my thoughts quite well." Gubai shifted slightly, drawing closer to her. "It is not that I comprehend your thoughts. Rather, I understand myself. Is it still the same reasoning I previously mentioned? I possess choices, and your willingness or unwillingness holds little significance for me. Have you ever seen a fisherman angered by a fish that leaps from the net? In the end, it is merely a matter of the quantity of the catch. Contemplating Gu Bai's words, Chi Man's expression shifted to one of indignation. So you were saying I am just a fish in your pond? Gu Bai chuckled. Even if you are a fish, you are the largest one in my current pond. Unable to resist the allure of Chi Man's slightly pouted lips, Gu Bai leaned in closer. After several minutes, breathless, Chi Man playfully pushed him away, feigning annoyance. Did you not say you would not do anything during the day? Have you not heard the saying that a man's words are but the devil's lies? Do you truly believe my words? Bah! After resting on the sofa for half an hour, Gu Bai summoned Dylan using the landline. Is the spa you arranged for me ready? Indeed, I made arrangements in advance. The two finest therapists at the hotel are eagerly awaiting to serve you both. Very well. Lead the way. Gu Bai followed Dylan, accompanied by Chi Man. Upon entering the spa room, Chi Man was instantly captivated by the decor. As a woman, especially a beautiful one, her love for beauty was innate. Although she had indulged in similar treatments before, she could already discern the vast difference even before experiencing this one. The spa room resembled a luxurious bedroom, adorned with a grand Western crystal chandelier, two massage beds neatly placed side by side, a massive mirror covering an entire wall opposite the beds, and a dressing area on the other side. Soothing music designed to relax the mind filled the air, accompanied by a gentle fragrance. The two therapists greeted them promptly. Good day to you both. Gu Bai nodded slightly and walked straight into the room. Mr. Gu, is there anything else you require? If not, I shall take my leave. Wait, please fetch me a bottle of red wine. Feel free to choose the brand and year. Understood. Soon after, Dylan returned to the spa room, accompanied by a server carrying a bottle of red wine and wine accessories. Mr. Gu, this is a 2005 Lafite. Does it meet your approval? If not, I can exchange it. Gu Bai, already reclining on the bed, lifted his head to glance and replied, that will suffice. He had never been a connoisseur of alcohol, and in his previous life, he never had the opportunity to develop an interest in such things. His desire for the wine was purely a spontaneous reaction to the spa's ambience. Upon receiving Gu Bai's approval, Dylan uncorked the bottle and poured some into a decanter. It should breathe for about 20 minutes. I will arrange for a female attendant to come by shortly. Gu Bai, still lying down, waved his hand, indicating he understood. Dylan, sensing the cue, closed the door and departed. Sir, would you like to take a shower first? The therapist inquired respectfully. Let her go first, Gu Bai replied. Chi Man, hearing his words, timidly remarked, Are we sharing the same room? Gu Bai raised his head once more to look at her. Why not? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Observing Chi Man's hesitance, Gu Bai felt a surge of irritation, prompting an impatient tone. What are you pretending for? If it's not suitable, you can leave. With that, he intended to rise and take a shower. Chi Man, taken aback by Gu Bai's sudden shift in demeanor, quickly responded, That's not what I meant. I'll take my shower now. Following her words, she was escorted into the bathroom by the therapist. Inside the bathroom, the grievances Chi Man had accumulated over the past 2 decades surged forth, her eyes betraying a hint of redness. If anyone were to witness her in that moment, they would likely feel compelled to embrace and comfort her. Throughout the years, no man had treated her in such a manner. Since middle school, boys had gone to great lengths to win her favor, unlike Gu Bai, who scolded her at the slightest provocation. However, upon catching a glimpse of her wristwatch, worth 360,000, the tears she had nearly shed evaporated. The path she chose was hers to tread, and although Gu Bai harbored no feelings for her and was beyond her control, he was undoubtedly a far more appealing choice compared to the greasy middle-aged tycoons and second-rate wealthy heirs. After her shower, Chi Man emerged confidently draped in a towel, shedding her earlier shyness. Her damp hair, still undried, cascaded in waves, with glistening droplets trailing down to her collarbone. Though Gu Bai was not a seasoned player, he found it difficult to maintain his composure in the face of her allure. He feigned calmness as he approached the bathroom, the cool water cascading over him, extinguishing the flames of desire within. This Chi Man was truly enchanting. By the time Gu Bai exited the bathroom, Chi Man had already begun her treatment. As he beheld her back, now revealed in the open bathrobe, the embers of desire ignited once more, compelling him to recite the verses of harmony in his mind. Do not gaze upon what is forbidden. A mere glance can lead to calamity. Lying on another bed, Gu Bai surrendered to the pleasures of the massage. The soothing music and fragrant air, combined with the residual effects of half a glass of red wine, lulled him into a gentle slumber. When Gu Bai awoke, the therapist had departed, leaving only Chi Man, now dressed and engrossed in her phone. Unable to resist, he stretched languidly on the bed and inquired, "What time is it?" Chi Man, noticing his awakening, replied, "It's past 4. So I've only slept for a little over 2 hours?" "Yes." As he stood, the towel around Gu Bai's waist slipped, causing Chi Man's cheeks to flush, though she exhibited no further reaction. It seemed his earlier outburst had made its mark, at least clarifying who held the dominant position between them. "Let's return to the room. It feels too stifling here." While the spa room had initially felt pleasant, prolonged exposure rendered it excessively quiet, creating an oppressive atmosphere. After changing back into his clothes, Gu Bai decided to head back to the suite. Given that it was a presidential suite, there were no other guests on this floor, and the corridor was deserted. As Gu Bai wrapped an arm around Chi Man, he indulged in mischief, his actions growing bolder. Although Chi Man did not resist, her muscles tensed, and her heart began to race. Upon returning to the room, Gu Bai lowered his gaze to Chi Man nestled beside him, scrutinizing her face for the first time. After her shower, she had opted not to reapply makeup. Although she lacked the previous air of meticulous beauty, she possessed a newfound natural charm. One could not deny that the system's rating of 97 was quite objective. "How about tonight?" Gu Bai inquired. "I think daytime suits better. I simply wish to fulfill a childhood dream." Chi Man's face was awash with confusion. "What dream? Haven't you heard a song that goes, 'I have a beautiful wish, that when I grow up, I can sow the sun'?" Chi Man's perplexity deepened. "I've heard it, but what's the relevance? You sow melons, you reap melons. You sow beans, you reap beans. What do you expect to reap from sowing the sun?" With that, Gu Bai led Chi Man on a whimsical journey to sow the sun, a lengthy narrative omitted for brevity. An hour later, beads of sweat adorned Gu Bai's forehead as he leaned against the bed's headboard, smoking a cigarette, feeling the fatigue coursing through his body. Unable to resist, he opened his system panel. Host, Gu Bai appearance, 92 intelligence, 135 physique, 78 confidence level, 70 level 1 system, wealthy aura, 1 level 2 system, not yet unlocked. System level 1 upon his rebirth. His physique had been 85, but now it stood at a mere 78. It felt as if he were trading his lifespan for the act of sowing the sun. Over a month post-rebirth, he had indulged in every pleasure, yet had not exercised even once. At this rate, Gu Bai feared he might be the first system host to perish while sowing the sun. System, is there any enhancement for my physique? Please grant me one. Gu Bai silently implored the system. Clearly, the system remained indifferent to his pleas. While he remained uncertain whether an upgrade would provide him with a physique enhancement, the current reality dictated that he must endeavor to become disciplined and begin exercising. Otherwise, he feared he might end up like Zhao Weiwei, forever relying on health supplements. Chapter 53, SSCC Racing Festival in Shanghai on Monday. Gu Bai requested a leave of absence from his counselor, not uttering a falsehood. The reason was quite simple. He planned to attend the SSCC Racing Festival. His ownership of a supercar was common knowledge among his peers at the school, and the counselor found no surprise, merely advising him to prioritize his studies before granting the leave. With the approval in hand, Gu Bai drove straight to the venue that Tian Shu had informed him of, accompanied by Chi Man. While en route, a call from Tian Shu came through, urging him. "Old Gu, what's the situation on your end? Why haven't you arrived yet? The reporters are all here. The press conference is about to begin, and we're just waiting for you." Gu Bai, navigating through the sea of cars while on the phone, replied, "Since everyone is already here, why not start without me? I reckon I'll need a little more time." "That won't do. You are one of our club's 26 senior members. Without your presence, how can the press conference proceed? Just give me a precise arrival time. 20 minutes. Okay, call me when you get here." With that, Tian Shu abruptly hung up. Once Gu Bai ended the call, Chi Man inquired, "Why was it necessary for me to come along? Isn't it quite normal to bring a companion to such an occasion?" Chi Man, dressed in a simple sports ensemble that Gu Bai had picked out for her the previous day, with only a light touch of makeup, felt there was no need for formal attire, even though Tian Shu had invited numerous celebrities to lend their support. "I just don't quite understand why you chose to bring me." Gu Bai chuckled lightly. "You certainly have a clear perception of your own standing. Isn't it important to have a proper view of oneself? Who knows, if things escalate, I might end up being sent back home." Hearing the hint of melancholy in Chi Man's tone, Gu Bai couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Then why not behave yourself?" He then elaborated. "Didn't I mention that being with me could offer you certain advantages? Yesterday was about material benefits. Today is about expanding your network. I assume you aren't the type to be content with merely pocket money to improve your living standards, are you? This occasion is ideal for enhancing your connections. By having you by my side, you'll become familiar to the right people. Once you're well acquainted, you can thrive on your own, even in my absence. Gu Bai's words were sincere, and Chi Man felt a warmth in his gaze. So you're planning to discard me so soon? If you're unwilling to leave, then you might as well stay in your little pond. Surely, it won't run dry without your presence. In that case, I'll devour all the other fish in your pond. If you truly possess such prowess, then the pond shall be yours to manage in the future. Gu Bai dismissed her words with a laugh. What a joke. Fish remain fish. They can't suddenly become wise. Suddenly, Gu Bai turned to her and asked, do you aspire to enter the entertainment industry? Chi Man shook her head. Not at all. Then why pursue drama school? Observing Gu Bai's puzzled expression, Chi Man revealed a playful smile for the first time. To accumulate capital, of course. Unlike you, I wasn't born with a silver spoon. Aside from this face, I have little to offer. All I can do is get into drama school and latch onto a wealthy benefactor, which is precisely why I've latched onto you. Just a benefactor? Gu Bai scoffed. Come on. He smiled, but refrained from further jesting. Have you always been this transparent about your ambitions? What is wrong with that? I approached you with this intention. As long as I don't harm others. What's wrong with pursuing a shortcut? I do love money, but I have my principles. This is my boundary. How others perceive me is their concern, not mine. I don't live for anyone else. No wonder Chi Man had been the subject of whispers at drama school in her previous life. Yet she had never bothered to clarify anything, always marching to the beat of her own drum. Everyone has the right to make choices. Gu Bai, uninterested in lecturing, inquired, so after you've latched onto my leg, what do you wish to do next? Chi Man pondered for a moment before shaking her head again. I don't know. I always wanted to accumulate some money while I'm young, then use that money to do something and live a so-called superior life, but I lack a clear goal. Since you don't want to mix in the entertainment industry, perhaps you should consider business. I can assist you. What kind of business? We'll discuss it when you have a goal. Though he genuinely wanted to help her, he felt it was premature. They had only just begun to establish a bit of intimacy, and it was premature to arrange everything for her. It would be absurd to treat Gu Bai like a 9-time philanthropist. He might as well hand over the remaining $5 billion in his account. Upon receiving Gu Bai's response, Chi Man didn't exhibit any further emotions. She wasn't foolish. Even if she were Gu Bai's official girlfriend, she wouldn't expect everything to be arranged for her so quickly, let alone being just a friend. A few minutes later, the sleek black car arrived at the Shanghai F1 International Circuit, and the roaring engines prompted the media to swiftly set up their cameras and equipment. They were indeed the smaller media outlets invited by Tian Shu, eager to capture the event for both monetary gain and material to report on. Outside the racetrack, a line of luxury cars had already gathered, predominantly entry-level sports cars like BMW i8, Audi R8, and Porsche 911. Having already informed Tian Shu about his arrival while still in the car, Gu Bai stepped out to find Tian Shu, Li Juan, and Zhao Wei approaching him. You finally decided to show up. If you hadn't, I would come to drag you out of drama school. Tian Shu playfully punched Gu Bai's chest. I'm just here to join the fun. What else can I do? You think organizing a racing festival is easy? There are only 26 senior members, and half of them haven't shown up. If even fewer come, what is the point of holding it? Gu Bai smiled, choosing to remain silent on the matter. Some discussions are better left unheard. There is no need to take them too seriously. Tian Shu had invested a great deal of effort into organizing this racing festival. It would be absurd to let one person's absence disrupt the entire event. As Chi Man stepped out from the passenger seat and winked at Gu Bai, she cheerfully remarked, "Let us hurry inside. The principal and Brother Chin are already here. We can chat more inside." With that, the group entered the racetrack amidst the flashes of cameras. Upon reaching the venue for the press conference, they found nearly dozens of people waiting, a large gathering of young individuals engaged in lively conversation, with no discernible hierarchy among them. When Gu Bai arrived, classmates Xiao Wang and Qin Fen greeted him with friendly smiles, neither overly enthusiastic nor dismissive. All right, you all stay here for a bit. The press conference will commence in a few minutes. I'll head over to prepare. Tian Shu made some brief arrangements before heading toward the podium. Gu Bai, along with Chi Man and Li Juan, found a place to sit. In such settings, one mingles within their own circle. There is no need for unnecessary networking, and forming connections doesn't require excessive effort. Old Gu, how is the live stream going? Li Juan asked, handing Gu Bai a cigarette. I haven't figured it out yet. I'll address it in a few days. I plan to open an investment company, and I've already tasked a headhunting firm to find reliable managerial talent. Why another investment company? Gubai lit the cigarette and took a deep drag. I'm preparing to take a more corporate approach, consolidating all my companies under this investment umbrella and leaving it to truly capable individuals to manage. I want to interfere unnecessarily. Good lad, you're expanding your horizons. Tell me more about this investment company. Would you consider bringing me on board? Gubai glanced at him and replied, my initial capital consists of 5 small targets, and I'll certainly continue to inject more later. If you're not concerned about diluting your influence to the point of having no say, then feel free to join in. Hearing Gubai's polite refusal, Li Juan retorted with a laugh, so you think I'm too poor for you, huh? It was understandable that Gubai declined. The investment company he was planning to establish would be the cornerstone of his future endeavors, and he wouldn't let anyone meddle in it. Gubai shrugged, his expression resigned. Is it my fault you're lacking in funds? I really don't know what your family situation is. Today it's 1 billion, tomorrow it's 5 billion. They haven't started handing over the reins of the family business to you, have they? Otherwise, how could you sustain such extravagant spending? Gubai smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate further, for there was little to discuss regarding his family's non-existent enterprises, merely fabrications of his own making. The less said, the better. Verbosity often leads to missteps, and he preferred to avoid revealing any inconsistencies. As the conversation flowed, the SSCC Racing Festival was officially inaugurated with the host's opening remarks. Welcome to the Shanghai International Circuit. Today, we proudly present the largest supercar carnival in Huawei's history, the SSCC Shanghai Speed Racing Festival. We have gathered nearly 400 supercars from across the nation, offering a sumptuous feast for car enthusiasts. To witness such a magnificent display of supercars is undoubtedly a joy for any aficionado. Now, let us immerse ourselves in the allure of the Shanghai Speed Racing Festival. First, I would like to invite Mr. Tian Shu, the president of SSCC, to address the press. Observing Tian Shu, who spoke eloquently to the reporters, Gubai turned to Li Juan and inquired, I didn't see 400 supercars when I arrived. What you see now are primarily local vehicles, mostly belonging to SSCC members, around 100 or so. The rest will arrive this afternoon and over the next couple of days. SSCC has members beyond just Shanghai. Many from neighboring Su Province and Jia Province will also join, along with some non-members who simply wish to partake in the excitement. What's the point of all this fuss? It's surprising that so many people are participating. Gubai, lacking genuine enthusiasm for the racing festival, would have preferred attending a business networking event instead, should he wish to expand his connections. To enhance SSCC's visibility, of course. Do you really believe SSCC is the non-profit club it portrays itself to be? Only Tian Shu is likely privy to its intricacies. Otherwise, why would he choose to be the president of such a thankless organization? Chapter 54. I don't put on airs because I can't. Let me outline our agenda. The premier vehicles, each valued at over 10 million, will lead the procession, followed by the other cars. We will first cruise through the city, with reporters trailing behind. I've coordinated with the traffic department, and the route is already planned. We can enjoy the spotlight without disrupting traffic too much before returning to the circuit. If anyone is interested in participating in the exhibition race, just let me know, and I will arrange it. Having concluded the press conference, Tian Shu stood before the crowd, introducing the first segment of the event. All right, you're the president. Your word is final. Qinfen stood at the forefront, feigning interest. Familiar faces around him chuckled in response. Tian Shu sighed dramatically, turning to Gubai, old Gu. You'll be in the second row, just behind Qin Gu. It won't take much time. Gubai nodded nonchalantly. Wait, just a single Lamborghini in the second row? Those unaware might think our club barely has any members. Tian Gu, is this a joke? Suddenly, an incongruous voice broke through the atmosphere, drawing the gaze of the attendees. It was a young man, approximately 30, of short stature and pudgy build, exuding an oily demeanor as he cast a scornful glance at Gubai. Upon closer inspection, Gubai realized he did not recognize this individual, nor had he ever wronged him. However, he was not one to let insults slide unchallenged. Narrowing his eyes, he prepared to respond, but Li Juan intercepted him. That's Lu Jingho, notorious for being petty in our circle. Ignore him. He once tried to buy your car from me for 12 million, but I dismissed him. Now that he knows you purchased it, he's looking for trouble. Just disregard him. He's insignificant. Gubai chuckled at Li Juan's words. Though the world is filled with all kinds of people, he had never encountered such a situation before. harboring resentment towards a buyer simply because one could not afford the same luxury. Since Li Juan restrained him, Gu Bai merely smiled reassuringly, acknowledging that this was Tianshu's domain, and there was no need to escalate matters over trivialities, merely showing respect for Tianshu. Noticing Gu Bai's composure, Tianshu first expressed gratitude with a smile before addressing Lu Jingho. If you're uncomfortable, feel free to leave. No one is forcing you to participate. Gu Bai's restraint warranted Tianshu's consideration, for in his eyes, Gu Bai held far more significance than Lu Jingho. Setting aside the fact that Gu Bai could effortlessly summon billions in capital, he had already been accepted into Tianshu's inner circle during their recent interactions. What was Lu Jingho in comparison? It was likely that Lu Jingho's temperament had offended many, as the second-generation elites present were merely watching the spectacle unfold. Showing no inclination to defend him. Used to being the butt of jokes, he shrugged. I was just kidding. Why take it so seriously? With that, he fell silent, leaving his thoughts unknown to others. All right, since there are no issues, let's commence. With that, a large group made their way to the circuit's entrance, proceeding in an orderly fashion according to the designated positions. Regardless of the vehicle, each sported the SSCC logo. Leading the pack were Qin Fun's Ferrari LaFerrari, Principal Wang's Porsche 918, and Tianshu's McLaren P1. Three magnificent machines paving the way along the planned route, with the intention of showcasing their presence in the city, necessitating no excessive speed. The subsequent vehicles formed a luxurious parade of nearly 100 supercars, a sight that could easily be valued in the multi-million range. Accompanied by a media convoy capturing the spectacle, several influencers with access to resources began live streaming the event, including Kai Luoli, a signed streamer under Xingnai Media. Dear viewers, can you believe this? So many supercars. I've never seen anything like it in my life. The viewers in Kai Luoli's live stream went wild with comments. Poverty has limited my imagination. Even if I were given one of these cars, I couldn't afford to drive it. With my monthly salary of 3,000, I'm only deserving of watching from behind a screen. I make $500 a month and don't even dare to speak, fearing my spit might ruin my phone. With a salary of 1,800, who dares to compete in the misery stakes? All these big shots, and here I am, trembling under a mountain of debt. As the conversation escalated, the focus shifted. Inside the cars, Chi-Man chuckled as she turned to Gu Bai. I thought you were going to confront that guy just now. Rolling his eyes, Gu Bai replied teasingly, do you think this is some kind of epic tale? Just casually slapping faces? Would that even count as a slap? I might as well summon an army of 100,000 to return and frighten him. But where would I find such an army? Upon hearing this, Chi-Man burst into laughter. In this year of 7,102, where would one find such face-slapping theatrics? After all, he was simply an unsociable individual. Why should Gu Bai place Tianshu in a difficult position over such trivial matters? After more than half an hour, the convoy officially entered the city center. Passers-by, upon witnessing such a grand spectacle, eagerly raised their phones to capture the moment. What is happening? Hundreds of supercars cruising the streets? Wealthy people truly know how to have fun. Some familiar with the racing festival explained, the SSCC Supercar Club is holding a racing festival. This is likely part of the event. A group of affluent second-generation elites, clearly with too much time on their hands. While some gazed on with envy, others harbored jealousy. When it comes to supercars, the association with the affluent second generation is almost inevitable, and in Huagua, the term rich second generation is hardly regarded as a compliment. Those behind the wheels could not hear the chatter of the onlookers, but even if they did, it would matter little to them. The world has grown increasingly unjust. Why should we not be allowed to vent our frustrations and indulge our whims? The street racing activities have nearly reached their conclusion, and the crowd has begun to disperse. As they ventured into the suburbs, the once orderly procession of vehicles became increasingly unruly, with cars overtaking each other and speeding away, fully unleashing the innate nature of their sports cars. Amidst the cascading waves of sound reverberating around him, Gu Bai could not resist pressing down harder on the accelerator. After all, he was still a young man brimming with passion. As they approached the entrance of the racetrack, Gu Bai intended to ease off the speed when suddenly, a Ferrari 488 surged past him, forcing him unceremoniously towards the roadside. Gu Bai, not exactly an experienced driver, reacted instinctively, slamming on the brakes and yanking the steering wheel to the left, the tires screeching in protest. Chi-Man, seated beside him, was equally taken aback, gasping and gripping the door handle tightly. Fortunately, The sports car's brakes were effective, preventing a collision with the nearby gate. Yet Gu Bai's mind momentarily went blank. In such a scenario, a truly seasoned driver would not have braked so abruptly. Even if a collision with the 488 occurred, it would likely have resulted in nothing more than a minor scrape. However, despite having lived 2 lifetimes, Gu Bai was still a novice behind the wheel, his instinctive reactions nearly costing him dearly. Had he collided with the gate, he would have surely suffered a concussion, if not a significant bump on his head. After the owner of the 488 maneuvered his vehicle to the side and exited, Gu Bai noticed his face, initially pale from shock, now darkening with displeasure, his eyes narrowing. The unexpected turn of events caught the attention of those around, and upon realizing it was Gu Bai's car, Li Juan and Tian Shu hurriedly approached. "Old Gu, are you all right?" Tian Shu had personally invited Gu Bai to this racing festival, and if anything were to happen, he would feel personally responsible. As Gu Bai's complexion gradually returned to normal, he gently shook his head. "I'm fine." Li Juan and Tian Shu exchanged glances, clearly understanding the situation. Their gazes landing on Lu Jingho, who was casually lighting a cigarette against his car. Their frustration was palpable. Gu Bai, however, refrained from joining in the cursing and instead turned to the still-shaken Chi-Man, saying calmly, "Chi-Man, please exit the vehicle." "Ah, all right." Without hesitation, Chi-Man opened the door and stepped out. Sensing Gu Bai's intentions, Li Juan quickly reached through the window to grab his arm. "Old Gu, don't act impulsively. Let Tian Shu handle this." Yet, Tian Shu merely pulled Li Juan's hand back. "Let him go. This brat thinks he can act with impunity in Shanghai." Gu Bai had previously ignored Lu Jingho out of pride, but now the latter had audaciously pushed his luck. This not only offended Gu Bai, but also Tian Shu, the host of the event. They were a group of young men unaccustomed to swallowing their pride. After Chi-Man exited the car, Gu Bai fastened his seatbelt, rolled up the windows, and floored the accelerator towards Lu Jingho's parked 488. The acceleration of 0 to 100 kilometers h in 2.9 seconds was no trivial matter. Within mere moments, he closed the distance. Seeing the charging bull of a car hurtling towards him, Lu Jingho's pupils dilated, and without a second thought, he rolled to the side. While he could escape, his car could not. With a deafening crash, the side of the 488 crumpled. Gu Bai, still feeling unsatisfied, reversed and repeated the action. After several repetitions, the 488 was left in a C shape, and Gu Bai's own night shadow was nearly half destroyed. Stepping out of his vehicle, Gu Bai shook his head to clear the daze and glanced at Lu Jingho, who was crouched nearby. "My apologies, the brakes failed." Only after uttering this did Gu Bai feel a semblance of relief wash over him. Since his rebirth, he had endeavored to temper the arrogance stemming from his sudden wealth, maintaining a demeanor of humility. Yet, this did not imply he lacked the audacity typical of youth. Could one truly call themselves a prodigal if they had not indulged in extravagance at least once? Chapter 55. Are you mad? Observing the battered remains of the 488, Lu Jingho's heart twisted in anguish. He had only recently acquired the car. Gu Bai shot him a cold glance. "Are you deaf? Did I not mention that the brakes failed?" Following this incident, a crowd began to gather, drawn by the spectacle, with reporters among the most excited. Events like racing festivals typically attracted only those genuinely interested in supercars, but conflicts among the wealthy, especially involving the destruction of high-value automobiles, were the juiciest gossip for the masses. Not far away, the live stream by Kai Luoli captured the entire scene. Unfortunately, lacking sophistication, she could only exclaim, "Is this the realm of the wealthy? A Ferrari 488, a car I could never afford despite a lifetime of toil, reduced to this state? I had always assumed that those spending tens of millions in live streams were the true tycoons, but today I learned that the real elites treat supercars like bowling balls." At this moment, the racetrack security, under Tian Shu's direction, began to restore order, preventing the invited media from approaching. Kai Luoli was promptly instructed to terminate her live stream. Several of Lu Jingho's acquaintances rushed to assist him. Li Juan, Tian Shu, and Zhao Weiwei promptly stood by Gu Bai's side. The significance of their connections became evident. "Lu Jingho, are you seeking death?" Tian Shu, as the organizer of the racing festival, was in his element. "Brother Tian, are you siding with him? My car was destroyed, and you come to confront me?" Although Tian Shu and his companions held considerable stature in Shanghai, it did not mean Lu Jingho would cower before them. "Stop spouting nonsense. You started this. You initiated this mess. You should be prepared to deal with the consequences." Li Jun, typically the affable one, now stepped forward with a stern countenance. Lu Jingho understood that since they had chosen to stand by Gu Bai, they had no intention of diffusing the situation. Given Lu Jingho's character, it was impossible for him to have survived in Shanghai without some level of confidence. However, he recognized the boundaries and refrained from directing his ire at Li Jun and the others, instead fixing his cold gaze on Gu Bai. Buddy, if you don't provide an explanation to my brother today, I can assure you that your future in Shanghai will be anything but pleasant. Upon hearing this, Gu Bai merely smiled faintly and stepped forward. Unpleasant? What do you mean by that? That's for you to figure out. This territory of Shanghai is not a playground for a rural upstart like you. As Lu Jingho continued to emphasize his connections to Shanghai, Gu Bai's anger flared. Let me make it clear today, this matter is easily resolved. It simply involves compensation. Hire a lawyer, I will pay. But you won't see a dime for 3 to 5 years. If you can prove otherwise, I will write my name backward. I would gladly spend a few million on legal fees to drag this out. I'm quite curious to see how you plan to make my life difficult in Shanghai. Today, I'm giving Brother Tian face. Had this been in one province, I would have ensured you and your car were both totaled. Who couldn't he boast when they had a system backing them? Even if Gu Bai exaggerated, no one could uncover a single flaw in his identity. Observing Gu Bai's audacious demeanor, not only did Lu Jingho and his companions feel a twinge of trepidation, but even Li Jun and the others regarded him as though seeing him for the first time. This was the same Gu Bai who typically wore a friendly smile towards everyone. Lu Jingho couldn't help but wonder, in this day and age, was there truly someone so audacious? In the present day, those who dare to brazenly utter threats of rendering both person and vehicle into ruin in public either possess an extraordinary level of foolishness or an undeniable audacity. In that moment, Gu Bai found himself uncertain as to which category he belonged. Having spent a month mingling with Li Jun and his associates, Gu Bai had garnered a modicum of recognition within the Shanghai circle. There were indeed several familiar faces who were aware of this enigmatic outsider, a second-generation individual from afar. While many such outsiders roamed freely, none particularly regarded him as noteworthy. However, given Gu Bai's behavior today, it was evident that his background was likely substantial, prompting him to remain vigilant and intent on unearthing more information upon his return. Beside Lu Jingho, the so-called companions exchanged glances, each pondering their own thoughts in silence, yet sharing a tacit understanding to refrain from speaking. They were neither Li Jun nor Tian Shu, merely a group of third-tier affluent heirs. Their mere presence to bolster Lu Jingho's resolve was already commendable, without any intention of jeopardizing their own standing. Lu Jingho was acutely aware of their sentiments, recognizing that he was in a precarious situation. Just as he was about to utter a sharp retort and depart, Qin Fun, who had been spectating the unfolding drama, approached. Enough of this. We are all here for a good time. Why escalate things to the point of flushed faces and raised voices, especially with a throng of journalists present? Do you genuinely wish to feature in tomorrow's headlines? As a prominent figure among the Shanghai elite, Qin Fun's words carried considerable weight in this gathering. Brother Qin, it's not that I seek trouble, but this scoundrel has crossed the line. You witnessed the events transpire. He has left my face ringing from his blows. If I were to cower like a coward, how could I ever show my face in public again? I have been present during your provocations on 2 occasions. Are you now here to play the victim? If one dares to instigate, one must also be prepared to confront the consequences. Who do you think you are putting on this act for? Upon hearing Qin Fun's remarks, Lu Jingho couldn't help but scrutinize him more closely, pondering whether Qin Fun intended to side with Gu Bai. If that were the case, he would need to re-evaluate Gu Bai's standing. However, after Qin Fun had addressed him, he turned to Gu Bai and stated, Gu Bai, allow me to act as a mediator. Grant me this favor, and we can put this matter to rest. Let it be handled as it should. What do you say? Ultimately, Qin Fun, being a native of Shanghai, would naturally lean slightly in favor of Lu Jingho, a fact that did not escape Gu Bai's notice. I am indifferent. I have vented my frustrations, and the monetary compensation is of no concern to me. Let it unfold as it must. This was not so much an act of conceding to Qin Fun, for he held no significant sway over Gu Bai. A polite address of Brother Qin was merely a formality. Should matters escalate, he was confident in his own standing. The primary motive was simply to alleviate his frustration. There was no need to escalate the situation unnecessarily, for doing so would only serve to his detriment. Yet, Qin Fun perceived it differently, interpreting Gu Bai's response as a gesture of goodwill towards him, and flashed a benevolent smile, recognizing that Gu Bai was not one to easily back down. "And what of you?" Qin Fan inquired, casting a glance at Lu Jingho. "Brother Qin, spare me your lengthy discourse. I am merely here to advocate for peace. If you truly wish to continue this altercation, then by all means, proceed as you desire." With that, he ceased his engagement, choosing instead to converse quietly with Tian Shu. "Very well, let us await the repair estimate from the dealership." With that, he felt it was time to depart, shaking off the two companions who had been supporting him, and made his way toward the exit. As for his companions, upon witnessing Lu Jingho's departure, they treated the incident as if it had never occurred, resuming their conversations and dispersing together. Since the main party had no intention of prolonging the discourse, what more could they do? Li Jun had initially intended to speak with Gu Bai, but was suddenly struck by a thought, exclaiming as he rushed to the front of the car, lamenting, "Gu Bai, is this how you treat my prized possession? It has barely been a month." "Truth be told, I am filled with regret," Gu Bai responded nonchalantly. "Regret? What good does that do now?" Gu Bai shrugged. "It's not that I regret damaging your vehicle. Rather, I lament not using yours to do so. It would have been more economical and less troublesome, unlike now, when I may find myself without a car at all." "Are you even speaking coherently?" Li Jun rolled his eyes in disbelief. At that moment, Wang, a fellow student, could no longer suppress a chuckle, remarking, "I see no hint of remorse in your demeanor." "Who said that? My insides are practically twisted with regret. Did you not express interest in purchasing my 918? If you are willing, we can finalize that deal shortly, and you will have a car to drive." "Are you serious?" Gu Bai's eyes sparkled with eagerness. He had long coveted the top 3 supercars, and the mere prospect of Wang selling his car instantly dissipated any lingering frustration from the earlier incident. "Of course, I am serious." Initially, Principal Wang had regarded Gu Bai as just another member of Li Jun's circle, even with a degree of skepticism regarding his background. However, following today's events, he found himself eager to cultivate a friendship with Gu Bai, not for any ulterior motives, but because he resonated with Gu Bai's spirited disposition. As a person bold enough to publicly chastise one of the 4 young lords of Beijing, and with a character that defied convention, encountering someone equally unrestrained like Gu Bai naturally fostered a sense of camaraderie. Qin Fan interjected, "Tonight, I will organize a gathering. You two can discuss matters further then." He then turned to Gu Bai, "Allow me to extend my apologies. My earlier involvement was not something I sought, yet the situation unfolded as it did. Since you have afforded me this courtesy, I shall reciprocate. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. Would you be willing to sell me that LaFerrari of yours?" "Not a chance." "Then why utter such nonsense?" Gu Bai scoffed. "If you genuinely wish to acquire a vehicle, I have a lead. However, it requires a trip to Europe. I know someone with a Poison model, the very one that has driven Li Jun nearly to madness. In terms of value, it may even surpass the LaFerrari. If you are interested, I shall keep you informed when I make the trip. I had intended to acquire it for myself." "Very well." Li Jun, eavesdropping nearby, could hardly contain his envy, his mouth watering at the prospect. Yet his empty pockets rendered him powerless to act. As they continued their casual banter, a notification chimed in Gu Bai's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have achieved a new milestone. Confidence levels have increased by 15. The dream fund has been dispersed." Just moments ago, Gu Bai had speculated that the system would soon make an appearance. And true to form, it did not disappoint. This time, Gu Bai genuinely felt the surge of confidence. It was not merely a bout of arrogance. Rather, since his rebirth, he had restrained his true self, and now he had fully embraced his nature, allowing himself to swell with pride. It must be said, this feeling was truly exhilarating. Chapter 56. Black Swan Capital at the Wanda Plaza in Songjiang, a Starbucks. A pristine, white Porsche 918 glided into view, casually parking by the roadside, capturing the attention of many passersby. Numerous pedestrians outside Starbucks couldn't resist pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Although the 918 lacked the flamboyance of a Lamborghini's scissor doors or the elegance of butterfly doors, its simple upward opening design was unmistakably striking. Dressed in a light gray summer trench coat, with impeccably styled hair, one might mistake him for a member of a boy band. This individual was none other than Gu Bai. Several days had passed since the SSCC Racing Festival, and the Lamborghini's Night Shadow had swiftly been returned to the manufacturer for repairs. As for Lu Jingho's Ferrari 488, he merely compensated a token sum of several $100,000. Though Lu Jingho was disgruntled, he had little choice, as the assessments dictated such compensation. As for the humiliation suffered in public, that was not Gu Bai's concern. The illustrious Porsche 918 has officially transitioned from Principal Wang's possession to his own, acquired for the sum of 18 million. Coincidentally, this aligns with the value of the Patek Philippe 6002G adorning his wrist. In summary, it does not constitute a profit, nor a loss. After all, the official price of the Porsche 918 hovers around 15 million. A slight appreciation over 3 years is entirely expected, though a decline may ensue in the subsequent years. Yet, for Gu Bai, this is of little consequence. One cannot expect him to postpone his acquisition merely to save a few million. Casting a glance at the onlookers, whose expressions mirrored that of individuals encountering a rare species, he remained unfazed and strode directly into Starbucks. Today marked the scheduled interview with the headhunting firm, and Gu Bai found it perplexing that so many insisted on discussing matters in a CAF, as if it would lend an air of sophistication. If that were indeed the case, one would think a more upscale establishment would be chosen, rather than Starbucks. However, Gu Bai dismissed the urge to critique further, secured the car door, and proceeded inside. He promptly dialed the headhunting firm's representative. After a brief exchange, he finally located them in a relatively quiet corner. The headhunting staff immediately recognized Gu Bai and rose promptly, addressing him as Mr. Gu. Seated nearby were 2 individuals, a man in his 40s, impeccably dressed in a wrinkle-free suit, exuding an air of meticulousness and stability, and a woman, presumably in her 20s, donned in a sleek black suit, with several pages of documents laid before her, projecting the persona of an urban power woman. Upon hearing the headhunter's introduction, both stood to greet him, eliciting curious glances from other so-called workplace elites engrossed in their laptops. Gu Bai extended his hand, gently pressing down to signal them to take their seats. Once seated, the headhunter commenced the introductions. Mr. Gu, allow me to present Mr. Xiao Sheng and Ms. Xiao Chong. Gu Bai nodded and took a moment to observe the two. Name: Xiao Chong Aesthetic Appeal, 92 Health, 94 Affinity, 30 Name. Xiao Sheng Aesthetic Appeal, 78 Physical Condition, 85 Affinity, 30. The strikingly uniform affinity scores between the two piqued Gu Bai's interest. He placed his phone on the table, lightly tapping its back with his fingertips. There was no need for superfluous chatter. He opted to introduce himself first, not merely his name, but rather his academic and professional background, alongside his advantages in the corporate realm. As Gu Bai scrutinized them, they too were appraising him, until Xiao Chong broke the silence. I am Xiao Chong, a graduate of Harvard Business School with an MBA. During my studies, I interned at Sequoia Capital and subsequently held key positions as an investment advisor, granting me significant insight into the current capital market. My return to China coincides with the nation's capital dividend period, and I aspire to make a mark in this landscape. Xiao Chong's gaze was unwavering, her brows infused with confidence. At her age, achieving such a status is not merely rare, but exceptional. Gu Bai nodded and turned his attention to Xiao Sheng, inviting him to share his background. After absorbing Xiao Chong's impressive credentials, Xiao Sheng felt his own confidence wane, a natural reaction given her resplendent resume. The stark contrast of youth and potential weighed heavily on him. After all, no employer would overlook the appeal of an employee who continuously evolves. However, he was determined not to falter. Straightening his suit, he began, I am Xiao Sheng, with a bachelor's degree. I have served as the Risk Control Director at Yuanhui Capital and as the Deputy Director of the Investment Division at IDG China, with experience managing billion-yuan projects independently. In a succinct manner, he laid bare his strengths and weaknesses. His lack of a higher degree was a common plight of his generation, while the past decade had seen the emergence of more highly educated elites. Once they concluded, they presented Gu Bai with the prepared documents. He perused them briefly, grasping the overall situation before inquiring, I trust the headhunting firm has briefed you on the specifics? My company has yet to be established. It is essentially a shell company. Not even that, as it only received official registration today. Afterward, he retrieved a document from the side. The name read, Black Swan Investment Company, Limited, Black Swan Capital, and the figures listed captivated their attention. 5 billion, a staggering sum of funds, accompanied by a notation indicating the actual capital contribution. Observing their reactions, Gu Bai offered a faint smile, as this was precisely the impression he sought to convey, ensuring they recognized that his company was not merely a trivial endeavor, but rather one of substantial significance. Currently, the actual investment of the company stands at 5 billion. I would like to inquire which domestic industries you deem most promising for independent management opportunities. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong responded with unwavering conviction. The internet. Not only now, but for the next 20 years, the internet industry will thrive. Gu Bai nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Xiao Sheng. And what of you, Mr. Xiao? I share Ms. Zhao's perspective, albeit with a slight distinction. I am particularly optimistic about offline industries centered around internet users, such as the burgeoning bike-sharing and food delivery sectors. As for Xiao Sheng's comments, Gu Bai refrained from expressing any opinion. In truth, he possessed little knowledge in this domain. He was merely gauging the two individuals' levels of insight and investment inclinations. Thus far, their responses appeared somewhat vague, especially Xiao Chong's, which could be described as overly ambitious. For my final question, if you are amenable, we may proceed to discuss salary expectations. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, both individuals instinctively straightened in their seats, their demeanor markedly more formal than when Gu Bai first arrived. He had effectively demonstrated his capabilities, and the prospect of a company with an initial investment of $5 billion was bound to command attention. Investment firms differ from traditional businesses. They do not yield immediate profits. Generally, to generate returns, a lengthy cycle is involved, whether through equity dividends or public offerings. Therefore, to scale the company, continuous capital infusion is essential. Whether through attracting partners or self-investment, it is untenable to merely subsist on initial registered capital. Unless, of course, it is a mere FAAD of a shell company, which Gu Bai's venture unequivocally was not. Mr. Gu, may I inquire about the specifics? Gu Bai responded directly, the matter is straightforward. In the early stages of the company, I will not grant you any autonomy in operations. You will be required to follow my directives closely regarding project details. Essentially, in certain respects, you will function as tools. Is this agreeable to you? Upon hearing this, both fell silent, particularly Xiao Chong, as Gu Bai's declaration resonated deeply within her, leading her to mentally mark him down as a potential adversary. She was young, brimming with ambition and fervor. This is precisely why she decided to return to her homeland. If her intention was merely to serve as a tool, why would she come back? Regardless of the scale of Gu Bai's company, could it possibly surpass the renowned Sequoia Capital that holds prestige throughout the entire capital market? In contrast, Xiao Sheng, after listening to Gu Bai's words, merely pondered for a moment before accepting. He had aged, devoid of the fervor of youth, and his departure from IDG stemmed from an inability to endure the high-intensity assessment tasks of their firm. For him, being a mere tool would rather be more comfortable. After contemplating for less than 2 minutes, Xiao Sheng provided his response. Mr. Gu, I believe I can accept this condition. His agreement was entirely within Gu Bai's expectations. As his resume did not boast many remarkable investment experiences, yet he had not committed any grievous errors. He was a quintessential, moderate talent. The salary offered was 2 times that of his previous position at IDG. Could he accept it? Certainly. Xiao Sheng had already prepared himself for a salary lower than before. And now, with a 20% increase, what was there to be dissatisfied about? Observing Xiao Chong, who had begun to gather her documents, Gu Bai rose and extended his right hand toward Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng, beaming with joy, clasped Gu Bai's hand in return. Welcome to Black Swan Capital. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for your appreciation. Chapter 57. Are you not afraid of Wu Yifan seeing? Witnessing the handshake between Gu Bai and Xiao Sheng, the staff from the headhunting firm could not conceal their delight. Their successful collaboration would yield a substantial commission. Congratulations, Mr. Xiao. Congratulations, Mr. Gu. I shall not intrude any longer. Seeing that the two had reached a superficial consensus, Xiao Chong understood her opportunity had slipped away. She stood, smiled at the group, and prepared to leave, exuding an air of decisiveness. Miss Xiao, please hold on. Having already exited her seat, Xiao Chong turned back, perplexed, to regard Gu Bai. Is there something else, Mr. Gu? Gu Bai smiled. While we have an industry elite like Xiao Sheng joining our company, I do not wish to overlook you, Miss Xiao. After all, who would refuse to have more talent under their wing? Mr. Gu, are you suggesting? Gu Bai reclined back into his chair. If you do not mind, I would like to extend an invitation for you and Xiao Sheng to join my company, with a salary aligned with Xiao Sheng's. Furthermore, I can promise the establishment of a new investment department, one that I would not interfere with in its operation. As long as you possess the capability, this department could be entrusted entirely to you. Of course, this would not commence immediately, but it would not exceed 1 year. This can be stipulated in the contract. If I fail to fulfill this condition within a year, you may leave unconditionally, and the company will compensate you for any time lost. Since he chose the investment sector, Gubai could not confine himself to a narrow perspective. To put it bluntly, in his previous life, he was an ordinary individual with limited understanding of market fluctuations, with only a slightly deeper knowledge of the entertainment industry. Now, with an elite like Xiao Chong, who possessed profound industry insights, why not allow her a chance? Moreover, Gubai was not immediately relinquishing authority to her. This served as a probationary period. Should she excel during this time, he would genuinely place his trust in her. If not, she was free to pursue her own path, as capital does not sustain those who only consume without contributing. Upon hearing Gubai's words, a gleam of excitement flashed in Xiao Chong's eyes. Mr. Gu is not jesting? Gubai spread his hands, adorned with an enchanting smile. I never jest in formal settings. If that is the case, then I accept. Xiao Chong's thoughts were straightforward. She had no reason to refuse. She was already seeking employment. And Gubai's recognition was a significant fortune, especially with such generous terms presented. Surely, no one believes that an MBA from Harvard Business School grants them the privilege to select any job at will? While this may hold true for ordinary small firms, does it apply to Gubai's company? A 500 million scale investment firm may not be vast in the investment market, yet it certainly attracts many eager to gain entry. The staff from the headhunting firm beamed at this scene, their smiles wide. They calculated their commissions based on headcount, and such an investment yielding double returns was a rare occurrence. Gubai cast a glance at them, but paid little heed. Can one not be happy when profits are made? With the meeting concluded, Gubai donned his sunglasses once more. The company is located in the Central Tower of Shanghai. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, simply go to the 30th floor and seek out someone named Yin Xiaobo to sign the contract. Additionally, our company is on the 55th floor, still under renovation. Now is the perfect time for you to reach out to your former colleagues, as the company is in its nascent stage and in dire need of personnel. Understood. Rest assured, Mr. Gu. Gubai nodded and then addressed the headhunting staff. You should also put some effort into our company's mid-level recruitment. I expect it to be completed within the next few days. Upon hearing Gubai's words, the staff nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Mr. Gu, our major departments are working diligently on your request. I believe we will present the list to you shortly. Only then did Gubai leave with a satisfied nod. It was not until Gubai exited Starbucks that Xiao Sheng inquired of the headhunting staff, does Mr. Gu have additional orders with your firm? Hearing this question, the staff smiled mysteriously. All mid to senior level positions in your company are likely to be sourced from ours. I cannot disclose the specific numbers, but I can tell you that Mr. Gu has already paid over 7 figures in commissions. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong and Xiao Sheng exchanged resigned smiles. This exemplifies the disparity between individuals. Some scramble for work, wandering aimlessly with no prospects, while others can start a company without concern, merely needing to wield their capital to recruit talent. Gubai was, of course, oblivious to their discussions. He drove directly to Financial University, where he had arranged to meet Zhang Yuming. Although he was accompanied daily by Qi Man, the so-called Sea King is one who believes in sharing his affections evenly, ensuring no single fish receives undue favor. When Gubai's Porsche 918 arrived smoothly at the base of the Financial University, he pulled out his phone and dialed Zhang Yuming's number. In her dormitory, Zhang Yuming had finished her makeup. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and she wore a loose black camisole that revealed her flat abdomen and vertical navel as she moved. Her lower half was clad in simple shorts that showcased her fair, long legs. When Gubai's call came in, she quickly answered. I'm all made up. Wait for me downstairs. I'll be there shortly. After speaking, she tucked her phone into her bag and prepared to leave. Where are you off to, Yuming? Are you going to meet your Gubai Appa? Sure. Jingjing suddenly hugged Zhang Yuming from behind, giggling. Yes, I'm envious. Why not take me with you? If you're willing to bring me along, I wouldn't mind at all. You're killing me with your beauty. Listening to their playful banter, Yao Pei, seated nearby with a book, hesitated before slowly asking, Are you still in contact with that Gubai? Upon hearing Yao Pei's words, Zhang Yuming awkwardly nodded. After the incident at the mall, she had deceived Yao Pei into believing they had broken up, and now publicly admitting to meeting Gubai felt like a slap in the face. Yao Pei shook her head. Yuming, we've known each other for 3 years. I've always considered the girls in this dormitory my closest sisters. There is something I know I shouldn't say, but I must advise you. This Gubai is handsome and wealthy. If he truly likes you, that would be your fortune. But judging by his demeanor, it seems he only intends to play around. Don't let yourself fall too deeply. Some things are best earned through your own efforts. What others provide is ultimately theirs to give. As soon as Yao Pei's words left her mouth, Zhang Yuming's expression turned icy. Pei Jie, do you not think you are a bit overstepping your bounds? I only mentioned it out of our long-standing sisterhood. Had it been anyone else, I, Yao Pei, would not have even spared a glance. To see my good intentions treated as if they were worthless and to be reprimanded for meddling has left me feeling somewhat humiliated, and my tone has inevitably sharpened. I can manage my own affairs perfectly well, and I do not require your supervision. You should focus on your own matters instead. Have you not seen the fate that befell Lu Xueping from the Economics and Management Department? Is it your desire to tread the same path and find yourself in such a predicament? Lu Xueping was a girl from the Economics and Management Department who, in her freshman year, thought she had secured a wealthy partner, only to be discarded shortly thereafter, resulting in an unwanted pregnancy. Her family caused a commotion at the university, and although the boy compensated her handsomely, she could not bear to continue her studies and chose to drop out. Yao Pei was aware that such words should not have escaped her lips, yet she could not suppress them, believing herself to be acting in her friend's best interest. Zhang Yuming recognized that her tone had been excessive, yet she felt no inclination to apologize, grabbing her bag and striding out of the dormitory. Yao Pei's words did hold merit, and Zhang Yuming understood the truth in them. Had she confided in her privately, she might have been able to dismiss it without anger. However, to say such things in front of so many in the dormitory, was she not directly implying that she was akin to Lu Xueping, that materialistic girl? She was certainly not the type to lay everything bare like Chi Man, and this left her wondering how to navigate her relationships within the dormitory moving forward. With a heavy heart, she descended the stairs, failing to spot Gu Bai's familiar silhouette. Instead, a pristine white Porsche 918 was parked nearby. As a former salesperson at a Lamborghini dealership, she recognized such top-tier supercars. She approached the 918, hoping to ascertain if it belonged to Gu Bai. Peering through the windshield, she caught sight of his face, and Zhang Yuming quickly adjusted her expression. She would not allow her negative emotions to surface in front of him. Gu Bai, seated within the car, naturally noticed Zhang Yuming. The passenger door swung open, and without hesitation, she slid into the seat beside him. As soon as she was settled, Gu Bai could not help but inquire, "Aren't you afraid of being seen by Wu Yifan dressed like that?" "Huh?" Zhang Yuming replied, her expression one of confusion. "What is wrong with him seeing me?" Gu Bai shook his head. "It's nothing, nothing." Zhang Yuming remained perplexed, but soon her expression shifted to one of excitement as she exclaimed, "When did you get a new car?" "The Porsche 918, it must be quite expensive. The previous car was damaged when I went to Hangzhou, so it's being repaired in Italy." "Oh, are you all right?" she asked, worry etching her features as she glanced at him. Gu Bai pressed the accelerator, pulling away from the girl's dormitory, casting her an eye roll. "If I were in trouble, do you think I could sit here?" Only after the 918 had left the university did Gu Bai ask, "Where are we headed for fun? Are we following my lead?" Zhang Yuming responded, her excitement palpable. Previously, she had always followed his plans, rarely voicing her own opinions, and even when she did, Gu Bai would promptly dismiss them. Gu Bai nodded. "Today, I'll indulge you. Whatever you wish to do, we shall do. Shall we go to the movies first?" Zhang Yuming tentatively proposed. Gu Bai chuckled. "Do I seem like a tiger? Since I said you could decide? Why do you look so pitiful? I was just afraid you might not agree." With that, he programmed the nearest cinema into the navigation and turned the car around. "All right, let us go watch a movie." Chapter 58. What do you want to do? At this moment, on the 5th floor of the mall, which housed the cinema, Gu Bai lounged with his legs crossed in the waiting area, engrossed in his phone. Zhang Yuming sat beside him, occasionally offering him small snacks to enjoy, and he relished her attentive service. Watching a movie was, in most cases, a couple's activity, and the surrounding couples were drawn to the striking pair of Gu Bai and Zhang Yuming. Observing Zhang Yuming so dutifully feeding Gu Bai snacks, many male onlookers felt a pang of envy. "Gu Bai, have you ever watched a movie with anyone before?" Gu Bai, still chewing the snack she had fed him while scrolling through short videos, shook his head. No, he was not lying to Zhang Yuming. His longest relationship had been with Zhai Li, but that had only lasted a few months, as they had both been engrossed in their studies. Although they had dated a few times afterward, those relationships had been even shorter, often leading to swift breakups, typically culminating in more intimate encounters at hotels, named after the philosophical school founded by Confucius. He had never truly experienced the frills of romance. "So, this is your first time?" Zhang Yuming exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Though she was unsure what exactly excited her, Gu Bai nodded in agreement. Zhang Yuming's exuberance was genuine. Unbeknownst to her, she was unwittingly evolving into a devoted admirer. Is anyone born a devoted admirer? No, they are cultivated through experiences. When someone you adore remains indifferent, treating you with coldness, and suddenly shows you a semblance of concern, does that not bring you joy? After a few such instances, one may find themselves ensnared in their web. No matter how poorly they treat you, a mere morsel of kindness can ignite a spark of joy. Zhang Yumeng was currently caught in this mindset, as Gubai had always treated her as though she were inconsequential. Yet today he had given her a sense of importance, causing her heart to flutter with delight. Just then, the cinema's announcement rang out. The tickets for Hall A3 are now being checked. Please prepare to enter. Zhang Yumeng glanced at her movie ticket. That's us. Let us go in. All right. The movie had yet to start, and the lights in the screening room remained on. Zhang Yumeng, holding 2 large boxes of popcorn, followed Gubai to their seats. Setting down the popcorn, she pulled out her phone, snapping a picture of the screen before taking a selfie. Unsatisfied with the first attempt, she turned to Gubai and shyly asked, Gubai, can we take a photo together? I want to post it on my friend's circle. She looked at him with a pleading expression. Gubai chuckled at her pitiful demeanor. It seemed Zhang Yumeng embodied the notion that materialistic girls are strong against the weak, yet weak against the strong. Go ahead, it's not like I'm stopping you. Gubai was unbothered by such matters. Had he cared, he wouldn't have brought Shi Man to the racing festival last time, when so many reporters were present. Even if he were to gain notoriety online someday, labeled a player, it would not faze him. After all, didn't he the likes of Luo Zushi and Wu Daosher still thrive despite their transgressions? As soon as Zhang Yumeng received his consent, she chose the most flattering angle and captured a photo with Gubai, making sure to include the 6002G on his left wrist. Though it wasn't hers, it was still her boyfriend's. As a goddess of finance, she was a notable figure in her social circle. Upon posting the photo, numerous comments flooded in. Wow, Yumeng, is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome. Is he the Lamborghini god who helped you out last time? Truly, all the gods are someone else's. Zhang Yumeng beamed at the second comment, replying cheerfully, he is not in the Lamborghini anymore. I said that car was too cramped for me, so he got a Porsche 918 instead. Sour, sour, I'm surrounded by lemons. Zhang Yumeng, upon reading the comments beneath her friend's circle post, found herself laughing uncontrollably. However, her amusement was abruptly interrupted by a comment from an unknown admirer. Yumeng, will you truly be happy with him? Will he be available for you at all times? His worth fluctuates in the hundreds of thousands, just like your time, which seems equally invaluable. After responding, still feeling aggrieved, she promptly blocked him. In the boys' dormitory of the university, a male student with a face marred by acne scars realized he could no longer view Zhang Yumeng's posts. After sending a message, he was disheartened to see a red exclamation mark appear. Is anyone willing to accompany me for a drink? He lamented. Almost immediately, a few of his roommates, sprawled on their beds, raised their hands in eager agreement. What's up, Shinrui? Struck it rich. Not at all. Zhang Yumeng blocked me. No worries. Let's drink. There are countless women in the world. If one doesn't pique my interest, I shall simply move on. Who cares about the consequences? After a drunken night, everything will be forgotten. How about we go to the little crayfish place by the school gate? Suddenly, Shinrui recalled that he had exhausted his monthly allowance, and even his credit limit was depleted. With a glance at his roommates, he gritted his teeth and withdrew his 500 yuan emergency fund. Shall we buy some cold dishes and a few crates of beer to enjoy in the dorm? Although his roommates were somewhat reluctant, they readily agreed, knowing it was on someone else's tab. As they stepped out, Shinrui nearly burst into tears. How can I love you when I can't even pay back my credit? The goddess is never wrong. Meanwhile, Zhang Yumeng was engrossed in a film that had garnered significant buzz prior to its release, The Sewing Machine Band, a movie that boasted a mere 6.6 rating on Dubon. Not only that, but it was also a box office disappointment. Yet Gubai had an inexplicable fondness for it from his previous life. The issues with the film weren't particularly egregious. It was quite acceptable to the average viewer. However, the problem lay in its unappealing presentation. The previous film, Pancake Man, had capitalized on nostalgia and raked in immense profits, but less than 2 years later, the audience was less forgiving. Gubai had already watched this film a few times and had little desire to revisit it. He lamented that if only he had been reborn 2 years earlier, he might have been able to ride the coattails of Wolf Warrior 2, which was still showing, having its run extended for an additional month. Gubai recalled that the film's total box office earnings reached 5.86 billion yuan, a record that remained unbroken even after his rebirth. The revenue share was secondary. The main advantage was that any company involved in the investment of Wolf Warrior 2 would see its reputation soar within the industry in no time. It seemed imperative to expedite the entertainment company's plans. Once this live streaming event was completed, he could leap into the entertainment realm. He hoped the Level 2 system would lend some assistance. Nestled in Gu Bai's embrace, Zhang Yiming noticed him lost in thought and playfully shoved a piece of popcorn into his mouth. "What are you thinking about? Wondering if you've matured these past few days." Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, Zhang Yiming's face flushed crimson as she quickly glanced around to ensure no one was watching. Thankfully, the dimly lit theater concealed her expression. "What are you trying to do? There are so many people here. Are you trying to get us killed?" Observing her feigned indignation, Gu Bai leaned closer to her ear. Thinking, "What?" Zhang Yiming, momentarily perplexed by Gu Bai's meaning, gazed up at him. Noticing the mischievous grin at the corner of his mouth and recalling his earlier words, she finally grasped his intent. Feeling Gu Bai's large hand, she quickly grasped it. "Is tonight all right? I've already told the others I won't be going back." Only then did Gu Bai withdraw his sinful hand. Halfway through the film, Gu Bai found it increasingly dull, and even Zhang Yiming, who had been teased by him, lost interest. "Shall we leave?" "All right." Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Bai stood and took Zhang Yiming's hand, leading her down the aisle. Once they were in the car, Gu Bai asked, "Shall we eat first or go to the hotel?" "Let's eat first." Gu Bai, smiling at Zhang Yiming's proud demeanor, nodded knowingly. "Understood. We'll go to the hotel first." "Who said we're going to the hotel first?" "I said we should eat first. Can't we eat at the hotel?" "You just love to bully me." The Porsche 918 sped down the road, and soon they arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel in Shanghai. During the drive, Gu Bai had already called Dylan, who was now waiting at the hotel entrance. "Welcome back to the Shangri-La Hotel, Mr. Gu." As always, Dylan greeted him with the standard welcome. Gu Bai waved his hand dismissively. "Same as usual, please prepare my room." "The room has been prepared, and a table has been reserved for you in the restaurant." Although this was the third girl Gu Bai had brought in a month, Dylan showed no sign of surprise. He had seen men bring in 3 girls at once before, so what was unusual about 3 visits? Satisfied, Gu Bai led Zhang Yiming to the restaurant with Dylan. They were served Western cuisine, prepared by Ackerman himself, and Zhang Yiming left the meal beaming with joy. After finishing their meal, they declined Dylan's offer to escort them and took the elevator straight to the presidential suite. Having been there so many times, Gu Bai navigated with ease. He retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, and the two sat by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the view. It wasn't that he felt the need to drink red wine to elevate his status, but having a glass before engaging in activity was certainly beneficial for setting the mood. After a glass of red wine, Gu Bai found himself less impatient. Watching Zhang Yiming as she indulged in her own drink, she gracefully reclined like a kitten in his embrace. "Are you planning to sit here drinking all night?" Gu Bai lowered his gaze, chuckling softly as he gazed into Zhang Yiming's eyes. "Then what do you want me to do?" "I want." With a gentle flick, her delicate black camisole sailed through the air, sunlight streaming into the presidential suite, illuminating every corner. Chapter 59. The 3 treasures of barbecue. Ever since Zhang Yiming had gone to Hangzhou, Gu Bai hadn't seen her for some time. Perhaps it was a case of drought giving way to rain. Zhang Yiming had finally loosened her grip on this desolate land, now muddied. After completing their delivery, Gu Bai had no time for a post-work cigarette, and they both fell into a deep slumber. They slept soundly from 5 in the afternoon until 9 at night, and it was only when Deng Bo called to ask if he was returning to the dorm that he was roused from his slumber. Sitting up, Gu Bai, feeling a bit weak in the legs, walked into the bathroom. Gazing at his rather wan reflection in the mirror, he muttered to himself, "It seems I need to implement my fitness plan sooner rather than later. Otherwise, with this feeble physique, I might soon find myself facing the dreaded midlife crisis." Of course, this was also due to his recent indulgences. Not to mention Luo Yaqian. Both Qi Man and Zhang Yiming were prime temptresses in the eyes of men. How many men could possibly resist their allure? Surely, only those who had renounced worldly ties and ascended to a higher state of being could withstand such temptation. Gu Bai, a young man full of vitality, was certainly no match for them. In truth, Gu Bai's current frailty was not akin to the genuine weakness of Zhao Weiwei. Rather, it was superficial. If he refrained from women for a while and made some adjustments, he would soon recover. Exercise wouldn't even be necessary. But was that feasible? Gu Bai could only lament, "This is not the life I desire." If he couldn't even handle the 2 temptations of Qi Man and Zhang Yiming, how could he dare to call himself a sea king? Thus, abstaining from women was never a consideration for Gu Bai. Principles were not to be compromised. At this moment, Gubai found himself lamenting that the system had only granted him the performance of a sports car, yet had not provided him with fuel. If only the system could enhance his physical condition a bit, how wonderful that would be. He intended to find a moment to inquire with Zhao Weiwei and Li Jun about any secret remedies for health. Given their propensity for rolling around in the belly of the beast all day, they surely had some insights to share. After completing his morning routine, the phone in Gubai's room suddenly rang. Upon reaching for it, he saw it was a call from Lu Wei and answered directly. "Hello, Director Gu. I hope I'm not disturbing you?" "Not at all. Well, regarding the matter you mentioned earlier, I spoke with Yu, and we believe it's feasible. I usually stream in Shanghai, knowing that you are also in the city. I was wondering if you might have some time to share a meal?" After a week's interval, Lu Wei finally reached out. Gubai was not at all surprised by Lu Wei's acquiescence. Had he disagreed, there would have been no need to call. His initial mention had merely been a casual suggestion. As for how Lu Wei knew he was in Shanghai, Gubai had never concealed his identity. Anyone could easily find out by asking Principal Wang or Kai Luoli. Moreover, following the recent racing festival incident, he had gained a bit of notoriety in the Shanghai circle, and many were now familiar with the name Gubai. All right then, the guild is currently in the preparatory stages. I'll reach out again when the time comes. On the other end of the line, Lu Wei gave Yu a thumbs up before hanging up. All set? Yu asked eagerly. Yes. He mentioned that the guild is in the works and will contact me in a few days. Did he say when he would send that 10 million gift your way? With that boost, your chances for this year's Douyu annual event would be nearly guaranteed. He didn't specify, but I believe Director Gu will also be participating in this annual event, as it serves to promote his new guild. He wouldn't want to miss such an opportunity. Yu nodded in agreement. All right then, let us go live. The annual wrap-up is happening in the next few days. Increase your streaming hours slightly over these next few days. I've also contacted some folks, and we'll start you off with 200,000 as a prelude, letting everyone know we're aiming for the top streamer this year. Lu Wei, with a face that resembled a blooming flower, chuckled as he and Ma Feifei commenced their broadcast. With a woman like Yu behind him, success seemed inevitable. Had it not been for his own missteps, he wouldn't have fallen so thoroughly. After finishing the call, Zhang Yumeng was stirred from her slumber. Gazing at the drowsy Zhang Yumeng, Gubai inquired with a smile, "Are you hungry?" Zhang Yumeng nodded a bit. That is only natural, considering we've just engaged in over an hour of intense physical activity. What would you like to eat? Zhang Yumeng yawned. I'm not sure. I'll eat whatever you choose. Hearing this, Gubai pulled out his phone and opened a food delivery app. Let us order some takeout then. He proceeded to place an order for a variety of barbecued delights. 10 oysters, 10 lamb kidneys, and 10 skewers of chives. What are you ordering? Zhang Yumeng teased, eyeing the food choices Gubai had made. Gubai's face flushed slightly, just replenishing some energy. I've been driving around lately without recharging, and my little electric scooter is nearly out of juice. Zhang Yumeng covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. In this day and age, food delivery personnel earned a decent income, unlike a few years back when they complained about the platform. The delivery was swift, but the hotel maintained a watchful eye for the protection of its presidential suite guests. Following the delivery person until Gubai received the order before descending with the hotel staff. Buddy, you're staying in a presidential suite. Why are you ordering takeout? The delivery person casually remarked to the staff. The attendant rolled his eyes in response. Have you been watching too many dramas? Just because someone is wealthy doesn't mean they can't enjoy takeout. Did you not see that even big shots like Ma Yin are known to eat street food? Unbeknownst to Gubai, who was engrossed in devouring his food, the two outside were discussing him. After consuming several oysters and lamb kidneys, he felt a surge of vitality returning to his body. Once finished, Gubai sank into the sofa and opened the live stream. At that moment, Lu Wei's streaming room was not filled with gameplay as usual. Instead, he engaged in a PK battle like those in the beauty streaming category, facing off against Feng Mogu, who occupied the gaming channel despite being a beauty streamer. Typically, Lu Wei and Feng Mogu were not well acquainted, their interactions minimal. One could say he was a king, while she barely qualified as a queen, given that the dispute over Douyu's #1 female streamer had lingered for years without resolution. This PK session was a task assigned by the platform, designed to leverage their popularity and escalate the excitement surrounding the annual streamer competition. The PK itself was rather mundane. Lu Wei chatted casually with his viewers, peppering his speech with expletives, while Feng Mogu engaged her fans in a laid-back fashion. After 20 minutes, the PK had progressed little. with both sides accumulating only a few thousand in gifts. A few thousand might be considered a substantial donation for smaller streamers, but for the two top-tier talents on the platform, it was evidently insufficient. Just as Lu Wei was deep in conversation, he received a message from the platform's super administrator, urging him to liven up the atmosphere and stop slacking off. Feng Mogu, likely receiving a similar prompt, smiled at Lu Wei and suggested, "Sitting here, awkwardly chatting isn't ideal. How about I sing a song to lighten the mood?" Lu Wei, who was at a loss for how to elevate the energy, readily agreed. "Sure. Who doesn't know your reputation as a singing sensation on Douyu? Please, take it easy on the competition. I'm not well-versed in PKs. And a crushing defeat would be quite embarrassing." Feng Mogu adjusted her sound card and announced, "I'll sing Walking in the Rain for everyone. If you enjoy it, please send some gifts. After all, we're up against the platform's top streamer, and we can't afford to lose." Sometimes, the viewer's rationality is remarkably fragile. As soon as Feng Mogu finished speaking, the chat erupted with rockets, swiftly tilting the PK bar in her favor. As she began to sing, her room was flooded with gifts, though not extravagant ones like rockets. Fishballs and planes filled the screen, reducing Lu Wei's PK bar to a mere centimeter. Lu Benwei remained unperturbed, listening to the song with a smile, while casually soliciting votes. Although Yu had prepared 200,000 for him, he had no intention of using it at this moment. He preferred to wait until his viewer count peaked, maximizing the impact of any gifts at that time. Spending 200,000 just to outshine Feng Mogu would not only be pointless but could also offend her. He was not a PK streamer. His annual contract fee was more than sufficient for his needs, allowing him to focus on streaming without indulging in frivolities. However, the audience in his stream was oblivious to his thoughts. The viewers in Lu Wei's stream exhibited a cohesion that rivaled the fervor of future fanbases. Regardless of the size of the stream, one could always find someone typing LBWNB, often in jest. Yet it served as a testament to his influence and fan engagement in the streaming realm. Observing the PK bar consistently favoring Feng Mogu, a fan sporting Lu Wei's level 17 badge launched 10 rockets, flipping the balance in their favor. Feng Mogu, unwilling to concede, quickly retaliated with her own rockets, and the two streamers remained largely unfazed, while their viewers engaged in a heated back and forth. "You send a plane, I'll send a rocket." As the rocket special effects ignited upon takeoff, another super rocket soared from the opposite side, and within mere minutes, the total value of the gifts exchanged reached tens of thousands, on the verge of breaking into six figures. The Douyu administrators, who were covertly observing, wore expressions of delight. This was the outcome they had desired. Two top-tier streamers pitted against each other. If in the end, both sides merely contributed a few thousand, what was the purpose of orchestrating such a competition? Chapter 60. The moderators at work amidst the lively atmosphere of the streaming room. Gubai lounged on the sofa, engrossed in the spectacle. With just over 60,000 points left to catch up, he wondered if a generous benefactor might drop 3 super rockets to bridge the gap. He had already exhausted his monthly allowance of 500 yuan. Despite having sent 2 planes, they were utterly ineffective. The benefactor, supporting the female streamer, was incomparable to their side, often launching rockets without hesitation. It was clear that the ugly beginnings of the competition were not rooted in true rivalry. Losing was simply part of the game. Gubai chuckled at the barrage of comments flooding the stream. The fans were taking it so seriously, fervently rallying support for Lu Wei. Little wonder that in later years, streamers no longer referred to their followers as mere fans or old iron, but rather as family. Such familial ties seemed exaggerated. Not only did they contribute their own funds, but they also enthusiastically cheered for the streamer, receiving nothing in return, save for the occasional gratitude directed at them. Gubai did not hold any lofty titles, and though he had previously contributed 200,000 and reached level 50, high-level participants in Lu Wei's stream were numerous, with levels in the 70s and 80s that were hard to notice, especially for someone of his modest level. Feeling a surge of excitement, Gubai decided to pour in 100,000, treating it as a novel pastime, a deviation from his previous life where he had never indulged in such extravagance. With his current mindset, he likely mirrored that of the affluent patrons within the streaming world. The livestream industry was evolving at a rapid pace, bolstered by a plethora of wealthy individuals. Figures like Principal Wong were not uncommon. Many affluent patrons showered gifts upon female streamers, indicating that a significant portion of the audience was indeed affluent, with true financial backers existing in abundance. Yet, to categorize all who spent money on the platform as wealthy benefactors would be utterly absurd. Though the streaming realm was not vast, its depths were profound. Most of the ostensible benefactors were not genuine tycoons. Rather, they were platform shills, guild accounts, or streamers hiring individuals to inflate their perceived popularity. Regardless, the ultimate losers would invariably be the ordinary viewers who scrimp and save. To borrow a phrase from Let the Bullets Fly, the wealthy lead the charge in spending, encouraging the casual viewers and other users to shower gifts, only for the wealthy's contributions to be returned in kind, with the proceeds pooled for distribution. Most people understood this dynamic, yet some, upon entering a streaming room and hearing the streamer call out "Old Iron," would be swept away in the moment. Gubai, however, had no intention of championing any notion of justice. This was a mutually agreeable arrangement, especially since he intended to profit from the streaming industry. With the arrival of 100,000 fish fins, Gubai immediately dispatched 10 super rockets, causing the PK score to surge by 200,000 points, decisively overshadowing Feng Mogu. 666, President Gu has arrived. President Gu is magnificent. True to his reputation, President Gu launches 10 super rockets at once. The memory of Gu Bai's previous extravagant display of 50 super rockets was fresh in the minds of the dedicated fans in the streaming room, especially after his interaction with Principal Wang that day, which had led Lu Wei's fans to envision him as a super wealthy heir. Thank you, President Gu, for your support of 10 super rockets. Are you not playing games today, President Gu? Originally bored and chatting with the comments, Lu Wei quickly expressed his heartfelt gratitude upon seeing Gu Bai's generous gift of 10 super rockets. In Lu Wei's eyes, such a gesture was trivial, but the benefactor behind it was none other than Gu Bai, who was destined to be his future employer. Noticing Lu Wei's inquiry, Gu Bai typed a few words, "Not playing today." Although the hotel provided a computer, it likely lacked the necessary downloads for League of Legends, and the hassle of setting it up was enough to dissuade Gu Bai, a notoriously lazy individual, from playing games. However, he felt no need to elaborate to Lu Wei, simply dismissing the matter with a concise response. Explanation? There was no need for such a thing. Would a customer explain to a shopkeeper why they chose not to purchase? If customers were treated as deities, then those who showered gifts upon streamers were verily the gods among gods. Meanwhile, Feng Mogu had completed her song and hurriedly inquired of Lu Benwei, "I heard President Gu has arrived on your side?" Gu Bai's immediate contribution of super rockets had reached her audience, who quickly relayed the information. "Indeed, the esteemed President Gu has graced us with 10 super rockets. Then I'm surely destined to lose this PK. If even President Gu is supporting you, what is there left to fight for?" Feng Mogu chuckled helplessly in her stream. The rules of the streaming world were well understood. Regardless of how much animosity existed between streamers, the one person they could not afford to offend was the benefactor. For today, that benefactor was in her camp, but tomorrow, who could say? No streamer would dare disregard the benefactor's influence. Gu Bai was well aware of the camaraderie between Lu Wei and Feng Mogu. Yet as long as they remained grounded in the mundane world, they could not escape the allure of flattery. Gu Bai felt a sense of joy at being praised. But Feng Mogu's flattery did not sit well with her own benefactor. Dan Ku was one of the regular benefactors of Feng Mogu's stream. Over the course of a year, he had likely contributed several million. Whenever Feng Mogu hosted a PK, as long as he was present, she had never tasted defeat, earning him the moniker Feng Mogu's guardian on Douyu. Upon hearing Feng Mogu's words, Dan Ku's mood soured. What does this mean? Is she looking down on me, Dan Ku? Having been absent for a few days, he wondered when Douyu had gained another benefactor, like President Gu. With that thought, he quickly dispatched 20 super rockets to Feng Mogu. Typically, whenever he watched a stream, he would deposit some fish fins into his account to ensure that he could leap into action as a savior whenever Feng Mogu was in need, preventing any delays that might lead to mishaps. Presently, his account boasted over 300,000 fish fins. Upon witnessing her benefactor's generous contribution, Feng Mogu promptly expressed her thanks in her distinctive voice. "Thank you, Dan Ku, for the 20 super rockets. Dan Ku is truly generous." The viewers in Feng Mogu's stream erupted in a flurry of comments, praising Dan Ku's generosity, which filled him with pride. In reality, Dan Ku was no grand tycoon. He was merely a nouveau riche who wasted his days in leisure. His family had undergone a redevelopment, granting him several properties in a prime area of Yangcheng, transforming his life overnight. After selling one property, he not only had enough for his own pleasures, but also retained several others to rent out. Often, those who suddenly acquire wealth seek validation from others. In real life, Genuine wealthy individuals often look down upon someone like him, and he had no desire to spend money maintaining sycophantic subordinates. The emergence of live streaming became his source of joy. Unbeknownst to others, as long as he was willing to spend, he was Dan Ku, and everyone had to treat him with the utmost respect. This inflated his sense of self-importance, turning the streaming room into his second world, where he spent most of his time flitting between various streams, aside from eating and drinking. Suddenly, Dan Ku noticed a few comments in the streaming room that displeased him. Dan Ku, stop spending. The esteemed President Gu is not an ordinary benefactor. Even Principal Wang treats him with deference. What does this mean? Are they looking down on me, Dan Ku? In the real world, Dan Ku might not have been worthy of approaching Principal Wang's social circle, but within the streaming realm, would he allow himself to be intimidated? He recalled that Principal Wang had not spent more than he had on Douyu. At that moment, he observed the PK score in Liu Binwei's streaming room surging dramatically, leaping by 800,000 points, accompanied by Liu Wei's voice of gratitude. Thank you, President Gu, for the 40 super rockets. Mr. Gu, your mere presence in my live stream is equivalent to generating 50 instances of overwhelming popularity. Should you grace us with your presence more frequently, I could very well consider ceasing my own broadcasts, as you alone could sustain me. Your appearance is rather unappealing, and I must confess, I am reluctant to support you. The moment Gu Bai's message was sent, the audience in Liu Binwei's live stream erupted in mockery. It is widely acknowledged that the esports world has three infamous figures. Pray tell, who are they? Liu Wei, White, Wu Kai. Observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, Liu Binwei engaged in playful banter with Ma Fei. Oh dear, Ma Fei. This wave from Mr. Gu is akin to shrimp with pork heart. Watching the antics of Liu Wei and Ma Fei on the screen, Gu Bai chuckled and shook his head. Truly, he is the king of Douyu. He possesses an astute understanding of live streaming. Based on this alone, Gu Bai dares to predict that as long as he refrains from self-sabotage, coupled with his advance notice to Liu Wei to avert any further cheating incidents, he can assure that Liu Wei will continue to thrive during the forthcoming years of streaming prosperity. With his influence, Gu Bai can also reap the benefits within the streaming realm, not merely in monetary terms but in fame as well. Just 3 minutes before the PK concluded, the PK bar in Foam Mushroom's live stream surged ahead once more, as Dan Ku unleashed a staggering 100 instances of overwhelming popularity, valued at 200,000, a record sum for him in recent years. Listening to Foam Mushroom's expressions of gratitude, Gu Bai remained unfazed. He had already spent 100,000 and lacked the interest to continue. His intent was purely for enjoyment, with no need to engage in a competition of victory or defeat. What would winning signify for him, after all? Thus, regardless of how the audience in Liu Wei's stream clamored for him, Gu Bai chose not to follow suit. He was not the sort to be swept away by the crowd's enthusiasm. Although he could easily afford to spend another 100 million, there was simply no necessity. Even if he were to bestow 10 million upon Liu Binwei later, it would be with commercial intent. Otherwise, why would he squander such a sum merely for amusement? That amount could instead facilitate a rendezvous with a well-known celebrity in the entertainment industry for far more provocative endeavors. Gu Bai continued to watch Liu Binwei's live stream for a while, exchanging a few words before intending to exit. Just then, a throng of fans brandishing Foam Mushroom's banner flooded into Liu Wei's live stream. A level 55 account without a title. Mr. Gu? How amusing. Upon their arrival, these individuals wasted no time and immediately began their tirade, leaving Gu Bai, who was still present, utterly baffled. Liu Wei, being an experienced streamer, quickly recognized that these folks were merely there to stir the pot. He commanded, moderators, do your jobs, mute and kick out all those spamming the chat. I will summon the super moderator for those without the authority. Most of those attempting to disrupt the stream were indeed fans of Foam Mushroom. Under normal circumstances, they would have gauged the situation before deciding on a course of action. But whose rhythm were they following? Their boss S. To disrupt one's own boss's stream? A mere mute would be too lenient. They would need to be entirely expelled. Offending Foam Mushroom? What of it? Could she possibly offer him a signing bonus of 5 million annually? Chapter 61. Can you click that for me? The audience watching the live stream comprised individuals with ample free time. Upon witnessing the relentless spamming in the chat, neutral viewers swiftly joined the fray, rallying alongside Foam Mushroom's fans. Liu Wei observed the situation without hesitation, opting for a complete ban package and kicking them out without concern. He too joined the ranks of the muted, knowing full well that the moderators were likely overwhelmed. The super moderators, observing from the shadows, glanced on with indifference, even secretly reveling in the chaos. This was the kind of rhythm the platform desired. No conflict. Otherwise, how could the big spenders be expected to contribute? Enough of the expulsion. What is going on here? Gu Bai, surveying the flurry of comments, was aware that someone was attempting to undermine him, yet he remained utterly perplexed. Was it not said that winning a PK would attract hatred? How was it that his loss could also incite animosity? Where could he voice his grievances? Mr. Gu, do not take offense. It is merely a group of fans stirring the pot. Such occurrences are commonplace in my live stream, Lu Wei remarked casually. As the mayhem unfolded in Lu Wei's live stream, a notification from Feng Mushroom arrived, signaling a connection request. Lu Wei, eager to clarify the situation, promptly accepted. As soon as the connection was established, Feng Mushroom's somewhat anxious visage appeared on the screen. Those comments were merely jokes from the fans. Please do not take them to heart. I apologize on their behalf. Feng Mushroom's predicament was one of silent frustration. This wave of commotion was instigated by Danku in her own live stream. After winning the PK, she learned that Gu Bai was simply a level 55 account without any title, and she had made a casual jest in her stream. It was not entirely her fault. After all, winning a PK often brings a sense of pride, and she was accustomed to jesting. However, she did not anticipate that her lighthearted teasing would be seized upon by those with ulterior motives, who then flooded into Lu Binwei's stream to stir trouble. Moreover, Danku was a prominent figure in Feng Mushroom's live stream, having gifted her several million in the past. While she suspected Gu Bai might be a significant player, it would be imprudent to allow a vague assumption to bring reproach upon her benefactor, especially when her own fans were not in a position to critique. Ultimately, she had no choice but to come forward, explain, and issue an apology. Upon hearing Feng Mushroom's explanation, Lu Wei chose not to press further, as the one being targeted was not himself. He simply stated, "Please ask your fans to refrain from spamming. I do not wish for Mr. Gu to feel unwelcome in my live stream." As for Gu Bai, he was even less concerned. He recognized that the comments, albeit blunt, were not untrue. He was indeed just a level 55 account. The title of Mr. Gu was merely a form of address. If it pleased them, they could call him Little Gu without issue. He had no pretentious habits to uphold. Dan Ku's alternate account continued to observe the unfolding situation in Lu Wei's live stream, mistakenly believing that Gu Bai had been cowed into silence. Known as the Egg Emperor in Douyu, Dan Ku had grown increasingly arrogant. In reality, there were some influential figures he dared not provoke, but in the online realm, he considered himself unrivaled. In real life, he might be timid, but online, he was a force to be reckoned with, embodying the very essence of bravado. What nonsense is this, Mr. Gu? Is there really a need to apologize? Does tossing a few coins truly confer significance? Seeing Dan Ku's comments, Feng Mushroom felt exasperated, wishing fervently for him to be quiet. But she managed a wry smile, saying, "Egg Emperor, perhaps you should refrain from speaking too much. Let us enjoy the live stream peacefully. When a streamer appears to be flourishing, no benefactor can afford to offend them. Leaving aside the potential repercussions of antagonizing a major player, should someone decide to abandon the platform entirely, the officials would not spare her from consequences." As Dan Ku resumed his mockery of Gu Bai, a wave of idle spectators surged into Lu Wei's live stream, eager to join in the disruption. What nonsense is this, Mr. Gu? Is there really a need to apologize? Does tossing a few coins truly confer significance? They relished the chaos. And the more tumultuous the atmosphere, the more they reveled in it. Gu Bai squinted at the barrage of comments, while Lu Wei explained, "Those remarks are directed at Egg Emperor." Egg Emperor? Initially, it seemed as if a mere audience member was instigating trouble, but it now appeared to be more than that. Lu Wei elucidated further. Egg Emperor is one of our platform's prominent figures, a top-tier player in Douyu. Do I know him? Lu Wei chuckled. If Mr. Gu does not frequently watch live streams, you likely would not. Then why is he being so inexplicably vocal? Gu Bai pondered aloud, bewildered. Did these streamers not have better sense? Could they not simply enjoy the live stream in peace? If one wished to showcase their status, they could do so with their own contributions. Why resort to belittling others? Surely, such antics would hardly elevate their own standing. After all, still connected to Feng Mushroom, Lu Wei found it difficult to overly flatter. Observing Gu Bai's barrage of comments, he merely accompanied them with a smile, refraining from speaking. However, the user eggshell, who had persistently lingered in Lu Wei's live stream with a secondary account, could no longer contain himself and directly entered the room with his main account. "Is it you, Mr. Gu? If you're not satisfied, shall we have a little encounter?" The rhythm of Lu Wei and Feng Mushroom's livestream had long since spread throughout Douyu, attracting many onlookers. Upon witnessing the protagonist issue such a juvenile challenge, excitement surged among them. Though they could not afford to contribute significantly, it did not preclude their enjoyment of watching the wealthy shower gifts. As Eggshell's glimmering barrage filled the screen, Gubai chuckled. "Have you been watching live streams for too long?" "Wow, Mr. Gu is gearing up to confront the Egg Emperor. What is the situation with this newcomer? Who is Mr. Gu? Can a level 55 account truly take on the Egg Emperor?" After a few days' absence, Eggshell was taken aback by Gubai's unexpected self-deprecation. Why wasn't he adhering to the norms of the live streaming community? Normally, one would either accept the challenge and start gifting or quietly exit the room. "Could you please just give a straightforward answer on whether or not we're going to face off?" No need for this pretense. An increasing number of viewers flooded into the live stream, causing Lu Wei's popularity to soar rapidly, soon surpassing 10 million and continuing to rise swiftly. "Do you think I ought to shower you with gifts? Come on. What age are we in? Can we not be so lowbrow? If you're too timid to contribute, just leave. No need to shout." For the past several days, anyone Gubai encountered had treated him with utmost politeness. Even individuals of the second generation like Principal Wang and Qin Fin engaged with him on equal terms. If anyone was to be arrogant, it was Eggshell. Did Gubai not have the right to be proud? "If you're afraid to contribute, then scram. No need to shout." A throng of viewers began to echo this sentiment in the chat, igniting Gubai's genuine anger. Originally, he had planned to wait until his livestream guild was established and a contract with Lu Wei was signed before gifting him 10 million, but given the current situation, if he did not take action, even if he did manage to gift that amount later, he would likely be dismissed as a mere plant, severely diminishing the impact of his advertisement. "All right then, since you enjoy playing games, I shall join in, but I won't shower you with gifts. I will send a single amount, then leave. It is simply not worth my time to humiliate someone as insignificant as you." How many first places do you still need to secure this year? The annual tally still had a few days left. Genuine big streamers often save their efforts for the final days, primarily to minimize their expenditures, since most streamers funded their annual contributions out of pocket. By the end, they could generally ascertain how much was needed to achieve a certain rank, which is why the current top streamer was a female streamer from the beauty category. Upon hearing Gubai's words, Lu Wei had an inkling of what Gubai was planning and quickly replied, "It's not much. Probably just a few 100,000 in gifts. That works." Once Gubai uttered this, his barrage of comments vanished. 10 million was no small sum, and even if he intended to contribute, various security protocols would require some time. Several minutes passed without any sign of Gubai's return, leading the audience, eager for excitement, to grow impatient. What is going on? Did he just show off and then leave? So this is the Mr. Gu who is so sycophantic towards Wu Wu Kai. Quite the eye-opener. Initially, Eggshell felt intimidated by Gubai's audacity, especially after recalling the earlier claims in Feng Mushroom's livestream about his connections with Principal Wang. However, as time passed and Gubai still did not emerge, Eggshell assumed he had fled. After all, it was not uncommon for someone to bolt if they could not keep up in any live streaming platform, and Eggshell considered returning to Feng Timo's livestream to continue his charade. Suddenly, the gift effects in Lu Wei's livestream erupted. User Gubai sent the streamer Lu Wei a Super Rocket 1, inviting viewers to come and seize treasure chests. User Gubai sent the streamer Lu Wei a Super Rocket 2. User Gubai. The Super Rockets filled the screen, each one surpassing the previous. Thank you to Mr. Gu for the multitude of Super Rockets. Although he had anticipated this, Lu Wei could not help but feel exhilarated upon witnessing the continuous stream of Super Rocket effects in the livestream. Each Super Rocket was worth 2,000 yuan, and even with the platform's deductions, over 1,000 would still be credited to him. It felt akin to money raining from the heavens. User Gubai sent streamer Lu Wei a Super Rocket 132, inviting viewers to come and seize treasure chests. Without seeing any comments from Gubai, only a flurry of Super Rockets appeared, and the number of viewers attempting to seize treasure chests skyrocketed as the popularity surged, quickly surpassing 20 million. Is this the new wealthy deity of Douyu? Over 100 Super Rockets sent, and still no sign of stopping. Is he aiming to break Douyu's record? What a thrill! This Super Rocket barrage is increasingly exhilarating. I came over from the next stream to witness this celestial clash. After a few more minutes, Gubai had sent over 500 super rockets, his fingers aching from the relentless tapping. One flaw of Douyu was that rockets and super rockets could not be sent in bulk. They had to be sent one at a time, which was dreadfully time-consuming. Checking his account, he still had over 8 million fish fins left. When would he reach his limit? Glancing over at Zhang Yumeng lounging on the other end of the couch, Gubai called her over. Come help me tap the screen. Huh? Zhang Yumeng, who had been engrossed in her phone, looked up bewildered. Is this what live stream gifting is like? As she began tapping the screen frantically, she asked Gubai, is this person thanking you? How much does each one cost? 1 fish fin equals 1 yuan. You could do the math, Gubai replied casually, reclining with his legs crossed while scrolling through short videos on Zhang Yumeng's phone. In a previous life, he had heard of a sensational figure on Douyu who had extravagantly gifted one. 9 billion, spending 17 hours on gifts. He figured his own 10 million would also take some time to gift, although he doubted the existence of such a wealthy deity capable of gifting one. 9 billion. The time aspect seemed credible. Thankfully, he had the foresight to have Zhang Yumeng assist him. Otherwise, after an hour of tapping, his fingers would surely be sore. Zhang Yumeng watched as each super rocket deducted 2,000 fish fins from the account. Noticing Gubai's account still had over 6 million fish fins left, she nearly dropped the phone in shock. Does each gift cost 2,000 yuan? Yes. So combined with what you just gifted, you're planning to spend a total of 10 million? Leaning back on the couch, Gubai swung his leg nonchalantly. Correct, what's the matter? Now that you mention it, I'm a bit hesitant to continue gifting. If I ask you to help, just do it. What is there to hesitate about? I heard from Shi Jingjing that in their idol circles, it's common for fans to spend tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands on gifts for their idols. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Someone like you, who can gift 10 million while watching a live stream, makes those who spend tens of thousands seem trivial. Ultimately, it's just poverty that limits my imagination. Gubai chuckled at this, tossing the phone aside and leaning against Zhang Yumeng, resting his chin on her shoulder. Do you think those who casually gift hundreds of thousands or spend tens of thousands for idol support are truly genuine? What else could it be? Firstly, it cannot be denied that such individuals exist, but they are undoubtedly in the minority. My decision to bestow 10 million on Lu Wei this time serves as a means to elevate my own reputation. Moreover, Lu Wei can now be considered one of the streamers under my banner. Think of it as an advance on his salary. As for those who genuinely spend hundreds of millions, they're either excessively wealthy or simply lacking in common sense. Zhang Yumeng seems to have grasped Gubai's intention. You consider him one of your streamers. Has your company ventured into streaming business as well? She's aware that Gubai owns a media company. Gubai shook his head. No, we are in the process of establishing a new guild. The formalities are still underway and will go live in a few days. Are you not concerned that he might backtrack after you have gifted him so much? Zhang Yumeng looked at Gubai in disbelief. Even though she knows Gubai is wealthy, one does not spend money so extravagantly. To spend 10 million so casually. Is there truly such faith in human nature? Throughout this period of interaction, Gubai has struck her as an exceptionally rational person. Such actions do not align with what she perceives of him. Observing Zhang Yumeng's slightly agape mouth, Gubai could not help but pat her cheek. Backtracking? Of course, he could, and I would not be able to reclaim that money. However, as long as he is not a fool, he won't reconsider. No matter how grand the game, he still relies on the streaming industry for sustenance. Do not assume that 10 million is an exorbitant sum. In Lu Wei's eyes, it is not a staggering figure. He earns far more than that annually and has no need to tarnish his reputation over such a paltry amount. Besides, he would not dare. This is no boast. Should he decide to deceive me, I could orchestrate his downfall with ease. Gubai's statement was not an exaggeration, according to the timeline. The incident of 29 kills and a chicken dinner should be approaching. If Lu Wei dares to cross me, a modest investment on my part could expedite his demise. Even if, for the sake of argument, the butterfly effect of my rebirth prevents the 29 kills incident from occurring, I could still invest to dig up plenty of his scandalous history. Every public figure has their share of skeletons in the closet. One might argue, why do such individuals continue to thrive? Have they not witnessed the collapse of their fortresses? It is a straightforward truth. Bringing down a popular public figure is not a simple task. If one has not made an implacable enemy, who would expend such vast resources to target someone? Take the Wu Qian incident as an example. Who would dare claim that there was no orchestrated effort behind the scenes? Otherwise, how could a mere internet celebrity bring down a top-tier star? While it may sound conspiratorial, it is indeed the truth. Even with dirt on someone, Toppling them requires considerable resources, yet Gu possesses an abundance of wealth. His level 1 system is merely 10 away from upgrading, and I trust that the level 2 system will not disappoint him. Hence, his money is like a gust of wind. He does not feel the loss when he gifts Lu Wei, nor would he mourn spending it to sabotage someone. After more than half an hour of gifting, the number of super fires in Lu Wei's livestream exceeded 4,000. Zhang Yiming truly could not keep up, so Gu reclaimed his phone and resumed gifting. Unfortunately, lacking in culture, he could only mutter, "Wow, how much has been spent? It's already over 800 million, isn't it?" Previously, I did not believe that the money of a tycoon was inconsequential, but now I am convinced. Over 800 million, such an amount I could never save in a lifetime, and yet it has been spent so freely. With Gubai's thousands of superfire gifts, the heat of Lu Wei's livestream has already surpassed 100 million, and it is rapidly approaching 200 million. Almost half of the traffic on the Douyu platform has surged into Lu Wei's livestream. By the time Gubai reached 200 million in gifting, Douyu's backend had already reinforced Lu Wei's livestream server. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. After sending the 5,000th superfire, the frenzied gifting finally ceased, and Gubai shook his slightly sore hands. That should suffice. Let us leave it at that. As soon as Gubai's comment appeared, a wave of supportive comments flooded in. 10 million, let's call it a day. In the future, Douyu might introduce a new unit of measurement called about right. Gifting 100 million would be dub 0. One of about right. Lu Wei, his voice somewhat hoarse, exclaimed, "Gu, you have truly astonished me. I never imagined I would witness such a scene in my lifetime." There was no hint of pretense in Lu Wei's demeanor. Although he knew Gubai intended to gift him 10 million, the actual experience was entirely different from what he had envisioned. 5,000 superfires, setting aside other gifts, Douyu might not witness such a volume of superfires in an entire quarter. At that moment, a dazzling golden comment appeared in the livestream. "I am Wang Xiaozhonglao. Old Gu, you're really going all out? 10 million just like that. When did the principal arrive? I've been here for a while. I didn't dare to speak while you were gifting superfires for 10 minutes. As one of the pillars of the streaming industry, Wang Xiaozhong naturally could not ignore such a significant event on Douyu. Someone had promptly informed him of the situation, and since he had nothing pressing, he decided to take a look. Wang Xiaozhong was well aware of the implications of Gubai's 10 million gift and felt little surprise. After all, such extravagant spending might leave a lasting impression on the average person. But to him, it was not particularly noteworthy. Originally, he had intended to casually watch a live stream and send a few gifts. He never anticipated provoking Douyu's local powerhouse. If he did not contribute something, he would likely face ridicule whenever he appeared in future streams. As for Dan Ku, he had already exited the livestream room halfway through Gubai's gifting, leaving only his secondary account still present. Observing Gubai chatting with Wang Xiaozhong in the comments, combined with the recent 5,000 superfires, even a fool would recognize that Gubai was no ordinary figure. Leaving aside whether he could provoke Gubai in reality, even on Douyu, he did not possess the qualifications to engage with Gubai. His Douyu account held merely a few 100,000 fish fins. Even adding his bank funds, he barely surpassed 200 million. What could he use to confront Gubai? Though he owned a few properties, he was not foolish enough to sell them to salvage his pride. Furthermore, even if he entertained such an idea, could a house be sold at a whim? He had already resolved to cancel his previous main account and transfer the fish fins to his secondary account, intending to stir up trouble on Douyu once more. Could he abandon streaming? Impossible. Only in the live stream room could he discover the true essence of life. He could never forsake streaming. Perhaps he would simply adopt a more low-key approach in the future and avoid attracting the ire of powerful figures he could not contend with. With Gubai having completed his gifting, Wang Xiaozhong had no intention of lingering. "Enjoy yourself. I'll be back in Shanghai in a couple of days. Let us gather for a meal." "Okay," Gubai replied, and Wang Xiaozhong promptly exited the livestream. Meanwhile, the comments were wildly urging Dan Ku to show up and confront Gubai, demanding an apology from Feng Mushroom. Glancing at the comments, Gubai chuckled. Although his 10 million gift was prompted by Dan Ku, it had little to do with him. If he were to spend such an amount merely to embarrass someone like him, he could not bring himself to do it. If he had fled, then so be it. Would he really stoop to mock him? While he could do so without issue, it would serve no purpose and would only diminish his dignity. As for Feng Mushroom's apology, that was even more absurd. He felt neither fondness nor aversion towards the head-swapping streamer. What warranted an apology? after gifting all the super fires. The lively atmosphere of the live stream had lost its allure in Gu Bai's eyes. I'm off now. Let's have a meal together in a few days. Upon reading Gu Bai's comment, Lu Wei understood its underlying meaning. Do not forget your promise to me. And promptly thumped his chest, declaring, Gu, I'll treat you to dinner. As long as I don't meet with a car accident, I will surely attend. Upon witnessing Lu Wei's declaration, Gu Bai also exited the live broadcast room. Chapter 63, The Birthday Bash. After spending a delightful weekend with Zhang Yumeng, Gu Bai was driving his 918 back to the Shanghai Theater Academy after dropping her off at the Financial University. The night had descended, and the surrounding skyscrapers were adorned with brilliant lights, epitomizing the vibrancy of Shanghai's nightlife. As Gu Bai navigated the urban landscape, he reminisced about a remark made to him in a past life. This city of Shanghai is akin to a beautiful courtesan, never belonging to anyone. Yet if one possesses wealth, it will reveal all its splendor without reservation. While Gu Bai was lost in thought, his phone rang. Deng Bo, Bai Zi, where are you right now? Among their dormitory quartet, only Deng Bo would call him. Maneuvering the steering wheel with one hand, he held the phone to his ear with the other. On my way back to school. What's up? Don't reply. Just come to Hushangjigu to save the day. Hushangjigu was a place Gu Bai was quite familiar with. During his 4 years at university in his previous life, he frequented it often. It was a KTV not far from the academy, primarily frequented by students from the Shanghai Theater Academy, and known for its reasonably priced offerings, making it a popular venue for birthday parties. What is going on? Gu Bai felt a bit bewildered. On the other end of the line, Deng Bo chuckled awkwardly. You know, I've been pursuing Fan Jieyue for almost 6 months now. Today is her birthday, and she invited me, but I'm feeling a bit hesitant. Hearing this, Gu Bai teased, is there something that could make you, Deng Bo, feel hesitant? All right, enough chit-chat. Are you coming or not? Also, could you pick up a gift for me? I doubt the one I bought is presentable. Please front me the money, and I'll pay you back next time. Buying you a gift is no problem, but you know the etiquette of not bringing guests empty-handed. Wouldn't it be a bit abrupt if I just show up? Not at all. I've already mentioned it to Jieyue, and she hopes you can come too. All right then, send me the room number. After receiving the room number from Deng Bo, Gu Bai promptly turned around and headed to the mall to purchase 2 gifts. A Tiffany bracelet worth several thousand yuan and a Cartier Love Series necklace valued at 65,000 yuan. He bought the bracelet for himself. Although he had little interaction with Fan Jieyue, he was acquainted with her through Deng Bo. It would be inappropriate to attend her birthday bash without a gift. The Cartier necklace was a gesture to assist Deng Bo. In his previous life, Deng Bo had pursued Fan Jieyue for nearly 2 years, but ultimately missed out due to his timidity. Now that Gu Bai had the opportunity to help him, he naturally would not decline. As for Deng Bo's promise to pay him back, Gu Bai did not take it to heart. Hushangjigu was not far from the academy, and by the time Gu Bai arrived, it was the peak hour for patrons at the KTV. After parking the car, Gu Bai ignored the envious or jealous glances from the crowd outside and walked straight in. Good evening. Do you have a reservation? Upon seeing him, the attendant promptly approached. Room 888. After receiving Gu Bai's response, the attendant swiftly led him to the entrance of room 888. Here we are, sir. Gu Bai politely nodded and then knocked heavily on the door. Inside, voices filled the air with singing and laughter that seeped through the KTV's soundproofing, indicating a lively atmosphere. Shortly after, a girl came to open the door, and upon recognizing Gu Bai's face, she exclaimed in surprise, Gu Bai? There were not many first-year students at the academy, perhaps 400 or 500, so it was no surprise that the girl recognized him, even if he did not know her. He smiled faintly at her. Hello. The girl promptly opened the door wider, saying, Did Deng Bo invite you? Since she knew him, it was only natural that she was aware he was Deng Bo's roommate. Gu Bai nodded, and Deng Bo rushed over upon seeing him, exclaiming, How did you arrive so quickly? If I didn't hurry, I was afraid you might die of anxiety. Deng Bo flashed a look of appreciation towards him. Stop loitering at the door, come on in. Once inside the room, Gu Bai surveyed the scene. About a dozen boys and girls were already seated, all turning their gazes towards him. Let me introduce you. These are all classmates, and some might know you. This is Gu Bai from the directing department, and also my roommate, Deng Bo introduced. Gu Bai offered a slight smile to everyone. In our academy, whether new or returning students who wouldn't know Gu Bai, the campus heartthrob, a god among men who leaves us boys in the performance department gasping for breath. While the boys remained silent, the girls were unabashed. I only found out last time he trended on social media that we have such a big shot at our academy. Gu Bai, you're far too low-key. I didn't even know you had a Lamborghini last year. Have you been living under a rock? Didn't you check the school forum? Just a week ago, you switched to a white Porsche, right, Gubai? Gubai smiled politely at the girls who were speaking, but remained silent. As the host of the birthday bash, Fan Guf felt compelled to stand up. All right, we'll chat later. Let us get our guests seated first. Turning to Gubai, she smiled and said, Gubai, please take a seat and ignore them. Having captured Dingbo's heart for 2 years, Fan Guf's beauty was certainly not to be underestimated. Name, Fan Guf. Appearance, 89 health, 88 affection, 50 with a score of 89 in appearance. She was but a hair's breadth away from reaching the goddess standard. Dressed in a white dress that complemented her outfit, she wore transparent high heels that accentuated her already near 1.7-meter height, making her appear exceptionally tall. Gubai did not rush to sit down. Instead, he produced the 2 gift boxes he had brought. This is my fault. When I went with Dingbo to select gifts, there was no stock, and I promised to pick them up this afternoon but forgot. I just retrieved them from the mall, hence my tardiness. The white one is for you, and the pink one is from Dingbo. He handed the gift boxes to Fan Guf. Gubai's explanation felt natural, taking the blame upon himself while shifting the attention back to Dingbo. Upon hearing Gubai's words, Dingbo expressed his gratitude with a glance. Fan Guf did not stand on ceremony, accepting the gift box with a thank you before inviting Gubai to sit again. What kind of gifts are they? How could there be no stock? Just as Gubai settled onto the sofa, a voice suddenly interrupted him. At the mention, Gubai turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. A boy sitting across from him met his gaze without flinching. Suddenly, Dingbo whispered in his ear, "That is Jojo. He is also pursuing Jue." Realizing this, Gubai understood that he was Dingbo's rival. His presence had shifted the focus of the room onto him and Dingbo, making Jojo uncomfortable. Some girls began to tease. Jue, why don't you open them? We'd like to see the gifts from Dingbo and Gubai. Though it might seem impolite to unwrap gifts in public, Fan Guf was genuinely curious and turned her gaze to both Gubai and Dingbo. Gubai maintained a calm demeanor, simply playing with his phone. Since he was there to accompany, he intended to blend in. This matter was best left for Dingbo to handle, and although Dingbo was unaware of what Gubai had purchased, he had complete faith in him. There is really nothing much. If they want to see, let us unwrap them, Dingbo said. All right then. With that, Fan Guf proceeded to open Gubai's gift box first. The box containing the bracelet revealed the Tiffany logo. Tiffany? Wow, how enviable. They were at the age where luxury items captivated their attention, and the name Tiffany was certainly not unfamiliar to them. Upon opening the bracelet box, several young women beheld a Tiffany bracelet quietly resting within. I recognize this bracelet. It costs several thousand yuan. I've always yearned to purchase it, yet have never mustered the resolve. It is simply exquisite. As sensory beings, the girls were instantaneously captivated by the bracelet. It seemed that Fan Guf was equally enamored, as she expressed her gratitude to Gubai once more. Yet, an incongruous voice interrupted the moment. For such a wealthy fellow to gift merely a few thousand yuan bracelet seems rather meager, doesn't he? The speaker was Jojo. Upon hearing this remark, Gubai could not suppress a laugh. Must one present lavish gifts simply because one possesses wealth? What a ridiculous notion. If one were to amass a fortune in the thousands, millions, or even billions, would one then be expected to gift an island? Jojo clearly lacked discernment. It was no wonder that in a previous life, Dingbo failed to win Fan Guf's affections, nor was he ever involved with Jojo, whose mind appeared to be muddled. Pursuing an ordinary girl may suffice, but he is unworthy of someone of Fan Guf's stature. Predictably, as soon as Jojo's words escaped his lips, Fan Guf revealed a flicker of distaste, responding with displeasure. Gubai attending my birthday party is already a significant gesture. Furthermore, how is a gift worth a few thousand yuan considered meager? Indeed, another chimed in, I've only gifted Yeye lipstick. By that logic, am I not even more stingy? Observing Fan Guf's displeasure, Jojo hastily clarified, that was not my intention. However, Fan Guf was disinterested in his explanation and proceeded to unwrap another gift box. When a heart-shaped Cartier necklace emerged before the girls, gasps of astonishment erupted. Wow, a Cartier Love Series necklace. Dingbo, how romantic of you. This necklace must cost tens of thousands, right? Dingbo, taken aback by Gubai's choice of such an extravagant gift, quickly glanced at him. Gubai offered a reassuring glance. As long as Jue was pleased, that was all that mattered. Dingbo, eager to follow suit, smiled and said, I've never given you anything of substance. as long as you are happy. The gift itself is irrelevant. Fan Jiyue promptly placed the gift back into the box, but did not return the box to Deng Bo. Instead, she addressed him, "No, this gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Seeing Fan Jiyue's intent to return the gift left Deng Bo bewildered. What was happening? Was she rejecting him? Chapter 64. What constitutes maturity? Gu Bai observed the dazed Deng Bo and mused that with such emotional intelligence, it was entirely unsurprising that he had not won Fan Jiyue's heart in a previous life. If a girl truly wished to decline your gift, she would simply return it without further ado. Fan Jiyue was clearly attempting to maintain an air of modesty in front of her friends, showcasing her disdain for materialism. One must ponder, how many girls of this age could genuinely refuse a necklace worth tens of thousands? Those from affluent families would dismiss such a statement as absurd. At this juncture, Gu Bai felt compelled to interject. Deng Bo chose this necklace after considerable thought. Please accept it. The value of the gift is trivial. What truly matters is the thought behind it. Upon hearing this, Deng Bo eagerly chimed in, "Exactly. I've never given you anything substantial. As long as you're happy. The specific gift doesn't matter." Fan Jiyue, noticing the harmonious exchange between Gu Bai and Deng Bo, cast a lingering glance at Gu Bai. She was well aware of Deng Bo's straightforward nature, having pursued her for an entire semester, yet his gift choices were often lacking. Once, he had followed a trend and gifted a lipstick in a garish shade. It was evident that this necklace was not Deng Bo's selection, but rather Gu Bai's thoughtful choice. Regardless of its origin, she adored the gift, and with the opportunity to save face, Fan Jiyue adopted a reluctant expression and accepted it. In truth, Gu Bai harbored a certain disdain for girls like Fan Jiyue, who enjoyed crafting a facade of virtue. However, since it was Deng Bo who admired her, he felt indifferent. Whether their relationship progressed was beyond his concern. After the gift unwrapping, the atmosphere in the private room returned to its normal rhythm. Some sang, others drank, while Gu Bai and Deng Bo remained seated, engaged in conversation. "Bai Zi, how could you purchase such an expensive necklace? When will I ever repay you?" Deng Bo lamented, clinking glasses with Gu Bai. "Don't play coy with me. Didn't you see the way Fan Jiyue looked at you just now? Do you think gifting expensive items is solely for showing off? It also brings honor to Fan Jiyue. I assure you, strike while the iron is hot. You'll surely win her over." Gu Bai refrained from broaching the topic of repayment and instead offered Deng Bo some sage advice. "Is that true? Could you be deceiving me?" Deng Bo's excitement was palpable. After pursuing Fan Jiyue for an entire semester, her demeanor had always been lukewarm. If this incident could genuinely deepen their relationship, then the expenditure would be well worth it. Observing Deng Bo's enthusiasm, Gu Bai could only shake his head in resignation. Having driven there, Gu Bai abstained from alcohol. After consuming a soft drink, he decided to take his leave. The number of acquaintances in the room was limited, and he had rarely spoken to anyone, making his continued presence seem futile. After exchanging a few words with Deng Bo, he stood to depart. "Birthday star, I have some matters to attend to this evening. I shall take my leave. Enjoy yourselves." Upon hearing Gu Bai's intent to leave, Fan Jiyue quickly urged, "Wait. We still need to cut the cake. Stay a little longer. You've gifted me such a valuable present. It makes me feel quite embarrassed." Gu Bai smiled. "There is no need to feel embarrassed. If you and Deng Bo become a couple, we'll all be like family." Deng Bo, bashful, hesitated to speak, but Gu Bai, as an outsider, felt free to voice such sentiments. This could serve as a means to gauge Fan Jiyue's feelings towards Deng Bo. If she truly held no interest, Gu Bai would need to advise Deng Bo to let go sooner rather than later. Indeed, upon hearing Gu Bai's words, a hint of shyness crossed Fan Jiyue's face. "What are you saying? We are all classmates and good friends." To the discerning observer, it was evident that Fan Jiyue harbored a fondness for Deng Bo. Only Deng Bo, with his limited emotional intelligence, remained oblivious to the signals. Just as Gu Bai was about to speak again, Zhou Zhou, seated among another group, could no longer contain himself. If Gu Bai continued, they might truly find themselves paired together, especially with the Cartier necklace setting the stage for such discussions. "Gu Bai, what time is it? And you're already leaving? You truly show no regard for your classmates." Zhou Zhou interjected, approaching Gu Bai with a self-satisfied grin. Interrupted, Gu Bai narrowed his eyes. It appeared that his transparent attempts to match Deng Bo and Fan Jiyue had struck a nerve with Zhou Zhou. Recalling previous confrontations, Gu Bai's indifferent demeanor vanished, replaced by a surge of inexplicable irritation. "I came to honor the birthday star. As for you, what gives you the right to demand my consideration? Gubai's tone was laced with amusement, yet his words silenced the room. Zhou's hand, which held the drink, froze, his feigned smile solidifying on his face. As he surveyed the gazes of both men and women around him fixated on the unfolding drama, his expression darkened, and he retorted coldly, "What do you mean by that?" Gubai shrugged nonchalantly. "The literal meaning. Who do you think you are? If you wish to pursue her, do so on your own merit. I have no objections. Nor does Deng Bo. However, who granted you the audacity to interrupt my conversation?" Since discovering Zhou was Deng Bo's rival, Gubai's initial impression had been unfavorable. He believed in nipping any instability in the bud. Fair competition was for gentlemen. As for himself, he was merely an ordinary individual. Deng Bo is an honest man. Unlike himself, could he possibly tolerate a jester dancing before him? Observing the escalating tension between two individuals, Fan Jiyue hastily interjected, "We are all classmates, and there is no need to create an unpleasant atmosphere. If Gubai truly has matters to attend to, he may leave first, and we can play together another time." With Fan Jiyue speaking up, Gubai managed to suppress the feeling of wrath, offering a nonchalant smile before turning to depart. Zhou watched Gubai leave, his belly full of indignation, yet he restrained himself. He did not wish to display his displeasure at Fan Jiyue's birthday gathering, and more importantly, rumors had long circulated regarding Gubai's identity at the Drama Academy. While some speculations were absurd, without exception, they all pointed to Gubai being anything but an ordinary person. One should not presume that young individuals, brimming with passion, are reckless. The vast majority maintain their composure. His earlier provocation stemmed from Gubai's interference striking a nerve, causing emotions to eclipse reason. Once he truly processed the situation, he felt a twinge of regret for his earlier actions. At that moment, Zhou returned to his seat, and those around him gradually resumed their activities as though nothing had transpired. Upon exiting the KTV, Gubai inhaled the fresh air outside and lit a cigarette while seated in his car. He recognized something amiss within himself. After his rebirth, life had been exceedingly smooth. Purchasing luxury cars, acquiring prestigious watches, mingling with second-generation elites like Li Jun, and casually spending 10 million on virtual gifts had fostered an illusion that wealth equated to divinity. Initially, he managed to suppress the shifts in mindset brought on by his newfound riches, but following the car accident, he found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. If this continued, he would inevitably transform into a reckless nouveau riche. The more calmly he contemplated, the more he feared. Had he not recognized his unsettling state? Would he truly have become a slave to money? Suddenly, the system that had vanished for a week reappeared. Congratulations, host, for grasping the true essence of growth. Your confidence level has reached 99. Reward, exclusive aura of the affluent. Wu Wei aura? This marked the system's first non-monetary reward, leaving Gubai perplexed. To his surprise, the typically aloof system elaborated for the first time. Once your confidence level surpasses 90, external factors will no longer influence the system's advancement. It must instead be determined by the host's psychological state to select a fixed affluent aura for upgrades. Based on the insights you have attained, the reward is the exclusive affluent aura, Wu Wei, which ultimately refers to the Taoist philosophy of non-action espoused by the sage Zhuangzi in this realm. You may explore it further on your own. Upon receiving the so-called Wu Wei aura reward, an inexplicable sense of coolness washed over his mind, dissipating the earlier feelings of rage entirely. He reopened the system interface. Host, Gubai appearance, 92.3 IQ, 140 physique, 75 confidence level, 99, level 1 system, affluent aura, Wu Wei 10, level 2 system. Not yet available. System level. Level 1. The appearance section now included an additional note, suggesting that the Wu Wei aura had conferred some enhancement. Yet, why had the system not progressed to level 2? Please establish a main line. The main line will be determined based on the host's performance over the next 10 natural days. Once established, the system will automatically upgrade, and the progression to level 2 will depend on this main line. What main line? Whether in business or emotions, there is number 100 certainty regarding the main line. After this statement, the system, as per usual, vanished, no matter how fervently Gubai called for it to return. Unable to fathom it further, Gubai decided to abandon the contemplation, reassured that the system had clearly indicated an upgrade in 10 days, thus not warranting excessive thought. He pressed the accelerator and drove towards the Drama Academy. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Lu Sun and Wen Xuming were engrossed in a video game on the computer. Care to join for a couple of rounds? Gu Bai inquired, instantly intrigued. Sure. My / is absolutely itching for action. Lu Sun gazed incredulously at Wen Xuming. Have you lost your mind? You dare to summon Gu Bai? A creditor. What can I say?